Chapter 341 Knowing the Truth. Song Yi gave the order, and everyone hurriedly hid. Jiang Yuan pulled Yi Mian and chose the dark room where the body was placed. Song Yi was guarding the door. There was also a door on the lower floor. It's not that kind of stone door. More like the drywall door I encountered before. Are you dead? Just scream. When he didn't get a response, the man was a little impatient. He opened the door and walked in, cursing and having the 4 characters bad temper written all over his body. Song Yi was beside him. After he came in, he rushed out and twisted the other person's neck. I received the lunchbox without even calling out. Zhang Kaiyang quickly closed the door and pretended as if nothing had happened. Let's go quickly. Well, Jiang Yuan. Song Yi called her and prepared to go out. Hero, please take us with you. We don't want to die. As he said that, he actually knelt down. There is a passage outside, and we can't protect ourselves. Let's run for our own lives. Song Yi didn't want to talk to these people. He just pointed the way and said lightly. I said, why is it so hard to cook a meal? The leader got angry after a while. Do you bear the responsibility? A few people were just about to go upstairs when another one opened the door and came in. It was too late to run over now. When the man saw his companion on the ground, his eyes immediately changed. Song Yi made a quick decision and fired before he shouted. There was a pop sound that echoed throughout the cave. She didn't know if it was because the space was too closed, but she actually felt a little harsh. Hurry, Song Yi shouted, and she came to her senses, pulling Yi Mian out quickly. That group of people probably thought they were punishing the cooks again. If he really shouted it out, he would be in big trouble. It will definitely attract the guards nearby. And when the time comes, they will surround you. Now, at least you can buy some time to escape. As they ran all the way, no one cared about entering the cave next to them. Jiang Yuan was out of breath just by running out. He didn't know how long he ran, but the flashlight beam was flashing wildly in the corridor before Song Yi was able to stop. What's wrong? Jiang Yuan bent down, put her hands on her knees, and gasped. Arrive. Well, I saw the familiar corpse next to me, and I have indeed arrived. The 3 cooks were also behind, but they didn't fall behind. There is a door here, which is the hall we went to before, and where you were taken away. Wait a minute. We'll go out and you find a place to hide. Hey. Okay. No problem. The man nodded and bowed, and almost knelt down to kowtow. Remember? You come out and come up with your own reasons. It has nothing to do with us. You also see me. If any of us were involved, it would not be easy for everyone. Yes. Yes. And don't worry. After receiving the guarantee, everyone did not embarrass those 3 people. After all, there wasn't much conflict of interest, so they weren't all silenced. The stone door turned and everyone jumped out one by one. There was no one else in the toilet this time. When Song Yi came to help Jiang Yuan, she was not polite. One code leads to another. Wait a moment, and you will still have to ask what you need to ask. After Jiang Yuan went out, she ran away in a hurry without waiting for anyone. She is going to another hall now and wants to bring her parents out. Sister Yuan, wait for me. Yi Mian followed her closely. Damn it. There was no way she could get in quietly. What's wrong? Mian? Sister Yuan, why are you in such a hurry? I'm going to see my parents in Shaoling and the others first. Speaking of this, Yi Mian also choked up. Then you go find your uncle and aunt quickly. I'll go see Shaoling. You can come back later. Okay. I don't know why, but I always feel uneasy. Jiang Yuan kept an eye out and went to the hall where her parents were before, and then deliberately ran to another hall. Only then did she bring the people out. And to make sure that these people had seen it, she did not find anyone in the original hall. Shaoling is now behind the pillar, holding Jingjing in her arms. Sister Yuan, you are here. Uncle and aunt, please sit down and rest for a while. Yi Mian felt embarrassed and quickly greeted them. It's okay. I've been sitting here. You guys can rest for a while. Xiaowan, would you like to go over there with your sister and play? Jiang Yuan took a look and knew that she didn't say anything. She didn't want Jingjing to hear this kind of thing. Okay, sister. Xiaowan missed her too. And the 2 children held hands and went to the place she pointed. Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu were worried and hurriedly followed. Xiaoling already had a bad premonition and even pushed the child away. Did you find Liang Kong? No one else spoke, and Jiang Yuan just sighed. Shaoling became even more anxious. holding her hand. Yuan, tell me the truth. I can stop it. In fact, Jiang Yuan knew that her psychological quality was not bad. She was so crazy before, probably because she wanted to arouse everyone's sympathy and agreed to help her find someone. Xiaoling, I'm sorry. Hearing this, she fell directly to the ground, as if all her strength had been drained from her body. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he looked so devastated that it made people sad. After a while, she covered her mouth and stood up. Tell me, what's going on? Everyone looked at each other. This was the most suitable thing for her. Among this group of people, only she and Xiaoling had more interactions. Xiaoling, when we went there, Liang Kong was gone, and most of the people who went to their dining room were gone. What exactly happened? We don't know. Later, people came over there, and we had no choice but to fight back and retreat at the same time. Liang Kong didn't bring it back either. She originally had a clear conscience, but now when she looked into Xiaoling's eyes, she actually felt a little sad. Maybe it's the empathy between women that makes it easier to empathize. Don't think too much. There's still Jingjing. You have to think more about your children no matter what. If you lose your father, you can't live without your mother. Otherwise, how would you let her live? Jiang Yuan can only talk about her children now. Liang Kong is not Xia Chaoyang, and the relationship between them is still very deep. I know. Yuan. I feel bad that I didn't even see him for the last time. Don't worry. I won't give up. Jingjing is so young and can't live without me. Well, Jiang Yuan sighed. No one could say anything about this kind of thing. After all, it didn't happen to me. So the comfort seemed so pale. She called Yuan and others away and went to the side. Sister Yuan, is it hard for Xiaoling to think about it? No. There's still Jingjing. Don't worry. Give her a little more time. Chapter 342 Confess Everything. Yuan also understands this feeling very well. She felt so uncomfortable when her grandma left. Now, just listen to Jiang Yuan. He took out 2 small ham sausages from his pocket and gave them to Xiao Yuan and Jingjing respectively. The 2 little girls thanked her obediently. Jiang Yuan looked at Yuan's movements and did not stop them. It's only 5 o'clock in the morning, and many people are asleep. There seemed to be fewer people in the hall. Not even a third of them. She didn't know what was going on, and didn't want to pursue it. When Song Yi saw her looking over, he was very calm, and motioned to the side. Jiang Yuan told her parents to take the 2 children over to rest, and then went to look for him. This is the far side. Because it is against the stone wall, and the temperature is relatively low. It was cold. So there was no one there. What do you want to know? There was no warmth in Song Yi's words. Everything about you must be told the truth. Jiang Yuan looked at him, and emphasized this point. Song Yi suddenly smiled, somewhat self-deprecating. Let's go. This is not the place to talk. Then when you go to the back of the toilet, there is actually a door. This is? Dare? What does she dare not to do? When in danger, there is still room for protection. She is so scared. I hope you don't have bad intentions. Otherwise I won't let you go. With that said, he went in directly, leaving no chance for Song Yi to speak. There is also a passage inside, but it is much colder than the previous ones. If I guess correctly, it should be closer to the outside. I didn't encounter those doors either. Not one on the left or right. After about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at their destination, which was actually the room where they had rested before. The entrance was under the bed, and no one noticed it at the time. Jiang Yuan was annoyed and looked at him angrily. Song Yi, since you know there is this secret passage, you still let us go out from the outside. At that time, it was okay to just go this way. Whether Fan Qing went to the laboratory or to the granary at the back, it would save a lot of trouble. Don't be angry. Everyone has their own secrets. I want to know the details. Moreover, there were people in that area at the time, so I didn't dare to act rashly. Jiang Yuan recalled that when she first came out, the hall was really crowded. Okay, then tell me what your situation is now, and what your situation was before. There are too many secrets about this person. It was fine before, but now he knows everything here, which makes her particularly worried. Jiang Yuan, don't worry. I know this day will come. I never thought of hiding it from you, and I won't hide what I need to confess today. Jiang Yuan rolled her eyes, but not obviously, for fear of angering him. Then stop nagging and tell me quickly. Song Yi motioned her to sit on the bed. The spring bed was covered with a mattress, and was more comfortable. He himself took the chair next to him and sat across from her. The distance between the two people was very close, and Jiang Yuan felt uncomfortable. Stay back and don't have any evil intentions towards me. Uh-huh. You. The solemn atmosphere was broken. Song Yi pulled back a little, and then began to tell specific things. Jiang Yuan, I know that you are not an ordinary person. Hearing this, her heart skipped a beat. What does it mean? You're fixing up the house. You're hoarding a lot of supplies. Weapons and kayaks and stuff like that. If I'm not wrong. Have you ever experienced what you are experiencing now? You have been reborn and come back. Jiang Yuan's eyes widened somewhat unconfidently. This person actually knew. However, she absolutely cannot admit it. Okay. You? Talk about business. Stop being careless. Don't be afraid. I said you can always trust me. Because I am also reborn. What? Although I had doubts before, it still takes a certain amount of courage to actually hear the answer you want. You are reborn. Are you sure? Sure. Song Yi answered decisively, without any hesitation. So, everything you said before was a lie? No. First of all, it is a fact that I was injured. And it is also a fact that I was recovering in a nursing home. It is also true that I finally went to the West Market. Jiang Yuan listened to him and murmured in her heart. Where's the old man? The old man with the fable? Forehead. I made that up. The situation was special at the time. So I can only say that. Jiang Yuan chuckled. The situation was special. And it was just because she became suspicious. Then why are you saying it again now? Because this has reached a point where I'm trapped. Moreover, I like you. And being honest with you is my greatest sincerity. Uh-huh. Who wants to like this? Then tell me carefully. What is going on? Good. In my previous life, I had been on a mission. And then a natural disaster broke out. The officials were busy with emergency rescue and disaster relief. And we were urgently transferred back. At first, it was just some secret missions. While everyone is at home, we have solved some people who are usually out of reach and who are on guard. Before the blizzard came, I arrived at Changming Village. I am responsible for the operation and development of this place. The tunnels inside were designed by my senior sister. But she disappeared mysteriously, and I had no choice but to take the lead. So, you know the terrain here very well. And you don't even have any differences from your previous life? Jiang Yuan's heart suddenly sank. It turned out that she had been being led by the nose. Listen to what I said. After building this place, I thought many people would come to seek refuge. However, I was wrong. What they wanted to do was to establish a new political power. Over the years, my faith has collapsed. Jiang Yuan thought it was okay. In troubled times, there were many people who wanted to be kings and hegemons. Why was it possible in ancient times, but not in modern times? We are all human beings, and we all have a desire for power. And we understand that. So, it's your old leader, the commander, who wants to do this. I don't know. Maybe it's him. Maybe it's not him. This makes her confused. If it is, it is. If it is not, it is not. Or what? Seeing that she had questions, Song Yi didn't hide it. At that time, we brothers wanted to ask for clarification. But we didn't see the commander. I didn't see him until I finally left. Oh? She seemed to have discovered the point. So, Song Yi, how did you die in your last life? He sighed as if something was stuck in his chest. He was killed by the person he trusted the most and abandoned by the leader he served. What does this mean? Song Yi looked at her with a little fondness in his eyes. I know you are curious. Although I have never met the old leader, I often see his son, the young commander. Chapter 343 Song Yi's layout. Is this the young commander who came that day? Yes. It's also the young commander we met in the corridor. Suddenly it became clear that this son probably wanted to take away my rights. Later, it became no longer beautiful here. There were killings and some strange things. I even found some things left by my senior sister during her lifetime. For the first time, I had doubts about the young commander. But he seemed to have been wary of me for a long time. Just when we were about to ask for details, Emochi jumped out and framed me with trumped-up charges. Then, everyone denounced me and put me to death. Speaking of this, there was still deep unwillingness in his eyes. So, that Emochi betrayed you in his previous life. Not just him, but other people. They all stayed away from me. His expression was very painful, and he put his hand on his temple, looking very tired. Don't think too much. It's over. It won't pass. Did you notice anything unusual when we came back just now? Unusual? No. Songy didn't want to waste time trying to tell the truth, so he told everything. The group of people in the corridor are gone. They came from the rescue center, and all of them are gone. Well, indeed. She didn't even notice it herself. But it seemed that there was indeed no trace of that group of people. Is something going to happen? It should be. I'm not sure either. He was very cautious and only told what happened and expressed his opinion on the rest. Then what will you do in this life? Jiang Yuan also stared at him, not missing a single expression. If Songy had even the slightest trace of lying, she wouldn't be polite. This kind of thing is so shocking. No one would believe it even if it were told. So, I intentionally got injured on a mission and ended up in a nursing home. At that time, I pretended to like magic and divination. But in fact, I was secretly planning. Later, when the time came, I successfully came out. I turned down the job here and left with a high salary. The reason why I chose the West Market is because the last group of people will be in Changmingzhuang, and I don't want to be too far apart. I knew there would be heavy rain and snow later, so I went to Lushan and rented a house on the highest floor. So that's it. Lushan is not far from the city. It is also a little outside the third ring road and has been under development. However, Lushan is the only high-rise community there. This is one of the reasons why she came back here. Since you have been reborn, why are you so poorly prepared? Not enough? Songy touched his nose, and his handsome facial features softened. I think it's quite sufficient. The house has been strengthened and supplies have been purchased. What else is there to do? You? Why did this turn into a scene of hate in an instant? What on earth is going on? Jiang Yuan, don't be angry. I had no choice at that time. I had to leave the nursing home. There was a time limit. Let's get down to business. She immediately corrected her attitude. Now is indeed not the time to say that. Then why do you come back here again? Isn't this a wolf entering the tiger's mouth? Moreover, he also brought them here. This sixth child. No. Although Changming village is not clean, it can protect us for a period of time. That time when I left the Shenlu temple, I actually just walked around. I have known the news here for a long time. After I came here, I was no longer the same as before, and I didn't participate in anything. Moreover, after leaving the team, Emochi also went to the rescue center. So, I am safe and so are you. These days, I have drawn these planting places according to the appearance in my memory, and memorized them over and over again, just in case. Well, this is indeed true. After all, he was rescued several times in the corridor. Then you can't just ignore it for the sake of your own safety. Jiang Yuan, listen to me. Coming here is the best choice. After the avalanche, everywhere was no longer safe, and burning, killing, and looting were common occurrences. Here we are. We can take a breather. Moreover, all this will be over soon. Shit. I just want it, but my obsession is in my heart. And I still say it's so high-sounding. No. What do you mean when you say it's going to be over soon? A bad feeling came over her. Songy had lived for a long time. Could there be some unexpected disaster behind her? The wind is only halfway here, and most people will die. My senior sister left a note before her death. The young commander was fascinated by something and began to do some things that were against common ethics. I believe you have also seen it. That is, using human bodies to grow mushrooms and so on. However, despite all his calculations, he failed to predict that there would be an earthquake later. By then, the mountains and rivers will be flat. The seawater will pour in, and everything will be reduced to nothing. Jiang Yuan's right eye began to beat crazily. Damn! Humans are going to finish this time. Then what should I do? Isn't there a good place to stay? Yes. I remember my senior sister mentioned that there is a place called Yuban Lake in the Qinling Mountains. She only mentioned the Pure Land. Moreover, a map was left behind. I always felt that there should be a place where life could survive. Moonban Lake. Somewhere. I have never heard of it. So, we don't need to do anything now. Just protect ourselves and wait quietly for that time to come. Songy, since you know everything, why don't you just go there? Hearing this, he smiled bitterly. 800 miles of Qinchuan. Many places are not open to the public. Although the senior sister left the map, she also said that the situation over there is not that simple. What kind of map can you show me? She was really curious, mainly because she wanted to confirm the location and then go back and find it herself. She bought a lot of maps and downloaded so many offline maps. Which must be enough. That map is now on the old leader's desk. What? Didn't you say that you never saw him again? And you don't know whether he is alive or dead? Moreover, what did you do for him to come along? Suddenly, she seemed to think of something. You don't want them to go explore the road, and then you sit back and enjoy the results? However, your old leader is also a bad person. Will he go? In his last life, he never showed up again, and the young commander took care of everything. But this life is different. I took the little one away, and it was delivered to him. Jiang Yuan's eyes widened involuntarily. No wonder he was willing to be so small. It turns out that in order to make it work, playing such a big game of chess requires so many brain cells to be exhausted. Chapter 344 Mass Disappearance. Aren't you afraid that the little one will be in danger? Don't worry. It's not an ordinary military dog. She doesn't know whether it is true or not. Jiang Yuan suddenly thought of something and her expression became serious. Song Yi, let me ask you. How long will it take for this strong wind to end? After it ends, will spring come? Counting the days. It's not just spring. This side is on the edge of the Qinling Mountains. Although it is located in the north, the temperature is significantly higher. Spring. Hee hee. Song Yi laughed inappropriately, which made her feel a little scary. The storm will stop soon. However, the current situation is not the most serious. We have only felt half of the strong wind this time. Then, there was the earthquake. I don't know what happened next, because I didn't live that long. As for whether there will be spring, let's look forward to it together. Jiang Yuan let out a long sigh. No one could do anything about this kind of thing, and she had experienced it herself. What about you? When did you die in your last life? Forehead? Before he admitted it, Song Yi had already made up his mind. Well, her previous decorations and hoarding of supplies were too conspicuous. Even if others don't know it, Song Yi is different after all. The two families live too close together, and any slightest disturbance will be discovered. As long as Mingren doesn't say secret words, it's almost okay. When it's extremely cold, I freeze to death. She didn't want to say too much. In her previous life, she was a fool. I have suffered so much humiliation that I really don't want to mention it. Seeing her like this, Song Yi didn't continue to say anything. Now, what do you think? He has told her everything. It depends on Jiang Yuan's attitude. I just want to live and go back to study Yuban Lake. Yuban Lake must be studied. But the current situation is not much better. Self-protection is a problem for everyone. If I guess correctly, the group of people from the rescue center are probably already on their way. What do you mean? Let them go find Yubanhu. Right? Aren't you an elite force? How could you take such a big risk? It's common. If they couldn't find it, it would be even more impossible for the rest of them. Song Yi had led this group of people on many high-risk missions before. It's just that there aren't many people left now. Even so, their overall strength is one of the best. Then tell me, who has the final say in Changming Village now? Old leader or young commander? Who is that woman's voice we heard before? Is your young commander married? Her series of questions made Song Yi couldn't help but frown. What should I say? I don't know. How come you don't know anything? Jiang Yuan was a little speechless. In this case, she still came here. For revenge or something else. This Song Yi is really a headache. Don't be angry. I'm really not sure, so I don't know how to answer you. Realizing her gaffe, she calmed down her emotions and spoke quietly. I'm not angry. I just think what you did may be a bit inappropriate. However, this is just my own opinion, and everyone may feel differently. This matter should have been your obsession in your previous life, so it's okay to get over it. Hearing this, Song Yi felt much better. Jiang Yuan, like him, was reborn, and it was normal to want to figure out some things. For example, something that is inextricably related to his own death. Jiang Yuan, thank you. Let's not think too much now. I know that you may have your own secrets, but I won't explore them. You don't want to take any risks. Let's go to Yuban Lake together when this is over. Okay. Jiang Yuan also had this idea. What was the point of caring so much? Preserving yourself, finding a safe place, and continuing to live is the most important thing. But, can that group of people really find the so-called Half-Moon Lake? I always feel that things are not that simple. Let's go. It's getting late. Go back. Okay. The two people hurriedly went into the hall along the passage, where their parents were still there. I was walking in a hurry just now. Plus you guys came out of the space. There is no chance to let them in again. Now that they have been out for so long, they have to go back and take a look. She came out from the door behind the toilet. When she opened it, Jiang Yuan was a little surprised. What's going on? It's so dark. Before, there were lights here. Big bulbs. Not very bright. But you could still see them. At this moment, he actually couldn't see his fingers. Jiang Yuan's heart sank, and she quickly turned on the flashlight. Surprisingly, there was no one. Song Yi, where are the people? Song Yi was also confused. He was wandering around with a flashlight, but saw no one. Where are my parents and Xiao Yuan? Where have they gone? Jiang Yuan was a little flustered. She was very careful every time. Why was she careless this time? Jiang Yuan, don't worry. Let's look for it, and see if there are any clues. Yes. You can't be anxious. You can't be anxious. The more anxious you are, the more chaotic you will be. I want to calm down. I want to calm down. Jiang Yuan hypnotized herself, took a deep breath, and began to prepare to find clues. She took out the big night light, which had a wider range of illumination and was stronger than a flashlight. Song Yi had already started, and he didn't take away the backpack or anything else. The bedding underneath was messy, and he must have left in a hurry. They didn't bring anything with them, so they must be in a hurry. It is unlikely that he went out on his own. The only explanation is that he was taken away by someone. It's the young commander. Jiang Yuan reacted instantly. He was in the nearby corridor, and he was the only one who could take so many people away at the same time. But why did he do this? Song Yi frowned. Every time he did this, there was always a big problem. Do you remember Dr. Li? Hearing this, Jiang Yuan almost couldn't stand. If it was really given to Dr. Li, it would be too dangerous for them. Thinking of those bloody scenes, she almost went crazy. Song Yi, let's go quickly. They must still be in a cave somewhere. I want to save my parents and daughter. Okay, I'll go with you. The two people made up their minds and were about to go to the toilet. Bang bang bang. Captain Song really deserves his reputation. His analysis is really accurate. It was the young commander. He came out clapping his hands. The powerful momentum came, which was particularly shocking. Where did you get these people? Tell me quickly. Jiang Yuan had already raised the gun. Her eyes were blood red. Chapter 345, Searching for Relatives. Hey, my hair hasn't even grown yet, and I'm still trying to play with a gun like someone else. As soon as he finished speaking, the ridicule in the corners of his eyes and brows hadn't faded yet. Jiang Yuan pulled the trigger directly, and there was a loud and crisp pop sound. The young commander directly covered his left arm, with a grim look on his face. Young commander. A group of people rushed out from behind, led by a woman wearing a mink coat. How about it? As he said that, he anxiously covered his wound. Sister Chun. Jiang Yuan was shocked. This was Sister Chun from Jinyo village. How could she appear here? Even if I racked my brains, I would never have thought that these two people could actually be related. The young commander waved his hand and showed a sinister smile. Song Yi, you are a dishonest woman. Young commander is joking. It's not your turn to comment. With that said, he gave Jiang Yuan a look. Then, he shot himself. His accuracy is beyond comparison with ordinary people. After knocking down several of them, the other party also started to fight back. Jiang Yuan revealed a grenade from the space and threw it directly to him. The lock started to be opened quickly, but Song Yi still couldn't react. This was the weapon from before, and Jiang Yuan actually took one of this. The attack over there is still going on. I can use the toilet to block it. However, the opponent has a large number of people and has been forced in step by step. Click. When it finally opened, Jiang Yuan shouted, and Song Yi jumped in quickly. Finally, he threw the grenade in his hand. Run, he urged, fearing that this side would collapse and affect them. Jiang Yuan also understood what he meant and ran forward with all her strength. Not long after, there was a loud bang, and some dirt fell inside the corridor. Good guy. This power is really not small. Are you okay? She saw Song Yi's mouth moving, but she couldn't hear what was said. The sound of buzz sounded like radio waves echoing. What did you say? Her voice was loud, but she didn't even know it. I said, are you okay? What? I can't hear you. Song Yi was already in front of her, And he actually forgot to remind her just now to cover her ears and open her mouth. Really? Fortunately, there's no big problem. It took a few days to recover, and it was okay. Move. He pointed forward. And Jiang Yuan understood and quickly followed him. I don't know what happened to that group of people. If they were not dead, they would definitely come after them. Moreover, there are their people everywhere, so there's no telling what will happen. But where are they going now? There are so many caves. Except for the one where I met Professor Lee before. How to find the rest is really troublesome. Moreover, many of them are handled by people. It would be too troublesome to solve them one by one. Just as I was thinking about it, I immediately passed by a stone cave. Song Yi simply chose to ignore it. But Jiang Yuan stopped. Aren't you going? Pointing to the cave next to him. His eyes were puzzled. Come with me. He couldn't help but pick up Jiang Yuan and start running. I'm still a little confused here. What's going on? Later, I thought that Song Yi was familiar with this place. So I forgot about it. What if he knows where Dr. Lee is? But what if he has nothing to do with him? Everything is their guess. Thinking of this, she became a little flustered and started to break away from Song Yi's hand. The other party also sensed her movement and stopped immediately. Now her ears are not good and communication is difficult. Believe me, he deliberately made a very exaggerated mouth shape, just to let her understand. Jiang Yuan was dubious. To be honest, it felt particularly bad to place her hopes on others. But now she has no choice. The two of them ran up again, and it took about 20 minutes. After passing the previous detour, they stopped in front of a doorway at the top of a fork in the road. This was Song Yi's goal, and Jiang Yuan did not dare to make any sound. He put his ear close to the stone door and listened for a few minutes. Then nodded. This should be it. Jiang Yuan couldn't wait. Dad, Mom, and Shanwan are all her lifeblood. Now that his whereabouts and life and death are unknown, can he not be anxious? Song Yi went down and opened the door directly. Jiang Yuan was a little surprised that he could actually unlock the door. So many times before, I was hiding my clumsiness. The door just opened a crack, and the light inside spilled out. At the same time, there were curses and screams. Jiang Yuan's blood surged, and she made that miserable sound, as if she had been skinned alive. Song Yi opened the door suddenly, and the people in front looked over. Who? There was actually a guard. Seeing the door open, he quickly came over to check. The two of them hid on both sides of the door, waiting until they got closer. One came unexpectedly and killed two people directly. Then, he rushed in with lightning speed. However, she was still shocked by what she saw. Here, there are densely packed people. Moreover, there were guards all around. At least 20 or 30 of them. No wonder Song Yi wanted to come over here directly. This place is really big. It's definitely not too small to accommodate so many people at once. However, they can't defeat so many people. It would be even more troublesome if innocent people were hurt again. Don't move. Jiang Yuan stared at the people who raised their weapons and immediately took out the grenades in their hands. We all know each other. If you don't want to die together, just put down your weapons. The people around looked at each other and made no move. Lay down. She deliberately raised her voice, but it still didn't sound too loud. It's you again, little girl. That's about it. Do you want me to clean you up completely? What did you say? Jiang Yuan didn't listen, but her mouth opened and closed. Dr. Lee, put down your weapons. Otherwise all your hard work will be ruined. As soon as Song Yi's words came out, he looked a little panicked. Okay. If you're cruel, put down the gun. The surrounding guards heard the order. All squatted down, put their weapons, and then raised their hands above their heads. Brother, help put away all the weapons. He ordered a man next to him, who was Uncle Ma's son, who had come with him before. Okay. At this time, the pony has stabilized. Hurrying to clear it, he took the grenade from Jiang Yuan's hand and confronted Dr. Lee. Jiang Yuan, who was free, quickly ran over to find someone. There were too many people here, and everyone was squatting on the ground. She went to pull them one by one. Mom! The little girl shouted and stretched out her hand. Jiang Yuan couldn't hear clearly, but she turned around knowingly. Shanwan. Jiang Xingji next to him looked around cautiously and covered the child's mouth. But it's too late. A guard nearby rushed over and snatched the child away. Chapter 346. Shanwan was kidnapped. Shanwan. Jiang Yuan cried out. and Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu next to her went to grab the child. The man immediately pulled his hand, and my mother was thrown out. Jiang Xingji also received a kick and was knocked to the ground. Jiang Yuan ran over quickly, and Song Yi was also anxious. He stepped up and kicked Dr. Li down. Mother! Shaon Wan was held up by the guard, and he was about to fall to the ground. Jiang Yuan's heart was in her throat, but she tripped over the person next to her. She hurriedly crawled forward. Tears welled up uncontrollably. No. No. It was too late, but not too late. The moment the child landed, a figure rushed over, half kneeling on the ground, and slid over. Ah! She actually reached out to catch it, but the gravity was too strong. The two of them rolled and fell into the open space next to them. It was none other than Yimyan. Shaon Wan, Qin Yu and Jiang Xingji also stood up and ran over to take a look. Jiang Yuan also rushed to the man and took out the Tang Dao from the space without caring about anything. The man was a little nervous when he saw her sudden appearance of the weapon. You? Before he finished speaking, Jiang Yuan struck directly. Her eyes were blood red, and she was very angry. When the knife went down, the man screamed and tried to raise his gun. Kill. Jiang Yuan slashed directly at his arm, and one arm was actually chopped off alive. Ah! Ah! The man was rolling on the ground in pain, and blood flowed all over the floor. This wasn't over yet. She ran straight over again and aimed at the people on the ground. After stabbing him with the knife one after another, there were 4 or 5 bloody holes in the man's body. His eyes were wide open, with a look of death. Yuan, come here and see Mian. It was Qin Yu calling her, and Jiang Yuan regained her sense. I ran over to see Mian. She just picked up the child with her bare hands, but she was fine elsewhere. There's something wrong with the arm. It looks like it's broken. Because she had seen Kai Yang's injuries, she could tell. Even though the distance is short, the impact is huge. Sister Yuan, it's okay. Xiaowan is safe. Mian, don't worry. I owe you my life from now on. I will definitely help you heal your arm. Dad? Mom? You go to the side first. Song Yi over there also subdued Dr. Li, although he had something in his mind. His skills were not very good. Are you okay? If anything happens, it's you who is to blame. Today is the day you die. She doesn't have the great love to save the common people, and she doesn't want to give any high-sounding reasons. Dr. Li didn't expect that she would go down with just one stab. It stabbed him in the stomach, staring at his wound in disbelief. When he raised his head, he was spitting out blood. Jiang Yuan refused to do anything and pulled out the knife directly, and then stabbed her a second time and a third time. Bloody, cold, and inhumane. Fight! Fight! The people around were inspired, and everyone stood up. They all shot at the guards nearby. At first they were worried that they had guns in their hands, but now, they didn't have anything. The crowd was so large that it was basically a gang fight. Brother Song, Sister Yuan, come and see Kai Yang and Qingqing. She was in pain and her forehead was sweating. Xiaoling also came over with Qingqing in her arms. Just now. She really didn't dare. They were taken away by the doctor for experiments. You stay. I'll go by myself. I'm with you. Now! There are only a few people, so Song Yi cannot face it alone. My parents are all there, so there isn't much danger. When they passed by the operating table here, a person's eyeballs were removed alive. The scream just now must have come from him. This Dr. Li is really crazy. There were 2 rows of beds next to them. They hurried over and there were people tied to them. His mouth was sealed with tape, and he couldn't make any sound like woo-woo. Now that they were here, Jiang Yuan cut off the ropes that bound her hands and feet. Song Yi also took out his short sword and rescued everyone. The 5th one, Zhang Kaiyang, was very excited when he saw Jiang Yuan. Kaiyang. He cut the rope neatly. Kaiyang jumped out of bed like a carp. Qingqing. Qingqing. He started searching frantically, and Jiang Yuan quickly caught up with him. Finally, Fan Qing was found inside. At this time, her face was pale, and her belly, wrists, and ankles were all covered with hyphae. However, there is no nutrient solution here. It must have been done in a very hasty environment. As her wounds were bleeding, the ground is already connected into a piece, which is really scary. Qingqing. Kaiyang rushed over and lay on the head of her bed, helpless. Qingqing. Wake up! Don't scare me. Get out of the way. Jiang Yuan has returned to normal, which will be very calm. Hearing this, Kaiyang stood up quickly and left his seat to her. You're still alive. Stop the bleeding quickly. She took out gauze and styptic powder from her bag and pulled out the hyphae that had been forced into her wound. Simply clean it. Then sprinkle it with medicinal powder and wrap it with a bandage. Kaiyang also helped. And there were 5 wounds on his body. 2 people together can go faster. Song Yi also untied all the people on the bed. Give this to her. Kaiyang took a small pill and didn't know what it was for. Save your life. Hurry up. Okay. Song Yi always has some weird medicines, and everyone is used to them. The effect was good. They were very fast. But Fan Qing was still unconscious. Kaiyang, there is nothing we can do now. We have to leave quickly. It's not safe here. The young commander will be here soon. That SH.L can't kill everyone. There is not much time left for them. Okay. Kaiyang said and picked up Fan Qing. Jiang Yuan came back quickly. Yi Mianmian was not in good condition now, so she gave her painkillers. Then he took out a wooden board and fixed it simply for her. Song Yi touched it and found that the problem was not particularly serious, but that he could no longer use force. I have to take good care of myself in the recent period. Mian, don't worry. I will protect you. I had promised Grandma Yi that I would take care of her. Now, she saved Xiaonuan again. What a kindness. Sister Yuan. It's all useless to me. Don't say that. You saved Xiaonuan, and you are my benefactor. I will definitely take good care of you. Clean up and leave quickly. Mian, come here. I'll carry you. As he said that, he bowed down. Daughter, you hold Xiaonuan. She is frightened and wants to find her mother. I will carry Mian. Hurry. They are inside. Chapter 347. The old leader appears. Hearing the noise outside, everyone inside panicked. What to do? Everyone looked over. Follow me. Song Yi ran out first, arrived directly opposite, and started groping around. Finally, I found a door. Someone was watching over there, and several beds were moved in to block it. See, when everyone takes action together, it is very effective. It's open. Kaiyang was extremely excited at the moment, and Song Yi did not give in and went out first. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yuan hugged Xiaonuan. Xiaoling hugged Jingjing and the others, and they all ran out. When the people behind saw it, they also rushed to escape. However, there are too many people, and the door is so big. It is not that easy. For a while, there were endless sounds of crying and cursing. They went all the way forward, and many of them followed. The corridor is not wide, so it can barely accommodate 2 people at the same time. Those who followed did not push forward as hard as they could. At the same time, the person in front is also very fast. Behind him, gunfire rang out soon, echoing in his ears. Some of the timid ones exclaimed, God knows why we have to face this kind of day. Finally, when he arrived at a white door, Song Yi stopped. The ones I encountered before were all stone-colored, but this one was different. He squatted down and opened the door. Jiang Yuan was also tired and did not disturb him. Dad? Mom? Mian, are you okay? Don't worry. Girl, you're fine. I'm sorry, Sister Yuan. It's all me who has dragged you down. What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Mianmian was injured, and Jiang Xingji couldn't bear carrying her on his back. Xin Yu's feet are not very sharp either. They are really a group of wounded. Okay, come in quickly. Song Yi greeted, and the people behind him filed in. This is actually the place where they came to assign work on the first day. This hall is very large. Half of it is inside the cave. The houses outside have long been demolished, leaving only the back part. I don't know how they designed it, but it's actually a closed space with a door inside. People from behind came in one after another, and there seemed to be more than 100 people. Jiang Yuan found some chairs and asked them to sit down and rest for a while. Everyone was relieved. Brother Song, is it safe here? It's not safe. There are many doors in this corridor. Don't keep following us. No one has confidence in the way forward. This was said to the people behind. Among them, Uncle Ma's son stood up. Brother Song, if I follow you, I'm not familiar with other places, and it's a dead end. Even if I encounter danger, I will admit it. Right. I will follow you too. The crowd was furious, and no one wanted to be left behind at this time. Song Yi didn't want to say anything more, but turned to look at Jiang Yuan. Can you still bear it? Yeah. Not bad. Your ears are healed. Jiang Yuan didn't even notice it. She reached out and pressed it. Seems to be. I can hear it clearly now. But it still hurts a little. Brother Song? Will those people come after you? Probably so. Ah. What should we do? Zhang Qian was a little anxious and looked at Song Yi, not knowing what to say. I don't know what to do now. It's a dead end if we go out. This is true. The wind seems to be getting stronger outside. And it's howling like a ghost. The people behind him also started talking. And they were all frightened. They have guns inside. We can't defeat them. If we go out, although the wind is strong, there is still a glimmer of hope. Why don't we go out? It's better than waiting to die here. Xiao Ma was a little anxious. His father was gone. And his sister, brother and sister-in-law were also missing. He didn't want to die. Yes. Instead of sitting back and waiting for death. Why not give it a try? I'll go with you. I am coming too. I am coming too. The echoes from behind came and went, as if they were about to revolt. Where are you going? A discordant sound sounded, and then the door on the opposite side slowly opened. The strong wind was raging and blew directly in. Jiang Yuan quickly turned around, facing away from the direction of the wind, and held her daughter tightly in her arms. It's the young commander. He's actually still alive. How lucky he is. Everyone started to retreat. This scene is a bit beyond expectations. Shouldn't we catch up from behind? How could it be like this now? They were surrounded from the front and the back, and there was no way to survive it all. 20 or 30 people came in behind the young commander, all with weapons raised, and Sister Chun was also inside. Song Yi, you didn't expect that your grenade is useless at all. Then why are you so embarrassed? Ha 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 ha. Song Yi, death is imminent. You still look like this shit. It really makes me sick to my stomach. People like the young commander may be handsome, but the shadows on their faces are so heavy that they always inadvertently make people feel frightened. Jiang Yuan was also thinking in her mind. In this case, it would be a problem to protect herself. Not everyone has Song Yi's good skills, and those in the family are still old, weak, sick and disabled. It seems that I feel more at ease if I send it to the space. Song Yi didn't speak, just smiled contemptuously. Only this time, he successfully angered the young commander. Here it comes. Get ready. He raised his right hand high, and the people behind him were horrified. He was going to shoot him unconditionally. Xiaoling was also very scared and hugged Jingjing tightly. Jiang Yuan had quietly retreated to Jiang Xingji. After giving him a hint, Qin Yu immediately grabbed her father's arm. She also had contact with Yi Mianyan, and this time, she wanted to bring her in too. If nothing else, without her, the consequences for Xiaowan would be disastrous. Song Yi, if you kneel down and beg me now, I can consider letting you die more happily. Song Yi stared at him with disdain on his face. Idiots are talking about dreams. Okay, since you asked for it, don't blame me for being rude. Get ready. Let me see who dares. A majestic voice sounded, and everyone turned their heads to look over. There is actually a door on the side, which is now open. Woof woof woof. The little one suddenly jumped out and pounced on Song Yi. Woof. Be good. Good boy. Song Yi quickly touched its head to comfort it. At this time, the old man also walked out. Judging from his appearance, he looks very much like the young commander. If she guessed correctly, this was the old leader in Song Yi's words, the young commander's biological father. Snapped. The young commander didn't even raise his head after speaking. The dirty things are even plotted against you. Chapter 348 Unless you leave. Good guy. That's a lot of information. Jiang Yuan did not send her family into space. Things have turned around, so she still needs to take a closer look. Am I plotting against you? Otherwise, I'm not dead yet. And you want to replace me? The old man is in good spirits and should be in good health. When you are old, you should enjoy your old age in peace. Things are different now, and it is absolutely impossible to still live according to the previous world. Nonsense. Your idea is correct. Right. No matter what time, don't do anything harmful to nature. Even now. Remember, you are a soldier, and the people and responsibilities are on your shoulders. The old man's voice was loud, and Jiang Yuan felt that he had the world in his heart. To put it bluntly, you just don't like me. There was Song Yi before, but who is he now? The young commander had a look of disdain on his face, and all the caution he had just now disappeared. Are you trying to piss me off? The old leader was breathing heavily, obviously having a headache because of his son. Chun, go help Dad down. He needs to rest. The young commander didn't want to talk to him, but asked Sister Chun to take him away. Only now did Jian Yuan understand that the food here probably came from Jinyo village. The rest of the things were all hoarded by the young commander himself. Or maybe he just brought the things from behind. Sister Chun wanted to step forward. But how could Song Yi let her do so? We met again. I didn't expect you to be Song Yi. It seems that Sister Chun recognized Song Yi. When she was in the Misty World, she seemed to want to keep him as a bodyguard. There are many things you didn't expect. Good guy. This person seems to like to quarrel with others recently. Sister Chun was not angry, but walked up to the old leader with a gentle tone. Commander, don't embarrass me. We will protect you. Humph. I don't need your protection. Seeing him like this, Sister Chun didn't say much, as she was afraid of delaying the business. With a wave of his hand, the little girl behind him immediately stepped forward. It's the one with great strength. It seems that they are going to be tough. Song Yi stood in front of the old leader without giving in at all. Song Yi, let them come over. I want to see what this traitor is going to do to me. Anger and anger are suppressed with all their strength. Pa bang bang. It seemed like something was knocking on the door, and there was the sound of glass breaking. The people inside didn't know what was going on and were a little scared. There is a small window on the side. Someone went over and opened the curtain. This is explosion-proof glass that has been reserved before and has gone through a special process. It's different from ordinary ones. It's stronger and more resistant to critical strikes. At this time, there was a strong wind outside, and there were even huge raindrops coming. It can no longer be said to be the size of a bean, but it is much bigger than a bean. Within 2 minutes, it started pouring rain. In this season, it actually rains, which is a bit unbelievable. Before I knew it, it was daylight, and the situation outside was clearly visible. Jian Yuan raised her hand and looked at her watch. It was already 10 o'clock. Look, it's a fish. Someone in the crowd shouted. Immediately afterwards, everyone nearby leaned over to take a look. The small window was full of people. Oh my god. It's really a fish. Jian Yuan felt a little puzzled. How could there be fish alive at this temperature? Although stormy weather can cause precipitation, most of it occurs in coastal areas. They are inland and basically invisible. This is so strange. It must have scraped the fish out of the fish pond. Some people shouted excitedly and even wanted to go out and catch it. This feeling of relying on God's will is really good. A chill hit me, and the rain blew into the cave with the wind. Someone actually ran out. Jian Yuan didn't have time to say, how could it become like this now? The little girl reached out to pull someone, but Song Yi hit her directly, causing a mess here. Jian Yuan held a gun, fearing that the person opposite had evil intentions. Everything was in chaos. The one who ran out like crazy got into a fight here. There were still people fleeing in all directions. Jian Yuan went over to pull up Jiang Xingji and others. Taking advantage of the chaos, they entered the space. Everyone was busy running for their lives, and no one paid attention to them. Then, she ran out again with lightning speed. Song Yi now has a helper, and the little one is also very fierce. When fighting, he is not inferior at all. Jian Yuan saw Sister Chun next to her and walked over with the Tang Dao. The young commander waved his hand, and the people behind him swarmed forward. She was a little scared, and at the critical moment, she took out another grenade. Instead of wanting to die together, she could enter the space at the last moment. However, there are still so many people, which is very troublesome. Everyone stop. Jiang Yuan fired a shot into the sky. Everyone was stunned. When they saw the grenade in her hand clearly, their faces turned pale with fear. Stop it. What are you doing now? Can't you put aside all your personal grudges? Right? Commander? What's going on between you and your father? Please don't let it affect other people. Okay. Also, you don't have to target Song Yi. He has never regarded you as an opponent. Moreover, with the current situation outside, even if we unite together, we may not be able to survive. What's the point of you arguing so much? Her words were spoken to the young commander. The corners of his mouth twitched, but he had to accept the reality. Okay. As long as you are willing to leave here, I don't care. You traitor. Where do you want them to go in this case? That's none of my business. If they are so powerful, they won't leave them alone. The father and son are at odds with each other, and neither one is willing to give in. Okay. As long as you keep your promise, I will leave. Song Yi glanced at Jiang Yuan and realized that leaving might be the best choice. The situation behind here won't be too good either. In this way, they can go directly to Yuben Lake. Okay. Now that we've agreed, you'll never come back again. The young commander smiled which made her a little confused. It stands to reason that his father is the commander, and he has been several times higher than others since he was a child. As for how he has become like this now, Song Yi, you can't leave. It's so serious outside now. If you go out, you'll be dead. The old leader held his hand, worry written all over his face. It's okay. Be well. If you are destined, see you later, he said, preparing to head for the door. Several people went there just now, all to pick up fish. 2 came back and a few went out. The door is not closed either, making it easy to get out. Look! I don't know who shouted, and the situation outside suddenly changed. Chapter 349 Tornado. That is? Tornado? Jiang Yuan's jaw almost dropped. This kind of thing that she had only seen on TV actually appeared in front of her eyes. OMG. It's really spiraling and moving around. The people outside obviously saw it and started running back crazily. Someone kept banging on the door outside, and the shouts were unpleasant to the ears. Go and block the door. No one is allowed in. The young commander gave the order, and all the people below took action. Jiang Yuan was a little frightened. This person was really inhumane. Looking at the old leader next to him, he also frowned and didn't speak. The tornado looked far away. If the door is open now, those people can come back. It's really ironic that we keep claiming to be for the common people and the people. But now we have become a quail. Song Yi didn't respond. When his eyes met hers, he shook his head. This is to tell her not to meddle in other people's business. Don't worry. She is not that holy. When the group of people knocked on the door and no one answered, they came over to the glass. Their frightened expressions were too obvious. The heavy rain can't cover it up. It's really unbearable. Yuan, where are Uncle, Aunt and others? Caught off guard, Xiaoling came over and asked. I was so anxious just now that I didn't know if these people were watching. Hiding? It's too dangerous. Take Jingjing and hurry to the edge. At this time, the people in front of the window were already panicking. So they took some big rocks and started smashing the glass. Xiaoling shrank for a moment when she saw it. She didn't care anymore and hurried to the side. Jiang Yuan sighed secretly. Fortunately, she didn't ask any more questions. It was so troublesome. If this group of people knew she had this treasure, it would be troublesome. Now, who wouldn't want to go in? With so many people, her perfect paradise must not be invaded. Don't blame her for being selfish. She really can't afford to gamble. The people in front of the window were already going crazy, and the tornado outside was approaching at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was a click sound, as if the glass had broken. She was far away and couldn't see clearly. Before I had time to think about it, the entire glass shattered, and cracks like ice patterns spread. The man only knocked on a hole, and Gale behind did the rest for him. In an instant, the glass fell apart, but everyone was dumbfounded. There was actually another layer. Moreover, I didn't see it at all before. The feeling that hope is right in front of you, but suddenly disappears is the most helpless. Ha ha ha. You think I'm stupid. How could such an important place only have one floor made of glass? Ha ha. So, isn't this glass inside? Jiang Yuan didn't understand what the young commander meant, and the people behind him started to get nervous. There were 2 people who wanted to open the door just now. They might be their family members outside. As soon as I arrived at the door, my neck was wiped indiscriminately. The movements are fast, accurate and ruthless, without any sloppiness. Jiang Yuan was scared when she saw it. Even after experiencing so much, she still couldn't help but tremble. Just when everyone thought everything was safe, the tornado suddenly arrived in front of them. The rain outside caused several households to fly up and hit the glass, making it impossible to see what was going on outside. In her nervousness, a pair of hands grabbed her. Let's go! It turned out to be Song Yi, and the 2 of them went directly to the side door where the old leader came out just now. Kaiyong and Xiaoling also came over without having time to say a word. There was a loud bang, and the stone door made a muffled shaking sound. Not good. Just as Jiang Yuan reacted, before she could do anything, the stone door came in with a pop sound. The tornado had already arrived, and a lot of gravel and branches were trapped in the spiral staircase. The person who escaped in front was sucked in as if there was some magic power. The screams disappeared instantly, and the people inside continued to scream. Within 3 seconds, they were in front of them. Most of the people at the door were sucked in. Sister Chun also noticed where they were and ran over quickly. It was a mess inside, and it only took a moment for a few households to move in. Many people were sucked in, and they clung to the stone wall next to them. Jiang Yuan felt that the force was out of control. Song Yi pulled her arm, pulled out the dagger with the other hand, and inserted it into the stone wall. The tornado lingered for only 5 or 6 seconds before heading elsewhere. Before they could react, it was over. However, the wind was stronger than before, and the heavy rain just now turned into hailstones the size of a baby's fist. It's scary. Taiyang Zhan just breathed a sigh of relief. But he was also frightened. Jiang Yuan also looked outside. Song Yi had just brought the old leader in. The first time the accident happened, he actually wanted to rush out, naturally, to see his son. Now, everything is fine, and naturally the wish can come true. She wanted to find out, and just took a step forward. A deafening sound rang in his ears, which was the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. Looking ahead, the cave has collapsed. The ceiling above fell down, and Song Yi pulled her back. The remaining cave is tapered, and part of it is made of reinforced concrete. Now the stone slabs were smashed down directly. The place they were in was not safe, and the surrounding area was crumbling. It is impossible to rush out. Song Yi pulled her and retreated to the end, where he had already touched Kai Kaiyang in the corner. When the stone slab in front fell and hit his feet, Song Yi suddenly ran to the side. Quick! The two groups of people behind followed closely. The hut on the side is already dilapidated. He quickly got under the bed, opened a manhole cover, and got down sideways. Jiang Yuan, hurry up. The bed was probably only 40 to 50 centimeters high, so how could she get in there? But if you don't go in, there is no other way. Lie down and come in a moment. Song Yi seemed to notice her scruples and shouted. That's right. It's much more convenient. It's not that she's being pretentious. It's really impossible to go down straight, unless her upper body is broken. Then, Shaoling said, Jingjing down. This area has also fallen. The roof of the shed has fallen down a long time ago, so the rest is not a big problem. Finally, everyone came in, sitting in the hole underneath, breathing heavily. Everyone was wet from the rain, and the hailstones made their bodies turn red even after being hit. Oh, uncle, aunt, and sister Mian Mian? Taiyang put Fan Qing on the ground and started asking. Damn you for forgetting them. It's okay. There were too many people just now. I asked my parents to go back to the corridor a long time ago. It should be safe now. Chapter 350 Rebirth Ability. In fact, many people chose to retreat just now. Retreat to the corridor where you came from, and start when the young commander and others come. Now, what should we do? Song Yi didn't say anything. He took out a towel from his backpack and handed it to Jiang Yuan. Her hair was all wet, and she would get sick if she didn't dry it. Jiang Yuan looked at Jingjing next to her, feeling helpless and raising her knife. The towel was divided into two, and half was handed to Shaoling. Wipe the baby too. Hey. Thank you. Thank you. In addition to Jiang Yuan, Song Yi is also grateful. Fine. Jiang Yuan didn't want to say anything more. The current situation was really not what she expected. Previously, Song Yi said that after the storm, there would be an earthquake. She always thought that the most dangerous thing was an earthquake, but she didn't expect that a tornado would come. The little one was injured just now, and his hind legs were bleeding. Song Yi was treating it. It's not necessarily safe here. If we can't, we still have to find a way to go into the corridor. Her proposal was unanimously approved by everyone. Quickly tidy up. Jiang Yuan is going to go out and take a look first. What are you doing? Let's go to the corridor. I'll explore the way first. Here. Song Yi pointed at the wall behind her, and she realized that there was also a connection here. That would be great. It would save a lot of trouble, and there would be no need for trouble. Song Yi, the old leader is still up there. Do you want him? She asked tentatively as a reminder. Just in case he forgot. Need not. Well, consider her redundant. The door lock here was the same as before, and Jiang Yuan quickly opened it. Kaiyang gave a thumbs up, thinking that her skills were getting better and better. Here, Song Yi also took care of the little one. It hurts the leg and is not very convenient. Now, they must find a place to stay. Otherwise, they will not have any rest. When we reached the corridor, the buzzing in our ears suddenly decreased. The situation outside is definitely not going to be good. I found a stone cave on the right side. It was safe and had a lot of things inside. But there is only suite 2, with a lounge on each side. There are mostly non-staple foods here. But there are no grains, oils, rice or noodles. Let's settle here first, and we'll talk about the rest later. That's good. I'm going to look for my parents. If you go through the corridor at the back, it shouldn't be far. Jiang Yuan yelled. Haha. I have to find an excuse to leave. It's too difficult for her. I will go with you. No. You should stay and take care of the little one. Look how pitiful he is, Jiang Yuan said and glanced at the dog. Then, prepare to run away. As soon as she opened the lock on the opposite side, Song Yi stood behind her. Didn't I say that I don't need to accompany you? You should go back quickly, he said, urging him a little impatiently. It's okay. I'm more worried about you. Come on. Who wants him to worry? It's really troublesome. It's really okay. Just leave me alone. Song Yi still insisted again and again that Jiang Yuan had no choice but to wait and see what happened. It's just a matter of letting a few people out. It's not that troublesome. The two of them had just walked for 5 minutes when they encountered another cave. This time it was on the left, which meant it was dangerous. Song Yi opened the door himself and asked her to stand guard. After entering, I looked around for a long time, but there was no one there. It's strange. There is plenty of room here. Could it be that all these people have run away? Maybe he was taken away. Don't think about it so much. Just get busy. This sentence confused Jiang Yuan. What are you busy with? My parents are not here either. Let's go quickly. Jiang Yuan. Song Yi looked at her with seriousness on his face. What? I've seen it all. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan was shocked. What do you mean? On the surface, it was still calm. But in my heart, I was silently on guard. Just now you disappeared out of thin air and appeared out of thin air. I saw it. And before. Many times. Damn it. How careless I was. Jiang Yuan was annoyed and didn't want to mess around anymore. So she took 2 steps back. He looked at the person in front of him warily and said in a bad tone, What do you want? I don't think so. I can probably guess your special power. Don't worry. I will only protect you. Bah. I believe you. You are a ghost. Please stay away from me. Under normal circumstances, she would have drawn her sword long ago. But now, he is just preparing to escape. It's true. Maybe everyone who is reborn will be a little different. What do you mean? So, what's different about you? Song Yi knew she would ask and didn't hide it. I don't know. I won't be tired or sleepy. Does that count? What the HL? What is this? Is a tireless body considered a benefit of rebirth? In the novels I read before, there were all kinds of weird powers. The kind that could swallow water and breathe fire. Why did he get here? He just didn't know how tired he was. It is said to be a benefit, but it always feels so useless. Don't be like this. We are the same kind of people, and we should help each other. Jiang Yuan looked at him with real eyes. Indeed, he has been helping her since they met. Grandma Yi said before that space is owned by others and cannot be taken away by others. If Song Yi is interested in her, it's best to protect her. If you are in a good mood, you can take him in and take shelter. Okay, I understand. In this case, there is nothing to pretend. Anyway, you can't take away my things, but your things are different. Her words were full of threats, nonsense, and a tireless body. That must be special. If it were in a normal society, they would probably be caught and studied. Now, if some powerful people knew about it, it would probably be a big deal. Maybe drinking his blood will keep you energetic and prolong your life. Song Yi rubbed his eyebrows. Jiang Yuan was now like a little fox about to explode, which made him feel itchy. Yes, so you don't have to worry. Having said that, you still have to guard against what you should guard against. However, there is no need to waste the materials in front of us. Jiang Yuan went in thoughtfully, chose a designated location, and told everyone not to get close. Then she started various 0 yuan purchases and put away all the things inside. She really couldn't describe the feeling of satisfaction and fulfillment. Song Yi, why are you trying to help me like this? Now it seems that every pile of piles seems to have a purpose. If I say that if there is an emergency in the future, I want you to give me a bite to eat. Is that okay? Is that all? Jiang Yuan looked at him with stern eyes. Chapter 351, there is one more person in the space. As if to see through him. As long as Song Yi lies, he will be killed in the next second. Yes, I swear. He wants to say. He still wants you. But you don't agree. So what else can he do? Oh, he is so difficult. Okay. But ours is a superpower. Don't call it a special function from now on. It sounds too fantasy. However, there is no difference between the two. Okay. It's up to you. Song Yi did not dare to refute. Under his leadership, Jiang Yuan walked through all the caves inside. There are 20 caves with supplies in total. Except for the one she had done before. The remaining dozen were all patronized by them. There were very few people in the dangerous cave. I don't know if they escaped or what. Anyway, things are looking good. There were also some people in this corridor, estimated to be about 20, who were the group of people who were with them just now and escaped in. Song Yi, do you think your old leader and the young commander are still alive? It doesn't matter. Jiang Yuan needs to clean up. We will set off early tomorrow morning. Where to go? Moonban Lake? Yes. If I remember correctly, 3 days later, the earthquake will occur. We can't delay. We have to do it as soon as possible. Hearing this, she nodded, but she was still a little worried. Are you sure? We can go into the mountain. I always feel that it is probably more dangerous inside than outside. Especially in the event of an earthquake. There may be other disasters on the mountain. Moreover, the more stones there are, the greater the risk factor. There is no other way. We have to try. Mochi and the others have already passed. And they will definitely leave marks along the way. As long as we follow their marks, there will be no problem. Okay. Then I'll go back today and study that place again. I have always said that I would check it out. But in this situation, there is no way to do it. I am too busy. Let's go back first. And then you can find an excuse to stay outside. How about I help you smooth things over? To be honest, it's not that good. Now she has a way out. Even if you don't leave, you can still live a nourishing life. However, for the sake of the future, I still nodded and agreed. A pleasure to work with. She didn't know what Song Yi said when she went back. Anyway, she arrived at the door of the cave and entered the space directly. Jiang Xingji was almost crazy with work. And she was also surprised when she saw so many things in front of her. Put together, there are really many. He almost hit her precious sweet potato patch. Damn! Mom! As soon as Xiaonuan saw her, she immediately ran over. The little girl was frightened. Although she had been obedient, she would inevitably miss her mother. Yuan, you are back. How is it outside? It's okay. Mom, how is your leg? Just apply the medicine and it'll be fine. How could it be okay? It's already swollen so high. Sister Yuan. Yi Mian looked at her uncomfortably, hesitating to speak. I'll tell you later. She ran over quickly. Jiang Xingji had not been idle since he came back. Take care of the other three, and now see things are not increasing. I'm going to use an electric tricycle to transport it there, and put everything in place. Daughter, there are so many things. But they haven't been packed over there yet. Even though he said this, he couldn't close his mouth from ear to ear. Dad, don't worry about this. You can take your time to take care of it. I have something to say. Come here quickly. Hey. Good. Without saying anything, Jiang Xingji patted the dirt on his body and hurried over. Listen to me. Let's clean up quickly and have some food. I'll go to the cave to rest later. You know what to say. In addition, we may have to rush to the mountains tomorrow. So we need to prepare some things. As he said that, he took out a bottle of medicinal wine. Mom, just rub this on. It's a special medicine. It'll heal quickly. Good. Qin Yu took it. Although she knew it was a special medicine, it couldn't be cured in one night. Mian, come in with me. Yi Mian bit her lip and nodded. As soon as she entered the living room, Jiang Yuan sat on the sofa. She was a little cautious, but she still sat down. Sister Yuan, tell me quickly. What's going on? How come we are here suddenly? Why do I feel like I am dreaming? Her expression was very anxious, and she seemed to be really curious. Mian, don't worry. Eat a tomato first. This is what Xiaonuan brought over. Tomatoes and cucumbers. There are no fruits in the space now, so these are eaten by them as fruits. Mian, this matter actually has something to do with you. With me. Yes. Jiang Yuan briefly told her about the space. But the girl was a little overwhelmed. So, Grandma is the guardian of space. And I should be the next one. If I don't find the master. Yes. She thought it was best not to hide it now. But she didn't mention a word about the unfortunate things that happened because of her identity. No wonder. She began to recall. Then looked up at Jiang Yuan. My nanny asked me to try it before. But unfortunately it didn't work. I was still wondering why I had to cut my finger. This was actually the reason. Sister Yuan. No wonder I feel very friendly when I see you. At the same time, she also understood why Grandma told her to listen to Jiang Yuan. They are all paving the way for her future. Her grandma is the best grandma in the world. If she hadn't been obedient and saved Shanwan this time, she probably wouldn't have been brought in by Jiang Yuan. That's probably it. Now you are also one of us. So you have to keep it a secret. After hearing the advice, she immediately expressed her stance. Sister Yuan, don't worry. I will definitely do it. Grandma told me before that I have to listen to you in everything. And I think she means the same thing. No matter what others think. Yi Mian will only recognize Jiang Yuan from now on. Okay, Mian, I have to tell you about this. You have to understand the principle that even if a man is innocent, he will be guilty if he carries a jade. Now that we have this thing, it is easier to be remembered. Sister Yuan, I understand and I won't talk nonsense. Despite her repeated assurances, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but say a few more words. There are also Kaiyang and others who need to be on guard. Although everyone has always been together. But now that their lives are at stake, they dare not gamble on human nature. Yi Mian naturally understood that they were well protected. But she also knew what was going on outside. During the extremely cold weather, it was common for food to be exchanged for food. If she couldn't figure it out anymore, she would be sorry for Jiang Yuan's trust. Yuan, come over and eat quickly. Qin Yu shouted. And just as she had finished speaking, she helped Yi Mian to the restaurant. Chapter 352 Fan wakes up. It was already 9 o'clock when they came out. At this time, you should sleep. Xiaoling was very happy to see them and greeted them quickly. Auntie, Mian, are you okay? I've made a mattress. Come here and have a rest. There is a spring bed inside, and Fan Qing is currently lying on it. Okay, thank you very much. Sonny brought the bedding back. Otherwise, there would be no way for so many people to rest. As for children, we need to think more comprehensively. How's Qingqing doing? Kaiyang spread a mattress beside the bed to make it easier to take care of her. I don't know. My breathing is steady. I also changed her medicine. But I don't know when she will be better. Don't worry. Just take your time. Sonny also took a new look at Yi Mian's arm and found that there was nothing wrong with it. Jiang Yuan was afraid of being bumped when there was a bump behind. There was nothing serious now. And she was relieved. After tidying up, everyone is ready to rest. There is food inside, and those outside have also eaten. Everyone is in the ear hole on the side. Sonny is in the hall. He has to be on duty. After everyone fell asleep, Jiang Yuan quietly came to find her. What time will we leave tomorrow? 9 o'clock. Okay. You go and take a rest. I'll watch over here. Sonny seemed to be in a good mood and motioned for her to sit down. But Jiang Yuan was not polite either. Walked over and sat next to him. Jiang Yuan, there may be many dangers tomorrow. Thank you for choosing to believe me. He looked ahead, seeming very melancholy. No matter how difficult it is, we have to get through it. We have already experienced so much. What more is left to do? We all have to live well and wait until the day when spring comes and the flowers bloom. Right. Sonny turned his head and looked over, smiling knowingly, showing his white teeth. Yes. Wait until the day when spring comes and the flowers bloom. The two looked at each other, filled with hope for the future. Jiang Yuan did not accompany him here, but went to space. She wanted to know about the half-moon lake. All the maps were in space. There were some things that were inconvenient to take out, so she looked at them herself. However, there is no such place. In some undeveloped areas, satellite cloud images can be seen, but there are no specific landmarks. Occasionally I saw one. It was just a peak. Jiang Yuan has been in Shishir for so many years, and has met many local people, especially Lao Shaner. His awe for the Qinling Mountains is particularly clear. The 800 miles of Qinchuan is the pride of the locals, and an area where outsiders are prohibited from setting foot. There are too many secrets in the ancient capital of the 13 dynasties. The most famous thing is the tombs. Numerous large and small. Since there was no result, she stopped reading, and her eyes were a little sore. He hasn't had a good rest in the past 2 days. In this way, Song Yi's characteristics are not bad. At least, without taking a break, you won't feel tired either. Which is great. Ching ching. Ching ching. Hearing Kaiyang's cry, Jiang Yuan hurried out, and Song Yi had already passed by. At this time, everyone sat up and greeted each other beside the bed. Fan Qing was still very weak, so Xiaoling went to get hot water and gave her a little drink. I'm fine. Thank you. This time, I thought I was going to die. The happiest person was Kaiyang. He took Fan Qing's hand and put it on his face. Ching ching. It's okay. Dr. Li is dead. There won't be such perverted people in the future. Kaiyang. What are you doing? Put it down immediately. Jiang Yuan was really speechless. And the boy didn't even look at Fan Qing's wrist, which was still injured. Oh, I'm sorry. Ching ching. I hurt you. He quickly put it down, and then checked it carefully before feeling relieved. Fan Qing was very weak, and fell asleep again after a while. I haven't asked them about the specific situation at that time. Now that they are all up, let's ask. Song Yi, Jiang Yuan, Jiang Xingji and Kai Yang all went outside. What happened is this. We were resting there, and suddenly a lot of people came and insisted on letting us go. At first, because the group of people were all wearing official clothes, no one paid much attention. However, when I got there later, I saw the person on the bed and the crazy Dr. Li. Everyone was startled, and when they wanted to escape, it was already too late. Jiang Xingji sighed and agreed. Yes, the situation was very serious at that time. We wanted to leave, but there were people behind us. The doctor was not a good one, so he immediately found a few people and saw those people on the display bed. Many female comrades were frightened to tears. Yeah, he knew me and Ching Ching, so he pulled us over. He also became the first batch of injured mice. He pointed at those people and talked about his achievements. I want to save Ching Ching, but there is no way. Seeing her blaming herself, Yi Mianmian felt a little uncomfortable. Kaiyang, don't be like this. You were held down at that time, and there was nothing you could do about it. We were also frightened at the time, and did not go to rescue anyone. I wonder if Ching Ching would blame me. Zhang Kaiyang reacted instantly. Not angry, but a little confused. Sister Mianmian, that doctor has also seen you. Why didn't she take you out? Forehead. Why does this sound so uncomfortable? However, she still chose to forgive him temporarily, because this boy was heartless to begin with. Since Fan Qing was indeed injured, he didn't care about it. Sister Yuan told me before that I shouldn't be too beautiful, so I painted myself gray. He doesn't know him. That's normal. Yi Mianmian is a beauty blogger, so changing her appearance is really a piece of cake. However, what happened next was really beyond expectations. Did you know that the doctor actually dug out a man's eyes? I was almost scared to death because the man stared at him. This doctor is a devil. Jiang Yuan and the others had also seen that person when they passed by. He's not a doctor. He's just making a statement. No normal person would do that kind of thing. If you think about it carefully, it is indeed terrifying. The character of Dr. Li is definitely very extreme. It's just that it's too easy to die. You should be cut into pieces to relieve your hatred. Thankfully you came here in time. Otherwise, we would have finished playing together. Kai Yang sighed. Now that Fan Qing had been rescued, he was in a much better mood. Jiang Yuan raised her head and glanced at Song Yi. If he didn't know the place, was familiar with the terrain, and could make timely judgments, something was really going to go wrong. If her parents and daughter were gone, she really didn't dare think about what would happen to her. Thinking of this, I felt a little grateful. Song Yi was fine. He told everyone about their departure tomorrow and asked everyone to go back and rest. Chapter 353 Three Bears. The next day, everyone got up at 8 o'clock, had something to eat, and were ready to go. Song Yi specifically asked Jiang Yuan to stop, and when everyone arrived at the corridor, she took away the remaining things without leaving any behind. In the future, there should be no such opportunity. Alas, we must cherish it. When she went over to join them, the corridor was actually full of people. She hurried forward, thinking something had happened. Song Yi looked ahead, frowning. Sister Yuan, these people want to go with us. Yi Mianmian explained to her in a low voice that these were all people who had escaped from the tornado before. Jiang Yuan forgot to ask Song Yi if he wanted to see the scene again. His old leader, Yum Commander, and Sister Chun are all over there. If you don't die, you'll be in big trouble. However, Song-yi didn't say anything before, so he probably didn't care much. In that case, if you don't die at the time, you will freeze to death later. Let's talk about it later when we have a chance. We don't know what the future holds. If you stay here, there may be a shelter. Following us may not be the right way out. Brother, just let us follow you. Brothers can all see that you are capable. If we stay here, we will die. So just take us with you. After saying that, he actually knelt down. There were 20 or 30 people. This kind of scene was a bit unacceptable. Jiang Yuan didn't know what to do. She looked at Song-yi, looking forward to his answer. The result is that everyone is on the road together. Humans are social animals. At this time, a capable leader is most needed. Obviously, Song-yi meets all of them. The wind outside is much lighter. After the tornado passed through, it was indeed the end. However, the wind is still there. Everyone got dressed and went out. The sun was actually a bit dazzling, and Jiang Yuan seemed to have not been out for a long time. Everyone feels this way, and their moods are different. Song-yi pointed to the front and needed to go from the southernmost side. We have to go into the mountains today and find a place to rest before dark. Otherwise it will be very troublesome. However, the reality is more serious. The ground was dilapidated and everything was there. Walking through it is also a test. Everyone supported each other. Jiang Yuan thought for a moment and signaled to Song-yi. She walked at the back. There are quite a lot of injured among them. It's more like a company of wounded soldiers. It was already an hour later when we finally arrived at the south gate. Everyone is ready, and it's time to go up the mountain. To the south of Changming village, there is a small road that leads directly to the mountains next to it. The map left by senior sister starts from here. Several people had just arrived at the bottom of the mountain, and were shocked by the sight before them before they even started to go in. There are many pine trees on the mountain opposite. Surprisingly, most of them were safe and sound, covered with thick snow. The road underneath looks much better. However, the uphill slope is full of ice, which is also a great test. Everyone, look for something like a branch now. Not too thin. I'll help you stand up later, Song-yi said low, and the people behind him took action. Most were men, with only a few women and children. Jiang Yuan doesn't need it. She has a lot of them in her space, including hiking poles. Take it out and share it with everyone. And that's it. Mom, how are your feet? How about I send you in? It's okay. Girl, don't be too nervous. I can persist. There are so many people. So don't talk nonsense. Qin Yu was afraid that someone with intentions would hear her and hurt Jiang Yuan. She sighed, a little sad, and quickly found Yuban Lake so that everyone could live a normal life for a few days. Ah, bear, someone in front exclaimed. Jiang Yuan quickly looked over. What a bear. It's really a bear. It was so scary. I just ran towards someone. With a wave of his palm. That person was actually knocked away several meters away. Song-yi quickly waved his hand and fired his sleeve arrows. Hide quickly. Everyone was in a state of panic. Without saying a word, Jiang Yuan pulled everyone behind the big tree and sent them directly into the space. She put her tank down on her back and went over with a gun. There are 3 bears here, and they have injured several people. Although I don't know where it came from. It is really fierce. Jiang Yuan thought about what happened at night. There was really no way to confirm whether it was a group of bears. After taking aim, she shot directly at the nearest bear. As a result, they were moving and didn't hit at all. Taking advantage of the moment of confusion, she quickly took another shot. Yeah! This time she was hit directly. And she was a little excited. The bear suddenly changed direction and ran towards her. Damn! He's still a vengeful person. Jiang Yuan ran away, planning to go behind a nearby tree and directly enter the space to save her life. Just after running 2 steps, gunfire rang out again from behind, as well as the deafening roar of a bear. She must have been in great pain. When she turned around, it was Song-yi who fired. One after another. The bear was already angry. He ran back 2 steps and then came back. Then, he fell to the ground. The first one was solved like this. And Kyong over there was not to be outdone. He was always by his side, and never idle. Facing another bear, he launched a fierce attack. The situation is quite chaotic now. And people who reacted also joined the fight. With everyone working together, The passive situation was instantly reversed. Among them, Song Yi's marksmanship is the most accurate and the most powerful. Soon, all three bears were solved. The morale was greatly boosted. No one expected that they could defeat Blind Bear. Brother Song, what should I do with this bear? How about we eat it? We are so fat and strong. The person who said this was called Lu'er, and he was very excited all the time. Let's take a look at the injured person first. We'll talk about this later. Okay. This time, 2 of them were dead and 3 more were injured. After a simple bandage, everyone felt a little depressed. I encountered this situation right after I left home. If I really arrived at Yuban Lake, there might not be much danger. Song Yi also noticed it and asked everyone to take care of the bears. As you can see, it's really dangerous. If you are scared, go back quickly. You can take the bear with you and treat it as food rations. After he said this, the person who had been hesitating before actually stopped moving. Lu'er was even more excited. Brother Song, what are you talking about? If this big bear runs down, how can we beat it? With this reminder, the group of people came back to their senses. Yes, this bear came down the mountain just to find food. They are already here. If they hadn't run into them today, they would have gone to Changming village. Everyone here knew about the bear quarrel a few days ago, and they all withered. Chapter 354 Borrowing Food. Brother Lu, I know what you mean. The road ahead is dangerous, and we may not succeed. So what? At least we fought for it. If any of you want to leave, just leave quickly. Brother Song, I will definitely go with you. He had an awe-inspiring feeling, as if he were going to the guillotine. Xiaoma also came over and kept echoing. That's right. Brother Song, we all have to go with you, regardless of others. Among these people, he is an old acquaintance. Song Yi just nodded and said nothing. He really doesn't want to lead this group of people. The more people there are, the bigger the target, and the more dangerous it is. Jiang Yuan wondered, shouldn't there be impassioned agitation here? This is the end. Brother Song, what should we do with these 3 bears? Find some firewood, light a torch, and take care of these 3. Okay. Lu'er left in response and began to greet the remaining people and help clean up. With such heavy things, it is natural to clean out some useless ones. Either carrying it up the mountain is cumbersome. Those people were indeed very happy. This was a shameful thing, and they just had to run around in circles. Jiang Yuan didn't say anything more, found a hidden place and entered the space. Jiang Xingji walked around in a hurry. When he saw her coming back, he quickly asked about the specific situation. She said everything one by one. Not in a hurry. Let's just clean up. We have to show our faces. Good. People are so busy that they feel like they were killing the New Year pig when they were children. No one paid any attention to them. Even Xiaoling took Jingjing over to watch the fun. With everything sorted out, it was already noon. If we don't hurry up, we probably won't be able to go very far today. Everyone started walking up the mountain with the help of wooden sticks or something. Her parents, including Yu Mianmian and Xiaowan, all wore non-slip shoes, so she didn't have to worry too much. Xiaowan, in particular, wouldn't let her hug him and just followed him on the ground. Their speed was very slow, and if I remember correctly, there was another village nearby. Or it can't be called a village. There are only a few houses, and it was photographed by netizens using drones. She didn't know the specific situation. The road up the mountain was more difficult, and they rested several times. It was around 4 o'clock when I finally saw the house. This should be a ravine, with mountains stretching to the left and right behind it. The terrain is relatively broad, and the hole is fan-shaped, extending downward. Look, there is a house. Lu'er was the first to get excited, feeling that his character was very similar to Kai Yang. However, at the moment, he is busy taking care of Fan Qing, who is also one of the older 2. Go up and have a look. This place is also included in the map left by the senior sister. The excited young man had already run up there. The people behind followed him slowly and unhurriedly. When they arrived, they had already gone to a few houses behind. The situation here is not very serious. There are big trees around, the kind that are very thick and very old. It can't be said to block out the sky and the sun, but it's almost enough. Brother Song, no one lives here. It seems to have been abandoned for a long time. It's the one above. There are 2 old men who are already hard. Good guy. He was probably freezing to death. And Jiang Yuan's heart instantly sank. Find a relatively complete house and let's settle in first. As for the two old men, find a place to bury them. Okay. Lu Er went over excitedly. And finally everyone chose the house in the middle. This village only consists of 4 or 5 families. 2 old people lived at the top and were buried in the yard. There were a lot of farm tools and other things in his house. And they were all taken out. Jiang Yuan didn't go there. There should be someone living in this house here. But no one knows where they are. There are 5 rooms in the main room and 3 rooms on the left and right side. Although it is simple, it is actually crooked and not blown over. Xiaoma found a lot of dry firewood inside and was very excited. After greeting people, a fire was set up directly in the main room. Sonny approached Jiang Yuan, found a place where no one was around, and stopped talking. If you have anything to say, just say it. Don't be like this. Yes, I was thinking. There are pots and stoves here. Can I borrow some food? Jiang Yuan tightly covered her wrist. This man actually wanted to get her food. Seeing the cautious look on her face, Sonny immediately explained, I think we can set off after everyone is full, so I can make some dry food today. The corner of Jiang Yuan's mouth twitched. Logically speaking, she really should give him this food. Sonny collected it with her, and they also put in a lot of hard work. However, she belongs to Pichio and can only go in and out. Sonny, there are so many people. How much do you want me to take out? 20 kilograms of rice and 20 kilograms of noodles are definitely enough. Good guy. He really dares to ask for it. Yes, but let's make a deal first. I'll give it to you this time. And you don't have to think about it again in the future. Even when you are about to starve to death. Don't ask me to reach out. So heartless. He actually smiled. And Jiang Yuan glared at him. So, make your own choice. She left some room, and it depends on how this person chooses. Okay. Trust me. You must leave enough food rations this time. To strive for the day after tomorrow. You must go to Yubin Lake. Because after the day after tomorrow, the earthquake will begin. This little food is not a lot for her. Now that he had made his choice, he took it out. 2 people came down from the front and brought some seasonings from the kitchen of that house. Songy was carrying rice and noodles. The people below saw him and hurriedly came over to greet him. Brother Song, did you find something good? As he said that, he reached out to help. He was not polite. Rice and white flour. Wow, there is actually food. We went to look for it just now, but we didn't find it. In the dark kitchen, Songy didn't say much. One explanation was enough to give him face. With the food, everyone became excited. Everyone got busy, making fire and making ice. In addition, the lesbians went to make noodles on their own initiative. Songy said that they would make them into steamed buns and take them on the road. There was also a group of people who packed up the meat they got in the morning, tied it with wooden sticks, and roasted it on the fire. For a while, it was enjoyable. It seemed like they were here for a vacation rather than an escape. The kitchen is very fast, and the rice is cooked on a wood-burning stove. You can also drink some rice soup, which is very similar to the feeling when you were a child. Qin Yu is also in this team, and is the main force. Jiang Yuan was the first to drink rice soup. The taste was mellow and natural. She narrowed her eyes happily. The rest of the people also came over and gathered around the pot, praising him all the time. Oh, I feel like the sky is shaking. I feel dizzy. Chapter 355. There is no half-moon lake. Ha! I'm drunk even if I didn't drink. No. I feel a little dizzy too. Another person echoed that there was nothing in the kitchen. But it did shake slightly. Jiang Yuan also felt it. As if she was sitting on the bed, with someone shaking her legs next to her. However, the symptoms of tinnitus are very similar to the feeling of flying. No. It might be an earthquake. Everyone hurried to the yard. Everyone was stunned and ran out as if running away. Songy, was there an earthquake? Even though it was obvious, she still wanted a definite answer. It should be. Don't be nervous. It seems that this earthquake is not the most important place. The source of the earthquake should be quite far away. We felt the earthquake. In my previous life, there was no such thing. Why do I feel like some things have gone off the rails? Yes. Don't worry. Everyone, let's wake up a little bit. It's not necessarily what happened now. Lu Er also comforted them, as some people's emotions were close to collapse. How could something be so troublesome? There was an earthquake again. Jiang Yuan was also afraid that Songy might have remembered the wrong date, which would be really scary. Maybe they wouldn't be able to reach Yuban Lake. So they would just stay here. 10 minutes later. Everything calmed down. If the nausea wasn't still there, she would have thought it was just a dream. The rest of the people will feel more or less like motion sickness. Okay. Everyone. Be vigilant and go cook quickly. Song Yi didn't want to say more and arranged for some men to take turns on duty at night. Jiang Yuan also wanted to help in the kitchen. But Zhang Kaiyang suddenly stopped her. Sister Yuan. Qingqing said there is something I want to tell you. Okay. I'll come right away. Although Yi Mianmian was injured, she was still there to help. She called Shan Wan over. Qin Yu and the others probably didn't have time to look after the children, so they happened to be with her. At the end of the day, a bowl of rice soup was served. Fan Qing was lying on a bed in the outer room of the bedroom, with a Kong sleeping inside. The 3 injured ones were there, and they were separated because they were all men. Kai Yang also lit a fire here, and it was quite warm. Qingqing, are you feeling better? I'll give you this bowl of rice soup. It's still warm. Fan Qing had already propped himself up and sat up. Kaiyang took the pillow from the owner of the house and put it behind her. Thank you, Sister Yuan. She took it but didn't drink it. Sister Yuan, I remembered something and I must tell you. In fact, she should tell Song Yi, but she just felt it was inconvenient. What's wrong? Qingqing, tell me. Sister Yuan, I think this earthquake is not a small matter. We have to act quickly now. If they are all connected, it will be inevitable here. It turns out that this is what happened. Jiang Yuan already knew it in her heart. Qingqing, don't worry. We'll leave early tomorrow morning. But if there is really an earthquake, going into the mountains is not a good choice. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. But Song Yi said that there is a place inside the mountain with a very flat and large terrain. There are no buildings around, so we are not afraid even if there is an earthquake. Jiang Yuan explained that the matter was too fantasy, and she couldn't explain it clearly. Sister Yuan, don't you believe what happened to Yuban Lake? Hearing this, her eyebrows jumped. Absolutely no one told Fan Qing about this matter. How did she know about it? Qingqing, what are you talking about? Fan Qing looked into her eyes, and Jiang Yuan felt guilty. But she didn't show it. Sister Yuan, please don't hide it from me. As he said that, he picked up the rice soup next to him and drank it in one gulp. If you don't drink it, it will get cold. Can't it be wasted? Do you remember the first time I went to see the doctor? Well, that day you said you wanted me to leave first. Wait a minute. Does this matter have something to do with Dr. Li? Seeing the confusion on her face, Fan Qing nodded decisively. Yes. That day I wanted to introduce myself. It happened that the guards were changing, so I went straight in. Dr. Li seemed to be angry with others, and mentioned things like going up the mountain, earthquakes, and Moonban Lake. I didn't understand what it meant at the time, and didn't ask any more questions. In the past 2 days, we have been going up the mountain, and I have some doubts. It wasn't until the earthquake just now that I realized what happened. Sister Yuan, there is no such place as Yuban Lake. At that time, we had no conflicts with Dr. Li, and he would not let me hear it on purpose. So this is all. So, they have sent people there a long time ago. Right? It should be that there is another person inside. I don't know who it is. Anyway, he was quite angry at the time, and kept saying that he was teasing him. As for the specific situation, I don't know. Jiang Yuan nodded. Song Yi said before that he deliberately revealed the news. It is normal for someone like an old leader or young commander to send someone to look for them. Then why isn't it? Could it be that Song Yi's senior sister remembered it wrong? Also, Mo Chi and the others also passed by. Does that mean that no one had gone there before? Or maybe I found the wrong way and found someone new. For a moment, she couldn't figure it out. Qingqing, don't think too much. It is true that there is a half-moon lake. However, we don't believe much. But now, we have nowhere else to go. I understand your worries. I'll talk to Song Yi later and see what his attitude is. The degree of trust that people from Lushan Yayuan have in Song Yi can be seen. Well, Sister Yuan, let's discuss it. This was a big deal. And she kept her promise and went directly to find Song Yi. No. Well, that's what Fan Qing said. I don't know whether it's true or not. After all, she only heard what Dr. Li said. It shouldn't be. There is no need for senior sister to lie. And she is a very powerful person. So it is normal for her to know this. It's okay. Let's continue. If it really doesn't happen, Emochi, and the others won't be sent out. Well, I think so too. I guess they haven't given up on this matter. While the two were talking, Kai Yang ran over. Brother Song? Sister Yuan? What's up, Kai Yang? Is something wrong with Qing Qing? He has been hanging around Fan Qing recently, especially after he was injured. And he has been almost inseparable. No. Brother Song and Sister Yuan. I came here to talk to you. How should we go? Or how to go? If it is clear, just use it as a reference, and it will be okay. The two looked at each other, and then looked over at the same time. Kai Yang. Is this your intention or Qing Qing's intention? Hearing this, he scratched his head, and knew that he couldn't hide it from Jiang Yuan. Sister Yuan. This is what I mean. She has been worrying about gains and losses lately. I don't want this to affect your judgment. Chapter 356. The steamed buns were stolen. Kai Yang. I understand what you mean. You and Qing Qing are boyfriend and girlfriend. The closest people. We can be considered to have gone through hardships and suffered together. If you have anything to say, I'll just say it. Kai Yang looked at Jiang Yuan and touched his nose involuntarily. Sister Yuan, tell me what you have to say. This attitude was quite satisfactory to her. Kai Yang, I believe what Qing Qing just said is true. But we are not giving up, and are ready to go and have a look. Ask her if she doesn't want to go. She can stay. Her current condition is not suitable for long journeys. Don't worry. We will leave food for you. It's better to ask about this matter, just in case someone has their own ideas. Otherwise, it would seem that they deliberately refuse to let him go, which is really unnecessary. Moreover, the villages here are very suitable for living. There's no need to go back to Changming village anymore. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Sister Yuan? No. Qing Qing is definitely willing to go together. So don't worry too much. Zhang Kaiyan was a little anxious. He thought Jiang Yuan might be angry. I don't mean anything else. And those people's opinions must be respected. What's more, we are our own people. There is no such thing as a feast that never ends. We can all figure it out. No, we won't stay. Suddenly, a female voice came from behind. It was Fan Qing. Qing Qing, why did you come out? You are still injured. Can you do it? Jiang Yuan also hurried over and supported her. No matter what, they were still together now. Sister Yuan, I didn't want to leave you. I really didn't mean that. Yo, I misunderstood. Qing Qing, I know. Don't think too much. I just think your body needs to rest now. No. Fan Qing was very excited and held Jiang Yuan's hand with a very sincere attitude. If we don't stay, I can do that. Don't worry. I won't hold you back. Qing Qing, you, Sister Yuan, please don't drive us away. Well, Jiang Yuan sighed. This was not the case. In this case, there was nothing she could say. It's time to eat. Come over and eat. It just so happens that the kitchen is ready. So let's go there together. We made steamed rice and steamed buns, and everyone was beaming with joy. In addition, sitting around the fire and eating barbecue. It has not been so moist for a long time. Everyone was chatting and laughing. Of course, the most talked about was eating and the earthquake just now. Sonny didn't let everyone stay long, leaving those who were on guard duty behind. And the rest quickly went to rest. Jiang Yuan, along with the female comrades, sat around on the kong of a house above, which had been burned. The situation is better now. Although there is no one in the house, there is some dry firewood inside. There is no need to worry about heating and cooking. Early the next morning, the lesbians were awakened by a scream. Get up quickly. Something happened. Jiang Yuan shouted while getting dressed. Qin Yu is here. And Yi Mian is here. So there is no problem for Xiao Wan to stay. There were too many people on the kong. And she had a hard time sleeping yesterday. I can't even turn over. But now my whole body aches when I move. She went down to the ground first. And two young girls followed her. The sound came from the front. And the argument was still going on. Are you all dead? Why are you sleeping on duty? What do you think? What to do now? Huh? The man's voice suddenly rose. And it sounded like it was Lu Er. When Jiang Yuan came in, a large group of people were surrounding her in the kitchen. What's wrong? What happened? Song Yi saw her and walked over quickly. You woke up? Did you wake up? Jiang Yuan did not answer, but continued to ask, what's going on here? Before Song Yi could speak, Kai Yang immediately came over to complain. Sister Yuan, Half of the big steamed buns that were steamed last night are missing. Our rations were stolen by others. What? This is a big deal. A matter of life and death. How so? Yesterday, the steamed buns were steamed, and except for Xiaowan and Jingjing, no one else was allowed to eat them. All I eat is rice, because it's easier to carry. Freshly steamed buns need to be aired. I thought I would take them separately tomorrow, so I didn't pack them up. Who would have thought that it would be stolen? Humph. Who knows? Although he said this, the eyes of the group of people in the room fell on the people on night duty opposite. We really don't know. We didn't come here yesterday. I'm afraid it's not you who are guarding and stealing. Lu Er's voice was cruel, and he felt heartbroken when he thought of those big white steamed buns. These cowardly dogs are really good at eating, and they actually ate half of it. No. I swear. It's definitely not us. Looking at it, it really doesn't look like a lie. Did you see anything strange yesterday when you were on duty? Song Yi didn't let Lu Er continue to output, but asked. Now everyone knows the importance of these dry foods. It's strange. It doesn't seem to be there. We just warmed up by the fire in the main room as usual. I still remember that there was no firewood at that time. So Lu Yang went out to get firewood. The man named Lu Yang was a tall and slender man, and he was a little scared now. I went out, but I came back after carrying firewood. At that time, Brother Ma was still at the door and saw me. Yeah. I'm afraid he won't see it. So I'm right at the door, holding a torch for him to shine. As for why I didn't go with him, but at the door, that's because I'm too lazy, afraid of the cold, and don't want to go there. Then have you heard anything or seen anything? No. Several people shook their heads. This was strange. How could things disappear? In this case, there is probably an insider. But how to verify it? There is flour in her dimension. But if she tolerates it this time, there will definitely be a next time. Moreover, they are all people who want to be together. If there is a cow dung egg among them, they must be picked out. By the way, I remembered. Lu Yang suddenly shouted, and everyone looked over. What? Say it quickly. Lu Er was even more anxious than him. Looking expectantly, Lu Yang was suddenly a little confused, and his facial features were all twisted together. I don't know if it was. It was just yesterday when I came back from delivering firewood. I saw a shadow over there in the kitchen. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Lu Er was a little angry and glared at him. No. Brother Ma is here holding firewood to light me up. I thought the person next to me was a shadow. There is still fire inside. So ghosting is normal. The kitchen here happens to be next to the main room. Which makes sense, he said. Chapter 357 Two Thieves. The light outside cast the pony's figure on the window next to it. Because there are different light sources, the visual effect of ghosting is normal. However, the two shadows are different in size and degree of cohesion, as well as posture and orientation, etc. They have to be enlarged or reduced in the same proportion. If it is messy, then you can tell immediately that it belongs to two people. Lu Yang, please tell us the specific situation at that time. At that time, when I turned around, I saw the shadow of Brother Ma. It was so blurry inside that I couldn't see clearly. He didn't particularly care at the time, and what he said now basically has no reference value. What about the location? Where is it? Lu Yang scratched his head and ran to the yard. Jiang Yuan watched him stop in front of the woodshed and gestured. The shadows outside should be like this. Here. He pointed at a diagonal movement, and then went to gesture inside. Song Yi felt that there was something fishy about this, and it might not have been done by someone in the same industry. If that's the case, it's probably between 1 and 2 meters. Then this person should be standing here. As he spoke, he stood less than half a meter away from the stove. As for where this person comes from, Song Yi put a finger to his mouth, closed his eyes, and meditated for a moment. Then turned around and pointed in the northeast direction. It must be here. Why? Zhang Kaiyan was confused. If we were to judge the approximate location based on distance and light source, as long as the data was correct, it would be easy to find this point. But even if the description is not very accurate, Song Yi's eyes are not rulers. How could he lock on so quickly? It's not that he doesn't trust it. It's just that the nature of a science student makes him more rigorous, regardless of whether others understood it or not. Jiang Yuan did. Because our steamed buns are placed next to the pothead. If they come from the house on the west side, I would come here directly instead of walking a few steps and turning in a circle to get here. This is human habit. The same thing will always be picked closest. And you won't do that kind of useless work. Yes, that's what it means. Then, everyone focused on the northeast corner. They are all ordinary farmhouses. There is nothing special here. There is a door on the east side. You can go to the main room and then go north. It is a dining table and 4 chairs. Yesterday they sat here and drank rice soup. Further north, there are 2 large one tanks and an old-fashioned cupboard against the wall. It seems like there's nothing wrong with it. Songy walked quietly to the side, and the others followed. No one dared to make a sound for fear of disturbing something. Jiang Yuan also came over. She looked at Song Yi and first checked the cupboard. I even looked underneath and found nothing. Then he went to the 2 large vats at the back and thought about it carefully. In rural areas, this is normal. It is usually used to store water and pickle vegetables. In their hometown, they pickle mustard greens and sauerkraut in winter. In some places, it is used to pickle kimchi. It's not surprising to have this container. There is a lid on the 2 large tanks. It's made of sorghum stalks. I don't know how long it has been used, but the color is already a bit old. Slowly take off the top cover. There is nothing inside. The second one too. Jiang Yuan sighed, and things became confusing. Everyone was also a little disappointed inside. Forehead? Song Yi suddenly stretched out his arm. The others didn't know why, but they still looked over. I saw that there was a small black mark on the bottom of the last tank. If you look carefully, you can see that the bottom has been cut in a circle and is separated from the cylinder body. He motioned to a few people next to him to move the vat away. People came over immediately, all young and middle-aged workers. Quietly, I finished this matter. Song Yi squatted down and removed the bottom of the tank. A small cover is exposed. Is this a cellar? Everyone was alert. Kaiyang squatted down, and the 2 of them worked together to pull open the lid. There was no sound at all inside. It was dark, and except for the light shining from the hole, nothing could be seen at all. Little thief, come out quickly. I count 3. Otherwise it will be fireproof. Kai Yang is really doing a lot of damage. He is trying to drain the fire from under the cauldron, but there was still no movement down there, and he couldn't bear it anymore. There is still a fire burning in the main room. He just took a piece of firewood and threw it down. The red burning coals were surrounded by blue flames. As soon as it touched the ground, the surrounding straw stood up. Good boy. You are not afraid of anything. Just as Zhang Kaiyang finished sighing, a figure rushed out. He jumped on it and stepped on the fire, followed closely by another one. Good guy. Come up quickly. The man stamped out the fire and pointed a hatchet at Kai Yang, who was squatting on it. Bad guy. Oops. He is still a child. I was wearing too much just now, and it was hidden underneath, so I didn't even notice it. Don't get excited. Little brother. Brother is not a bad person. Come up quickly. I won't. Oops. He is still a temperamental person. Little brother. Come on. We have a fire here, but it's warm. My sister won't hurt you. Don't worry. Hearing this, he thought for a moment. Then can you give us some meat to eat? My sister wants to eat it. Good guy. The other one is actually a girl. Okay. Come on up. Zhang Kaiyang was a little speechless. It was not enough to steal the steamed buns. He actually wanted barbecue. The 2 children were doubtful, so they took the ladder next to them and slowly climbed up. Songy followed him at the exit. Oh my God! He turned out to be a boy of 13 or 14 years old. The little girl was only 11 or 12 years old. She had not grown up and had a childish look on her face. Sister, you promised me. No problem. Come over and warm up by the fire first. The 2 children followed her. Relatively speaking, the girls were more approachable. They were sitting next to the fire, and there were some small benches found in these people's homes. Songy went over and brought the meat over, and the little girl's eyes lit up instantly. This kid must have been starved for the smell of yesterday's barbecue. What are your names? Jiang Yuan handed over 2 cups of hot water and asked. My name is Chu Yi, and this is my sister Chu Lu. Okay. A pretty random name. Then where are you from and why are you hiding there? As soon as I heard him ask this, I immediately quit the job in the first year of junior high school. This is my home, and I am the owner of this house. Chapter 358 Little Guide. Forehead. This time, it was the other's turn to be dumbfounded. This is your home? What about the rest of your family? Just you 2 living here? Jiang Yuan was a little incoherent. It's not safe for two children in a place like this. A few days ago, a group of people came and they took my parents away. She said we were going to some lake. So my mother hid my sister and me in the cellar and wouldn't let us out. Yesterday, I was so hungry that I went out and got your steamed buns. Sister, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Good guy. What a polite boy. Nonsense. That steamed bun is missing at least 2 curtains. How can you two finish it? What's going on? You're not telling the truth? Taiyang had a fierce expression. And Chuyi's expression also changed. And he held the hatchet tightly. Jiang Yuan hurried over to smooth things over and glared at him fiercely. Speak properly before scaring the child. Sister Yuan, don't be fooled by them. This is not a child anymore. Normally, they should all be in junior high school. Song Yi held Kai Yang down. He wanted to say something else, but he could only shut up angrily. Sister, I didn't lie to you. I just kept some of those steamed buns. There is nothing left to eat at home. Zhang Kaiyang took a look, and then quietly backed out. Jiang Yuan didn't say anything and continued to ask. It's okay. We used your house, so we can treat it as a gift to you. By the way, what lake you were talking about just now? Is it Half Moon Lake? Yes, that's the name. I got excited on the first day of junior high school. Not because I remembered it, but just now Song Yi sprinkled some salt and pepper on the meat, and the oil sizzled, making him look straight. Jiang Yuan could clearly see that her throat rumbled in front of her. Maybe she was really hungry. Song Yi, are you okay? With that said, Song Yi took the meat off the fire and handed it to the 2 children. It's been a long time since I've eaten, and the glutton in my stomach has long since emerged. After taking it, he immediately devoured it. The 2 exchanged glances, and Song Yi stood up, picked up another piece of meat, and continued to roast it. Jiang Yuan was not idle either. She took 2 tissues and handed them over. Don't worry. Eat slowly. Chu Lu took the tissue and showed a kind smile. Sister, why did you come to our place? Forehead. Sister also wants to go to Yuban Lake. Do you know how to get there? I have no idea. Alas. Jiang Yuan felt slightly disappointed. Brother knows. Really? In the first year of junior high school? Have you been there? I went there once with my father. Sister, if you want to go, I can take you there. Real? Jiang Yuan was a little surprised. She didn't expect it to be so easy, and she met a little guide. What are your terms? Song Yi asked coldly, extinguishing all her good emotions. You helped me rescue my parents. I can see that you are different from them. When they came, they took away everything in the house. The people in the village were also taken away. If Chu Lu and I hadn't been hiding, we would have been taken away. You are very gentle and give us meat to eat. Ha ha. Let me find it. Kaiyang showed off a bag with a proud look on his face. If nothing else happened, it should contain the steamed buns that were lost yesterday. You? Despicable. Kaiyang, hurry over. Song Yi glanced at him with an unkind look, and the other person's enthusiasm instantly died down. Don't worry. As long as we have food, you will never go hungry. It's the first day of the new year. We'll leave soon. Okay. The 2 siblings looked at each other and nodded immediately. My parents have been away for several days, and they are also worried. So sooner rather than later, everyone simply tidied up, had something to eat, and then started to set off. Go to the mountains. Chuyi will lead the way. Brother Song, is this kid really good? Do we really want to believe him? Kai Yang didn't know why, but he had deep hostility towards the brother and sister. Don't worry. We have a map in hand. They don't dare to do anything bad, and he should be more anxious than us. Why? Jiang Yuan just glanced at him and went to find her mother and Xiao Wan without saying a word. Me. Brother Song. What does Sister Yuan mean? Song Yi also stood up calmly, passed by him, and patted his shoulder without saying anything. Hey, what do you mean? Because of things that happened on the 1st and 6th day of the lunar month. I was delayed a little this morning. After entering the mountain, the road was not easy to walk. It was quite difficult for everyone. But they didn't say much. If you waste time on the road, you may die. After walking for about 4 hours, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Song Yi asked everyone to rest where they were and eat some dry food. Jiang Yuan brought over compressed biscuits and gave them to Chu Lu. This one is better than the hard steamed buns. Just dry. However, when everyone set out, everyone brought a lot of water. On the first day of junior high school, how far do we have to go before we get there? Song Yi looked at the map and found that the approximate locations were consistent, which meant that the child was not causing trouble. I don't know. That time I came here with my father and uncle and walked for 3 days and 2 nights. We were hunting at that time and wanted to set traps. Good guy. That's too long. They can't hold on for that long. Jiang Yuan looked at Song Yi and didn't know what to say. Is there a shortcut we can take? No. I've only been there once. And I don't remember a lot of things. Just climb over the last mountain and then go to the right to see it. He pointed to the last mountain in front of him. It looked not far away, but it was really tiring to walk. Then why can't you go directly to the back? The straight line distance is the shortest. Do you understand? Kai Yang rolled his eyes at him. At such a young age, if you don't study hard, you are really blind. Then you can try it and see if you can go around in a roundabout way. Why? What do you mean? Okay. Kai Yang, you are an adult. Why are you talking to a child? No. Sister Yuan, don't believe him in everything. There's nothing accurate in this kid's mouth. Don't be fooled by him. In the first year of junior high school, I stopped working and stood up immediately. If you don't believe me, then don't follow us and go your own way. The two people were incompatible with each other, and Jiang Yuan was speechless. Kai Yang, what are you doing? The first grade of junior high school is now our guide. Go and see Ching Ching quickly. Don't leave her alone for too long. Snort. Snort. The two of them said something to each other, and they didn't like each other. How did they get to this point? I was really speechless. Chapter 359. There is a ghost. However, there is still no solution to the problem at hand. They want to reach Yuban Lake within 1 day tomorrow. According to the first grade of junior high school, it is impossible. However, if time does not allow, it may not be possible. First grade, I have to tell you something serious now. What's wrong? Brother? Although Song Yi was unsmiling, he still left a good impression on him. We have received the latest news that there will be an earthquake the day after tomorrow. We are here. Only by rushing to Yuban Lake can we have a glimmer of hope. This is why everyone is looking for this place. Can you understand? So, those people have the same purpose as you? Yes. If the guess is correct, that group of people should be Mochi and the others. Yes. First grade. If it's too late, we will probably all die in this earthquake. That's why everyone is so anxious. Earthquake. The boy silently thought to himself that he had also experienced the earthquake he felt 2 days ago. Brother. Sister won't lie to others. Just think of a way. I miss my parents too. If we go earlier, we can see them earlier. Chulu looked at her with a pleading look on his face. This child must really miss their parents and help them on the side. Fine. The boy agreed in one breath and gently stroked his sister's head. There is a way that can be passed, but it is very dangerous. Do you have the courage to go? Song Yi and Jiang Yuan looked at each other. Look, it really worked. Time is tight, and naturally it cannot be ignored in the afternoon. The temperature is very low at night, even lower in the mountains. Everyone held torches and moved forward, but there was really no way to leave. On the first day of the new year, he found a cave that he had been to before and asked everyone to take a rest first. The first thing is to light a fire to keep warm and grill some food at the same time. Jiang Yuan settled the first and 6 days of junior high school. Let Song Yi watch, and found a place where no one was around. Brought Mom, Yi Mianyan and Xiao Wan into the space. Dad will stay outside and help them cover. Mom, prepare yourself first and change your dressing first. Mianyan, I'm sitting in a pot of water in the kitchen. Go and take a look. After opening, throw the dumplings in. Good. Yi Mianyan injured an arm. She could do this. Jiang Yuan could make her work. And she was very happy. At least she had become one of her own. Xiao Wan is outside, helping to pick up small things. This child is really becoming more and more sensible. Jiang Yuan doesn't know what to say. However, I really don't have time to think about so many things. We have to hurry here. We have to go out after we finish. Fortunately, it's not serious. Mom, you still have to be careful and try not to strain your foot. It will be fine after the swelling goes away. Don't worry. I know how to do it. It's done here. And the dumplings are in the pot over there. What I ate was stuffed with mushrooms and cabbage. And it didn't have much flavor. Mian Mian, I'm coming. Jiang Yuan followed her mother's example and mixed the dipping ingredients to make sour soup dumplings. It's just that I didn't add onions, garlic, and coriander, just for fear that it would smell bad, and it would be bad if someone discovered it. They ate quickly, sprayed fresh breath mouthwash, and freshened up before going out. My previous excuse was to go out to the bathroom, but it did take a bit long. As soon as they sat down, Xiaoling came over. Yuan, it's cold outside. Well, it's quite cold. She smiled unnaturally, and Jiang Yuan didn't want to say more. However, the other party had no intention of letting her go. Why do I feel like you guys always go out together lately? Besides, it's so cold outside. I don't think you have cold hands or feet. Take a look at Xiao Wan's face. It's rosier than Jing Jing's. Well, there is something in the words. Please click on her. Sister Xiaoling, if you have anything to say, just say okay. It's not like we've known each other for a day and a half. There's no need. Seeing that Jiang Yuan was not giving in at all, she was still a little stunned. Yuan, don't think too much. I have no other intentions. You also know that Liang Kong is no longer here. If you have the ability, can you help me protect Jingjing? Don't worry about me, as long as the child lives. When did things become like this? Sister Xiaoling, don't worry too much. We are going to a safe place now. Just follow closely and don't fall behind, and everything will be fine. Originally, I was still a little angry, but now I don't want to worry about anything, whether it's sincere or fake. At least a mother really cares about her children. She was the same. Very touching. Okay, I know. Xiaoling was resting nearby, although she didn't continue to say anything. But Jiang Yuan knew that they must have exposed their flaws. As for what she knows, it's not clear here either. They are always in the same place, making it easier to keep track of each other's whereabouts. After a long time, I found that it was normal. However, Xiaoling was smart and just tested and didn't say much. At night, someone still needs to keep watch. Although we haven't entered the deep mountains yet, there are still some ferocious beasts and the like. There is no food now, so we have to be careful. Half asleep and half awake. A shrill scream pierced the sky. What's wrong? Jiang Yuan quickly asked, but in a commotion, no one answered her. No, we're just two people out there. Are we in danger? Lu Er was also very nervous at this time. He didn't say anything when the two brothers went out to use the toilet just now. With so many people resting in the cave, it was natural for them to pee outside. Everyone is the same. But this time it doesn't seem to be good. Help! Just when Songy and others arrived at the door, one of them came back. He rushed over all of a sudden, his face covered in blood. How are you? Songy didn't remember this person's name, so he just asked anxiously. There's a ghost. There's a ghost. The man said something and immediately fainted. Jiang Yuan also ran over and asked someone to carry the injured one over. The men held torches and prepared to go over and have a look. Xiao Ma was a little scared and didn't want everyone to pass. Brother Song, he just said there was a ghost. Otherwise, we are still in the cave. It is not safe outside. What are you waiting for? Wait for them to come and kill us all. Lu Er was a bloody person, so he directly pulled out a knife. I don't believe it. There is really a ghost here. Let's go together and see what it is. Maybe I thought there would be no problem if there were more people. But actually some people actually responded. And almost everyone stood up. This posture seems to be for a group fight. Chapter 360, Driving the Tiger Away from the Mountain. After saying that, they actually ran away. Jiang Yuan always felt that something was wrong. Why did everyone coax her out and follow her out? There are only a few lesbians left here. Sister Yuan, what do you think is going on? I don't know. Be vigilant. Jiang Yuan called everyone inside. No one was left at the entrance of the cave. Just to keep warm. This fire is also burning inside. Now, the remaining lesbians are all inside the fire. If someone comes over, there will be a fire between them. She was still secretly praising her own sanity. Someone actually came over. If you say it's a human, it's just a snowball. Because Han's whole body was surrounded by snow, and his face was covered with snow. I didn't know he thought Xiong Er's snow monster image had returned to the world. Who are you, and what do you want to do? Although Yi Minyan was scared, she still felt that she was one of her own. The one on the opposite side was not so polite and ran over directly. Not good. Jiang Yuan grabbed Yi Minyan and faced him with Tang Dao. The snow monster was also very powerful. It rolled on the ground and turned around in an instant. I went there with several children, in addition to Xianwan and Jingjing. The 1st and 6th grade students were also there. Just as Jiang Yuan was about to go over, another one rushed over from the opposite side. Xin Yu quickly pulled the 2 younger ones back. And Xiaoling was also in front of them. She was a little confused. He didn't react. He just instinctively stretched out his arms to block in front. The man didn't seem to be interested in her. He leaned forward and rushed directly under her arm. Jiang Yuan was anxious and being pestered again, so she could only deal with the situation in front of her first. But he was worried about the other side, so he was accidentally knocked to the ground by that person. Yi Minyan also took the dagger next to her at this moment. But unfortunately, it was too short and had no advantage. The man also saw that her arm was inconvenient, so he kicked her directly. She quickly ducked away, but was still touched. The bones had not grown properly, and the pain made her burst into tears instantly. Over there, people were already running towards the 2 little ones. Xin Yu took out the electric baton Jiang Yuan had given her before, but unfortunately both hands were holding the child, so she couldn't open it. The man was already there, and it was too late for her to protect him. Xiaoling also turned around and was about to fight. However, it is definitely not as fast as that person. Get out of the way! A shout surprised Jiang Yuan. The snow monster that rolled over was actually beaten by Chu Yi with a flaming stick. Just now, when no one was paying attention, he took out the biggest and thickest heel from the fire. A boy of 14 or 15 years old is surprisingly strong. He couldn't stand being slapped on the snow monster's back all at once. He temporarily gave up on the 2 younger ones and turned to deal with the teenagers here. But the stick with fire in his hand should not be underestimated. The beating was random and without any structure, and the man had no way to fight back, because he couldn't tell where he was going to hit him with the stick. You have to take care not to get burned by the fire. There were several times when I wanted to overtake him, but the 1st grader was very fast and could always take the lead at critical moments. Children who follow them to the mountains to hunt all year round are naturally different. Later, with the addition of Chu Lu Jian Xiang Shuimo, even Xiaoling came to his senses. Jiang Yuan also stood up, and this time she was fierce. Although she was technically inferior to that man, her weapons were really powerful. The Tang sword was unsheathed, and the big stick in his hand was a toy. It was chopped off in one fell swoop, and it was his face that suffered the damage. Kill! Her cry was deafening. Xin Yu also didn't expect that his delicate girl could have such explosive power. The man was defeated, and with a scream of ouch, Jiang Yuan turned back and slashed horizontally. As a result, he suffered a fatal wound on his neck. When he fell down, the winner was also revealed. Jiang Yuan. Song Yi appeared at the entrance of the cave with red eyes, looking at the people on the ground and those being beaten by a group over there. He was also frightened. Just now, when he heard the noise here, he knew that he had fallen into this group of people's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Seeing that the other party was standing well, he didn't hesitate and went directly over. Before the person on the ground could react, a kick came out of thin air, hitting him right in the chest. The whole person moved half a meter backward. Wow! So cool! On the 1st day of the year, Song Yi showed admiration in his eyes. So praise. Over there. Jiang Yuan hurried to see Yi Minyan. There was no bleeding in her arm, but my whole body felt extremely uncomfortable. Big beads of sweat fell down, and my teeth were chattering. Sister Yuan, go check on Xianwan. I'm fine. Why is everything okay? Someone is watching Xianwan. How are you? Yi Minyan endured the pain and shook his head, but it was still painful, and his face turned pale. Several men from behind also ran back, punching and kicking the snowman. Don't beat me to death. Leave me alive. Song Yi put aside these words and hurried over to see Yi Minyan's condition. It must be dislocated, and there may be some bone fractures. Now, he can only draw conclusions based on experience. Without instruments, many things cannot be verified. She took out a painkiller from her backpack and gave it to Jiang Yuan. Get some water and give it to her. This arm needs to be reworked. Good. Just as she was about to get up, a girl over there ran back. I'll go. Jiang Yuan didn't say anything. This was not the time to be polite. Yi Minyan needed her. The arm didn't grow well, and it was hit hard again, so it was a bit difficult to deal with. In addition, the conditions here are limited, so we can only deal with it simply. Song Yi was very serious, holding it inch by inch. Yi Mianyan was in so much pain that she couldn't help herself. Jiang Yuan could only persuade her from the side. It hurts a little now, to avoid becoming disabled later. Mianyan, you couldn't help it anymore. So you bit my arm. Jiang Yuan said, and rolled up her sleeves. No. Ah. She was in so much pain that she couldn't speak. It was impossible to hurt Jiang Yuan. Daughter, what are you doing? Mian Yatu. Give this to you. Jiang Xingji brought a wooden stick and placed it in front of her. Yi Mianyan couldn't wait to bite it. Yes. She was wrong for a moment. By the time it was done, it was already half an hour later. Song Yi breathed a long sigh of relief. And he also broke out in sweat because he was highly concentrated. Let Mianyan go over and take a rest. Xiaoling took a lot of clothes, which were everyone's spare, and spread them on the ground. Okay. After settling her down, he asked Qin Yu to look after her, and then touched her daughter's head. The 1st and 6th grade students were also nearby, watching. Today, thanks to the 1st grade of junior high school, I stayed calm in the face of danger, and saved everyone. Chapter 361 Torture. Jiang Yuan was really grateful. The little boy's eyes were bright, and he was very happy to be praised. As for me, sister, I also helped fight the bad guys. Not to be outdone, Chulu also joined in. The 6th grade of junior high school is also great. Together with my brother, I protect my sisters. The little girl was also very happy, and looked at the 1st year of junior high school with a proud face. It seems to be saying, look, I am also very powerful. Jiang Yuan came over and said a few words, and then went over to hug Shan Wan. The little girl has been through so much, and is still relatively calm. Song Yi was interrogating that person, and she happened to go ask. This matter is quite troublesome, and must be understood carefully. This person is obviously here for the children. And his heart is so cruel. Over there. People are already surrounded. What is going on? Please tell me quickly. Lu Er kicked him down. But the man didn't react. He took it hard and didn't say anything. 2 of them got out. 1 dead and 1 maimed. It is really unacceptable that people can lose their lives just by going to the toilet. This is different from meeting the blind bear before. It just disappeared without looking at it. Moreover, the murderer is right in front of you. But you can't do anything about him. Okay. Lu Er. Since he refuses to say anything, just kill him. Ah? Lu Er didn't react either. Wasn't it Song Yi who said he should be kept alive just now? It just so happens that we don't have anything to eat. So we just unloaded him, and gave the brothers extra food. Jiang Yuan saw the flash of fear in the man's eyes. And then he stiffened his neck and challenged him. If you dare, just kill me. Killing him directly is naturally impossible. You have harmed our brothers and must be punished. Dig out one of his eyes and feed it to him. Then, he removed his arms and legs, not letting him die and seeing himself mutilated with his own eyes. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Yuan finished speaking, the man quit immediately, holding one hand on the ground. He struggled to get up. Vicious woman. You poisonous woman. I'll kill you. Seeing that he was so arrogant and dared to scold Jiang Yuan, Song Yi kicked him on the shoulder. The man who had just sat up fell down again. That's it. Do it. Zhang Kaiyan also saw that he was trying to scare people, and immediately went over to pull them away with a loud roar. He also rolled up his arms and sleeves, showing off his temperament. Don't touch me, I said. I will say anything. The 2 looked at each other and smiled faintly. Then tell me quickly, why are you here? And why are you pretending to be a snow monster? We had no choice but to keep squatting here. Those 2 people accidentally discovered us and could only do nothing. As for the snow monsters, not at all. We are just protecting ourselves. What he said was reasonable. Jiang Yuan believed that he might really not want to play the role of a snow monster. Who are you? Where are you from? Where are you going? And what is your purpose? Tell me. Jiang Yuan looked at him fiercely. This guy had an instinctive fear of her. We were in a village on Lushan Mountain. Well, Lushan, isn't that with them? What village? Tell me clearly. Jinyo village. There was an avalanche over there. We were set out to find a place called Yuan Lake. What? Jiang Yuan had an unspeakable emotion in her heart. If she guessed correctly, this person should be Sister Chun's minion. Before, she remembered seeing a group of people coming down when she was at Lushan Yayuan. Later, they also encountered disaster and were busy fleeing. So they forgot about it. From this point of view, that group of people probably never went back. As for when Sister Chun came down, it is still unknown. Have you been to Lushanya Yuan before? Kai Yang also remembered that he was quite scared at the time. Fortunately, this group of people only went to building No. 15. How do you know? He was also shocked. These people were not simple either. You don't have to worry about this. So you are the only one left in your team? Of course not. They are all on the mountain. We came down to pick them up. Who are you picking up? The man suddenly stopped talking and his eyes became sharp. You are so anxious now because you want to go to Yuban Lake. I can tell you everything about the situation over there. As long as you let me go. Song Yi glanced at him with disdain. Are you negotiating terms with me? It's not about negotiating terms. It's about making a deal. I'm willing to tell you what you want to know. And you won't lose anything. Song Yi didn't say anything anymore. And Jiang Yuan stopped immediately. I think it's better to dig out the eyeballs first. Yes. He was so lazy that he didn't say anything useful. I guess he is just a little Kara who doesn't know anything useful. Kaiong also echoed. And sure enough, the man became anxious the next second. Forget you. We did arrive at Yuan Lake. And there is a big stockade over there. The next day, a few brothers and I came down and were responsible for staying guard along the way. Currently, there is still a group of people going up. The day before yesterday, we received a distress signal and were ready to go down the mountain. S.O.S? You guys are going down the mountain. Where are you going? Changming Village. Our boss is there. They had already set off the day before yesterday. The one who can send out the signal can only be the people inside. Thinking of Changming Village. 80%. It's Sister Chun. She actually didn't die and even sent out a distress signal. It's amazing. In that case, that's all we know. Song Yi waved his hand. And someone came over immediately and took him down. You? What did you do? Didn't you say you were going to let me go? You are dishonest. Villains. Despicable. And nasty. Kion became more energetic now. Walked up to him. And snorted coldly. Which of your ears has listened to what we said? We want to let you go. Whether you say it or not. We don't particularly care. Huh? This feeling is so good. All the grievances I suffered from that little brat are vented out. So happy. What he means is that Sister Chun is not dead. And she has sent out a distress signal. And someone has already gone to rescue her. He is only responsible for observing and clearing obstacles along the way. Song Yi nodded. But still had different opinions. It's not necessarily Sister Chun. She has a close relationship with the young commander. There is also the possibility that it belongs to him. So, it's possible that the one asking for help is the young commander, not Sister Chun. In other words, both of them are alive and waiting to go to Yuban Lake. Well, anything is possible. In fact, Jiang Yuan had always wanted to ask Song Yi about his old leader. Chapter 362 Eagle Beak Valley. If we leave like this, the old leader will probably be in trouble too. She secretly observed the man's eyes, trying to see some emotions. But the other party looked over with a joking look and gentleness. If you want to ask anything, just say it. Jiang Yuan looked at this man and always felt that he could see through people's hearts at once, which made her particularly insecure. Your old leader was very kind to you. So you asked Xiao Dian to accompany you. Why didn't I mention it later? In this case, it's better to tell the truth. Because it's him. Ah? Jiang Yuan didn't understand. It was him. What was wrong? Immediately. He reacted immediately. No way. He was the one who killed you in the end. Song Yi nodded and gave her a look that you can understand. Jiang Yuan was stunned for a moment. At this moment, there were not many people around. Some things are really inconvenient to say. But how could he be an old leader? She had doubted it before. But after Song Yi told him about the young commander, she thought it was that person. Moreover, he also asked the little one to protect his safety. But he didn't expect that this was the culprit. That day, he taught his son a lesson so righteously that Jiang Yuan wanted to clap her hands and applaud. I really can't figure out how he could. Then he let Xiaodian go over and let him discover senior sister's things. So Song Yi did it on purpose. When the old leader pretends, he also pretends. And in the end it's all about who can deceive whom. Such a big thing happened over there. And he managed to escape. Due to emotions and reasons. Leaving at this time is understandable. Therefore, his goal was achieved without alerting the enemy. This man's city is deep enough. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but take a look. I shuddered for a moment. This person had been holding back, knowing that she had space. And he didn't ask anything. Then he must know other secrets. How scary. Jiang Yuan hurried to Qin Yu. This person was too dangerous. So she had to stay away. Song Yi didn't know what was going on. So she became wary. Fortunately, nothing happened in the second half of the night. On the mountain, daybreak comes later. However, everyone got up at 6 o'clock in the morning. There's only one day left. No time to waste. After everyone got up, they ate something as quickly as possible, packed up and set off. Jiang Xingji carried Shan Wan on his back. Jiang Yuan was responsible for pulling Qin Yu. And Yi Mianmian walked by herself. Her arm was injured. So it didn't matter what she was doing. Just follow her, and don't fall behind. Everyone was holding torches. And the road ahead was dark. With a lot of ice, snow, and thorns, making it difficult to walk. Chewie said that on weekdays it only gets brighter around 9 o'clock. You must reach a place called Eagle's Beak Valley before dawn. No one dared to be careless. Walking with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Walking extremely hard. Fortunately, this road is relatively safe. Finally, at the last moment, we reached our destination. This Eagle's Beak Valley is a valley, so named because its shape resembles an eagle's beak. There are very high peaks on both sides, so high that they completely cover the inside. Therefore, the ice and snow inside looks thicker. The wind is lighter today, and with a dense forest, it is basically around level 4 or 5. On the first day of junior high school. Look! Is it here? Yes. Let's go quickly. With that said, he grabbed his sister and set off first. Those who want to rest later will naturally have nothing to say. Children are not pretentious. How can an adult say he is tired? The Eagle's Mouth Valley looks flat, but has gentle slopes. But it's very big. And you'll find yourself in a different world when you walk in. On the road, there were actually gray hairs scurrying back and forth. Brother Song, let's kill one and eat it. Kaiyan was a little greedy. He knew that Song Yi's skills were accurate. So he came over to ask him. Now is not the time. Hurry up and leave. Yeah. Brother. This is not the time. Don't worry. Moreover, in this weather, the rabbit is still alive. Isn't it too strange? Let alone a spirit. Lu Er had been following Song Yi. And now he naturally joined in the conversation between the two. You are so talkative. I'm not blabbering about it. It's really strange. Don't you think? After he really reminded me. It was really strange. Don't think so much. It's always shady here. The animals living in this valley are more cold resistant than those in other places. Which is normal. Song Yi didn't want to delve any further. So the key was to leave quickly. This is not even halfway. Nearly an hour has passed. Eagle's Mouth Valley is really big. Jiang Yuan was wondering. Is this shortcut really right? If it fails, they won't have time to go back the way they came. Near noon, we finally reached the innermost part of the valley. Brother, we need to go through here. Look, they are all cliffs. Do you dare to walk? Jiang Yuan also looked over. Oh my god. It's really scary. This is a road next to Yingzui Valley. At the bottom is an abyss that is so deep that you can't even see the bottom. Next to the mountain peak, there is a very thin path. Right next to the mountain peak, as if it is inlaid in a circle. The extremely narrow stone platform is actually very smooth. If it wasn't natural, she would have wondered whether it was artificially dug out later, and marveled at the uncanny workmanship of nature. It was okay at first. With a width of 50 centimeters, I could still walk normally. However, the further to the front, the worse the situation becomes. In some places, it is even 20 centimeters wide. In the past, this person had to be physically flexible and mentally strong. After all, as long as you fall, you feel there is no possibility of survival. Jiang Xingji also found it difficult. And Kaiyan was even more angry. He went over and grabbed the collar of junior high school. You're kidding us, aren't you? Who is playing tricks on you? If you don't dare to go there, just say so. I'm a coward. You, Kaiyan, don't make trouble. Time is urgent. Just listen to the first grade of junior high school. Song Yi's words gave him the confidence to mutter to Kaiyan with ill intentions. Jiang Yuan quickly grabbed him and avoided a conflict. The first day of the lunar month took the lead and passed first, followed by the 6th day of the lunar month. Although the road is narrow, there is no ice or snow on it, which is a good thing. Song Yi asked everyone to put their backpacks on their chests and discard anything that was too heavy, and then walk sideways with their backs against the mountain. Put both hands back so it's safer. Jiang Yuan. Follow me later. No. I want to be the last to win. After saying that, he winked at Song Yi. He was a little worried. That was a real cliff. Don't worry. There's nothing wrong at all. Protect yourself and take care of your 2 children. I'm behind, and I'll catch up to you soon. Chapter 363 fell down. Song Yi wanted Jiang Yuan to be beside him, so that if there was danger, he could help in time. This is no small matter. If you are not careful, it will be the end of yin and yang. However, Jiang Yuan insisted again and again that he had no choice but to give up. Of course, he also knew her purpose. Everyone went up tremblingly. According to Song Yi, he leaned his back against the mountain and set off sideways. Others are fine. Jingjing is just a child. Xiaoling looked at Jiang Yuan for a long time, not knowing what to do. Finally, she took a rope and tied it around her daughter's waist, and tied the other end to herself. Jingjing is small in weight, so if she really falls, Xiaoling can pull her up. The rest of the adults are different. If one falls and the other is tied up, both of them will fall. Seeing everyone going up, Jiang Yuan quickly set her family members, including Yimian, into the space. She stood up alone and silently. In front, there is a girl, quite far away. Oh my god. I already felt very dangerous just now. Unexpectedly, after coming up, my calves would even tremble. She didn't dare to look down. She felt dizzy. I was already wearing a lot of clothes, so my back didn't feel very solid when I leaned against the mountain. On the contrary, it will feel that the reliance is not tight. Jiang Yuan spent 3 minutes mentally building up, taking deep breaths again, and then mustered up the courage to move to the side. She tried not to look underneath, but she still had to glance at the road under her feet from time to time. The front is okay. At least it's a little wider, and there's still a lot of distance in front of the toes. At the back, it suddenly narrows. Her breathing became rapid. Chui said that there was still 20 centimeters behind her. Not to mention men. Even women can't put their feet down. I guess only quiet can put them down completely. Ah! Help! I was suddenly shocked by the sound in front of me. And then a scream. The ending sound was long. And the moment it fell, she trembled all over. I have been waiting for the last sound. But there has been no sound. As if there is no bottom down here. So scary. Jiang Yuan felt even more heavy. She knew what happened, but it was too far away to see. I was walking relatively slowly just now, and now I can't see anyone in front or behind me. This kind of mentality is really uncomfortable. I have no choice but to cheer myself up. And by the way, speed up a little bit, provided there is no danger. Over there. Song Yi was also worried and wanted everyone to do something to divert attention, but he was afraid of being distracted. Jiang Yuan was still the last one. He wanted to ask, but he couldn't. I regret a little. I shouldn't have agreed to her just now. I don't know if it's her speed that's really faster, or the person in front who's moving slower. She actually saw the girl and didn't dare to talk to her rashly. If she was frightened, the loss would be fatal. Besides, there is still some distance between the two of them. Just being able to see the figure made her very happy. Continuing to move forward, she felt numb for who knows how long. It feels like my legs are a little out of control, and are just moving forward mechanically. Damn it. There is still a long way to go. If this is not done well, it will be the end of the world. She was the last one, and the girl was just about to go up. And she also looked confused. But now there is no other way. There is no way to go back. We can only continue. This is the real dilemma. Alas, Jiang Yuan did not continue to step forward and rested here. If she passes by, someone feels that there is someone behind her and feels pressured. So she speeds up. It's okay if nothing happens. But if something happens, she can't afford it. Just as he was thinking about it, the girl in front suddenly screamed. When Jiang Yuan looked up, she saw a man above her slipping down. It happened to hit her, and both of them screamed. Then, as expected, something unexpected happened. They all fell down, and the screams were horrific. Her heart was beating wildly, and she quickly reached out to hold it down. Oh my god! It's happening right in front of my eyes. 2 living lives disappeared in an instant. Who knows what this feeling feels like? Moreover, she was about to set foot on the scene of the crime. For a moment, I felt that my fate no longer belonged to me. However, despite fear, we still have to keep walking. She calmed down for a while, and then started to move forward. The slope wasn't very steep, but it was a bit slippery and had some ice. It is estimated that the person just stepped on this place and slid down. The girl was really buried with him. It seems that it is better to stay away from others, to avoid disaster. End your life in advance. As she thought this, she actually heard a children's song. Her family lives in a remote place. I have to be careful about whether there are big bad wolves nearby. This familiar melody and voice are undoubtedly Shilling's. Therefore, there was no one else in front of her. Singing this song is also to cheer Jingjing. After walking so far, the child is probably tired. However, there was no way to rest. It was not easy for her either. Jiang Yuan was sighed to herself. Why did she get to this point? Thinking like this, he unconsciously got closer. Xiaoling explored the way in front, and Jingjing followed behind. The little girl really didn't have any strength anymore. Her head was drooping, and her head was drooping. Mom, I don't want to leave. I'm so tired. Be patient and obey. Once we get to the front, it will be fine. We will be out of danger. Be careful and hold on. Baby. As soon as she finished speaking, Jingjing suddenly tilted to the side. Jiang Yuan's eyes widened, and she moved 2 steps quickly. Xiaoling had already grabbed the rope on her body, but the sudden gravity made her lose control. Seeing her leaning down, Jiang Yuan quickly stretched out her hand to hold her. With the other hand, hold the raised stone next to it. Mom. The child cried in fear, and Jingjing was now in a semi-suspended state. He was also the kind who was scared to death. When he looked up and saw Jiang Yuan, his soul flew away. Hurry up. Stand up. I can't hold on anymore. Okay. Following her strength, Xiaoling quickly stood up straight. The rope was not long, so Jingjing was fine. But she was frightened and cried loudly. Jiang Yuan helped, pulled it down, and pulled the child up first. Sounds were also heard in front, and Song Yishout came. Jiang Yuan. Are you okay? Are you there? It's safe. Keep going. She didn't dare to delay, and didn't know what to say. She could only let everyone continue walking, and she didn't want Song Yi to be distracted by this. Jingjing, don't cry. It was too dangerous just now. If you fall, you will never see your mother again. Do you not want your mother? No. I want Mom. Mom. Chapter 364 The Magical Tree. Xiaoling was also uncomfortable and shed tears. But she was unable to hold her daughter in her arms and comfort her. Be good quietly. Auntie knows. You love Mom. And Mom loves you too. Be obedient and let's walk slowly. As soon as we reach the other side, we will have a new home. Mom can hold you now. Okay. The little girl cried and nodded, and Xiaoling could only wipe her with her right hand. He told her not to shed tears, otherwise her face would freeze. Jingjing, let's set off then. You want to be the first. Otherwise, Sister Xiaonuan will chase after you. She said this because she wanted to give her father and the others a sense of presence. Otherwise, it would be easy to be suspected, and Xiaoling would already feel that something was wrong. Good. Sure enough, the little girl started walking again, and they followed suit. Later, I had trouble twice more, but I still persisted. Fortunately, I finally got to this place. Song Yi was in front. One by one, when he arrived at Jiang Yuan, he was obviously relieved. God knows, when he heard the sound behind him, he was almost scared to death. What are you laughing at? Jiang Yuan stretched out her hand, and Song Yi quickly pulled her over. Smile. We are all still alive. That's natural. Coming down here, there is a very big tree. It would take 7 or 8 people holding hands to surround it. It's right at the exit, blocking most of the view. Song Yi, please help me. Jiang Yuan had a smirk on her face, but this person couldn't refuse. Jiang Yuan ran over and stood guard willingly, and Jiang Yuan quickly got everyone out of the space. In fact, the people who came down from the front were all resting in the open space. The feeling of surviving a disaster is too strong. Some people even laid down directly on the ground and formed a big character, while breathing this free air. I lamented how difficult it was for me. No one paid attention to them at all. Jiang Yuan just wanted to do the whole thing to save trouble later. To put it bluntly, I am still a little wary of Xiaoling. She had some doubts, so she couldn't remain the same as before. However, she did not regret having saved Jingjing just now. Even if it was just once, she would still do it. When they all came over, they saw that there was a small temple behind the tree. It's really very small, probably not even half a meter tall. There is also such a temple in my hometown. On the first and sixth day of the lunar month, people clasped their hands together and muttered words without knowing what they were saying. Then, I prayed again and again. Xiaoling saw Jiang Yuan and came over with Jingjing. Hey, what are you doing? Get up quickly. As he said that, he quickly went to help him. Qinyu didn't know why, so he also went to pull the child. Why are you still kneeling down? What are you doing? Yuan. Thank you very much. If it weren't for you, Jingjing and I would be gone. Quietly, kowed out to Auntie, she said, and asked her daughter to continue kneeling down. Okay, no need to do this. The child will be fine. Don't think too much. If it were you, you would be able to help. Right? To be honest, it's not necessarily true. Xiaoling was obviously stunned for a moment, and then immediately said yes. Jiang Yuan's intention is obvious. I saved you, and I don't want to repay the favor. But the favor is owed. Naturally. If you shouldn't say anything in the future, don't say it again. Xiaoling also heard that she had something else in mind. Okay, let's keep going. We still need to get somewhere before tonight. Song Yi shouted. It was already 1:30, and there was really not much time left. The physical fitness of the 1st and 6th grade students was very good. They walked in front and did not complain about being tired at all. She must have been exercising regularly. And now that her parents are here, there is no need for her to be at the back. 1st grade of junior high school. What god were you worshipping just now? Chatting while walking without any delay. Sister, it's a big tree. Is it the big tree in the back? Right. It was a pine tree, and it looked very old. There was only one branch left on it, and a lot of ice and snow had fallen on it. I didn't know if it was still alive. Chu Lu was a lively and playful person. Seeing that Jiang Yuan was interested in this, he also talked to her. Sister, let me tell you, that big tree is very magical. Yeah? Then tell me quickly. Jiang Yuan got off the donkey. They knew too little about the Qinling Mountains. In addition, the 1st and 6th days of junior high school are locals. There must be a lot of things they don't know. It's good to have nothing to do and pass the time. Sister, you know, that tree is a sacred tree. It is said that my grandfather's grandfather was already very thick when he was a child. Back then, someone went hunting in the mountains and thought it was in the way and wanted to cut it down. Unexpectedly, it actually started to bleed. Don't you think it's scary? The little girl is purring, which is quite cute. Chu Yi was afraid that Jiang Yuan didn't understand, so he supplemented next to him. The old people said that there were 3 branches over there. At that time, a man wanted to cut down the tree, and he started from the outermost branch. However, before the branch was broken, blood began to flow from the gap. The man was afraid and did not continue. That's it, she said. However, there are some myths. Just listen to them for fun. Then why do you want to chop it down? The road here is so bad. Why don't you hunt nearby? I heard from my grandpa that it's deep in the mountains and has a lot of things. The villages near us didn't have much land, and they didn't have enough to eat before. So we just wanted to go up to the mountains and get something. Well, in a very original way. It's pretty much the same as their hometown. Sister, this is not over yet. You know, that tree is amazing. My dad said that there were some naughty children who wanted to burn this tree. I lit it with a lighter, and there was lightning and thunder in an instant. And I just put out the fire. At night, the children went home without telling their parents. The boy who did it had a gas tank exploded in his house, and his skin was completely burned off. His parents didn't know the specific situation, but they were heartbroken. The remaining children were afraid, so they told the adults about counting. Later, they spent money together to build this small temple. In addition, the tree was trimmed and wrapped in red cloth, because the bark of this tree was also burned away. Good fellow. When the bark is gone, the murderer's bark is taken away too. The key is that other people are okay, which is indeed a bit scary when you think about it. So, after we started, people would come and burn incense every year. On every 1st and 15th day of the Lunar New Year, people will come to pay their wishes, which is very lively. Speaking of the 1st year of junior high school, I was a little excited. That's true. This tree god is. Jiang Yuan also echoed. And everyone around was listening silently. Passing the time. Chapter 365 The Echo of Horror. The atmosphere had already relaxed. But another time bomb was thrown on the 1st day of the new year. We are about to reach another test. What the HL? There's more? The rest of the people became nervous when they heard it. Song-yi was okay, and asked him quickly what the difficulty was. 5 ghost tombs. You can hear terrifying sounds there. Hey. It's really becoming more and more supernatural. From the name. It doesn't sound like a good place. It's right in front. Chuyi pointed. And there was indeed a strange place in front of him. In this valley? The front suddenly widened. Like a palm inserted directly into it. There are exactly 5 raised small stone packages. Although they are not very big, they are very conspicuous. Even if the wind and snow are so heavy, it is not covered. And it seems to be much cleaner in front of it. Jiang Yuan doesn't believe in those messy things. But she has always had a very respectful attitude towards such things. The situation here now does look a bit sad. The people next to me even started to vomit after hearing this. Moreover, it's a little colder here than next door. In short, there is an indescribable weirdness. We're going in from here. Chuyi pointed to the stone bag in the middle, with a pious look in his eyes. Are you sure? Why do I feel a little strange? Lu Er was right next to him. And he was also very scared. Of course. Chuyi said and knelt down. No offense intended. Please forgive me. Saying that, he kowtowed seriously. Chu Lu also followed his brother's big move and worshipped together. Jiang Yuan heard the rustling movement behind her. And half of the people followed her example and bowed again and again. Wait a minute. There will be strange noises. Find some cloth from your clothes and plug your ears. Preferably something very tight. In the middle. No matter what situation you encounter. Don't look back. If someone talks to you, don't answer. Just keep moving forward. TSK. You're just pretending to be a ghost. Kaiyong obviously didn't believe it. Song-yi glanced at him, and he shut up instantly. In the first year of junior high school, I ignored him because I had no time. Believe it or not. It's okay if you go out later, and don't come to me. Oh, I forgot. If something happens to you, you won't have the chance to come find me. Kaiyong was naturally unconvinced. He rolled his eyes, and kept mumbling. He didn't have time to argue with this brat now. But he was not convinced. I don't know why. But Song-yi believes in him so much. It's not a good thing at first glance. The rest of the people don't think so. It's a good note not to look back. Jiang Yuan walked last this time. And the family went directly to the space. Don't take any risks. The main thing is to win steadily. However, she didn't expect that Song-yi was also in front of her. Why don't you leave? The 1st and 6th day of the lunar month have already left. I'll accompany you. I don't need you to accompany me. I can do it myself. That won't work. He was scared to death just now. How could he continue to make mistakes now? But if you don't leave, no one else will dare to leave. Just as he was talking, Lu Er and Xiaoma came over. Brother Song, are we going? Go on. You go first. I will hold you back. Don't look back. Follow these 2 children closely. Don't fall behind. The 2 people didn't know what he meant. But they still did it. It can be seen that they are still worried. Fearing that if Song-yi runs away, they will be in complete trouble. It's really like taking 1 step at a time and looking back 3 times. And I'm not afraid that the first grader in front of me will go too far and won't be able to keep up. Where there is 1 person, there is a second person. Soon, one after another, everyone started to move forward. Xiaoling told her over and over again, fearing that Jingjing would violate a taboo. In the end, Jiang Yuan couldn't stand it anymore and asked her to put her daughter in front of her, covering her ears. Although it will be more troublesome to walk, can ensure that the child will not turn around randomly. She didn't know what she would encounter when she turned back. But since Chuyi said it, it must be the local custom. So just listen. In the end, they were the only ones left. The 1st and 6th days of junior high school have gone a long way, and no one has looked back. Song-yi felt that he had turned around. Jiang Yuan set everyone in, and he quickly came out. At this moment, time is tight, and I dare not wait any longer. The 2 people, who were also very fast, plugged their ears and started walking forward. At first, Jiang Yuan didn't think it was anything, and she laughed at their fuss. Later, when she saw the people in front of her covering their ears with their hands, she knew that things were definitely not that simple. The 2 people were also moving forward steadily, which was a distance of 300 meters, and the sound outside suddenly increased. It seemed to be the sizzling sound of various electromagnetic waves and the harsh sound of microphones hitting each other. She couldn't help it and blocked her ears with her hands. I always feel a little weird and my mind is in a mess. Everything happened in the previous life. The faces of Xia Chaoyang, Xia Mu, and Bai Mingming flashed one after another. And she was tortured. Shan Wan froze to death. Came back after rebirth. Shopping. Extreme heat. Extreme cold. Heavy rain. Blizzard. Avalanche. Escaping for her life. All of them. Just like a movie. Flashed through her mind quickly. Which made her feel a little uncomfortable. Suddenly, she saw Song Yi and Xiedian. She didn't know what he was talking about. And his mouth opened and closed. Jiang Yuan shook her head and immediately bit the tip of her tongue with force. My consciousness suddenly woke up. But the harsh sound was still there. And, the closer to the middle, the louder the sound. Strange. Where is Song Yi? Not being next to him just now. Jiang Yuan glanced to the right with her peripheral vision. I went. But I didn't notice why this guy was lying on the ground just now. She didn't dare to look back or retreat. This place is so evil. Who knows if there will really be problems? Having no other choice, she took a step sideways and pulled Song Yi on the ground. This shouldn't be considered a violation, as she didn't have time to look back or retreat. Suddenly, someone grabbed my wrist fiercely. It hurt so much. This kid is crazy. At this moment, Song Yi also reacted, immediately relaxed his strength, and did not dare to speak. The two people hurried forward and were already out of the scope of the large army. Song Yi's hand never let go. The figure in front got closer and closer, and finally passed the small stone bag. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly found that more people had fallen. The sound reached a point where there was no way to stop it. She just covered her ears. But there was still nothing she could do. I thought about what Song Yi said before. If you encounter a cannonball, you should cover your ears and open your mouth at the same time. She tried it, but didn't know if it would work. Suddenly, someone grabbed his collar from the front, and he fell over. Chapter 366. It's a village, not a lake. The strength was surprisingly strong, and Jiang Yuan didn't even break away. Song Yi was also pulled out, and she screamed, "Aw! Are you okay, sister?" It was actually the first year of junior high school, and the person who pulled her just now was actually him. This kid is so energetic. Both of them were pulled over so easily. Is it better now? Chulu also came over, with concern in his eyes. Forehead. It seems to be really good. There are no more messy sounds. If her ears weren't still a little tingling, she wouldn't have believed it was true. As soon as I left, everything was fine immediately. It was so amazing. This is probably some kind of magnetic field, which was misunderstood by the locals as a god. No matter what, mutual respect is the way to go. Why? Are these the only ones left? When they set out, there should have been 36 of them. But now there were only 25. Nearly 1/3 of the people are missing, which is terrible. The most important thing is that when they look back, there was no trace of those people, as if they had disappeared out of thin air. Sister, don't worry. Since they can't come over, it means they have not passed the test of 5 Onizuka. Just stop worrying so much. Okay. However, it is naturally not good to lose your companions. Qingqing, how are you? Qingqing, brother Song, sister Yuan, come and take a look. Zhang Kaiyang just discovered that Fan Qing had fainted and his ears were full of blood. Oh my god! The scene is quite scary. You were hurt by the sound. Did you not block your ears properly? Chu Yi was angry, as if his authority had been challenged. Over there, Fan Qing was unconscious, and over here was an angry young boy. Gee, do you have a solution? I know you must have a solution. She is our friend. Please help her. Now! Kaiyang is no longer awesome. He hugged Fan Qing directly and moved over on his knees. Please, please, save her. I can do whatever you want me to do. There was runny nose and tears. This was the first time she had seen Kaiyang like this. How can I put it? He is a loving and righteous man anyway. Brother, why don't you help them? Chu Lu blinked his eyes and pulled his sleeves. Oh, it's really troublesome. As the boy spoke, he took out a pill from the backpack he was carrying. Here. The reluctant look is actually kind of cute. However, Jiang Yuan's thoughts were all on Fan Qing and could not care about anything else. There was another person who was in the same situation. He reluctantly gave him another pill on the first day of the year. I don't know what the effect will be, but I have to continue on the road now. The whole army was ready. Kaiyang was carrying Fan Qing on his back, and the gay man asked everyone to take turns taking care of him. Jian Yuan also sent her family members out. This time everyone walked in a hurry. According to the first grade of junior high school, now is the time to catch up. And the most difficult part is over. Sister, are you scared? Chu Lu didn't know when he came to her side. A little bit. Are you scared? I'm scared too. But I want to find my parents more. By the way, sister, the brother just gave me a piece of chocolate, and I gave half of it to my sister. She was talking about opening up the ocean as a reward for letting go of past grudges. He gave each of the two siblings a piece of chocolate. And now on the 6th day of the month, he actually wanted to give half to Xianwan. This child has not yet been poisoned by this broken world and still maintains his innocence. On the 6th day of the 6th lunar month, you can keep it for yourself. My sister has bad teeth and cannot eat sweet things. You took it and let others know about it. Do you understand? No one can believe it if people's hearts are separated from each other. I know. Then I'll eat them all. The little girl looked at her innocently, then put the remaining chocolate directly into her mouth. She narrowed her eyes happily, probably feeling Kasumi. Soon, the sky darkened and the temperature dropped a lot. Jian Yuan was wearing the best warm clothes, but she still felt a little overwhelmed. Brother Song, do you want to take a break and let's light a fire to grill ourselves? Lu Er was also shivering from the cold, and he was stumbling when he spoke, with his tongue tied. No, I have to go somewhere tonight. There will be no chance tomorrow. Okay. You see? The child is still insisting. The figures in the 1st and 6th grades of junior high school are very thin, but they have been leading the way without a single complaint. Lu Er was too embarrassed to say anything else. So everyone lit torches and started to rush on their way crazily. Jian Yuan was also a little overwhelmed. She was really tired, and it was not easy to walk with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Look, there is light. I don't know who shouted, but there was indeed light. It was just under the mountain opposite, but there wasn't much light. It was probably a candle or a kerosene lamp, and it wasn't very bright. Great! We're here! There is! The little junior high school student also screamed excitedly, but Sonny looked confused. On the 1st day of the lunar month, isn't the Half Moon Lake the same lake? No, it's a village. Right there. What's wrong with you, brother? It's unmistakable. My dad and I have been here several times. With that said, he started going down the mountain. The people around him were also happy and excited. Apart from anything else, I still feel like looking at plum blossoms to quench my thirst. Everyone is busy. Now, her spirits are much better. Even Jingjing is very happy and follows Xiaoling. Let's go and take a look first. Jian Yuan went over and called Sonny, and she also read the things left by her senior sister. There is just a small range drawn there, and there is no specific standard, because the name is Moonban Lake. We naturally think of that place as a lake, which is understandable. Now, it turned out to be a village. Does this mean that they survivors can live in this village? This is the pure land in the apocalypse, the real base of survivors. Sonny was a little confused, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. We can only follow what Jian Yuan said and go take a look first. It's been a whole day of work, and they need to be fixed. The house looks very close, but when walking, it is still quite far. Everyone walked for nearly an hour, and it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Only then did we reach the foot of the mountain, but none of the houses where the lights were turned on just now were lit. Everyone went there with torches, but it was still a little difficult to determine the direction. After all, the range of the torch's illumination was limited. Sonny brought a strong flashlight over and could vaguely see some shadows. Who? Caught off guard. A wave of people ran over and surrounded them. Don't get me wrong. We are good people. Chapter 367 Finding Parents. Lu Er quickly explained, but those people didn't listen at all. Tell me, where are you from, and what do you want to do? At this time, Sonny still has to take action, and the rest of the people are not able to do anything. Brother, we came from Changming Village, which was destroyed by a tornado. Why is it Changming Village again? The man muttered something, and Jian Yuan was a little flustered. What does again mean? It means that they are not the first wave. Is it Sister Chun's men? Mo Chi's group? Or both? Brother, someone told us that we have to go to a place half a month away from the lake to avoid disaster. I don't know if this is the case. Second Master Tung. I am from Wujiazwang, and my father is Wu Jiqing. Has he come here? Ouch. We actually know each other, This will be much easier. The way Jiang Yuan looked at Chu Yi was different. She was such a lucky little star. Is it the first year of junior high school? The man said, and came out from behind the wall. This is a very low wall. Probably used specifically as a line of defense. There is a wall about 3 meters high behind him. That should be the real wall. It's me, Master Tung. And the voice sounds just like yours. Good boy. Your parents are inside. Are these people with you? Well, second master. We came here together. They took good care of my sister and me on the way. Only then did the man notice that there was a little girl following him. You've grown so big in the 6th year of junior high school. It's so fast. The last time I went to your house was when you were 1 month old. Second master. Chulu was not stupid and started calling people. The little girl was originally sweet and waxy. And the man was instantly delighted. Okay. Then you all come over. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't expect it to be so simple. Someone here blew a whistle. And the houses behind them lit up one after another. Jiang Yuan and the others followed them in. It was a large room with a brazier in the middle. It's not a charcoal fire. It's just charcoal. And the smoke is pretty big. Come on. Come on. You're welcome. Sit down on a stool and rest for a while. They are really tired and have no image to speak of now. Sitting down to warm yourself by the fire seems to have become an instinctive thing. The 1st and 6th day of the lunar month. A woman ran over from the gate, shouting as she ran. Mom. Sure enough. Her guess was correct. The man following behind should be their father. Wu Jiqing. My child. The mother and son cried together. And Jiang Yuan was a little sad. Okay. Okay. Now that we are here, let's go back and say that Brother Tung is still here. Wu Jiqing came over to persuade her. And then the 3 of them separated and sat in front of the fire. This mother must also miss her child very much. After not seeing her for so long and with such weather. Who cannot be worried? On the 6th day of the 6th grade, he did not forget to give them a sense of presence. Mom. Dad. This brother and sister are very kind to us. And they even gave us a lot of food. Chulu's mother heard this and came over quickly. Thank you for causing trouble. Sister. You're welcome. The 1st and 6th grade students are both smart and sensible children. They helped us a lot. Hearing this, the woman also looked at her children with a look of relief. If you don't come, I will go back to find them tomorrow morning. These 2 children are our lifeblood. Thank you very much. Sister. You're welcome. By the way, I heard from the 1st grade of junior high school before that you were taken away by a group of people. What's going on? Why are you here again? As soon as Wu Jiqing heard about this, he asked the 3 of them to go back. Girl. I heard that you are also from Changming village? Yes. A lot of houses collapsed over there. And we had no place to go. We heard people talking about coming to the mountains. So we came here. It's a shame that we knew the way in the 1st grade of junior high school. Otherwise we would have stopped midway. This group of people is different from the ones before. They are all well trained. And even the clothes are the same. This place is obviously filled with people escaping from all directions. And not much else. Yuban Lake is not very safe. You can settle down for the time being. But in the future, you still have to find a way to survive on your own. The one who spoke was Mr. Tung. It gave them face, but did not fully accept these people. Thank you. We will definitely not live and eat for free. Jiang Yuan didn't dare to say anything unpleasant. It was their territory now. And being able to take them in was considered a favor. Because it was getting late, they were sent to different people's homes to stay overnight. There are many houses in this village that have not been affected at all. It's basically built of stones, with the upper part made of earth. This kind of house has no problem keeping warm. But if you really encounter an earthquake, you have absolutely no ability to resist it. People here probably don't know about this yet. How could I remind him politely? He looked at Song Yi and didn't know what to say to him. There are a lot of people now, and several of them are arranged in a room. Dad, Song Yi, Kai Yang, Lu Er and Xiao Ma sleep in another room, all with a big Kong. Jiang Yuan looked at the inside of the house, which looked very contemporary. There weren't many things inside. Just 2 Kong cabinets with a few boxes on them, and a small candle lit next to them. Let's clean up quickly and go to bed first. Jiang Yuan told everyone that there is no need to wash up now. She can just take off her clothes and go to bed. The owners of the house were a pair of elderly people, and 4 quilts were brought to them. She shared a bed with her daughter. Xiaoling and Jingjing shared a bed. Qin Yu shared a bed by herself. And Fan Qing and Yi Mianmian slept together. Conditions are limited. So this is the only way. Jiang Yuan had everyone settled and didn't dare to sleep. She had to ask Song Yi, "When will the earthquake happen tomorrow? We need to prepare in advance." He also left the room and was in the courtyard. Just talking. Jiang Yuan. I always feel something is wrong. Half Moon Lake is not a lake. Well, there is indeed something wrong with this matter. But we can't say it so straightforwardly. Come with me. When they reached the side of the room, Jiang Yuan suddenly pulled him and turned the bracelet. And the two of them were in the space at once. This was the first time Song Yi came in, and his enthusiastic and warm eyes suddenly felt a bit dazzling. Come and sit down. People outside are talking too much. So maybe someone will listen to you. Although they received them temporarily, they were obviously not willing to take care of them for a long time. Someone might be coming to monitor you. You have to be cautious in everything you say and do. Is this your space? Song Yi looked around, his eyes full of admiration. Chapter 368 Her Space. Ever since she brought Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu in, her yard has been taken care of better. Potatoes and sweet potatoes are now grown in backyards. If there are still corn seeds, corn will definitely be planted. Various vegetables are also planted in the front yard according to different types. There are even some fruit trees. At first glance, it is green, and with a Chinese-style corridor next to it, the atmosphere is instantly full. Today, bringing Song Yi in was also a helpless choice. Things always need to be discussed, or they are a matter of life and death. It's really dangerous out there. So coming in is the best option. You sit here. Jiang Yuan did not let him enter the house. The rattan table and chairs in front of the yard were just right. She also brought over a fruit plate, which contained tomatoes and cucumbers that she had washed before. Try it. You're welcome. Song Yi was really rude. He hadn't eaten something so juicy in a long time. Are you suspecting that the place we are in now is not the real Yuban Lake? Jiang Yuan went straight to the point, not wanting to waste time. Yes. It stands to reason that Yuban Lake is a lake. Now it has become a village, which is a very strange thing in itself. In the senior sister's notebook, there was a rough sketch of what it looked like. There are no edges and corners. The lines are smooth, and it definitely doesn't look like a village. Jiang Yuan has also seen it. And anyway, the current situation shocked her. But people said no. And the parents of the first year of junior high school are also here. It means that Emochi and the others can't find it here anymore. By the way, I haven't seen them yet, so I don't know what happened to that group of people. There is one part that Song Yi cares about more. Sure enough, when this issue was mentioned, he was a little confused. Jiang Yuan, don't take the initiative to mention this matter tomorrow. You can also see what kind of virtue Emochi is. Wu Jiqing and his wife will definitely not be treated well. If we said we had anything to do with him, we would probably be ostracized. Then don't ask about Morpholino. This is so inconsistent with his character. Let's ask around. Now I can only take care of myself, he said seriously and looked at Jiang Yuan with a good look. Okay, I get it. They don't welcome us very much to begin with. We still need to see the specific situation clearly during the day tomorrow. It's best to get to know all about this village. And that kid in the first grade of junior high school is really smart. What I said today made the relationship clear invisibly. Our way forward is probably not going to be easy either. Yeah. I just have to play it by ear. And don't sleep too much at night. Now! Emochi and his gang don't know whether they are dead or alive. I don't know what's going on outside. And I feel very passive. Don't forget, there are also the group of people sent by Sister Chun. If they all gathered here, it would be difficult for us. When the time comes, people may want to dominate here. Those people like Emochi must have followed. And compared to them, they looked a lot pitiful. After all, there are few people, no weapons, and no fighting ability. Wherever you go, there is a wave of people who are at the mercy of others. By the way, Song Yi, what time is the earthquake tomorrow? Do you still remember? This is also an issue that Jiang Yuan is more worried about. Her family had to be together when the earthquake started. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome to send it into space. And the possibility of encountering danger will also increase. It seems like it's night. Night? Jiang Yuan's voice suddenly rose. This man is truly a grandson. Why are you so anxious tonight? I almost exhausted myself to death today. Seeing her hairy look, Song Yi felt a little cute. Come here early so you can observe. We can't place our hopes in one place. My senior sister's side may not be the truth. Well, okay. People are forward-looking. Jiang Yuan sighed. Her mentality calmed down a lot. It's right to do this. Next time. Please inform me in advance. I'm worried about this. Okay. I promise. There will be no next time. Song Yi said it seriously, which made her a little embarrassed to accuse him. Okay. Be more careful and act according to the situation. The two of them didn't dare to waste too long and hurried back. Everyone goes back to their own rooms and goes to bed quickly. Everyone here knew that she was out today, but they didn't say anything. Since the earthquake occurred at night, there is indeed still time during the day. This can be regarded as a buffer. Song Yi's meaning is obvious, although this place is also called Moonban Lake. However, it probably wasn't the Moon Half Lake they were looking for. The path I took on the first day of junior high school was not on the map. They no longer have a way to determine their location. The only chance to verify is to see if they can meet Sister Chun and her group. They have been here before, and will definitely go normally. Not necessarily Mo Chi's group, because they followed Wu Jiqing and his wife. Now, the whole thing is getting a little tricky and complicated. I always feel that this group of people has some evil intentions and is a bit xenophobic. If they hadn't brought the 1st and 6th grade students, the village might not have let them in. Jiang Yuan had something on her mind and didn't sleep well. Coupled with the hard work these days, people have gone through a lot of vicissitudes. She woke up early the next morning. Around 8 o'clock, there was movement from the old couple's side, and she got up. Daughter, you're so early. Please sleep a little longer. It's not yet dawn. Uncle and aunt. I'm not sleepy. I can get up and help you with your work. Good. I'm not polite. I'm going to make breakfast today. People in the room got up one after another. The woman was in the kitchen, and the man was in the yard, chopping all the firewood. There was nothing to eat, except polenta, which was very thin. At least there is guaranteed to be a bowl for each person. As for the rest, that is impossible. Logically speaking, there should be some people in the village who have food in stock. However, Jiang Yuan didn't have the nerve to ask. If someone didn't want to take it out, it would be excusable. Auntie, it feels like there are quite a lot of people in our village. Jiang Yuan wanted to get close to her, so she randomly picked a topic. There aren't many left. There are only dozens of households and hundreds of people left, and many of them have moved out. The children go to school and the men work, so it is inconvenient to stay here. Oh, then this was a big village before. Yeah, there used to be a lot of people. The mountains are rich in products, with food available all year round, and there are wild animals on the mountains. So everyone lives together and is safe. After saying that, the old lady smiled. Quite kindly. Jiang Yuan was thinking about how to insert the topic she wanted to know, and her mind was running rapidly. Auntie, why is our place called Yuan Lake? Is there a lake nearby? This is the first time I have heard of a village with such a name. Chapter 369 Outsiders are not welcome. Yes, a long time ago, there was a lake at the bottom of the back mountain. None of us had seen it. And then the piece dried up without a drop of water. It turns out that there really is such a place. Jiang Yuan felt a little excited and couldn't wait to go over and take a look. However, the intention cannot be too obvious. That's a shame. Otherwise, if it was developed, it might still be a tourist attraction. She laughed, and the old lady also smiled and did not continue talking. There weren't that many tables, chairs, and benches at home, so everyone would just grab a bowl and find a place to take a bite. Not only that, the bowls at home are not enough. Early in the morning, the old man went out and borrowed a lot from his neighbors. When I arrived yesterday, there were not many people left here. Counting the 2 children, there were 25 people. After dinner, the village chief invited everyone over. It's the same yard as yesterday. Now that it's dawn, we can see the specific situation here. It seemed to be a place similar to an ancestral hall. The hall they were in last night was specially used for discussions. Today, someone had burned the charcoal brazier early. When I came here, it was warm. The houses here are very tall and still have wooden structures, which look antique. Even the main seat opposite is occupied by the 8 immortals table and the Grand Master's chair. Looking at the complicated and exquisite carvings, it must be something that is old. There were many of them, and many elderly people came from the village. On the 1st and 6th day of the lunar month, Wu Jiqing and his wife were all there. That Mr. Tung Air is the village chief of Yubanhu village. Sitting in the middle seat. Everyone is here. Sit down. Sit down wherever you want. He looked quite amiable. And no longer as cruel as he was last night. Thank you. Song Yi thanked him in a neither humble nor condescending manner, thinking in his mind how to find out about Yubanhu, as well as the whereabouts of Imochi and the others. By the way, brother, we plain people don't tell secrets. Now that the situation is special, I will speak out. What are your plans next? Have you figured out how to do it? As soon as these words came out, many people couldn't hold back. I never thought that Yuban Lake was actually a village. Moreover, people don't want to take them in at all. Master Tung, we just wanted to come to Yuban Lake, but we didn't expect that this place is actually a village. I don't know. Is there really such a lake? Jiang Yuan was also quite nervous. The old lady just said that this place is dry. If Master Tang doesn't want everyone to know, there is indeed a lake, but that was in the past. It has dried up long ago. It is at the bottom of the back mountain. Fortunately, the rhetoric is the same. I don't know if we can go there. Now that there is chaos outside, we, a group of people, also want to find a place to stay. He has lowered his attitude very low. After all, he is asking for help. The back mountain doesn't belong to the village's boundaries. And Mr. Tung doesn't care. It's okay. But there's nothing over there. If you go there in this kind of weather, your life will not be easy. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he immediately regretted them. I mean, if you don't mind it, you can settle down in an empty house in the village. At least there is a place to shelter from the wind and rain. It will be convenient if you want to leave later. Good guy. I don't want to see them. Thank you for your kindness. We wanted to visit that place, and we have come. If it is really not suitable, we will have to find a new place. It's enough to bother you. Seeing Song Yi being so righteous, Mr. Teng was also very happy. Oh, brother, there's no need to be so polite. Then I'll find someone to take you over to have a look. Okay, please. As Song Yi said, Jiang Yuan looked towards Wu Jiqing and his wife again. On the 1st and 6th day of the lunar month, you will be happy to find your parents this time. Happy, sister. On the 6th day of the lunar month, he came over and grabbed her. The little girl didn't have any good intentions. This couple didn't look like honest people, even though they always had smiles on their faces. However, it never reached her eyes, making her elusive. By the way, eldest sister, I heard that you were taken away by a group of people. These two children have been worried all the way. It was too late when I came over yesterday, and I didn't bother to ask. Nothing happened to that group of people. Were you injured? She was sincere and pulled Xiao Chulu back. It's okay. Sister, thank you for remembering me. If Master Tung is here, he will naturally support us. Wu Jiqing was listening and came over to talk now. Speaking of which, that group of people are also from Changming village. And they might even know you. In these words, the meaning of temptation is too obvious. Maybe we really know each other. But we are just ordinary people. And we worked in various places in the past. I heard from Chui that they were all wearing camouflage uniforms and might be officials. Maybe I've seen him before. But I can't talk about it. Jiang Yuan's answer was very clever. She didn't offend anyone and also took advantage of herself. Wu Jiqing has a smile on his face. And he is open-minded. If he continues to worry about it, he will appear to be petty. Jiang Yuan stopped testing. People like Imochi were still under control even if they were not dead. The people here are all fine people. Moreover, to be able to live in the apocalypse for so long, none of them are simple characters. Soon, Mr. Tung called someone over. He was a little worried and followed him. After leaving the door, go directly to the back mountain. Jiang Yuan also looked around carefully. This village is not small. The old lady said that there were not many people, which meant that most of the houses were vacant. In this case, even if they all live here, it's totally fine. However, Master Tung actually disagreed. He is probably also wary of outsiders. At this juncture, it is best to act steadily. Too many people knew the name Yubanhu, and he didn't know what it was. Passing through the village, there is a winding trail, first through a large forest, and then a small river. I can no longer recognize the original appearance. If it weren't for the mark, I wouldn't dare to recognize it. Everyone was a little curious. After finally reaching the foot of the mountain, they actually started walking inside again, turned twice, and then back again. Tung Yuri, What's going on? This is obviously next to the village. Why do you have to go in such a big circle? Song Yi asked directly. There was no way to find out about this situation later on his own. So, he chose to hit the ball straight. Brother, don't get me wrong. I didn't mean to take you in circles. It's really the only way to get to the place. Chapter 370 Dry Lake. Seeing everyone looking at him strangely. Mister, Tum quickly explained. This half-month lake is from the past. There has been no water for a long time. And it is full of sand. It is not suitable for farming. And even grass does not grow. In order to prevent the sand from blowing everywhere, we planted some trees nearby and surrounded the ruins of the lake. After so many years, the trees grew bigger and bigger. And with no one to clean them up, they blocked the original road. If you want to come over now, you can only go around from behind. That's it. I'm sorry. Song Yi said it lightly, without any unnecessary expression. What kind of place is it? It stands to reason that there are trees everywhere in the Qinling Mountains. How can there be sand? However, it is also possible that the bottom of the lake has undergone years of sedimentation. Soon, we arrived at the place where the trees were planted. It does look like there are quite a few trees in a long row, all of which have no leaves now. The branches of the tree also fell a lot, and it looked very depressed. Jiang Yuan especially didn't understand that the situation at the foot of the mountain was simply devastating. Nothing major happened here. The houses and trees were all fine. It was just like an ordinary wind. When a tornado passed by, it would be affected even dozens of meters away. But nothing happened here. I really don't understand the rationale for this. In this case, it was more convenient for them to pass through the gaps in the trees. Yi Mianmian suddenly pulled her arm. Jiang Yuan turned around and saw an anxious look on her face. What's wrong? Sister Yuan? Why do I feel so uncomfortable here? Is there any? Mian, don't be nervous. It's daytime. Let's go over and take a look. If it's not suitable, then don't stay here. There is a lot of space in the mountains. And there is always room for us. Her comfort was also heard by the people next to her. It's just a disguised form of cheering. Alas. Soon, everyone arrived at the legendary Half Moon Lake. This location is indeed very close to the village. It is even said that if the last row of houses were higher, you could see the scene here from the window. Brother, this is it. Look at it. Mister. Tung was holding a stick. The most common kind used to gain strength when going up the mountain. The rest of the people also looked curious. Moonban Lake is a place they have always wanted to visit. Now that they have found it, they should be very excited. But the scene in front of me was really too desolate. If you don't think about the outside, it almost feels like the Northwest Desert. A place surrounded by trees, with a sunken dry lake in the middle. Now, there is white sand all around. When the wind blows, it flies all over the sky. It has nothing to do with the imaginary paradise. Mister. Tung is a local, and he doesn't understand why he wants to come here. Has this sand always been there? Yes. There used to be more. It has gotten a lot better over the years. In words, he was quite satisfied. Jiang Yuan didn't know what to say, so she turned to look at Song Yi. He frowned too, thinking about the possibilities. If it were really here, the environment would be too bad. There must be some secret that they haven't discovered yet. Seeing that he was thinking, the others did not disturb him. Master Tung, please excuse me. Let's take a look around. Okay. Just take a look. Remember to stay away from the sand, and keep your eyes open. Good. Jiang Yuan thanked him. And besides this man, 2 other young people followed him down. The rest were watching in front of the big tree, as if they were hiding from something. She didn't understand, and was too embarrassed to ask. I took 2 steps forward, squatted down, and looked at the sand. There was nothing special. It's just a bit too white. Not the same as the one on the beach. Okay. If that's the case, let's go first. Take a look and tell us the results. Good. Song Yi did not refuse and asked Lu Er and Xiao Ma to send the person under the tree and come back. Did you find anything? No. Jiang Yuan told the truth. What can be discovered in a place like this? There is just sand everywhere. But what to do is still a troublesome matter. How about this? Let's come over again in the evening. Or should we stay here and not leave yet? She still wanted to ask Song Yi about such a big matter. I always feel that this place has its own secrets. Jiang Yuan, do you believe that men also have a sixth sense? Well, this guy actually still remembers what she said last time. I believe it. But are you sure your sixth sense is accurate? Well, I believe. Good guy. Sometimes, it's really hard to tell whether he's joking or talking about serious business. A master of facial expression management. I can't help but envy him. Brother Song. Is this where we are going? I don't think there's anything special about it. Even if you want to build a house here, it is not a good place. Kyong came running with a roar. But there was nothing wrong with what he said. Kyong. Don't think so much. I think the earthquake will happen again soon. We have to find a place to stay. And this is the best choice. Jiang Yuan did not expect that he would tell everything to Kyong. Although some small details are concealed. Everyone knows the specific things. It's true when you think about it. Among this group of people, they all got together halfway. In comparison, Kyong is trustworthy. In this case, we need to find a more solid place. Otherwise, it will definitely be over. Jiang Yuan decided to help Song Yi and went over to persuade him. You are wrong to say that. If the level is higher, even the strongest building may fall down. It's better to find an open place. Can you understand? As he spoke, he gave him a look. An open place. Isn't that right here? Where is this half-month lake that is empty? There is no water at all. So, this is why we are looking for this place? Well, this kid's brain circuit is really strange. But he can understand it how he wants to. It doesn't matter. Kyong, come with me tonight. We will live here directly. Live here? Brother Song. Are you kidding? There is nothing here, and the weather is so cold. If there is a tent, we can make do with it. He started to complain endlessly. And Song Yi quickly reached out to interrupt. So, you don't want to come with us? No, I just don't think it's necessary. Is our starting point wrong? Chapter 371 The earthquake is ahead of schedule. Yes, you will know after you try it. Song Yi looked in front of him and closed his eyes without knowing why. Next to him, Kyong glanced at Jiang Yuan, feeling deeply incomprehensible. However, that's all. Some people are already dissatisfied and want to leave here. When the wind blows, the sand is really eye-catching. Okay, let's go and come back later. As soon as Song Yi finished saying this, he felt a little unsteady on his feet. I swayed from side to side, feeling unhappy. The earthquake is coming. The earthquake is coming. Jiang Yuan also reacted immediately, and quickly turned back to see her parents and daughter. It was about 5 meters away from her. But fortunately, it wasn't too far away. However, the situation over there is not very good either. The ground began to shake. They could not stand firmly. And their mother had fallen. Yuan. Yi Mian was okay. He was by her side. Mian, hurry up. Crawl over. Her voice was loud and could be heard on the other side. In this situation, it is impossible to walk through. Climbing is indeed a good way. Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu also moved in their direction. Fortunately, it was not too far away. As soon as they met, Jiang Yuan immediately pulled several people into the space. Everyone was sitting on the ground. Shan Wan was crying in fear. Mom, don't be afraid. Baby, don't be afraid. She comforted her and didn't dare to wait too long. She could still sense the situation outside. Finally, it was Song Yi who called her. But Jiang Yuan didn't answer and pulled the person into the space. However, he actually breathed a sigh of relief, as if his tense nerves had finally relaxed. Therefore, he called her not to come in together, but because he was really worried. What are you up to? Mom, I have to go out and see what's going on. You're not allowed to go. There's an earthquake outside. How dare you go out? I won't let you go. Just stay here. Mom, if I don't go out, I won't be able to go out for a while. How could Jiang Yuan not know her mother's worries? However, she couldn't stop paying attention to the outside world. She suddenly disappeared just now. She didn't know if anyone saw it. Anyway, she felt that the movement outside was a little smaller now. He put his daughter down, comforted her for a few words, and went out on her own. The earthquake continues, but fortunately there are no casualties. Everyone was lying on the ground. The white sand flew up, and no one dared to look up. The situation on the other side was not very good. They were under the tree, and the big tree trembled and actually fell down a lot. Although it is not fatal when a tree branches fall down, the situation is still very scary. When Jiang Yuan arrived in front of Song Yi, the other party felt it. When he looked up, he saw her. There was deep reproach in his eyes. But he couldn't speak now because the wind and sand couldn't cover him. He suddenly took off his goggles. put them on Jiang Yuan, and then pressed her head down. This guy is so rude. It was a waste of time not to be moved by this kind of scene. Jiang Yuan cursed in her heart. But her movements were swift. There was a fatal matter in front of me. So I quickly pulled on my girdle and couldn't be careless at all. After about 10 minutes, the shaking finally subsided and the person was able to stand up. If nothing else, it is necessary to escape from this windy and sandy land. The most important thing is that the white sand is shrouded by the surrounding big trees, as if it is impossible to get out. It's the kind where the wind and sand get bigger and bigger, making you unable to open your eyes. Song Yi pulled her and didn't say a word, just ran to the side. Jiang Yuan couldn't see clearly either. As long as she didn't hit anyone, it was fine. Everyone was moving very fast. But after all, some people didn't move and were still lying on the ground. There are Xiaoling and Jingjing here. It's really difficult for her to take care of the child alone. Jiang Yuan wanted to help her, but she was unable to do so. By the time we got to the edge of the tree, the vibration had turned into shaking, and the amplitude was much smaller. Xiaoling, run over here quickly. Xiaoling, she shouted loudly, and there was indeed movement over there. He looked up blankly and then took action. The sound is getting heard more and more, and the situation is getting better. Everyone came outside one after another, wondering why the earthquake happened earlier. However, the level just now is probably not very high. What Song Yi said could be fatal. That is, the kind that breaks out at night. Now, we still cannot take it lightly. They did benefit from being in Yuban Lake. At least, everyone is safe. But the group of people in the forest are not so lucky. Everyone screamed repeatedly, and Song Yi had already gone to help. Fortunately, they are just some trees. Just move the branches away. Jiang Yuan was a little worried, so she quickly found a place behind a tree, took her father and the others out, and put on a full show. Qin Yu was frightened when she saw the scene in front of her. She had no time to accuse Jiang Yuan and went to save people. Mom and Dad, I know what you mean. Just don't go too far inside. Don't get too far away from me. You know? At this moment, no one was fussing. I don't know if there will be any aftershocks. Anyway, they will wake up a little bit. Quiet. Hurry up. Jiang Yuan did not go to rescue people, but waited for Xiaoling and Jingjing to run over. The little girl had her eyes closed and was carried on her mother's back. She quickly took the child down and checked if he was injured. It's not a problem. It's just a bit earthy. With that said, he quickly took out the cotton towel, wiped her nostrils, ears, mouth, and eyes. Xiaoling also felt like she was surviving a disaster, sitting on the ground breathing heavily. Just now, she almost lost her breath. It feels so good to be able to breathe freely. This half-month lake is really scary. However, before I had time to complain, I saw the scene in front of me, and I was suddenly shocked. Yuan, they, hurry up. Get up and take care of Jingjing. I'll go help. There were a lot of people watching the fun just now, including some old people and children. The village that had been silent for so long finally had something going on, and everyone wanted to see the excitement. As a result, something happened. The sounds of wailing and crying are endless. However, why didn't anyone come to save lives in the village? Could it be that the situation inside was also very serious? With everyone joining in, the rescue speed is very fast. More than 30 people were rescued. What should we do now? Lu Er came over to ask Song Yi's opinion. He also had no idea. He followed Song Yi's lead in everything. Send it back. Those who are not seriously injured can walk by themselves. Or even some elderly and children can be helped to carry them on their backs. Some are serious and can only be carried by others. Conditions are limited and there are no stretchers or anything like that. Chapter 372 Mochi escaped. Logically speaking, this person is injured, so it is best not to move casually. But in this situation, there are no professional medical staff. If you don't go back, you probably won't be able to go back for a while. Fortunately, it was not very far from the village. Song Yi wanted to take a shortcut and directly asked an elder brother next to him. If we go directly from here, what obstacles will there be? There is a big slope over there. It's impossible to pass. It's like the ground is disconnected. We still have to go back the way we came. In this case, forget it. These people will not joke with their lives. Jiang Yuan took her child with her, but did not go over to help. She walked at the back of the team. Half an hour later, everyone finally arrived at the village. No one spoke anymore. Only the injured ones were humming softly. In this case, you still need to check it quickly. Strange. Why is it so quiet? I don't know. Let's all go to the ancestral hall and let Mr. Tung show it to everyone. Only now did Jiang Yuan realize that Mr. Tung was a skilled doctor. It's so remote here that there is no health center in the village. The people in the village still continue their traditional ways of doing things. And Mr. Tung is the heir apparent. It is also because of this that his reputation is extremely high. Be careful. Song Yi stood at the door of the ancestral hall, where they came to discuss matters during the day. He suddenly stretched out his hand, and the people behind him did not dare to step forward rashly. At the same time, I don't know what happened. An elder brother in the village was a little confused. He didn't understand Song Yi's behavior, so he asked, "Why don't you go in?" The man didn't speak. He just stared in front of him in trance. "Then of course you won't dare to come in." While talking, a man wearing a military green coat walked out from behind. It was Mo Chi, who hadn't shown up for a long time. It seemed that he was still alive. "Long time no see, Captain Song." After saying this, he pulled up a chair and sat down on it. The words were full of sadness and contempt. But Song Yi ignored them. I had never asked them what was going on in the village before. Before anyone could open their mouths, the big brother from before came directly over. "How did you get out? Stand up for me quickly. Is that where you can do it?" The eldest brother was still very excited. But Emochi ignored him at all. "Shh. You're too noisy." As soon as he finished speaking, someone came out shouting. It was the same group of people from the rescue center that came with me before. This is not the most important thing. The key is that each of these people came out one by one. Second master. The leader was Mr. Tung Er, and even Wu Jiqing and his wife, as well as the 1st and 6th grade students, were also in front of them. Jiang Yuan looked at the situation inside and felt that it was not very good. Emochi doesn't like Song Yi. She often spends time with Song Yi, so it's inevitable that Yi will be harmed. Fortunately, I was at the back now, so I quickly sent my parents and Xiao Wan into the space. It was convenient for her to be left alone. The eldest brother wanted to step forward, but Song Yi held him back. Emochi, isn't it a bit inappropriate to treat the master like this on someone else's territory? Inappropriate? Ha ha ha. He suddenly burst out laughing wildly, looking a little crazy. What's inappropriate? They didn't treat me as a guest. Come on. Ask this old guy where the things are. As he said this, someone brought the tattered rag from Mr. Tung's mouth. Talk. The man was also furious and kicked him in the crook of his leg. Master Tang immediately knelt down and looked back at him angrily. What are you looking at? I'll dig out your eyes. Emochi watched coldly, not saying anything, obviously acquiescing. This person was not from their previous team. He was probably recruited later, and he behaved like a bandit. Let him go. This time, the elder brother didn't worry about Song Yi's obstruction and ran directly over. However, before he could reach him, he was kicked. He was not seriously injured, so naturally he couldn't bear it and started fighting with the person who beat him. Unfortunately, there was a disparity in strength, and he was captured immediately. Emochi, it's not necessary. Let him go quickly. There has been an earthquake just now, so it is important to carefully discuss hedging policies. Song Yi didn't want to talk to him, but in this situation, we had to sit together to have any hope of overcoming the difficulties together. I can't stand it. I don't appreciate it. Song Yi, I'm afraid you have forgotten that you have nothing to do with us now. Why should I listen to you? And what qualifications do you have to give orders here? Seeing his triumphant look, Jiang Yuan wanted to rush over and give him a big mouth. The villain's success seems to be a word tailor-made for him. Guzi, who was next to him, also came over and looked at Song Yi with an embarrassed look on his face. Captain Song, just leave this matter alone. When we came here, we were attacked by evil hands. These people are nothing. They actually built a secret prison inside the village. We were ambushed as soon as we came over. They snatched our weapons without any explanation and imprisoned us. Brother Song, you must not be deceived by them. These people are not as kind as they appear. They are all wolves in sheep's clothing. The big brother on the ground quit immediately. Bah. You guys are the ones with a human face and an animal heart. If we hadn't kidnapped the eldest brother and sister-in-law of the Wu family, we wouldn't have used force against you. Wu Jiqing was named. Although he was being escorted, he now started to make amends. What did you do to us then? You came to our house and took away all the food we had to eat, and forced us to go up the mountain. When we arrived at Yuban Lake, they didn't keep their promise and let us go. If Mr. Tung hadn't come to help, would you have planned to kill us and my wife? Then, poison this village? What a trick to divert misfortune to the east. This person is really very scheming. Not only did he express his position, but he also made everyone stand on the opposite side. Urguzi went up and gave him a mouth. Shut up. You? What are you doing? The junior high school student next to him suddenly quit his job. This age is the time to be impulsive. Hey, kid, be honest, or I'll beat you up. Come on. Urguzi didn't expect that people were not afraid of anything. Okay, it's just a child. It's almost okay. With that said, the little boy came over wagging his tail. Urguzi's eyes suddenly lit up. Just as he was about to step forward, he caught a glimpse of Emochi next to him and held back forcefully. Songi also knew that no one could go back. This is a test, and it is also a way for him to find an answer for himself. Okay, Songi, please don't get involved in this matter. Please. Chapter 373 Competing with each other. Go. Where are you going? He's so funny. A catastrophe is coming soon. And this person actually wants to establish prestige here. Emochi, if you do unjust things, you will be killed. You still have to think about what's behind you. You hacking curse me? As he said that, he actually stood up and was about to come this way. This is too urgent. But he doesn't have a weapon now, so there's no need to worry. They kidnapped Mr. Tung in order to find weapons. A punch hit Songi in the face, and the man turned his head to avoid it. He turned around and kicked him right on the waist. Emochi was in pain. A dagger emerged from his sleeve, and he stabbed it directly. Songi used his upper body to dodge and his lower body to attack, obviously having the upper hand. The other party was a little angry and had no way to call for help. They were all holding the villagers captive. Now that they let go, their situation became even more passive. Humph. I won't fight you. Just think I spare your life today. Later, you'd better not interfere. Even a fool can see that he is outmatched. The words were said beautifully. I'm really not ashamed. Jiang Yuan now roughly understands what happened. Mo-Chi and others coerced Wu Jiqing and his wife and Chu's home. Let others lead the way to Yuban Lake. And at the same time, they also robbed all the food in the house. This is why the two children are hiding at home. When he got here, Mr. Tung happened to know him and saved people by the way. Mo-Chi and the others were naturally the targets of the crusade. As for what he did next, it must have made them uncomfortable. Even the weapons were confiscated. They did not keep this thing as their own, but hid it. During the earthquake just now, this group of people got the opportunity and ran out, taking advantage of the chaos. He turned the situation around. The prisoner became the escort, so he was naturally majestic. Mo-Chi, I don't have time to argue with you now. Let's let these people go. They can let it go. I guarantee you. Now, whatever you choose, I'm going to have this group of people come in and heal. With that said, he waved his hand to let everyone in. Since there were no beds, everyone had to sit on chairs. Songi walked up to Master Tung and reached out to help him. The man next to him stepped forward to stop him. What are you doing? His attitude was not very good, and he even wanted to take action. Songi didn't even raise his eyelids and paused with his right hand. There was a pang sound, and the man fell down before he could react. People around him were also shocked that he actually had a gun in his hand. However, the person involved did not make any statement. It was as if what happened just now had nothing to do with him. Master Tung, go over and show them their wounds. Hey. Obviously, the village chief was also shocked. However, he still hurriedly went to the villagers to see the injury. Mo-Chi was beside him and was unable to resist. The rest of the people, seeing this situation, also let go. The two parties did not continue to entangle. It can be regarded as giving face to Song-Yi. But this isn't what he wants. Let's go! Where to? Jiang Yuan was a little at a loss. But Song-Yi directly took her hand. Apparently, we still have to go to the back mountain. Wait a moment. The big brother just came over and was running around. You too. Don't leave yet. The second master has invited you. Jiang Yuan and Song-Yi looked at each other, wondering what kind of medicine the other party was selling in the gourd. This time, the two were invited to a house behind the hall. Master Teng offered a stick of incense to his ancestors, then turned around and bowed to them. Master Tung, don't do this. Girl, this time, it's all thanks to you. We, The people of Yuban Lake have lived here for generations and have never experienced any major disaster. This time, it was a natural disaster and a man-made disaster. I think we may not be able to resist it. So, this person always knew there would be danger? Under the cover of the nest, there are completed eggs. Something happened everywhere, but they were the only ones who were spared. In a sense, this may not be a good thing. You can never imagine how terrifying human evil can be. To be honest, there was a wave of people who came here before. We received them well, even though the group was not violent. But underneath the words, they all want to occupy our village. Later, I also told them about Yuban Lake. This group of people should be the people sent by Sister Chun. Jiang Yuan felt nervous and hurriedly asked him what to do next. Where are those people now? Did they go to the Yuban Lake ruins? I went there. I saw that they were also interested in that place. So I asked someone to send them there. The group stayed for 2 days and then left. Gone? Jiang Yuan was a little surprised. This was impossible. They also met that group of people at the foot of the mountain. Moreover, Sister Chun also delivered a message to the people on the mountain. How could she have left? Girl, you guessed right. That group of people didn't leave. They just left the village. Walking 2 miles east, there was a large cave on the mountain peak over there. And they settled there. In this case, Mr. Tang also sent people to follow him. Then they probably want to get rid of it this time. However, he accidentally saved Chu Yi and Chu Lu. So he became a little friendlier to them. So, what are your thoughts when you tell us this time? Song Yi said something so coldly that she didn't know how to answer it. This person speaks too directly and leaves no room for others. I think you are good people. I just want to remind you. I don't know why everyone is looking for this half-moon lake. But it's definitely dangerous when there are too many people. There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. So be careful. Today, it is expected to change. Song Yi looked at Mr. Tang. This man probably knew that there was going to be a disaster soon. But why don't you say it? Do you know about the earthquake? Earthquake? Wasn't there already an earthquake just now? Yeah. Not just now. I feel like this earthquake will happen again. Mr. Tang Air. We will continue to Yuban Lake later. If you also believe it, you can go there together. Jiang Yuan is not the Holy Mother. She invites him to see how he reacts. If you really knew something, you would naturally not miss this opportunity. No. You go ahead. We will defend the village whether we live or die. This is something passed down from our ancestors from generation to generation. Even if we die, we have to stay at home. What? He is actually this kind of person. Master Tang. This is your idea alone. Do you want to discuss it with the villagers? As soon as she said her words, Song Yi pulled her back. Jiang Yuan turned around, and the other party shook her head, signaling her not to continue talking. Chapter 374. The village was destroyed. Thank you very much. Mr. Tang. Please take it seriously. Song Yi said goodbye to him, and the other party nodded slightly. There was so much emotion in his eyes that she couldn't understand. Those who came together must leave together. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the warmest time of the day, although the temperature can be as low as 60 or 70 degrees below zero. Wait a moment. It turned out to be Wu Jiqing, his wife, and their 2 children. What happened today? They took turns coming to talk to them. Big brother, let us follow. So, are you not prepared to suffer? That's right. They are not from this village after all. No matter how you say it, it is as it should be. That place doesn't belong to us either. If you want to go, we can go together. Jiang Yuan still likes these 2 children. The adults have scheming intentions and have nothing to do with them. Just as we arrived at the door, the wooden door squeaked and swayed on its own. She looked up at Song Yi, who was already nervous. Run. This movement is not small, and people outside can feel it. As soon as he shouted, everyone started to run away. The destination is naturally the Yuban Lake ruins. Although the experience just now was not good, it saved their lives in the end. Jiang Yuan also ran, and Song Yi held her hand with red eyes. Before I could run a few steps, the wall of the yard next to me collapsed. Get out of the way. Because it is an alley. A very narrow one. There is no way to avoid it. Many people in front of me have suffered. Song Yi pulled her hard, and Jiang Yuan ran into her arms uncontrollably. They both fell to the ground and rolled to the side. The sound of the stone falling to the ground echoed in my ears. Before she had time to recover, the courtyard wall behind her, that is, The side of the ancestral hall also began to fall down. Song Yi, with quick eyes and quick hands, pulled her and started running forward crazily. Jiang Yuan's heart almost jumped out of her chest when she stepped on the rubble that had just collapsed. Help! Woo-woo! For a time, the sounds of walls collapsing and heavy objects falling to the ground, plus cries for help and whimpering, could be heard all the time. They couldn't walk steadily either, and the ground was shaking back and forth, making them unsteady at all. Coupled with a harsh surrounding environment, Jiang Yuan felt that she was basically being dragged away by Song Yi. The few people who went out first were all buried under the wall. Behind him, he ran out of the ancestral hall. Every one of them was extremely frightened. When she rushed out of the door, she was buried by the courtyard wall inside. Jiang Yuan looked at the dust flying in front of her and was scared to death. That feeling of fresh life disappearing in an instant is still right in front of your eyes. It's really scary. I don't know if suffering inspired people's potential explosive power, but quite a few people actually ran out. Fortunately, the location of this ancestral hall is relatively close to the side. However, escaping the poison of the wall is not the end. All the houses began to tremble and fall. Hearing the huge noise, she looked back and saw the house falling apart instantly. Those running behind were directly devoured. Jiang Yuan's eyes widened, feeling the earthquake so clearly for the first time. Let's go! Song Yi roared and pulled her forward with difficulty. The living people, using their last breath of strength, really ran forward. In panic, she saw Xiaoling and Jingjing. Mom! Run quickly! Half of her body was pinned down. And in panic, she threw her daughter out. The little girl cried and ran to her rolling and crawling. Oh! Damn! The child was just 2 meters away from her. Jiang Yuan broke away from Song Yi with all her strength, fell to the ground suddenly, and began to crawl forward. Jiang Yuan! Jiang Yuan! Save her! Mom! The little girl looked at her mother, who was pressed under the stone, and cried heartbrokenly. Get out of here! She cursed loudly. Jingjing was shocked. Xiaoling has always been gentle and persuasive, but she has never seen such a violent scene. Go quickly. Be quiet. She hugged the child. And Song Yi came over, took it from her hand, and held it in her armpit. Xiaoling was already in tears, and ran less than 1 meter away. There was a crash sound. The remaining wall fell down, and Xiaoling was buried entirely. Jiang Yuan gritted her teeth and ran away quickly. She saved Jingjing because she saw Xianwan from her previous life. That child must be as helpless as her at the end of his life. The two of them ran wildly, keeping an eye out for things falling next to them, and finally reached the road to Yuben Lake. There are fewer and fewer people following behind, and it would be good to have more than 20. This includes people from the village. The road on the mountain is not easy to walk, especially uphill. That vibrating feeling makes you take 2 steps forward and take 3 steps back. There is no other way. At the critical moment, I can only crawl on my stomach. In the middle, the shock seemed to subside for a while. They seized the opportunity and tried to stand up. When he found out that it was indeed possible, he ran away. Fortunately, we finally arrived at Yuban Lake before the big earthquake. Just after passing through the small woods on the opposite side, I saw a row of people standing in the middle. It turned out to be the young commander and Sister Chun, whom they had not seen for a long time. And Emochi and others were also among them. Song Yi squinted his eyes. It seemed that today was not only a natural disaster, but also a man-made disaster. He quietly turned his head and said to Jiang Yuan in an inaudible voice, "Wait a minute. Look for an opportunity to go in." This means not letting her participate. Song Yi also has his own considerations, and this group of people probably won't give up. If they saw Jiang Yuan disappear out of thin air, it would probably be detrimental to her. So they had to take advantage of it when no one was paying attention. At this moment, he didn't care anymore and wanted to attract the attention of that group of people. Song Yi, you are finally here. I thought you would be there. Emochi had a disgusting look on his face. He was really angry just now, and it was precisely because of this that they escaped the disaster. This feeling of being favored by God made him overjoyed, always thinking that his spring was coming. I disappoint you. Emochi, the master is here. Why don't you keep your tail between your legs? You hacking scolded me. As he spoke, he stretched out his index finger and pointed over. He didn't have a weapon in his hand. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given in so easily. Arriving at Yuban Lake, the feeling of shock immediately subsided a lot, and the villagers looked back. The whole village fell down and turned into a mess of ruins. While I was frightened, I also had a strong interest in this place. Maybe they can really survive here. However, the group of people on the opposite side are the greatest danger now. The young commander stretched out his hand to stop the furious Emochi. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. There were still gauze residue from the bandage on his face. And there seemed to be something wrong with his eyes. Song-yi, you didn't expect that I'm still alive. Chapter 375 The Truth. Why does it feel like this young commander is even more gloomy? However, they are all alive. Which is really awesome. I still think it's a little unreasonable that you died so easily after causing trouble for thousands of years. By now, you are just a good talker. Right? People didn't take him seriously at all. And that's also the case now. The young commander's side has a large number of people and weapons. So the advantage is overwhelming. Jiang Yuan watched the two people fighting and began to think in her mind that she would be able to quickly enter the space later. This group of people is not so lucky. I wonder what will happen to Song-yi. Could it be that he still couldn't escape the fate of his previous life and would die in this big earthquake? Yes, I have a mouth and can talk. Unlike you. Whatever happens, hide it in your heart and let others guess. That's why you have always been a poisonous tongue in the grass. And you will never become a dragon. I can't do it. What about you? What good ending do you think you will get? Today is the day you die. Song-yi sneered. He was the kind of person who won't lose even if he loses. Since you are so confident, don't be afraid to tell me something. Seeing him showing weakness, the young commander was in a rare good mood. Okay, I'll let you know clearly. If you want to know anything, just ask. Jiang Yuan looked at Song-yi nervously. He always wanted to find a way to know the questions he had in his life. This man's hunting moment is coming soon. Time was running out. So Song-yi chose to play straight. Did you advocate the construction of those caves in Changming village? And you also collected the materials inside? The corners of the young commander's mouth were slightly raised, and the pride in his eyes could not be hidden. That's right. Wartime preparations. There are 9 twists and turns. It's so perfect that it can't be replicated. And those grains are all from Jinyo village and here. You have been up there before, so you should be familiar with them. Therefore, Sister Chun is really his. Before, it was all about money and food. So the misty world was also started by the young commander. If it hadn't been for a sudden avalanche on the mountain, they would have been living in a state of dissatisfaction. His heart is really big. Where are the craftsmen? Song-yi's voice was cold. And Jiang Yuan knew that he had also built it with him in his previous life. If you ask this, can you say? She looked at the young commander nervously. Right? Don't be like what he guessed. Hey, you mean the original defenders? Song-yi, do you still have contact with them? What? He actually asked the original garrison here to do such a thing. If there was no coercion in this, she wouldn't believe it. Where did they go? The young commander's eyes were contemptuous and slightly impatient. Once the generals have accomplished the task, the cave has been repaired, and they naturally went to where they should go. So, you actually killed them? Song-yi was already determined, but stubborn and wanted to ask for an answer. Why you ask this has nothing to do with you. If you want to redress the injustice, I advise you to stop thinking about it. Song-yi, what time is it now? Living is far less comfortable than dying. Good guy. If that's what you said, then why doesn't he die? Jiang Yuan rolled her eyes, not afraid of being seen. However, at this time, all eyes were on these two people, and no one paid attention to her side character. What about my senior sister? Come on. Come on. I finally asked. So, was it all foreshadowing? Jiang Yuan was also very excited. Although Song-yi didn't say much about this senior sister. However, she is definitely an important part of the non-standard. She also knew about Yuban Lake, and everyone believed her. How could such a person be a creature of the pond? You still have the nerve to mention her? If you hadn't said those weird things to her, she wouldn't have turned against me. Snort. When Song-yi heard this, he suddenly took 2 steps forward, took out his pistol, and pointed it at the young commander. Tell me, how did she die? What if I don't? 2 people actually called on the board. The guards at the back also refused to show weakness. And several families also raised their weapons at the same time. Song-yi, your senior sister is not dead. She is just missing. This has nothing to do with us. Put the gun down. Sister Chun couldn't sit still and shouted loudly. What did you say? Song-yi was a little unbelievable. The senior sister was not dead. How could this be possible? It's true. After you contacted her, She came over and had a big fight with the young commander. She disappeared the next day, and we searched for her for a long time, but could not find her. She left all the notes. She must have told you that you came here. Right? Song Yi didn't answer. This Sister Chun looked gentle, but in fact, she was very cruel and ruthless. This kind of person is the best at attacking the mind. If you are not careful, you will be bewitched by her. Ah Chun, why are you talking to him so much? The young commander snorted coldly, which basically confirmed this statement. However, if the senior sister is not dead, then where did she go? Could it be that I also came to Yuben Lake? So why didn't I see it? Or did something happen in the middle that caused her to have an accident? Song Yi felt heavy and didn't know what to say. There seemed to be no definite answer to this matter. However, no matter how much I asked, I couldn't find anything out. What about your dad? Why do you want to imprison him? Finally here, Jiang Yuan has always wanted to ask about the matter between Song Yi and his old leader. However, I have never been able to find free time. Now, since he asked, he could get a glimpse. Ha ha ha. Song Yi, you are so smart. Don't you think I have been targeting you? Ouch. You really made me laugh. The young commander had no image at all now, holding his belly like a rogue. Song Yi was calm and stood on the opposite side without saying anything. Just so quiet, watching him smile. Come on. I won't come with you either. I think it's better to let your old leader talk to you about this matter in person. Dad? Come out. Jiang Yuan was even more confused when she shouted this. Why did things come to this? They always thought that they were reborn and had a god's perspective. Unexpectedly, I was still fooled by this group of people. The crowd dispersed automatically, and the old man was in good spirits and stood at the front slowly and on crutches. Song Yi, long time no see. It didn't take long. You forgot. We just saw the tornado before it came. There was no change in his expression, looking at the person he respected the most in the past. The ups and downs in his heart were not very big. You boy. You are indeed the person I like. You are still calm in the face of danger even though you have reached this point. Not bad. Chapter 376 Destroy It. This kind of deep appreciation makes some people feel disgusted, while others find it disgusting. Dad? What are you talking about that is useless? Song Yi knows too many secrets. We must deal with him. As soon as the young commander said this, the old commander stretched out his hand to interrupt. Song Yi, you were once my pride and the fastest knife in my hand. I know you have many questions in your mind. If you want to know anything, just ask. Look, this opportunity has come. How come Long San, Charlie, and Tian Lei are all missing? I didn't expect that he would ask this. The old leader was startled for a second, then returned to his usual appearance for a second. They broke the rules. Listened to things they shouldn't have heard. Said things they shouldn't have said. It's that simple. Is there anything else you want to know? Therefore, I can't wait to send them on their way. Why didn't we end up well in the end? Is it because we were too loyal to you? Song Yi, I told you not to mention the past things again. Originally, you have already left. Why should you be so smart? It is such a pity for such a good seedling. In the next life, remember to know something. After saying that, he waved his hand, and the people behind him came up with weapons in hand. Song Yi, come here quickly. Jiang Yuan was a little scared. These people were really going to use force. She couldn't just watch him die. He had saved her several times, especially that time in the supermarket on the mountain. I went there alone. The young commander was also very happy, looking at Song Yi with a victor's attitude. Look, no matter how good you are, you can't defeat me. Do you understand what it means to be a close relative of flesh and blood? I am my father's biological son. You are just a dog. Woof woof woof. Unexpectedly, it was the little one who quit first. Is this a curse? Or is he looking down on dogs? Song Yi was there, and the little boy stood side by side with him, feeling like they were of the same mind about life and death. The young commander didn't want to say any more, as the commanding hand had already fallen. No one expected that the shock would come again. This time, it seems to be quite powerful. Everyone began to sway, and the white sand on the ground rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a minute, he could no longer stand still. It's also very scary here. You have to be wary of the flying sand and dust. And you have to keep your figure steady. What's going on? This earthquake is not over yet. The young commander didn't want to miss this rare opportunity. If he was allowed to escape, It would probably not be that easy to get rid of Song Yi. When he raised the gun, Jiang Yuan saw it. At this moment, Song Yi had already run up to her with the little one. Be careful. Jiang Yuan pulled hard, and the two of them fell down together with Jingjing. My back was turned to that person just now, so naturally I couldn't help but feel nervous. However, the young commander was not much better. It was so wobbly that it was impossible to stand, let alone aim. This time, it felt even more powerful than the previous 2 times. If night is the last time, how much more suffering will they have to endure? Jiang Yuan was pulled by Song Yi, and the two of them were too busy taking care of themselves that they had no time to see anyone else. With a boom, everyone's eyes were drawn to the sound next to them. Jiang Yuan was shocked. That was Yubanhu village, where they had just escaped. I saw only those collapsed houses, or rather, large areas of ruins. It was already fully razed, as if there was a big hand underneath, holding everything up, higher and higher, higher and higher, as if it will be thrown over in the next second. Jiang Yuan stared blankly in front of her. She was so shocked that she didn't know what to say. At that moment, the insignificance of human beings was no longer an empty talk. That kind of real feeling makes you unable to believe that you were once the master of this world. Just like a joke. Suddenly, the ruins on the other side suddenly fell down. Moreover, he turned it over in the middle, just like a chef flipping a spoon. Get down, Song Yi said, pressing her head, and several people fell down one after another. The soil over there is like a net, running straight towards the side. The movement visible to the naked eye arouses deep fear in people. When we got to this side of the woods, we were finally stopped partially, but it was not enough. The moment the yellow soil and white sand merged, she actually had a distinct feeling. However, this is just the beginning, and the situation behind will get worse and worse. Houses are being turned upside down one after another, and there is more and more sand and soil here. Gradually, the white color is no longer visible. Jiang Yuan thought, this half-moon lake is different after all, and it can actually avoid being affected. Fortunately, my parents didn't see it. Otherwise they would be scared to death. And Shan Wan, this is really a childhood horror movie. She felt uncomfortable thinking about it. The dust is so big. It's not as good as entering the space. It's clean, and you won't be afraid of blinding your eyes. I'll help. As soon as this idea came to her, there was a shout from the other side. But the visibility was too low now, and we had no idea what was going on. The shouts were louder than the waves, and she still held Jingjing's hand. It's just that my palms are already sweating, and it always feels so weird. Where does the wind come from? Before the sand fell, the wind picked up again, and Jiang Yuan couldn't help but complain. If he hadn't lowered his head and covered it with a scarf, he would definitely have a mouthful of dirt. Yes, everything in front of me is yellow now, and the white sand is no longer obvious. The wind picked up, but unexpectedly, it blew away the soil. The world in front of me became clearer, but it still felt a bit unrealistic. The people over there were already in chaos, and the ground was still shaking. Jiang Yuan felt a little nauseous, like she wanted to vomit. Heat stroke or motion sickness in summer are the same feeling. She pulled Jingjing, wanting to go to space, and her other hand was held by Song Yi. There's just one little thing that needs to be contacted. Just as he was about to remind him, he saw the ground next to him suddenly cracked. It was like a very ugly scar, winding away very fast. The person on the opposite side had no time to run and fell directly into the gap in the middle. Holy shit. What is that? There was a scream nearby, and she recognized it as Fan Qing's voice. Zhang Kaiyang and her were not far away from him. The entrance kept moving forward, and did not stop until it reached the other end of the woods. However, it didn't end. It actually got bigger and bigger. Just now it was a vertical extension. Now it is a horizontal expansion. Chapter 377. The entire army was wiped out. The people next to him stepped back as hard as they could. However, it was too late. The split was too fast. Coupled with my own shock, I could only watch one person fall down helplessly. So, even after arriving at Yuban Lake, can they still not escape this fate? Song Yi, when you hold the little one, there must be physical contact. Jiang Yuan quickly explained that this thing cannot be delayed. This is the group of people they stand far away from and in the center, and they are basically all damaged. The hole expanded to about 5 meters, and then started to shrink again. Oh my god, she exclaimed. In this case, The group of people who fell just now would all become meatloaf. Here we go again, come on. Brother Song? Sister Yuan? It was Kai Yang's voice. And Jiang Yuan quickly looked back. I saw another crack coming towards the crowd. Not far from them. It's too late to sigh over there. It's dangerous here too. Quick! Why? Before they could react, Song Yi pulled them and ran outside the woods. In front were Kai Yang and Fan Qing. And the young commander and his group also ran outside separately. It's not safe here anymore. And it's an endless loop. Only when the sand and soil are gone can we see that there is a shape similar to a funnel inside. The surroundings are high and the bottom is low. If it is a lake, it can indeed store water. The road is so difficult. Everyone is thrilling. And they are scrambling for every minute and second here. The land opens and closes greatly. From the first gap to several gaps at the same time. They ran to the tree and did not sit back and relax. The same situation was happening outside the tree. Jiang Yuan's heart sank. No. This matter probably won't get better. Brother Song. What should we do? Kai Yan was also very panicked and pulled Fan Qing tightly. She was also frightened. And her whole body was shaking like chaff. Without time, Jiang Yuan pulled Song Yi over and whispered in his ear. Song Yi nodded. And then staggered behind Zhang Kaiyang and the others. With one strike of the knife, he fell down. Just as Fan Qing was about to turn around, he also fell down. Song Yi was very timely, and she didn't find any clues. Hurry. The two people hurriedly brought everyone into physical contact, including the little one. There was actually a crack on the side. The tree opposite has fallen. Close your eyes, Jiang Yuan shouted. And in a blink of an eye, several people arrived in the space. Seeing them coming back, Jiang Xingji and Qin Yi ran over quickly. Seeing them in such a miserable state covered in dirt made me feel so sad. Daughter, how's it going? Is it over? Are you hurt? With that said, he came over to check on her. It's okay. Mom, find something for Kai Yang and Fan Qing to cover their eyes. The same goes for Jingjing. The child must have been frightened. When I found out just now, he had already fainted. After Jiang Yuan finished speaking, she didn't bother to change her clothes and ran directly to a wing next to her. This was previously prepared as a tea room. And everything was put in place. There is also a low bed similar to a tatami, which is a sample she collected from a store in the building materials and furniture store. She sat cross-legged on it, closed her eyes, and began to sense the situation outside. Song Yi could probably guess her intention and kept watch. The situation outside is getting worse and worse. The ground opened and closed, causing everyone to fall. If you want to run, it's impossible. In the rest of the places, there are cracks of varying degrees. The young commander pulled Sister Chun, but the two of them were not much better. When he fell, he pushed Sister Chun, but the difference was only a few seconds. Sister Chun still didn't escape the fate of falling, but the young commander actually stuck a dagger into the fault. Seeing Sister Chun falling, he shouted, but no one responded to him. Soon, the cracks in the ground began to shrink, and he was squeezed before he could climb up. Within 3 seconds, the gap was closed, and blood was pouring out. It was so scary that Jiang Yuan twitched. Cough, cough, cough. Song Yi quickly stepped forward and supported her. How's it going? Are you okay? It's okay. The young commander and Sister Chun are dead. Song Yi didn't say much. Death was normal at this time. Jiang Yuan continued to close her eyes. She couldn't pretend to ignore this situation. The man wanted to stop her, but he was afraid that the sudden interruption would hurt her. After all, he doesn't understand the rules here. No one was spared, and more blood emerged. The one who persisted until the end was actually the commander. He was leaning on a cane and was in a state of extreme embarrassment. When I fell, I struggled for a long time. Song Yi, I'm sorry for you. Jiang Yuan opened her eyes suddenly. He did not expect that the old leader's last words were actually addressed to him. How about it? The old leader is dead. He said he was sorry for you. As a party involved, Song Yi should have the right to know about this matter. How are you? The other party ignored her, because she was afraid that something would happen to Jiang Yuan. I'm alright. As he spoke, he actually vomited blood. Oh! What's going on? Qin Yi was worried. Except for the guard Yin. Everyone else was watching at the door. Seeing Jiang Yuan vomiting blood, they all ran over. Girl, how are you? Her dad? Hurry up and get a cup of hot water. Well, Jiang Xingji ran out in a hurry. and Jiang Yuan was a little weak. Mom, I'm fine. I just saw the scary scene, and I'm a little tired. Then you should take a rest quickly. I don't know why, but I feel really tired and feel like all my energy has been exhausted. After drinking some hot water, my eyelids became heavy. I had never felt this way before. I wonder if it was because I brought too many people back. Jiang Yuan didn't think too much and quickly lay down. When she woke up again, it felt like a long time had passed. Song Yi was waiting next to her, and Qin Yu was also there. Woke up? When her mother heard the conversation, she quickly came over. Jiang Yuan found that she was still in the room just now, but she was covered with a quilt, and there was a pillow under her head. I have been well taken care of. After all, my parents are here. Daughter, how are you? Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Are you hungry? It's okay. Mom, I'm much better. What time is it now? And how long have I been sleeping? Almost 3 hours. Song Yi spoke calmly. He had been so nervous just now, for fear that this person would not wake up. It's been so long. What about Kaiyang and the others? Are they awake? No. Don't worry. He's still asleep. Qin Yu hurried over, held her hand to comfort her, and poured her a glass of hot water. How is that possible? It's taken so long. Song Yi, are you too harsh? Chapter 378 Yu Ban who appears. What an injustice. He has something serious at his disposal. How could he kill it? How much this person doesn't believe in himself. No. My daughter. I know you are worried about them knowing about the space. Xiao Song asked me to give them 2 sleeping pills via WeChat. Don't worry. Okay. I almost misunderstood someone. These people all do things in a measured way. So she doesn't worry. They have been running around continuously these days. So it is a good thing for them to have a good sleep. Anyway, this is all I can do to comfort myself now. At least, his life was saved. Seeing that she was much better, Qin Yu started making dinner. Jiang Yuan closed her eyes and sensed the situation outside again. The earthquake was over, and it was so quiet that it looked like there was a spring in the middle of the lake. The water was bubbling, and the small bubble in the middle was gurgling. The blood that had surged around him also melted into it. The red color became lighter and lighter until it disappeared. Jiang Yuan suddenly opened her eyes, and Song Yi hurried over. How's it going? Are you okay? The concern in his eyes cannot be hidden. It's okay. Don't worry. It's much better outside now. Song Yi, let me tell you something. Don't be afraid. What's the matter? He knew. He must have seen what was happening outside. People are dead. All of them. The old leader, the young commander, Sister Chun, Mochi, all of them, including those who came with us, are all gone. She didn't see anyone, including the 1st and 6th grade children. Wu Jiqing and his wife are gone too, which is really a bit sad. I know. It's okay. As long as we are alive, anything is possible. Besides, the lake outside seems to be starting to swell. Jiang Yuan looked at Song Yi, who was also very surprised. Is the so-called rebirth just a reshuffling of nature's cards? Everyone dies. Life begins again. Everything revives? Song Yi looked at Jiang Yuan and had a rough guess in his mind. Or maybe this is what new life means. If you hadn't brought us in, we probably wouldn't have escaped that fate. Thank you, Jiang Yuan. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan smiled generously. You're welcome. What a big deal. You saved me. And from now on, my life will be yours. Whatever you want. I won't blink an eye. That's what I said. Don't be so nervous. You have saved me before. So just deal with it. No. Song Yi spoke categorically, as if he was afraid that she would regret it. From now on, I will follow you. You can't get rid of me. Hey, I saved you and got you into trouble. Jiang Yuan was a little unconvinced and argued with him for a few words. However, everyone has a feeling of surviving a disaster. Song Yi suddenly became serious, looked at her, and said seriously, Jiang Yuan, let's go out and take a look later. I always feel that this is not the end. Although everyone is gone, there may be other places as well. We still need some place to settle down. Well, okay. Let's go and have a look. The location Jiang Yuan can sense is very limited. If she wants to know what the general environment is like, she must go out. Staying here for a long time is not an option. Leaving out will be a matter of time. Fortunately, my mother also prepared dinner. It's soup noodles with a lot of vegetables. Jiang Yuan ate very well. She hadn't eaten much today, and was already hungry. Soon, after eating a large bowl of noodles, I felt relieved. For the sake of safety, Songyi was asked to go out with her this time. And the little one also had to go with her. When the 2 people and the dog came out, it was already dark outside. It's now 8 o'clock in the evening. But I'm not as blind as before. Instead, there was a red light everywhere, as if a filter had been applied. Whoa! The little one has been restless. They are now next to the tree. Even after the water rises tomorrow, it will be safe here. There is no other way. The 2 of them can only go back first. Kai Yang and Fan Qing had been sleeping. And so had Jingjing. We will get this group of people out tomorrow. And they will all follow. Songyi, you said last time that the most powerful earthquake happened in the middle of the night. But now that it's so powerful, what will it be like at night? He looked at her with a serious look on his face. It seems to be ahead of schedule. I think now is probably the most serious one. In my previous life, I didn't even mention it in advance. In the end, there was only one earthquake, and the rest were small aftershocks. Harmless. He said this, and Jiang Yuan also felt the same. Although she didn't live long, some things had changed, which was obvious to all. So, after we came back, some changes took place in this matter. For example, it gets hotter when it's extremely hot. When it's extremely cold, it gets even colder. These are all different from the previous life. Right? That's true. But we don't know what happens next. This is also true. The disaster has passed. How many survivors there are, and what will happen next is unknown. A few people hurriedly rested, ate briefly the next day, and came out directly. Bring everyone out, including the 3 sleeping people. As soon as the cold wind blew, everyone woke up. Kion was still a bit unable to recover, and was surprised when he saw the person in front of him. Is this earthquake over? Brother Song, did you save me? Songyi nodded. We can't say more about this matter. It's the same for everyone. Jiang Yuan didn't say anything, and several people started to get busy. Before our eyes, the half-moon lake has been completed. The lake water is clear, and there is no ice on such a cold day. It always feels a little weird. But with such a big lake in front of you, it's like it suddenly appeared. Jiang Yuan knew what was going on. She felt it yesterday. Except for Songyi. She didn't tell anyone else. Let's go to the village and have a look. Walk. After the agreement was made, everyone set off. Help! Help! Is there anyone? Please help me. The sound was quiet, but everyone heard it. Yi Mianmian's eyes turned green, and she pointed down in fear. Is it in here? Don't blame her for being afraid. It's true that they all lived together there, although the sounds coming from below were human voices. It felt like the sounds of H.L. Who are you? Kai Yang tried to talk to him, but the other party seemed to be unable to hear him, and just kept shouting for help. Can you hear? Kai Yang shouted again, but the situation did not improve. The cry became more urgent, as if something dangerous had happened. Chapter 379, The Disappeared Village. The group of people looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Jiang Yuan thought, maybe dig it out and have a look, just in case it really works. Songyi, here. As he said that, he handed over a shovel. A small shovel like the one he had stocked before. Jiang Xingji took the handful from Jiang Yuan's hand, and the 2 started digging. Ah! A sharp cry came from underneath the ground, as if it was in great pain. The 2 looked at each other suspiciously, and started to attack again. This time, Songyi used a lot of strength to dig out a piece. Ah! The screams below were already terrifying. From where he put down the shovel, red liquid began to ooze out, and it smelled fishy. This is blood. Everyone took a few steps back and left the scene of the incident. Oh my god! This is so off the mark. How could such a thing happen? It's so strange. Jiang Xingji couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He never expected how things could be like this. Mainly, this is not scientific. I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. Jiang Yuan was okay. She had seen this kind of scene yesterday, although with the addition of their digging today and the cries for help from underground, it was indeed more supernatural. However, in the end, I was mentally prepared. Now even if the sun rises from the west, she won't feel anything wrong. Yes, the sun. When Jiang Yuan looked up, the long-lost sun was hanging in the sky. She hasn't seen the sun since the rainstorm. Even later, It was still gloomy, as if it was shrouded in something. This time, although there is no dazzling light, however, it can be clearly seen that it is red. Look! The sun is coming out. Everyone looked up and looked confused when they saw this. Oh my god! It's actually the sun. Mom, the sun is out. Zhang Kaiyan also became excited, which was really rare. Moreover, it seems that when the sun comes out, hope comes. It's really the sun. We are saved. It was Fan Qing who spoke. She was very excited. She pulled Kai Yang's arm and shook it desperately. Then do we want to continue digging? Jiang Xingji didn't talk about the sun, but asked about the following situation. Everyone was speechless. This matter was really hard to talk about. Forget it. We are not saints either. If it can't be saved, it can't be saved. Moreover, there is something wrong with the sound. If we can't, let's go to the village and have a look. I don't know if we can still find survivors. Jiang Yuan glanced at Jingjing next to her. It was obvious that she wanted to see if she could find Xiaoling. This child has no mother, so he is naturally pitiful. The rest of the people had no objections. What happened here was far beyond what normal people could predict. Instead of listening to the scary sounds here, it's better to look somewhere else. If he could really save someone, he would have gained an extra companion. Song Yi looked around and made sure there was no one before leaving. The lake water looks clear, but there is always something strange about it. They went all the way down to the village, and were surprised again. The entire village, including the ruins, was actually gone. It's unbelievable that they all disappeared and were razed to the ground. There was no trace at all, let alone finding anyone. Are we in the wrong place? It's right here. Yesterday I saw all this scattered stuff getting up. It must have been photographed below, as it has the same nature as the lakeside. Oh my god! This is too scary. Does it mean that everyone has been sucked in by this place? You can't say that. There are always things you can't imagine in natural disasters. Everyone was silent. After a long time, Jian Yuan called Jingjing over. Kowtow to your mother. Jingjing remembered what happened yesterday, and she knew her mother would never come back. Just like her father. Her mother would tell her before. If she is gone in the future, she must be obedient, work more, and live well. Also, if you are with Jian Yuan, you must take good care of Xiao Yuan. She didn't know why, but she had to listen to her mother's words because she promised her mother. Mom, Jingjing is leaving, and I will definitely come back to see you later. Mom, I love you quietly. Jian Yuan couldn't bear it, and her heart ached when she saw her child crying. Quietly. Get up. Mom will definitely hear it. She went over, pulled the child up, and wiped her tears. Where are we going next? Everyone looked at Song Yi. It's not where it should be. But where else can it go? Earlier Mr. Tung said that there is a cave on the mountain next to it. Why don't we go and have a look? Jian Yuan also remembered that there was indeed such a place. Moreover, that mountain looks good. Are you talking about the place where the group of people sent here by Sister Chun and others will stay? Yes. Let's go and have a look. Good. Now that we have a new goal, everyone is happy and starts moving forward. Mr. Tun Yuri said that the distance was only 2 miles. However, they searched for a long time and couldn't find it. What should they do? It's so troublesome. Let's take a rest first. Let's look for it later. As Song Yi spoke, he took out a lot of food from his backpack. Bread, ham sausage, beef jerky, shikima. Wow! So many! Thank you, Brother Song. Zhang Kaiyan just thought that this was taken from the cave before, and didn't think much about anything else. Song Yi, could it be that the cave is gone too? This earthquake is really powerful. The whole village can be leveled. If we can't do it, don't look for it. See where it fits and find a place to settle down. Hearing this, he nodded. Last night, there were no more earthquakes, which proved that his guess was correct and the time had indeed advanced. In this case, many things should be out of place. It was normal for them to not be able to find the cave for the time being, but they still wanted to find a place to stay. Okay, let's go to the village later. It looks scarier here, but that's not necessarily the case. Jiang Yuan also agrees with this. There is no way, although there is no problem with the mountains here. However, the few trees, sand, and stones feel changed. The deep stone, half covered by ice and snow, also disappeared. There is only a semi-deep pit left, which is certainly unsettling. Okay. Hurry up. We can't waste time. When it gets dark later, there will be nothing we can do, Jiang Xingji urged. And everyone quickly packed their things. At night, I didn't even have a place to stay. I was really speechless. Chapter 380 Meteor Shower. The group of people had no choice but to continue walking back. The village that used to be full of laughter has turned into the flat land now. There were sporadic red blood stains. And the pools were terrifying. Jiang Yuan was also very annoyed. If she couldn't find a place to stay, she would have to go to her space with so many people. It's okay to just save someone once and for all. If things go on like this and become a habit, it will be troublesome. Those hours were all earned by her hard work. Naturally, I wouldn't want to take it so easily and let everyone enjoy it. However, there is really no shelter here. Let's go collect some firewood. Make a fire here. And rest here at night. Jiang Xingji chose a slope that was very gentle. Even if there are aftershocks, there will be no problem. Okay. Let's go collect firewood. We'll go together and the lesbian will stay. They came out with some things, including blankets and stuff. Jiang Yuan took it from the space, mainly for the convenience of living outside. Although it is thin and light, it has good warmth retention properties. It's easy to explain and not too abrupt. Jiang Yuan also looked at the situation here and made sure that there was nothing around. Yi Mianmian was packing her things and felt a bit sad. Yesterday, they entered the space early. They had no idea what happened outside. Later, Song Yi and the others came back and said that there was an earthquake outside. However, after all, she had not seen it with her own eyes. After encountering so many strange things today, her worldview collapsed. Sister Yuan, isn't it safe for us here? If there are still sounds coming from below, what should we do? Well, she really hasn't thought about this. Mian Mian, don't think so much. There is nothing we can do now. Even if there is, just pretend you didn't hear it. Yi Mianmian is still a little uneasy, always feeling that the world has become a little crazy. It was a little different from the place where she had lived for more than 20 years. Song Yi and the others came back and found a lot of branches, so they didn't need to worry too much. If they all fall down, just pick them up and that's it. They went back and forth 3 times. And Jiang Yuan was not idle either. When they returned for the last time, the fire was already burning. He also set up a small pot, the one Qin Yu used in the temple before. It's not too abrupt to continue using it now. There are some instant noodles in the backpack, cooked for everyone to eat. The soup is still warm. Everyone is willing, especially Zhang Kaiang, who can no longer control himself. I hurriedly looked for clean ice, fearing that I would delay eating. They also have self-heating hot pot here, so you can eat together later. Soon, night fell and everyone ate. Now there is no strong wind, no blizzard, and the earthquake is past. I always feel very happy. Oh my god. Look at that. Are they stars? Qin Yu discovered it, and she was shocked. Yes, it's really a star. After so many years in the city, I have rarely seen so many stars. However, it's not that bright. Of course, it wasn't completely dark yet. Everyone began to relax. The stars in the sky are getting brighter and brighter, and there are more and more. Soon, we arrived at a starry sky. Wow, there are so many stars. So beautiful. Could this be the legendary Milky Way? Kaiyan was lying on the blanket in a good mood. He wanted Fan Qin to come over with him. However, after being rejected, now is not the time for romance. Everyone looked up at the stars in the sky. Jiang Yuan was a little surprised. In their hometown, there are many stars in summer and autumn. However, there were not as many as there are now. Is it because we are on a mountain? The stars are so low. I feel like I can touch them. Haha. Kaiyan made a random joke, but no one laughed. And he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. This star does look a bit low. Why do I feel that it is so unusual? Jiang Yuan murmured to herself, her sixth sense telling her that this was not a good thing. Seeing that she was still frightened, Song Yi was also very worried. It's okay. You guys take a rest first and I'll watch. If anything happens, I'll call you. Song Yi said this because he wanted to keep vigil. Well, thank you for your hard work. He will not tire. And this job belongs to him. Jiang Xingji was a little embarrassed and hurriedly came over to participate in the conversation. Xiao Song is on duty first, and I'll come and watch later in the night. No, uncle, I'm not sleepy. That won't work either. That's it. I've decided. I'm older and I feel younger. Jiang Yuan had no way to tell her father about Song Yi's special powers, so she could only agree silently. Everyone began to rest. When they sat together, they had different thoughts, but no one spoke. Unknowingly, in the middle of the night, Jiang Xingji got up. Before I could speak, I heard a swish, swish, swish sound. Jiang Yuan was not sleeping, and she also heard the sound at this moment. Get up quickly and check the situation. It's a shooting star. Song Yi said something, and both father and daughter looked up. The rest of the people were also awake, except for the two children. It's so rare to encounter this. Kaiyang even thought about making a wish, but everyone was nervous, and he was a little embarrassed. Over there are more and more meteors. It passed overhead and turned into a beautiful meteor shower. This time, Zhang Kaiyang really couldn't hold it in any longer. He carefully held his hand and began to make a wish. It is indeed beautiful. And sitting here, it looks very spectacular. No wonder. Couples like to make wishes under the shooting stars. However, this kind of beautiful situation only belongs to romantic idol dramas. No. Listen. Is there any sound of landing? Song Yi became nervous instantly, but others couldn't hear anything at all. Brother Song, are you confused? What's the sound? Kaiyang made a wish just now and was in a very good mood. No. Everyone, get up quickly. Because of their trust in Song Yi, no one dared to waste time. Qin Yu hurriedly went to pack her things. She couldn't leave them behind at this moment. However, they all moved within Jiang Yuan's reach. I'm afraid that it will be too far away and affect her performance. Look! This time, it was Kai Yang who discovered that a meteor had fallen on the ground. Then, there was the second one. The bang 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 sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. Oh my god! It's definitely the kind of behemoth that comes from uprooting mountains and knocking down trees. Jiang Yuan also saw one falling not far ahead. That sound was really loud. Song Yi, she shouted. And Kai Yang and Fan Qing were knocked unconscious at the same time. Chapter 381 Meteorite Falls. Jiang Yuan was a little shocked. After Fan Qing fell down, Yi Mianmian's smiling face appeared. Good guy. This girl is really discerning. Hurry. Without further ado, let's get together. This time, Jingjing was awake. No one wants to do that to a child. And she is very young and not quite the same as Kaiyang Yang and the others. Everyone bumped into each other, including the little ones. In an instant, they all entered the space. Sister Yuan, this is not an option. Knocking both of them unconscious every time will definitely not work if it lasts for a long time. This morning, Fan Qing told me that my back hurts. What Yi Mianmian said makes sense. But there is no other way now. We can't leave them alone. You know what happened before. I don't want them to know this secret. Before, Fan Qing hid his true intentions from everyone, which was obvious to all. Kai Yang likes Fan Qing to the point where he would risk everything for him. If you really covet this space, it will be over. They will definitely do something detrimental to Jiang Yuan. Mianmian, we have no other way. Yi Mianmian nodded. Anyway, she had Jiang Yuan's approval. And that was enough. Song Yi also understands the importance of the matter. So he must find a safe place as soon as possible so that this kind of life can end. Jiang Yuan didn't want to say more and quickly sat down to feel the outside world. Her parents will take care of the rest, so she doesn't have to worry too much. No one dared to clean her and did their own thing silently. The situation outside is very bad. Those meteor showers actually rushed towards the ground. Then, there was an uproar. This meteor looks small, but when it hits, it is devastating. Not to mention the impact of flying down and the stone that expanded several times. Now, we should call them meteorites. Big holes were made on the ground. Jiang Yuan was shocked. After this disaster, the earth would be riddled with holes again. In other words, only they will have this meteor shower above them. There is the sun during the day, and the stars at night can reflect light. That way they can see it from underneath. In other words, does it mean that those stars are always there? It's just that they can't see it. God, I thought of those huge rocks, standing by at any time, waiting until most people are dead, and then flying down to give people the final blow. This was so terrifying that Jiang Yuan was frightened by her own thoughts. How's it going? Song Yi has been watching from the side, afraid that Jiang Yuan will be like before. However, her energy was okay. She was just a little tired. It's okay. Those meteor showers have all fallen, and the ground is full of craters. Song Yi, It is estimated that there will be no survivors this time. Hearing this, the man also felt his scalp numb. If Jiang Yuan hadn't had this space, they wouldn't have had a chance to survive. Don't be so pessimistic. There will always be people who survive. We don't know so many things. Ensuring your own safety is the most important thing. Jiang Yuan nodded, and suddenly thought that it would be really scary if they were the only ones left in the world. The harm caused by nature leaves humans with nowhere to hide. The whole world began to undergo a major reshuffle, and new creatures began to breed again. Before, it was said to be a marine civilization. So what is the next civilization? She really didn't dare to think about it. It always felt like it was beyond her brain capacity. This time, Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu did not go back. Everyone was sitting in the courtyard next to them. Yuan, drink some water? Good. She drank some honey water and ate a piece of chocolate. This time the perception didn't take long, and it didn't consume a lot of energy. Everyone is still nervous. With the situation outside, should we go out? Get out. Get out. Apart from anything else, time in this space requires money, and I don't have much in stock. If possible, we still need to find a suitable place for survival as soon as possible. Here, it can only be used as a place where light keys can save lives at all times. Everyone should understand what Jiang Yuan said. Don't take her space for granted as a place where you can live for a long time. Even if there is some money left, it must be left to Xiao Wan. She couldn't. Everything had been used up. And let her daughter face those dangers. Especially since this child must have been reborn. She felt even more distressed. Okay. Get ready and have a rest first. Let's go and have a look tomorrow morning. There are enough rooms. But Song Yi and Kai Yang are not allowed to live in the main house. A temporary room was also made in the side room next to it. I didn't think about it that much before. But now it's good to use it as a guest room. The next day, early in the morning, Jiang Yuan took everyone out. Yesterday, they were hit by a large meteorite where they were. A deep pit was dug out, and the remaining firewood was scattered around. It must have been hit. Otherwise it wouldn't be the way it is now. If they hadn't left yesterday, it would be very scary to think about it. There are such pits in many places around. And naturally there are many big rocks to complement each other. Sister Yuan, look! There is a big meteorite in the lake. Following the direction Yi Mianyan pointed, everyone looked over. God! How could this happen? In the middle of the lake, a huge boulder actually fell. Moreover, it has already emerged from the water. There are 3 big characters written on it, Moonban Lake. So, besides us, is there anyone else in this place? As soon as Jiang Yuan said these words, everyone was horrified. No way. I didn't see anyone. But the 3 words on the stone in the lake must be man-made. If a stone fell from the sky and had such words written on it, Xiao Wan probably wouldn't believe it. Then, there is only one possibility, and that is man-made. It was after the stone fell that someone went over and wrote it. It's not possible. You see, this stone is in the middle. If you want to pass by, you need to use some tools. Otherwise, there is no way to get through it with the strength of one person alone. That's true. Jiang Xingji agreed with Song Yi's statement. So the font on this stone was a bit incredible. Let's get out of here quickly. The lake suddenly appeared. Plus this stone monument. I always feel that this place is too weird. When Jiang Yuan said this, everyone was a little scared. Kai Yang and Fan Qing also woke up and heard a tale. But if we're not here, where else can we go? Chapter 382. The green grass suddenly appeared. Mian, don't worry about this. As long as we are together, we will definitely find a suitable place to live. I originally wanted to be here. After all, there is half a month of lake. In addition to whether there is ice or not, having water can solve many problems. However, after observing it for the past 2 days, it is really too weird here. Maybe, before they have settled down, this group of them will just tell them to stay here. Brother Song, Sister Yuan, what happened again? Taiyong touched the back of his head, a little speechless. Are you awake? Yi Mianyan seemed to have just seen him, and looked at Fan Qing next to him. Qing, you're awake too. That's great. How do you feel? Are you still uncomfortable? Feeling uncomfortable? It's really uncomfortable. I feel a little headache. As if I've been beaten. I don't know what's going on. Fan Qing said. Kai Yan also touched the back of his head. Yeah. I feel the same way. It hurts a lot. Faintly. It seemed like there was a big bag. Yes. A meteorite fell from behind yesterday. and the rocks flew over and knocked you out. But it scared us to death. So it's okay. Yi Mianmian's acting skills were really great. Jiang Yuan silently gave her a thumbs up in her heart. The two people seemed to believe it. But Jiang Yuan told them everything about the outside world. Looking at the strange stones in the lake, my scalp was numb. Then what should we do next? Okay. The topic is back again. Well, let's take a look around and see if there's any place we can go. If not, just go all the way south. Going south? Why? Brother Song? Because the south, under normal circumstances, is a little warmer than the north. After Song Yi finished speaking, Jiang Yuan took over the words directly. Also, spring will come a little earlier. And if possible, we can even get rid of the current severe cold. In theory, this is what it looks like. But it would require traveling a very long distance, without any means of transportation. This is impossible. Look, is there a grass here? Qin Yu's voice was so loud that everyone heard it. In front of a deep pit next to it, there is actually a little bit of greenery. And it really looks like the tips of grass. Logically speaking, it is normal for the West Market to be green at this time. In the past, there was greening in winter. It is even said that there is green in the grass under the community. But after the extreme heat, everything changed. How could new life be born under such conditions of dozens of degrees below zero? This is simply nonsense. Look, there's one here too. Yi Mianmian actually found green grass under the stone next to it. There is also. I saw it here too. Kaiyang and Fan Qing discovered a lot more one after another. What's going on? It's impossible to rejuvenate overnight. Jiang Yuan had doubts in her heart and looked at Song Yi. He had not survived the earthquake a few days ago and had no idea what would happen next. Moreover, in his last life, he never came to Yuban Lake, and he didn't know what would happen here. I don't know, but the appearance of green means that winter is about to pass. In the past, it was not just winter, but also endless cold. The vitality of the grass is strong. Every spring, after the grass begins to turn green, other things gradually begin to revive. Jiang Xingji has lived in the countryside all year round, and he has long been used to this kind of thing. So, spring is really here? Yi Mianmian had little stars in her eyes, feeling that if this was true, her life would be better in the future, even if it's not so cold anymore. That's a good thing. Have you noticed that this green color seems to be only found under the meteorite? And it is all in this deep pit. Moreover, the closer to the stone, the more luxuriantly it grows. The rest of the place is getting sparse. Once outside the pit, it was gone. Kaiyang quickly ran over to check. And it was really like this. Sure enough, Sister Yuan is right. There are only meteorites in front of them. What's going on? Could it be that this green color was brought here by meteorites? Yi Mianmian asked. But no one could answer her question. Fan Qing frowned. She didn't know much about meteorites. Is it possible that the meteorite itself has no temperature? But it slides down too fast, and the friction will increase the temperature. It is precisely because the temperature has risen that the grass here is growing like this. What do you think? She raised her head and looked at everyone. It seems that this explanation currently makes sense. No matter what. I feel a little weird. Let's leave quickly. Jiang Yuan suggested this. But Song Yi had differences with her. Listen to me. This meteor shower should affect not only our place, but also the nearby areas. In this case, no matter where we go, we will face the same dilemma. It's better to be right here. What do you think? Although they have different opinions, Song Yi respects Jiang Yuan. I am also willing to listen to her opinion. The most important thing is that the two of them have a discussion. That's right. Yuan. If it doesn't work, let's stay here first. Other places are not necessarily so good. Jiang Xingji also came to persuade her, and Jiang Yuan also nodded. So, everyone decided to stay here. Of course, it can't be left in ruins. Everyone needs to take action. The women go over to collect firewood and wait to use it to keep warm. The man had a knife in his hand, and Jiang Xingji also had an axe, which he took out from the space. In order to hide it from others, only the head was used, and the handle at the back was made temporarily. In this case, everyone can cut down the thicker trees. Zhang Kaiyang held a hand saw and couldn't help but sigh. Uncle, you are Doryman. You have everything. What is Doryman? Jiang Yuan is also very busy here, leading her two children and her mother. It was also very cold during the day, so everyone had to light a fire, and then start thinking of ways to get some hot water and food. At this time, Qin Yu's small pot played a huge role. Quietly. Come here. Auntie. The little girl heard it. Put down the firewood in her hand. And ran over quickly. Auntie. How can I help you? She had told her before that she could not tell Kaiyang and Fan Qing about the space. The little girl is already 6 years old and is a sensible person. There's nothing you need to do. Jingjing. Just sit next to me and warm yourself by the fire with Sister Xiaonuan. I don't need you to do any work. Chapter 383 Survival in the Wild. Auntie. I know you are good to me. I can take care of Sister Xiaonuan. Don't worry. This kid is really heartbreaking. Jingjing. That's not what I meant. You also know what's going on in your family. Later. We will take care of you. Thank you. Auntie. I will definitely be obedient. Oh my god. This child seems to have grown up overnight. Jiang Yuan sighed. The general environment was like this. And there was nothing she could do. With both parents gone, it will be difficult for the child in the future. In this situation, she couldn't ignore it. I also hope that this child can live for a few more years. In fact, she doesn't even know how long she can live. Instead of sitting down, Jingjing dragged over the firewood that Qin Yu and Fan Qing had sorted. Over there, several men also came back. I made a lot of tree trunks, and I don't know what I want to do. Dad, what are you doing? Yuan. I've thought about it. Let's make a few sledges. In this case, it's not very convenient to go anywhere. Let's get some of these, which can also help pull things. Jiang Xingji expressed his thoughts, and everyone agreed. Uncle, if we stay on the mountain, the road will not be easy to walk. Don't make the sledge too big. Otherwise it will be troublesome. Girl Qing, don't worry about this. We just discussed it. This time I will make it small, but with hooks at the back. If a larger sledge is needed, it can be connected together at any time. This idea was proposed by Songyi, and Jiang Xingji agreed almost immediately. With such a smart mind, it's no wonder that people say this is the world of young people. That's good. We can rest up there at night. The ground is really too cold, even with a quilt on it. Songyi looked at her and continued, we are also planning to build some small sheds, which will provide shelter from the wind and rain. A shed? You are planning to live here for a long time. Right? Jiang Yuan said half-jokingly. And Kaiyang immediately took the words. Yes, Sister Yuan. Brother Song said that since we have decided here, we must live every day seriously. At least, it must make you girls feel more comfortable. Then you have to behave well. We will be waiting. Jiang Yuan smiled, with curved eyebrows and a very sweet smile. Songyi saw it, and was really happy in his heart. It seems that since the two people met, something has always happened. There has never been a leisurely time. Although there are unknown risks now, I can finally get a moment of leisure. Just do what you say. But you must first cooperate with Jiang Xingji as a sledge. Those who were in Lushan Yayuan before were all left by Jiang Yuan. But now they are taken out. Which is not the case. Kaiyang and Fan Qing are still here. If you have time, just do it. This can not only be used as a means of transportation, but also as a bed for sleeping. Killing two birds with one stone. Once this is done, it won't be too late to start talking about other things. This day was very busy. But fortunately they had food, so it wasn't too difficult. When she had nothing to do in the afternoon, Jiang Yuan went to observe the newly grown grass. Although I don't know why. I always hope to find something. Sister Yuan, do you think this grass will freeze to death tomorrow? I can't tell you. The temperature at night is very low. We can only find out tomorrow. With that said, she got up and prepared to make dinner. Sister Yuan, don't leave yet. I have something to ask you. What's the matter? Mian. Tell me. She didn't know what it was, but she felt that Yi Mian was a little nervous. Sister Yuan, are you really prepared to raise this child Jingjing by yourself? So that's the problem. In this situation, we can't drive away other people's children. If she really doesn't care, the child will die. If you don't know, forget it. But you've already encountered it. What else can you do? Everyone came out together, and her parents were all gone. So she couldn't just sit idly by and ignore it. Oh, that's the truth. Sister Yuan, don't blame me for having too many things. I just feel that this child is not young anymore and knows everything. She probably understands the matter about her parents and needs to be more careful. Especially she and Xiaonuan should never be alone together. And don't forget about Fan Yao and Fan Qing. Jiang Yuan's eyes widened. She really didn't think that much before. It's just something that feels comfortable. Plus it's a kid I know. However, when Yin said this, she became a little scared. I really didn't expect it. Don't worry, Yin. I won't joke about Xiaonuan's safety. That is her lifeblood. If Jingjing is the second Fanyao, then she will definitely not tolerate it. It doesn't mean that this child is bad. It is definitely beneficial for us to take precautions in advance. Yes, I know. This kind of trust made Yin happy. The two of them returned to the fireside together. It was almost 4 o'clock now. You must cook and eat immediately. If it is too late to eat, maybe it will attract other things. There are many animals in this forest. Their ability to resist disasters is much better than that of humans. If anyone is alive, it will be in trouble. But they can't stand the slightest disturbance. Qin brought some dried noodles and vegetables and cooked them, including soup and water. It took 3 pots to make enough for everyone. By the way, let's go find some food. If the stored grain is gone, wouldn't it be very troublesome later? Fan Qing has a special awareness of being prepared for danger in times of peace. And now there is some food in Qin Yu's backpack. There are so many of them, and they can't last more than a few days. All people familiar with the matter looked at Jiang Yuan, as if waiting for her to make up her mind. It's so embarrassing. Why should it be so obvious? However, she still pretended to be calm. Qingqing is right. We still have to find a way to find something to eat in these 2 days. There isn't much left from before, so I probably won't be able to hold on for a few days. If there is no food supply, we will be in trouble. She thought simply, went out later, brought something back, and said she had found it, and there was no problem. Yeah. How about we go to the village down there tomorrow? Although everything has been razed to the ground, there might still be something to eat. I remember that people in the northeast like to bury their food in the ground or in the snow. Let's go over and take a look. Maybe we can find something missing. Yes, Kaiong is right. Let's go and have a look tomorrow. Chapter 380 for the people on the helicopter. Jiang Yuan agreed. But she was already happy in her heart. This is the perfect excuse, isn't it? There are so many frozen vegetables and other things in the space. It is not very convenient to take them out. There was nothing unusual at night. Songy kept listening and spent the night peacefully. The next day, they actually went to the village below just to find food. Those who came over were all women soldiers, and the men were still busy with their own affairs. She was quite sad to set foot on this land again. Before, this place was full of houses and tiles, and there were also a lot of people. But now, everything is different. It would be better if the building was empty with people. But there is nothing. It is really confusing. She also searched everywhere, thinking about what would be more suitable to take out from the space. Buzz buzz. There was the roar of airplanes overhead, from far to near. It was somewhat obvious that they were on such a spacious flat ground. It was a red helicopter, right overhead, not much higher than the trees in the distance. Sister Yuan, Yi Minyan was a little nervous. What did it mean to encounter a plane at this time? It's not necessarily a rescue. It could be a massacre. Xiaonuan, Jing, come here. She was also scared. So she called her 2 children and started running back. Exposed. Definitely exposed. I just don't know what the people here do specifically. A few people were very fast, but the helicopter was even faster. They quickly stopped in the open space in front. And then 3 people got out. Wait a minute. Don't run. We are good people. Oh my god. I actually came after you. You say you are a good person. Why is it so uncomfortable? Jiang Yuan didn't care about anything else. She just thought about whether she could send these people into space quickly. In other words, when is the appropriate time to send it in? The 3 men were all well trained and quickly caught up with them. Hello. Please wait a moment. Eldest sister. With that said, he ran up to them and blocked the way up. Sister. Lo. As he said this, he gave a serious military salute. For a moment, Jiang Yuan was a little confused. Is this really a good person? No. You can't believe it easily. You still have to be vigilant. Hello. Sister. We are the Northwest Rescue Army, responsible for the survivor rescue plan in the Northwest region. This is my ID. Please take a look. After he finished speaking, he took out a work ID card from his coat pocket. Zhang Taizhu. Jiang Yuan looked at the photo above and found that it did look a bit like herself. However, the name is so random. It feels like it was written on the spot. Plus, She doesn't recognize this certificate either. Give it back to you. She still looked wary. And there was no relief. Sister, do you believe what I say now? We are here to help you. Don't be afraid. Now, with a rescue base. It's nearby. Come along. I'll take you there. What the hell are you going to take them away as soon as you come up? This is not okay. What rescue base? Why have I never heard of it? It's only been a few days since the earthquake. And you've already built a base? Yes. You are just talking nonsense to fool fools? Yi Mianmian was also unconvinced. She had previously thought that the people in Changming village were all good people. Anyone who thinks so is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Now, she couldn't believe anyone. It's true. Eldest sister. This is what happened. Wait a minute. Who is your eldest sister? Does she look that old to me? Well, her focus was actually here. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but feel ashamed. I'm sorry. Big girl. Because you are too tight around me. I don't recognize it either. I'm offended. Don't be angry. We are really here to rescue. The current rescue base is an old abandoned military base. Come with us and your safety will be guaranteed. Even though she said this, Jiang Yuan still didn't believe it. How could it be such a coincidence? Moreover, the earthquake had just ended. So it was too fast. Jiang Yuan. Someone called her. And it was Song Yi's voice. 3 men are running this way. They must have seen the helicopter land just now, and were afraid that they were in danger. As he was talking, someone came to him. Song Yi held her shoulders, and looked up and down nervously. How are you? Are you injured? This full of concern almost overflowed from her eyes. Jiang Xingji was still a little puzzled. What happened to Xiao Song that he suddenly cared so much about his daughter? No. Don't worry. I'm fine. This group of people said they came to take us away. Seeing that she was indeed fine, Song Yi turned back and looked at the 3 people opposite. Brother, don't get me wrong. We are good people here. As he said that, he wanted to get his ID again. Suddenly, she thought again that this person just said she didn't know him. So she put down her hand. Take it out and show it to me. Ah? Zhang Taiju didn't expect that Song Yi would have such a request. So he quickly took it out and handed it over. I prayed silently in my heart that I must be a knowledgeable person. Sure enough, Song Yi knew more than them. After asking about everything, I actually thought it was pretty good. Please wait a moment. We need to discuss this. Okay, let's go there first. The man knew that Song Yi was also a veteran who had performed special missions, so he was very polite. There is no problem with their identity. But this disaster is huge. The government has temporarily established 4 large-scale rescue bases across the country. Our area belongs to the northwest. Just inside the mountain is a former abandoned military base. Generally, there will be some living areas next to this kind of unit. It's very convenient for temporary use. The convenience he mentioned means that there is no need to build a house. And as long as there are not many people, it can be arranged immediately. Jiang Yuan lamented the speed of the official. There should not be many people left this time. It is estimated that the official itself does not have many people left. So, you mean there's no problem over there? We can go there. Well, I think it's okay. Song Yi nodded and answered decisively. At this moment, even one more second of hesitation will make others doubtful. Then go ahead. There's nothing you can do about it here. It's a blessing. Not a curse. But it's a curse that cannot be avoided. Sister Yuan is right. Don't worry about the dragon's den and the tiger's den. Let's go and find out. Originally, I was still worried about food. If you go over there now, there will definitely be something to eat. Zhang Kaian was naturally willing to go. And everyone quickly reached an agreement. They went back to pack their things. And the 3 people had to go with them. I was also very excited when I saw Yuban Lake. It's actually so clear without freezing ice. Chapter 385 Underground Base. Don't move. Song Yi and Jiang Yuan shouted at the same time. And Zhang Taiyu was stunned. He just wanted to drink some water. There was nothing wrong with that. Why was he having such a big reaction? This water is not clean. You'd better not touch it. Ah? Isn't this quite clear? Why isn't it clean? Zhang Taiyu scratched his head, with a look of confusion on his face. Brother, there was no such lake here before. But after the earthquake, there was suddenly water. Moreover, on such a cold day, the lake actually doesn't freeze. Don't you think there's something wrong? When she said this, even the slowest person to react would still notice it. Mom, it's okay. Okay. Zhang Taiyu stopped thinking about the lake and started to help pack things. They didn't have much luggage, but it was a pity to throw away the wood. Jiang Yuan persuaded, and finally Jiang Xingji reluctantly threw away the useless wood. However, you still have to bring the 3 prepared sledges. This helicopter cannot accommodate so many people. Now, there is no way to send others to the base. We can only go separately. In the first wave, Jiang Yuan takes Qin Yu and the 2 children. The remaining people will leave in the second wave. The distance is not very far. It takes about 20 minutes. This used to be a military base, and there were living areas. But now they are all unusable. It may be the damage caused by the earthquake. Looking around, there are ruins. Zhang Taiju handed them over to a staff member and went back to pick up the others. Hello. Please come with me. Okay. Please. This is a girl, wearing a military uniform and looking heroic. Jiang Yuan used to like this kind of short hair very much and always felt it was very capable. But Xia Qiang likes girls with long hair, so she has always had long hair. Later, Xiaonuan was born. At that time, she had to take care of the child, do housework, and take care of the business in the store. She didn't have time to deal with it, so she cut her hair. But it's not particularly short. Not as short as this lesbian's. Look, it's really eye-catching. Auntie, eldest sister, you can stay here temporarily. Okay, please. It's okay. Wait a moment. You guys can clean up first. After Zhang Taiyu comes back, he will come over and tell you the specific precautions. Okay. Thank you. After seeing off this female colleague, Qin Yu and the others breathed a sigh of relief. There is no house anymore. They are now in an underground air raid shelter. This is one of those houses, the kind with a large bay. It is estimated to be more than 10 square meters. If they accommodate their family of 4, plus Jingjing, it will be very crowded. However, in this situation, it would be good to have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. What's more, it's also equipped with bunk beds, a table, and a chair. You must be satisfied. Daughter, the earthquake before was so severe. Why is nothing happening here? How strange is it? Qin Yu was cleaning up nearby when she suddenly thought of this question. Mom, look, this place is all made of steel structure. The roofs are all like this. This shows that earthquakes were taken into consideration when designing this place. Otherwise, people wouldn't choose here. I estimate that there are not many such intact places in the country. Oh, why did it become like this? It's really... Jiang Yuan looked at a row of small rooms, just like a university dormitory. It is estimated that temporary breaks were provided for employees in the past, and the living area over there should be mainly used for rest. Or if you have family members, you can live there. Mom, don't think so much. Go out later and see what it's like here. Jiang Yuan didn't speak too clearly, and Qin Yu also knew that. Just like Changming Village, when they first went there, they were very happy and felt very lucky. However, in the end, I almost got myself involved. How could I not be afraid? So, you still have to be a little cautious. Soon, Zhang Taiju came over with Jiang Xingji and others. Everyone is safe, and all worries are gone. It's not bad here. It's better to get in and out of bed. Zhang Kaiyang was very satisfied. In fact, in comparison, the accommodation conditions at Changming Village were better. It is a private rental place with relatively complete facilities. Moreover, there are rooms and halls, which are clearly distinguished. However, there is no money required here, and it is safe. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Everyone, the formalities have been completed. You have obtained these cards and can release the pass. With that said, Zhang Taiyu came. I think they helped me register. They were really enthusiastic. Thank you, Comrade Zhang. You are truly a good public servant of the people. Yi Mianmian went up to take the cards and praised them. But Comrade Zhang Taiju actually blushed. It's inconvenient for you. I left it here for you. With that said, he quickly took 2 steps forward, distanced himself from Yi Mianmian, and put the things on the table. Yi Mianmian looked at her arm. Alas, it was indeed inconvenient. By the way, I have only secured 3 houses for you, and there are plans for accommodation here recently. It will be better once the living area is rebuilt at the back. 3 rooms? That's fine. It's like this. You lesbians live in 2 houses, and the remaining gay men will go to the next door. Well, doesn't that mean Jiang Xingji will also follow? Comrade Taiju. Then my father may not be able to stay. Is it okay to let him live in the same room as my mother? This. He scratched his head, a little embarrassed. I'm afraid not. There are all lesbians here. And it's not very convenient for uncle to be here. Well, that's actually the case. Okay. Then we understand. Thank you very much. Comrade Zhang Taiju. Jiang Yuan felt that he was already helpful enough. And she would discuss the rest later. Now we are all in this space. Even if we are far away, it will be better. As long as there isn't too much danger and Song Yi is around, things will be better. By the way, there's one more thing. Is there any of you who worked in architecture or other related professions before? We are currently recruiting personnel for post-disaster reconstruction. And we need a large number of such talents. Just when Jiang Xingji was about to speak, Jiang Yuan shook her head. What happened last time was too dangerous, and we cannot continue to take it lightly now. If you can't go out, try not to go out. Song Yi also saw it and said quickly, we don't do this. If necessary, we can help. Right now, we're just counting those with relevant work experience. We haven't said how to arrange the rest yet. Let's talk about it after it's over. Chapter 386 Song Yi's Little Thoughts. Well, if you need anything, just tell me later. Song Yi said something polite, and didn't continue to say anything else. Zhang Taiju also led the men there quickly. This is a female dormitory, and it is indeed inconvenient for them to be here. Jiang Yuan gave Jiang Xingji a wink, and the other party nodded and followed. There are also free meals here. It's right at the base, so there's no need to go out at all. They received some common daily necessities in the past. It can be seen that except for the bedding, the rest are old. It should have been used by people here before, and was not taken away. It is now classified as waste and reused. They went over and took a few pieces, but they couldn't take too many. They all need to be registered. But there is no way. There are too few things. Many people will come over one after another, and everyone must be taken into account. What I ate was rice porridge and pickles. No matter how I put it, I was full. Jiang Yuan secretly brought some mustard and gave it to Jiang Xingji and the others. Song Yi sat opposite her, and besides eating, she couldn't help but give some instructions. Recently, we have been together all the time and don't think it's anything. I went to the boys' dormitory just now, and I felt particularly bad when I thought of being separated from Jiang Yuan. No wonder people say falling in love is addictive. He has never experienced it before. And seeing that Kai Yang was a little disdainful of Fan Qing's words. Now, if Jiang Yuan asked him to keep his life, he would not hesitate at all. This was even before he agreed to fall in love with him. If you agree, you may not know how to get ahead. I understand. You should also be careful. We are not very familiar with the situation here. Looking back, I still need to inquire carefully. But forget about working. My dad and the others were at the construction site last time. Suddenly a storm came. It was so scary. Yeah, I know. Song Yi wanted to give her the pickles on his plate, thinking that there are so many good things in her space. But this thing has no nutrition and the taste is not good. Forget it. Each person had a small plate, and Jiang Yuan didn't even touch her own. Also, the roads between our accommodations need to be figured out in advance. Once you encounter danger, you know, well, don't worry. Leave this to me. Of course he understands that once he encounters danger, her space is the safest place. If no one else told him, Jiang Xingji would definitely bring him in. They were lucky enough to be able to go in and escape together. After eating, everyone separated. Song Yi looked at them several times. Kai Yang realized something was wrong and went over to hold his shoulders. Brother Song, what's wrong with you? Everyone is gone. It's okay. I remembered something and didn't tell them. No wonder you hesitate to speak. If you have anything to say, just say it openly. We won't laugh at you. As soon as he raised his head, he met Zhang Kaiyang's winking expression. His eyes darkened, and the other party immediately did not dare to speak. However, he did not give up because of this. Jiang Xingji is still here. He knows not to talk nonsense, so he can find a place where no one is around and secretly tease Song Yi. No. As soon as he returned, he got a chance. Let Jiang Xingji rest in the house. There are 2 bunk beds in their house, and now there are only 3 of them living there. There will probably be others later, but I don't know when they will be distributed. The 2 of them went out to fetch water. There was also hot water supply here, but it was only on a regular basis. There is a water heater next to the dining area that can collect water. Zhang Kaiyang encouraged Song Yi to go with him, and picked up a basin by the way. These are all leftovers from other people's use. Even if they don't care about them anymore, they still need to be cleaned. Brother Song, tell me the truth. Are you interested in Sister Yuan? Song Yi stopped immediately and looked at Kaiyang Zheng with wary eyes. The other party immediately became frightened and quickly came over to pull him away. Oh, what are you doing? And I didn't say anything. How did you tell? Oh my god. This is what I was asking. Kaiyang rolled his eyes and almost didn't drink blood. Brother, you are so obvious every day. It's hard not to know. Song Yi touched his nose and felt a little guilty. He had paid great attention to it. Okay. Is it obvious? I'm very low-key. Oh my god. Brother Song, do you want to listen to what you were saying? It's broad daylight. And you just have to keep your eyes glued to Sister Yuan. And you're still keeping a low profile. Who is low-key? It's you like this. Kaiyang said, and leaned forward with a smile. But speaking of which, I don't even know when you fell in love with Sister Yuan. It was quite secretive. Facing the ridicule, Song Yi felt disappointed for a moment. We are not in love. What? It's impossible. He just felt that Song Yi was talking nonsense, and he was probably embarrassed. It's true. Jiang Yuan doesn't have that intention. What is this called? Yes, unrequited love. If that's the case, I already miss it a bit now. It's so strange that the two of us obviously have nothing to do with each other. But we just can't stop thinking about her. Why? Your conditions are so good. Sister Yuan has no reason to reject you. Oh, she doesn't want to think about these things. She just wants to live a good life. Kaiyang nodded, with a look of understanding. Brother Song, although you are better than me, I am not as experienced in this kind of thing. When Song Yi heard this, what did it mean? Is there some trick? Kaiyang, please tell me what I want to do. Well, he just wanted to be mysterious and make him nervous. The next second, Song Yi directly grabbed his neck. Speak quickly. Don't waste time. Brother Song, you are too scary. You are trying to kill someone for money. I am really convinced by you. You idiot. Although he was complaining, he still expressed his thoughts word for word. You sure? Of course. You heard me right. Moreover, now that we are with our uncle, we have a great advantage. If the father-in-law is captured, will his daughter be far behind? Song Yi thought that what Jiang Yuan cared about most was her parents and daughter. Maybe it was really feasible. So he nodded. Here, Jiang Yuan and Qin Yu lived in one room with their 2 children, while Yi Mianmian and Fan Qing lived in another room. They are all single beds, and even though they are shared with children, they are still a bit crowded. At night, Jiang Yuan woke Qin Yu up, let her go to bed to sleep, and she takes Shan Wan into the space so that everyone can be more comfortable. After putting her daughter away, she went to check out the supplies. Most of these things in the back have not been sorted out and are piled in the southeast corner of the yard. I took some canned luncheon meat and bread and said they were put away in the cave. Chapter 387 Helping in the cooking class. No one will think too much about it. If you take too many things from the past, it will be easily discovered by others. After loading a backpack, my daughter slept peacefully without waking her up. I took a basket to pick small tomatoes. The waterfall cherry tomatoes I planted earlier. It is now mature. And in addition to the red ones, there are also yellow ones. In addition, there is also a purple one that can also be eaten. They are all seeds purchased online before. If they mature this season, they still need to benefit from this space. Good temperatures and excellent well water have shortened the growth cycle of crops. After finishing this, Jiang Yuan went back to sleep. The quilt had been dried in advance, and they were warm and smelled of the sun. Even with the curtains drawn, the room is dark inside, which does not affect sleep. Early the next morning, she got up and went to the kitchen to cook a large pot of shrimp porridge. This is nutritious, tastes good, and there are so many frozen shrimps in the refrigerator. Then, he quickly stir-fried a small green vegetable and cooked a cucumber. Qin Yu and Jingjing came in to eat, although they didn't know where this place was. The little girl was very curious, but she didn't look around for fear of making Jiang Yuan unhappy. Daughter, your father and the others can't eat today. Yeah, there's nothing we can do now. Mom, I'll stay here a little. When I found an opportunity, I asked my dad and Mian to come in and eat some. Oh, that's all we can do. It's understandable that Qin Yu misses Jiang Xingji. Young couples come to stay with each other all the time. Isn't that what they are like? Mom, don't worry too much. If the living area over there is built, we can live together. Later, I got some canned meat or something and brought it to my dad. Okay. Seeing that Jiang Yuan was thoughtful, she didn't say anything. Now that they don't live together, it would be difficult for Jiang Xingji to come over to visit. I don't know what's going on outside, and it's probably not easy to find a chance to be alone. She didn't want Jiang Yuan to worry, so she could only take one step at a time. You still have to go out to eat in the morning. Although you are full, you still have to look good. Otherwise you will be easily suspected. However, when they ate, most of it was given to a few gay men. Jiang Yuan also took out canned meat and gave one to each household. However, you can't eat it here. You have to take it back to eat. It would be bad if someone found out. Jiang Yuan, have you eaten? Song Yi held the canned meat in his hand, feeling a little warm in his heart. This was what Jiang Yuan gave him. Rest assured. She blinked like a little fox, and Song Yi knew that she must have eaten it in space. That's good. He laughed too. Kaiyan looked at the little actions of the two people and felt happy in his heart. He always felt that he was almost a month old. I thought I could stay quietly for 2 days. As soon as I got back, the lesbian from yesterday came. Everyone calls her squad leader Chung, and she is now in charge of the girls' dormitory on the logistics side. There were only 13 people in the meeting. 9 adults and 4 children. There are 4 adults and 2 children here. It's like this. We have just started here, and many things are not perfect. In the next 2 days, the living area will be tidied up. We lesbians should also help. What the HL? You actually want them to work. You're so drunk. However, it is also appropriate. Now is a special situation. It is really unreasonable to have to support them if there is no work. Monitor Chung. What can we do? The child is so young. The person who spoke was a mother. Her baby was still in her arms. It looked like she was 7 or 8 months old. She must have been born before the disaster. And the child is pretty good. This mother must have suffered. Thin and sallow. It looks like a long-term lack of nutrition. We just need to do something within our capabilities and that's it. This child can be taken with him. There are not many female comrades in the base, and they are temporarily assigned to the cooking team. If possible, I hope everyone can go over there and help. To put it bluntly, I just go and cook for everyone. This job is okay, and you can take care of your children. The rest of the people were eager to try. For them, if this is the case, they can eat a few more bites. This is a good thing. A huge good thing. Captain Chung. It's okay. We can all go. Yes, I can go too. The rest of the people began to agree, and the pressure was on their side. As the representative, Jiang Yuan has full agency. It's okay for us. As long as we can take care of our children. We should do some work. That's great. On behalf of all the staff at the base. Thank you. Don't worry. Everyone. There will be new benefits later. And I will definitely help to get them as soon as possible. With squad leader Cheng's guarantee and working in the cooking class. It was a good job. A group of people. All beaming with joy. Jiang Yuan didn't care. Just don't be too tired. She originally thought she could take a rest. But now her plan was ruined. Squad leader Chung even came to Yi Minyan specifically to talk to her. Comrade Yi, your arm is inconvenient. Please pay more attention when the time comes. Do whatever you can. And don't be pushy. Okay. I understand. Thank you. Squad leader Chung. She was also very satisfied. Nodded. And asked everyone to go back to rest. In the afternoon, they would go with her to see the workplace. There are also some precautions and working hours that need to be explained. In addition to the baby just now, there is also a little boy, probably 3 or 4 years old. It's similar to Shanwan. She will give a good warning to her 2 children later. When working there, you may not be able to notice them all the time. So safety issues must be in place. Moreover, this year has passed. The 2 children, one is 6 years old and the other is 4 years old, are not too young. You also need to know some routine things. Fan Qing and Yi Mianmian did not go back, but followed them to their dormitory. Everyone still needs to discuss this matter today. Yuan, if we go to work in the cooking class, will your father and the others also have to go out? It is estimated that there are not many survivors now, so we will probably use all the ones that can be used. No matter how much you work, you can never be idle. You see, There are a lot of people living here. Most of them are from the army. The dozen or so people who came out today are probably all women. Except for that boy. He is probably too young. So following his mother is quite humane. In other words, they actually didn't find many survivors. Then this rescue base will not be too crowded in the future. Don't you think so? Sister Yuan? Chapter 388 Debris Flow. This should be the case after we left Lushanya Yuan. There were also storms and earthquakes. These two events alone could basically bury 90% of the people. The reason why I say this is because if you can survive when your house collapses, you still have to face such cold weather. They all have to be in extremely good physical condition. Or they must be well protected. Just like that little baby. Otherwise it would be easier said than done to survive. Even these people are protected by space. Otherwise they would be in trouble. Oh, it's true. But there's nothing we can do about it. We can still stay here until the living quarters are restored. I still feel that there is some danger. If something bad happens again, will the situation outside be the same as the previous storms and earthquakes? Fan Qing looked at Jiang Yuan, especially hoping to hear her answer. No one can say for sure. Who knows what will happen in the future? Seeing Jiang Yuan's melancholy look, everyone sighed. There is no way. This is the fact. No one can guarantee anything. After lunch, everyone went to the cooking class with squad leader Chung. That's the restaurant where everyone ate before. There was a lot of rice, flour, grains, oils, etc. in the back kitchen. There are also some durable vegetables such as mustard greens, Chinese cabbage, potatoes, and radishes. The quantity seemed small, and they had never eaten it once. There are several masters busy here, since they are working tomorrow. There is no need to stay to help in the afternoon. Jiang Yuan and the others who were taking care of the children were allowed not to come over in the morning, which was really very humane. Qin Yu was worried that Yi Mianyan would be inconvenienced, so she put Jingjing in a group with her. In the morning, she comes over. Yi Mianyan was also very grateful. Those who went to work in the morning, plus noon, could leave early in the afternoon. They complement each other well. There are people at home sooner or later. If the two children are noisy, it is also a good thing that there are people watching. After the explanation, everyone went out. There's no wind outside now. And except for the cold weather, everything else is pretty good. Plus, the sun is out. And I feel like even if it's cold, it feels different. Squad leader Chung had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he took everyone around. Jiang Yuan also wanted to know about the outside environment and layout. Except for the mother, whose baby was still young. Everyone else came out. They are living below. But the restaurant is on the ground. A temporary prefabricated house. You can come up directly from the bottom. So yesterday I thought it was underground. Squad leader Chung said that the door will be locked later, and all entrances and exits will be from the ground. There is also a row, mainly used for receiving people, as well as some offices and so on. It's not a lot. It's quite spacious outside. The day before, I didn't observe it very carefully. There are many fortifications left here, but I don't know what they were used for. The living area is not very far from here. I don't know what era it is in. It looks like a 5-story building. The most common kind of staircase room. There are many in Shishir City, most of which are products from the 1970s and 1980s. They just looked around and didn't go very far. It's still very dangerous here. If you go out for activities, you can only stay within this range. Squad leader Chung told them about the situation nearby. And there were people guarding them all around. Even high platforms were built everywhere with sentries on them. Compared with the one at Changming Village, although it is rough, the level of detail is still acceptable. Time is in a hurry right now. As time goes by, the situation here will definitely become tighter. Squad leader Chung. Why do they have to stand guard at such a high place? Because this is a mountainous area with a lot of vegetation. You can see a lot of potential dangers. I understand. It means standing high and seeing far. Is that what you mean? Exactly. This woman was very happy and talkative, and talked a lot with squad leader Chung. Jiang Yuan didn't start a fight. At this time, it was better to keep a low profile. Their range of activities is limited, and they are surrounded by guards. With a few sentries at high places, safety is no problem. But if you want to leave, it may be a problem. Hopefully, everything here is normal, and not the same as over there. Do something as scary as human red mushrooms. There was a bang sound. And before anyone could react, there was a loud noise from the north. Immediately afterwards, things started rolling down the mountain over there. It looked like an avalanche scene. But this time, the main force was sand and rocks. The speed is extremely fast. Pouring down. There was a lot of dust. And the sentry started blowing the whistle. In case of emergency, everyone must be prepared. In those offices, people came out immediately. Quick! Everyone wants to prepare something. But no one knows what to prepare. Go back quickly. There may be danger here. Squad leader Chung urged everyone. Jiang Yuan looked around. But there was no sign of Jiang Xingji. I had no choice but to go back first. When we arrived at the dormitory, everyone was a little scared and turned pale with fear. The 4 of them were all in a dormitory. And they were very scared when they talked about what happened just now. Isn't this just a mudslide? We can encounter anything. I'm drunk too. Fan Qing was walking around with such a desire for safety that she couldn't calm down. Jiang Yuan also understood her. After all, she had died twice. If you are alive now, you must cherish it. Besides, Zhang Kaiyan wasn't here either, so he was still separated from them. Qing, don't worry. I don't think the situation here is very serious. It's said to be a mudslide, but it's not raining now. The soil and everything else were frozen. Compared to a normal mudslide, there were more rocks. As for the lethality, as long as the person is not in front of you, there will be no problem. Is it true, Sister Yuan? But I saw a lot of things rolling down. That's true. But the mountain peaks in the north are still quite far away from here. There's no one there. So we'll probably stop when we get to the bottom. Yi Mianmian nodded. She also saw it just now. And it was indeed quite far away. Sister Yuan is right. We have to be careful in the future and don't go there. Yeah. That's it. Qin Yu also agreed. Inevitably worried about Jiang Xingji again. It's okay. Maybe this isn't such a bad thing. Forehead? As soon as this statement came out, everyone looked at Jiang Yuan in shock. Is she serious? What I said is true. Don't we need to repair the living area now? These big stones are the main building materials. No. Isn't it a good thing that it's all brought under your nose? Ha ha ha. Sister Yuan, you are so funny. But this is indeed what happened. Chapter 389 No Casualties. Yi Mianmian laughed with tears streaming down her face. She really didn't expect Jiang Yuan to say that. The atmosphere suddenly became lively. Now inside, no outside sounds can be heard. Even if it hadn't stopped over there, they wouldn't have known about the situation here. I just don't know how your father and the others are doing. If you had followed to the living area, you would have probably seen this mudslide. I hope it's okay. Seeing Qin Yu like this, Jiang Yuan hurried over to comfort her. Mom, it's okay. Don't worry. We don't have any problems here. So there will definitely be no problems in the living area. Don't worry. Yes. Auntie. Don't think too much. It will definitely be fine. Nothing happened. After eating, Jiang Yuan met Song Yi and others. Everyone sat together and discussed the issue of mudslides during the day. What? You mean it's not a show? Yes. I saw you when we were in the living area. Once you enter, you will feel relieved. Later, several more people came there. But the scale was not particularly large. Song Yi explained the situation here to Jiang Yuan. Patiently, Taiyong curled his lips and signaled to Fan Qing. The other party didn't understand at first. But then his eyes widened. Good guy. My heart is full of disbelief. Then are you going to work there? Yes. But there are no requirements. You can do whatever you want. There are very few people here now. And there is no one to do many things. We go to help, which can be considered as our own effort. The living area in the back is completed, and there is also the right of first choice. Song Yi had no other request. He just hoped to live closer to Jiang Yuan. Then you have to be careful. It's a dangerous job. With that said, Jiang Yuan looked at Jiang Xingji next to her with a worried look on her face. You don't have to worry about it. I'm right here, and we'll take care of Uncle. Jiang Yuan nodded, still quite worried. I walked around the area today, and it's pretty simple here. The guards are not bad. Many people will come over one after another, including some scientific researchers, and the medical treatment will be improved. So, are you serious this time? Yes. There are only 4 major bases in the country now, and ours covers the entire Northwest. While encouraging self-rescue, we will also go out to rescue, which will slowly expand later. This is why we are so anxious to build living areas. Jiang Yuan nodded, not surprised by the news. But how did you know? Song Yi choked, not expecting that she would ask this. pointing to the opposite side. He saw Zhang Taiju walking over in a hurry carrying rice. Is there anyone here? Can I sit down? The boy scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. No one. Just sit down. Yi Mianmian looked up and continued to eat the porridge in his eyes, not really caring. Comrade Yi, is it inconvenient for you to do this? Ah, you still need to ask? Yi Mianmian smiled politely with a gentle voice. It's okay. My right hand is fine. It doesn't affect my eating. Well, that's good. But you have to eat more. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep up with your nutrition, and it won't be easy for you to get well. Looking at the porridge and side dishes in front of me, it is indeed not nutritious. For you. Before Yi Mianmian could speak, an egg was pushed over. She was shocked. At this time, there were actually eggs. I don't want it. You just eat it. This is enough. As she spoke, she pointed to the white porridge in front of her. Jiang Yuan sat next to her, also looking confused. What's going on with this iron pillar? It's an open and honest show of goodwill. After hearing what Yi Mianmian said, he did take the egg back, crack it, peel it, and put it in a bowl with leaves. Hey, what are you doing? I don't want. Eat it. It's in your bowl now, and it's yours. As he spoke, he showed his big white teeth. Oh my god. Why is this young man so young? Jiang Yuan looked at the two people and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. However, she didn't say much. Zhang Taiju seemed a little embarrassed and started to work hard. Song Yi couldn't sit still. They were in the same row now, so it was convenient to talk to him. Taiju, your food is different from ours? Well, since we need to go out and search for survivors, we need to be physically stronger. There is an egg every day, but only one. He thought Song Yi also wanted to eat, so he emphasized it. I can also fly a plane. Can you let me join in? Oh? You can also fly a plane? Zhang Taiyu was also shocked. They really needed people, and rescue was a very troublesome matter. Currently, there are only 3 people who can fly a plane, and the long hours of work are really tiring. However, this is different from driving. Basically everyone doesn't know how to do it. He looked at Song Yi with little stars in his eyes. After we finish eating, I will take you to our leader. He will definitely be very happy. Good. The two of them agreed directly. Jiang Yuan was a little speechless. Why did it become like this? Song Yi was very happy. Kai Yang told him before that he would take good care of Jiang Yuan. He also wanted an egg. Even if she didn't eat it, it would be nice to give it to Xiao Wan. After the meal, everyone went about their own business. Jiang Yuan settled the 2 children and brought out a bag of small stickers for them to play with. She was going to the dormitory next door to find Yu Mianmian and Fan Qing. The 2 of them were quite happy about her arrival. Sister Yuan, come in quickly. Well, in case you fell asleep, I came here early. As he spoke, he put the bag in his hand on the table. Fan Qing looked at her and thought something was wrong. So he asked, well, it's true. This is cosmetics. I left them before, so I brought them over for you to use. Yi Mianmian basically didn't bring anything with him, and Fan Qing even more so. Sister Yuan, what are you doing? Well, I just hope you can still transform yourself. Mianmian, look at Zhang Kieju's performance today. It's obvious that he is interested in you. I'm afraid there will be problems, so we'd better pretend it. She meant that she was afraid that Yi Mianmian would get hurt. In this case, being good-looking could easily bring disaster to herself. And she knew that. Okay, I understand. Qingqing and I will put on makeup when we go out tomorrow. Well, don't make yourself look too ugly all at once. Everyone has seen your true colors in the past 2 days. Little by little, it won't appear too abrupt. Okay, I understand. Well, Sister Yuan, don't worry. Neither of them had any objections, so she was ready to go back. Fan Qing suddenly pushed her down on the chair and said with a mocking look, Sister Yuan, what's going on between you and Brother Song? Chapter 390 Old Classmate Jiang Yuan. What's going on? What are the expressions of you two? Jiang Yuan looked at these 2 people, feeling a little embarrassed. Why did I eat melon and get it on myself? Sister Yuan, is there anything else you can't tell us? That's right. There's no secret between the 3 of us. The 2 of them were talking to each other, and Jiang Yuan was a little at a loss. Okay, you two. We have nothing, so stop thinking about it. Seeing her like this, it was really hard to ask anything, so the 2 of them prepared to change their minds. Sister Yuan, You can't see it. How much Brother Song likes you. That's right. You look at that look, and I want to rub you into your bones, Fan Qing said, with little stars in his eyes. Hey, what are you talking about? What's the situation now? How can I have so much thought to talk about love and love? Yi Mianmian pursed her lips with a look of disagreement. Sister Yuan, the world will get better. Don't be too negative. Brother Song is so good. He's good-looking and capable. The key is to treat you well. Please think about it. Uh-huh. Mian Mian. Please stop talking. Song Yi is indeed excellent. But I don't want to fall in love anymore. It's not like you don't know about Shan Wan's father, and Now, I don't want to worry about those things that are there or not. Living alone with a child is not a very easy life. Sister Yuan. Fan Qing wanted to say something more. But Jiang Yuan quickly interrupted. Okay. Stop talking. Don't forget the proposal I just gave you. After saying that, he stood up and left. Yi Mianmian and Fan Qing were left looking at each other, and sighed at each other. Song Yi's road to chasing his wife is probably not easy. Early the next morning, everyone went to work. Working at a restaurant is not too arduous, and there is no strict system. The work was relatively easy. Someone took the lead at the beginning. But later on, it was the women's army who completed it independently. The cooking is relatively simple, and not complicated. Jiang Xingji's side was fine. There wasn't a lot of work at the beginning. They just did some simple things. Professional engineers came later, and they were just doing odd jobs. Because I am older and one of the first people to come here, I am more familiar with this place. He has been appointed as a doorman. And he is usually responsible for registration and so on. Which is quite easy. There are still people to talk to. And apart from not being able to live with them, everything else is fine. Kaian Yang's drone is playing well. Now let's use it together to search for survivors. Song Yi followed him to fly the plane, and carried out the rescue as he wished. Everything is moving in a good direction. And Yi Mianmian's hand is getting better. It was Comrade Zhang Taizhu, who always came over, and annoyed her greatly. The days passed quickly. Everyone was stabilized at the rescue base. And there were more and more people here. The weather has also warmed up. And now it really feels like a cold spring. On this day, Jiang Yuan was cooking in the restaurant as usual. Then she heard someone calling her tentatively. It's really you. I didn't expect to see you here. The other party was very excited. He was wearing a black leather jacket and gold-rimmed glasses. He looked polite and elegant, adding an extra layer of nobility. Are you Jiang Yuan? She was a little in disbelief, and looked at the other party in a daze for a long time. It's me, Jiang Yuan. Long time no see. Indeed? Please wait a moment. I will first. She gestured and the other party understood instantly. You get busy first. I'll wait for you over there. After saying that, she left. Jiang Yuan had to prepare food for others, so she didn't reminisce about old times. Qin Yu was nearby and was very excited when she saw it. Yuan, is that your classmate Jiang Yuan? Is this kid coming over here too? Yes. Mom, I just found out about it. It's such a coincidence. No. If he hadn't been in advance. Mom. Jiang Yuan quickly interrupted her. She couldn't talk nonsense about this matter. Qin Yu also realized that it might be a secret. It was only revealed through good relations. She can't talk nonsense and have a bad influence on others. That would be troublesome. The two of them quickly got busy. And no one mentioned it again. Mom doesn't know about her rebirth yet. So there's no need to talk about it now, as it would only add to the sadness. However, she didn't think of the excuse she made at that time. It's really too small to actually be able to meet the real owner. When the work is done, it's time for their employees to have dinner. Jiang Yuan went over with a dinner plate. But Jiang Yuan was still waiting for her. After seeing her coming, he stood up immediately. Sit down quickly. There's no need to be so polite. Jiang Yuan. Why are you here? Isn't it a surprise? The other person's smile didn't match his mature and steady appearance at all. Yeah. I didn't expect that everyone is still alive. I'm so lucky. This sentence alive expresses the sadness of so many people. Jiang Yuan. I have always been very good. After the extreme weather came, our institute was specially protected. All aspects of supply are the same as before, except that there is no communication equipment. I tried to contact you, but you haven't responded. It must be because of the network and power outage. So this time, I directly chose the Northwest region to organize post-disaster reconstruction. I didn't expect that I actually met you. I'm so lucky. Jiang Yuan told her everything about his situation in one breath. Like pouring beans. Yeah. We're really lucky that the supply hasn't been cut off. Think about it. They are among the top talents in the world. The people with him are also elites. Everyone can go without food. And they must not go hungry. What about you? How are you doing during this time? To be honest, he was afraid of hearing a bad answer, and that she had gone through too many difficulties. It's all over. It's fine now. It's okay. Hearing this, he smiled in relief. Yes, it's fine now. So that's okay. At this moment, Jinyu also came out, bringing her 2 children with her. Xiao Yuan naturally sat next to her, because she was not tall enough. Jiang Yuan took her dinner plate and carried her to the chair. This is your daughter. So cute. Yes. Xiao Yuan. This is Uncle Jiang. The little girl shouted sweetly. And Jingjing followed suit. This is Auntie. I remember seeing her before. Oh. You kid still remembers that. Jinyu smiled happily, looking very satisfied with Jiang Yuan's current progress. Oh. Xiao Song and the others are back. I'm going to serve the rice. These people are on missions, and often cannot eat on time. As soon as Songy came in, he saw a man sitting opposite Jiang Yuan, and the two were talking and laughing. Chapter 391 Agreement. The strong aura could not be ignored. She sat directly next to Jiang Yuan and stared at the man. Jiang Yuan was a little confused. He looked at him, and then at Jiang Yuan. Is this your husband? Ah? Jiang Yuan was confused. What was Songy doing? He must have misunderstood. No. I got divorced and didn't tell you. This is Songy. Songy. This is my classmate Jiang Yuan. Oh my god. This is so embarrassing. Hello. Dr. Jiang. We meet again. Songy said low mechanically, with a wary look in his eyes. Do you know each other? Jiang Yuan asked. Otherwise, why would she know that he was a doctor? This is indeed what everyone calls Jiang Yuan. Ah. Yes. When we came over, Songy was in charge of picking it up. So that's the case? No wonder. Seeing that the situation was not very good, Jiang Yuan immediately began to leave. Yuan, let's talk when we have time. I'm leaving first. Okay. Then you go back and clean up. And we'll chat when you have time. The two of them were getting along quite well. But Songy next to them kept silent. Songy, aren't you going to eat? You care about me? Crazy. Jiang Yuan rolled her eyes and prepared to leave. Just in time, Jinyu came over. Xiao Song, I brought you some food. Eat it quickly. Thank you. Aunt. Jinyu looked around and found that Jiang Yuan was missing, and was a little anxious. Yuan, where is Jiang Yuan? Yes. This topic cannot be dealt with. Mom, Jiang Yuan is back. Oh. Just go back. This kid is really getting older and more promising. He is even more handsome than when he was a child. Looking back, I need to have more contact with people. He is still single now. Jinyu was talking to herself without noticing Songy next to her, whose face was so dark that it was dripping with water. Mom, stop asking. And don't mention this matter again in the future. Do you hear me? Why do everyone think about those things that are available and not available? She has good looks, money, space, and a precious daughter. Isn't it good to live a single life alone? I'm really speechless. You just don't know what to do. Okay, Xinwan. Jingjing. Have you finished eating? Let's go back after eating. The two children followed her obediently. Jinyu was so angry. When she saw Songy next to her, she suddenly felt inspired. Xiao Song. Tell me, why is Yuan so arrogant? Jiang Yuan is such a good young man. But she won't let her talk no matter what. Auntie. What's wrong? Xiao Song. You look so bad. Are you feeling uncomfortable? I don't know what my mother and Songy talked about. But she was completely lost when she came back. Jiang Yuan asked. But she didn't say anything. He just kept saying it was okay, and didn't let her ask any more questions. It's really strange. At night, Yi Mian came and knocked on the door, saying that Songy was looking for her. Now? Yes. Sister Yuan. Go quickly. I seem to be in a hurry. Don't worry. Okay. After giving instructions to her mother and two children, she hurried out. Songy was waiting for her at the outer door of the bunker, where a circle of light bulbs had been installed. But there weren't many people, and everyone didn't like to come out. Although it has warmed a lot, it is still cold overall. Songy. What happened? When the other party saw her coming, He felt much better. He was extremely worried just now. I forgot to give you this. As he spoke, he took out a hard-boiled egg from his pocket. Since he went to work there, she has received one hard-boiled egg every day. When he refused at first, he gave it to Xiaonuan. Later, I got used to it. Although there were eggs in the space, there weren't many left. I gave it to my 2 children every time. And now that I think about it, it's been almost a month. I thought something was wrong. You scared me to death. She was really relieved, but also a little angry. Song Yi naturally put the eggs into her pocket, and then looked at her sadly. What are you doing? This is? That Jian Yuan. What's going on? He likes you? Ouch. Ouch. This little expression looks like a frustrated little daughter-in-law. Don't talk nonsense. We are just classmates. That was all nonsense told by my mother. Because our names are very similar. We have a deep impression on him. Don't worry too much. Forehead. After saying this, she regretted what she was going to explain. But he treats you. This is even more impossible. I have been someone else's child since I was a child. And I am excellent in everything. How could he like me? He didn't before. And it's even less likely now. Uh-huh. The reality is this. She is divorced, has a baby, and has another Jingjing. Jiang Yuan was so outstanding. There was really no reason to fall in love with someone like her, who was raising a family. But you are very good. Jiang Yuan. Don't question my vision. Forehead? What nonsense is he talking about? Song Yi. Speak nicely. What I said is true. I felt really bad when I saw you 2 talking and laughing today. Jiang Yuan. It's been so long, and you still don't believe me. God. She really didn't want to discuss this topic. Song Yi. I told you. I don't want to talk about relationships. Not just you, but everyone else too. You understand? He sighed and felt a little thankful at the same time. So, you won't have anything to do with Jiang Yuan. Right? This person is a little too persistent. Yes. Don't worry. I said the same thing as Jiang Yuan. We are just classmates. We have no other feelings. So don't worry about it. Okay. I understand. Jiang Yuan. If you want to fall in love later, can you consider me first? Song Yi's tone contained a hint of pleading. And Jiang Yuan raised her head and met his eyes. When the light was turned down, his thin eyelashes cast a shadow with dots of light. Jiang Yuan's heartbeat skipped a beat, and she nodded erratically. The other party was naturally very happy, and chatted for a long time before going back. If it weren't for the girls' dormitory and the boys stopped, Song Yi would probably be able to send her to the bed. When she went back by herself, she was still feeling dizzy. I really don't want to fall in love. I just want to be beautiful alone. This Song Yi was also a little speechless. As if she had some magic power that made her unable to control herself. Yi Mianmian was waiting for her at the door. As soon as Jiang Yuan appeared, she was immediately pulled into the room. Sister Yuan, tell me quickly. Has brother Song confessed his love to you? Ban Qing was extremely anxious, with a gossipy look on his face. Yes. Yes. Please tell me quickly whether we are together or not. Good guys. These 2 are so awesome. No. Don't make random guesses. I don't want to fall in love. Chapter 392. The snow is about to melt. Ah. Why? Sister Yuan. Brother Song is so good. Just agree to him. Yes. When he came to see me just now, he said that if you talked to someone during the day, it was like you were possessed by lemon essence. He really cares about you. Sister Yuan. You also need to move on from the past. Well, Jiang Yuan sighed and looked at the 2 people in front of her. I know what you mean. But my current situation doesn't allow it. So don't mention it in the future. Oh. Sister Yuan. Yi Mianmian wanted to say something else. But when she looked at him, the other party stopped talking. Okay. It's been warm these past 2 days. I think the ice and snow outside are about to melt. It is true that when they go to a restaurant every day, they need to go out. I also know a little about the situation outside. Will it be spring soon? Normally it would be April now. In previous years, it was already full of flowers and green willows. There has been no movement at all this year. It is already late enough. Jiang Yuan sighed. What Yi Mianmian said may be the past that they can never go back to. Don't think so much. The situation here is relatively stable now, and we can live a stable life here for a few days. If the weather gets warmer, it will be a good thing for the construction side. Now that the weather is cold, their construction schedule is very hampered. Just this freezing is already the biggest problem. After the ice and snow melt, you don't have to worry about issues like frozen soil and mud. It will be much better. Jiang Yuan didn't stay long. Qin Yu was still waiting at home. If the living area is built, it will be a good thing for everyone. At least the family can live together. Daughter, you are back. What does Xiao Song want from you? It's okay. I just forgot to give me the eggs today. As he spoke, he took out the egg from his pocket. Oh, this Xiao Song is really thoughtful. Jiang Yuan didn't want to say anything more and asked everyone to take a rest. It was getting late, and she needed to go to bed quickly. My daily routine is now much more normal. I work during the day and have no entertainment at night. My day is ordinary and fulfilling. The weather is really getting warmer, so wearing a thick layer of clothing is okay. The previous situation of 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside is no longer there. A pair of thermal underwear and a thickened jacket will do the trick. The snow above has also changed, and there is a faint tendency to melt during the day, but it wasn't very obvious. It became a little looser, and when the temperature dropped at night, it will freeze again, and if you repeat it for a few days, you can still see changes. That day, Jiang Yuan told her something while eating. What? You mean a new group of researchers are coming? Yes. The temperature here is changing now. To put it bluntly, it has warmed up. In the northwest, we also need to strengthen facilities in the agricultural sector. When they come over, they will start preparing to cultivate new things. By then, everyone's dining table will be enriched, and life will slowly return to what it was before. Jiang Yuan said. He was also very happy. What about you? Will you leave here? Not yet. Everything here has not stabilized yet. We still need to continue to observe. Don't worry. Yeah. Okay. To be honest, under normal circumstances, there was basically no chance of her and Jiang Yuan meeting. This time, it was an unexpected surprise. Yuan, I have never asked you why you got divorced before. Thinking of Xia Chaoyang. She was speechless. It's nothing. Don't talk about that. It's all in the past. What about you and Song Yi? He asked cautiously, fearing to cause Jiang Yuan's dissatisfaction. Didn't I tell you before? Okay. I have to go and get busy. You should go back as soon as you finish your meal. These two are talking about how she and Song Yi are doing. Really? However, a new researcher is coming. Does this mean there will be more jobs? Then are they, this group of people, also going to have to change their jobs? In the restaurant, how should I say? It's not bad. It's just a bit tiring. But I'm used to it now. As long as those people are not like Dr. Lee before him, and they create something as scary as human red mushrooms, then it will be okay. Thinking about it now, my scalp is still numb. Jiang Yuan told Yu Minyan and Fan Qing the news and wanted to hear their opinions. I won't go. Even if I die. Now I have a shadow on this agricultural research. Even if he is beaten to death, he will not go. Fan Qing's choice was reasonable. After all, she almost died at the hands of Dr. Lee. More than once. I won't go either. I think it's good and simple here. There are not so many complicated people. No intrigues. And there is still food to eat. Yu Minyan also expressed her position. And Jiang Yuan nodded. This was basically her idea. By the way, Sister Yuan, I think the snow will melt in a few days. When we left, there were no green grasses in Yuan Lake. I don't know what it's like over there now. When Fan Qing reminded her, she also reacted. That's right. I haven't heard from there for a long time. And I don't know what the specific situation is. At that time, everyone was gone, including the 1st and 6th graders. She still missed those 2 children. Then there is Xiaoling, who is sleeping there. Jingjing often secretly cries in the middle of the night. And she knows it. Okay. How about we go back and take a look? May I? I don't know why. I just want to go back. Okay. Mian. I'll ask squad leader Chung to see what procedures are required. The last time we came here wasn't long. So even if they walked over, it wouldn't take them long. Okay. Let's go back and have a look together. I'm quite curious too. Fan Qing also agreed, waiting for Jiang Yuan to make a decision. Well, the main thing is to let Jingjing go and worship. This kid probably misses his mother a little lately. I would often shed tears secretly in the middle of the night. But I didn't dare to say anything, just for fear of making her uncomfortable. Speaking of this, both of them sighed. He is a poor child, and he has never been very talkative. However, As long as he comes over, he will help with the work. The more sensible you are, the more heartache you feel. Okay. I'll tell Kyong and the others later that if Brother Song is okay, he can just send us off. This is indeed possible. Don't say that. The fuel and other things used now are all public goods. In addition, they still have missions, so we can go there ourselves. Don't let others poke your spine over a trivial matter. Chapter 393 Worshipping Shaoling. Fan Qing nodded and agreed immediately. I understand. Sister Yuan. I didn't think carefully. I'll tell Kyong later when we're having dinner. Good. Jiang Yuan didn't know how they communicated. What she needed to do was ask for leave from squad leader Chung. Do you want to go to Yuban Lake? Yes. It's where we came before. Jingjing's mother is not there, and she wants to pay her respects. Jiang Yuan told her reasons, but she didn't say anything about the green grass. Squad leader Chung didn't know so many details. He was just thinking about whether it would affect his work after they left. Yes. Yes. But you are both in the restaurant, with so many people leaving at once. I'm afraid it will delay everyone's meal. Jiang Yuan had thought about this issue in advance, so it didn't affect her. That's it. Squad leader Chung. We will go to work tomorrow morning and go out after lunch. If you keep up with the people who work the morning shift, it won't affect you. Captain Chung listened and nodded with a smile. Okay. Since you have all planned it, go ahead and do it without delaying your work. However, you must pay attention to safety. There may not always be danger outside. Okay. I get it. Jiang Yuan was also very happy. She didn't expect it to be solved so easily. Jiang Yuan. I have something to ask you. Seeing how she hesitated to speak, she was a little curious. How could such a dashing and heroic girl suddenly have such a shy moment? What's going on? Squad leader Chung. Please tell me. That's right. I see that you and Song Yi are very close. Does he have a girlfriend? Forehead? This is Song Yi. She was a little embarrassed. She couldn't tell her that people liked her. It doesn't seem to exist. And the details are not very clear. Hearing this, Squad leader Chung was a little disappointed. But he immediately returned to his usual self and continued talking to her. Well, I see that you are often together. So you came here together. Thought you knew. Alas. Jiang Yuan smiled sarcastically, not knowing what to say. Hearing that others like Song Yi, why do I still feel a little empty? However, if you don't want to fall in love, then naturally you can't interfere with other people's normal lives. After secretly making up her mind, she stopped thinking about it. By the way, Jiang Yuan, do you know what his hobbies are and what he likes to eat? Speaking of this, she really didn't know and could only shake her head. I have been with Song Yi for a long time, and it seems that I really don't pay attention to what he likes. He is not picky about food and rarely expresses himself. Okay. I'll ask later. Although squad leader Chung was disappointed, he was very motivated and didn't say much. Jiang Yuan got the approval and started the plan. Jingjing is definitely going. And the other ones are Fan Qing and Yi Mianyan. Qingyu stays here. The base is safe. Xiaowan also came with her. Otherwise her mother wouldn't have so much energy to take care of her. In the evening, Fan Qing brought news. Kyong and Song Yi both want to go with them. And the plane can carry them. They set off at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And Kyong was quite excited. It seems like we haven't acted together for a long time. And suddenly I miss our old life a little bit. Fan Qing slapped him directly. A little unhappy. Life is so stable now. Don't talk nonsense. Yes. Yes. Isn't this a yearning for the days when we were all together in the past? Kyong was not annoyed at all, but instead smiled. We're not together now. We see each other every day. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Of course we can't live together. Don't you know? Good guy. These words are so explicit that the others don't dare to answer. Fan Qing also felt embarrassed and hit him twice more. From Jiang Yuan's point of view, it was just flirting, and there was no real harm. Yuban Lake is not far away, because the helicopter is not small. It is parked in the village below. This time I came out with someone else. Comrade Zhang Taizhu. After getting off the plane, there was not much change here from when we left. Because it is flat, it looks very spacious. It's hard to imagine that a month ago, this was a noisy village. They even slept and ate here. Jiang Yuan sighed and held a child in one hand. Jingjing knew that she was here to see her mother, but she didn't dare to cry. I'm just afraid that people will think she's troublesome and won't like her. I couldn't find a specific location. so I could only roughly find a place based on my memory. Yi Mian took the plastic bag she was carrying and laid out 2 steamed buns. There is really nothing else. And this is what they saved from the rations. Jingjing. Kowtow to your mother. Good. The little girl was very obedient and knelt down directly. Xiaowan saw this and followed her sister's example. Kneeling behind her. Jiang Yuan did not stop her. Xiaoling had a master-student relationship with her. This prayer is also appropriate. Mom, I miss you so much. Don't worry. Everyone is very nice to me. I now live with Aunt Jiang Yuan and Sister Xiaowan. We had food to eat, beds to sleep on, and Uncle Song would give us eggs to eat. Mom, are you cold down there? Have you found Dad? The little girl was still talking nonsense. But when Jiang Yuan heard the words, "Are you cold down there?" she couldn't hold it in anymore. She could see the child's caution. I am naturally happy to come over and see Xiaoling. I have never left my mother. And now she actually says this. So sensible that it makes people cry. Yi Mian and Fan Qing's eyes also turned red. They were both good people. Living in such an apocalyptic world is not a blessing. Jiang Yuan calmed down and went over to wake the child up. It was quite cold today, and my knees couldn't stand it after kneeling for a long time. Mom, I'm going back, and I will definitely come back to see you often. You should be well. And Jiang Yuan said, there is food to eat down there. There is no cold, and there is no need to worry. You are going to enjoy the blessing. Jingjing is very happy and hopes her mother will live well. You must wait for me and Dad. When I grow up, when I get old, I will come to find you. By then, our family of 3 will still be together. Mom, you can't forget it. The child didn't even cry, and actually started sobbing quietly at the end. Quiet. Don't cry. Good boy. Jiang Yuan couldn't bear it and held her in her arms. Xiaowan also came over, patting her back with his little hands, giving her silent comfort. And Jiang Yuan, why doesn't Mom answer me? She and Dad will wait for me. Right. Chapter 394. It's already spring in Yuban Lake. Jiang Yuan pursed her lips and tried her best to hold back her tears. Of course, Mom will definitely wait for you. She and Dad love you the most. Jingjing needs to be good. That way they will be happy. Let's not cry. Okay. The little girl was really sensible, and she still had to persuade her for a long time. Several people were in very heavy moods. Kaiyong stopped making noises and squatted beside them silently. In fact, there were so many people she didn't know here. In fact, several of them have a predestined relationship. For example, the 1st and 6th grade students, as well as their parents, Master Tung, and those who came with them. Now they are all sleeping under the land beneath their feet. She is very emotional, but she doesn't know how to express it. The dead rest in peace, and the living live in peace. Perhaps this is the best outcome. Jiang Yuan, don't be sad. Let's go to Yuban Lake and have a look. After Sonny came over, he spoke softly. Good. It was already afternoon when we came here. Time is the most important now, and there can be no delay at all. When going up the mountain, you have to walk. Zhang Taiju stayed behind to guard the helicopter. If it's lost, that's the end of it. This is an important treasure throughout the base. The rest of the people walked up the mountain. When they arrived at Yuban Lake, everyone was shocked. The stones are still in place, and there is green grass around them. The highest temperature during the day is still around -30 degrees. The place is actually full of life, just like spring. Oh my god! Is this real? Kaiyang opened his mouth with a look of disbelief. It's so amazing. It looks like a painting here. Fan Qing looked ahead. Spring was really coming. It looked like something in a picture book, which made people yearn for it. Look, these trees seem to have broken buds. Jiang Yuan looked in the direction of Yi Mian's finger and saw that the big trees in this circle were actually covered with crimson buds. It's really cool. There are actually some here. Look at what this tree has become. And it can still bloom. It's not surprising that Kaiyang said. In fact, only the branches of the tree were left. The rest of the branches must have been blown off by the wind. Anyway, it is bare. But suddenly there are flower buds on it, which feels very strange. As I watched, a breeze blew by, and it seemed that the situation here was better. Even the wind is gentler. Song Yi, what do you think about this matter? From here, he didn't speak, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Hearing Jiang Yuan ask him, he quickly came over. Is this the so-called new student? His senior sister's notes said this. So Yubanhu is really a new beginning? Doubts and uneasiness. What does that mean? Is the new life starting here? Or is it just here? As if they knew some secret. Everyone's mood was like riding a roller coaster, with ups and downs. Then this place is too strange. Only here there are changes. And it's not that far away from the village. It's like two worlds. Who says it isn't? With this temperature, so much vegetation can come out, and it will still bloom. This comparison is naturally unacceptable. However, for Yubanhu, this is not the weirdest thing. There is no way to explain the sudden appearance of lakes. Therefore, whatever happens here is reasonable. Let's not get close yet and go back. Good. The rest of the people had no objections. When they arrived at the village, Zhang Taiyu was not found. Hey, where did this person go? You must be looking for a place to poop. Ha ha ha. Fan Qing scolded Kaiyang. But it was indeed possible that he was rude or not. Let's look for it. Jiang Yuan, you go up first with the two children. Good. She knew that Song Yi was taking care of her deliberately. But there was no way. The two children were too young, and they were really tired after walking for so long. Zhang Taizhu. Brother Taizhu. He said he was looking for someone. But there was actually nothing to look for. This area has all been razed to the ground, except for some large rocks, which were meteorites that fell from the previous meteor shower. And there are not many. I can count them on one hand. On the plain, Jiang Yuan took out a blanket and covered the two children. Is it cold? It's not cold. And Jiang Yuan, where is Uncle Taiju going? I don't know. I must be looking for a place to use the toilet. Don't worry, Jingjing. I'll be back later. She persuaded her like this. But the little girl actually looked confused. Jingjing, tell Auntie. Is there something wrong? The little girl looked up, her eyes full of innocence. And Jiang Yuan, when we were going up the mountain, I saw Uncle Taiju going up. Going up there? Yes, that's right over there. Jingjing refers to the place before and behind the mountain. When she went up the mountain, she was held by Zhang Kaiyang. The adults are walking forward, and her face is facing backward. She can see the situation in the village, which is normal. But what was Zhang Taiyu going to do if he had nothing to do? Jiang Yuan frowned and couldn't understand. Oh, no. That's Moon Lake. An idea came to her mind, and she thought of it instantly. There's no way to get up there. It was said before that there is a very deep ditch. If Zhang Taiyu went in that direction and didn't come back for so long, he couldn't have fallen. Song Yi. Song Yi. She was a little anxious and shouted quickly. Song Yi didn't know what happened, so he ran over quickly. What's wrong? What happened? Jingjing said that she just saw Zhang Taiju going to the back mountain. Hearing this, Song Yi looked up and understood immediately. Okay. You wait here. I'll go over and take a look. Without further ado, call everyone over and head into the back mountain together. Jiang Yuan was worried about staying by herself. Jingjing, Xiwan, can Auntie take you there? The two little girls knew where there was, and that everyone was looking for Zhang Taiju. So they nodded quickly. You two stay here obediently. Don't move anything. Just play with toys here. There is food on the table. Don't fight. Just wait for me to come back. Okay? And Jiang Yuan, I will take care of my sister. Don't worry. Jingjing looked like a little adult, and Jiang Yuan touched her head happily. It is absolutely safe to put it in the space. Moreover, she can sense the situation inside at any time. As long as the two children don't do dangerous things on their own, there won't be any problems. And she can come in at any time. After settling in, she packed her sleeve arrows, put a dagger in her pocket, and headed back up the mountain. Chapter 395. Zhang Taiju is missing. Song Yi and his group walked quickly without looking back at her. Jiang Yuan did not run away because she was afraid that she would not see the two children and make Kai Yang and Fan Qing suspicious. Later, she planned to find a corner, where she said she wanted them to wait. Soon, the uphill climb began. This side is directly below Yuban Lake, and the slope is extremely steep. Jiang Yuan looked to the side, and there was still a faint path. There is a relatively flat piece of land above this, which should have been dug out by the villagers. This road is probably also walked. I took out my hiking poles and started walking up. Over there, people have reached the deep ditch. Don't ask her how she knew it. The people over there weren't even moving. They were just watching. She must have reached the right place, and she had to speed up. Soon, he was chased up. Sister Yuan, are you here too? Well, how's it going? Did you find it? I didn't see anyone, so I don't know where he went. Saying that, Yi Mianmian looked in front of her. Jiang Yuan also looked over, and it was exactly the deep ditch that Mr. Tung mentioned earlier. However, the ditch is not very deep. Moreover, it is not the kind that is insurmountable. It can even be said that if you cut down a tree and place it in the middle, you can walk across it. Is this what is called a deep ravine? Song Yi saw her and walked over quickly. It should be. It's different from what you imagined. Isn't it? Well, it's really surprising. If that was all, there was absolutely no need for Mr. Tung to say that. Moreover, if they want to go there, they can just build a bridge. There is no need to take a long detour. Jiang Yuan thought for a while and expressed her doubts. That's true. Song Yi agreed and looked down. There are broken branches underneath, and there is a thick layer, which will soon be filled. There are a lot of branches here. What's the matter? Brother Song? It might have been blown off when there was a strong wind. You have also seen the strong wind at that time, and the trees could be uprooted. This is nothing. That being said, we can't all be here. Song Yi felt that such a wider ditch, filled with trees, felt particularly man-made. But there are no people in the village. So no matter how you say it, it doesn't hold up. The rest of the people also thought of this and began to think. Could it be that tree branches fell down before, and the villagers wanted to fill it in? So they brought all those things here? Kaiong made the assumption. And the rest of the people didn't respond, because no one knew what the truth was. Okay, don't worry so much. It's important to find someone. Yes. Hurry up. It will get dark soon. Jiang Yuan also agreed and then started to get busy. Zhang Taiju. Taiju. The echo echoed across the mountains. But no one responded. Whoa! Look at these trees. They are really weird. Over there. Kaiong saw a bunch of trees. Why is it said to be a pile? Because there are 6 trees, all growing next to each other, crowded together. It seems that time is running out. These trees are not as tall as other trees. Instead, they are crookedly squeezed together, especially the 3 trees in the middle. The branches in the middle are all twisted on the opposite tree, and they are so densely packed that it is difficult to see the specific situation clearly. It looks like this tree has not been taken care of, and it is too dense. So it is like this. It was precisely because of this that it was not blown up by the wind. Fan Qin gave a professional explanation, which everyone agreed with. Now I am looking for Zhang Taiju, but he is nowhere to be found. Could it be that he didn't come over? Jingjing made a mistake. At this moment, Yi Mianmian was also a little anxious. Probably not. Jingjing is 6 years old and has her own judgment. Moreover, she is not a child who talks nonsense. At this point, Jiang Yuan still believed in her. Could it be that Zhang Taiju came up and then went down again? The time we spent there was not short. Enough for him to call back and forth. At present, this statement is the most reliable. But wherever they go, there's no one nearby. Could it be that he is in danger? Although she really didn't want to say this, Jiang Yuan had to face reality. However, Yi Mianmian's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly explained, "How is that possible? It's so quiet around here. There's nothing. Except for a few of us. No one is even breathing. They probably ran away to play somewhere. Let's look for it again." But I've looked for it, and it's true that he's not there. How can this person disappear out of thin air? Song Yi, who had been silent until now expressed his opinion. Zhang Taiju has good physical fitness. Even if he is in danger, he will at least shout a few times. We're not too far apart and haven't heard anything, so he should be safe. Look for it again. Look at the ditch behind you. Your feet may slip and fall down. Then, he fell on his head. So no sound was made. Song Yi didn't continue. But everyone could guess in 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's take action. Jiang Yuan was about to go over there and take a look, and reached out to pull Yi Mianmian. With a squeak, she felt something was wrong and quickly looked down. Stepping on a small branch, she raised her foot and saw something shining silver. Under the refraction of the sun, it emits bursts of brilliance. What is that? Jiang Yuan also saw it, and Yi Mianmian bent over and picked it up. It's a game currency. I gave it to Zhang Taiju. He must have been here before. Seeing her panic, Jiang Yuan was a little confused. Yin Yin. What on earth is going on? Sister Yuan. He gave me an egg before. And I felt embarrassed. I happened to have this game currency in my hand. So I gave it to him. He joked that it was a token of love, and he would definitely carry it with him. Now suddenly here, I'm a little scared. Sonny took a look and felt a little heavy. I saw him holding this, and couldn't put it down. It's impossible to drop it casually now. Something must have happened. Oh! Don't worry too much. Maybe I can't find this. Zhang Taiju is worried, and is looking everywhere. Maybe. People also went back. This situation seems to be possible. No. We are still here. He can't leave without saying a word. The main thing is that Yi Minyan is still here. The reason why I like the game currency is because Yi Minyan gave it to me. How could you leave a beautiful woman for the sake of game currency? You are putting the cart before the horse. Look for it quickly. Centering here. Song Yi gave the order, and everyone got busy. Brother Song. Look here. Why do I feel something is wrong? Chapter 396 The Man-Eating Tree. Taiyang pointed to the 3 trees in the middle. He didn't know why. But it just felt weird. Jiang Yuan also came over. Apart from anything else. These trees do look strange. Especially the round lump in the middle. Even if it is crisscrossed, it will not reach the point where it is now. And the inside cannot be seen. Do you know what kind of tree this is? I feel like I've never seen it before. When he said this, it was really strange. I can't tell what kind it is. Song Yi, have you seen this? Hearing this, Song Yi also shook his head and said that he had never seen it before. Let's go over and have a look. All 5 people took out their weapons for self-defense and approached cautiously. There was a dark mass in the middle, and nothing could be seen. The branches directly opposite were woven together like ropes to form a huge ball. Song Yi had a short knife in his hand. He took it out and pinned it to the branches outside. Just like a rubber band, it bounces back on its own. So flexible? Not only Kai Yang. Jiang Yuan was also curious. What kind of breed was this, and why had she never heard of it before? He tried to cut the branch with the short knife sideways. I used a lot of effort and even rubbed it back and forth in the middle. But it didn't break. It was very tough. Song Yi's weapon is also extremely sharp. Comparable to her Tang Dao. This situation is indeed somewhat unexpected. Jiang Yuan also took out the dagger from her pocket and went to help. She didn't bring the Tang Dao, and it would be hard to tell if she suddenly took it out now. Following Song Yi. Neither of them broke the branch. This is a real knife. It's so weird. The 2 picked up their weapons, and the branch actually retracted like a cane. The 5 people looked at each other, all shocked. This thing is as spiritual as it can know its own thoughts anytime and anywhere. The more this happens, the more fishy it feels. Together, Song Yi said, and all 5 people took out their weapons and started cutting branches. However, if you can pull down those branches, you just have to cut them down. Look, these are Zhang Tieju's clothes. Zhang Kaiyang shouted, because when he came along, the branches were pulled apart, revealing the color inside. Although it is only a small part, it can still be identified. Oh my god! This tree actually eats people. Kaiyang Zhang was so nervous that he was out of tune. This was so hacking weird. Zhang Taiju. Did you hear that? Zhang Taiju. Yi Minyan was a little anxious and shouted twice quickly. But she never got an answer. She was irritable, and waved vigorously a few times. The branch was actually soft and weak, and it was retracted by itself. I have to say, it is indeed somewhat magical. Okay. Don't cut it. This thing is not afraid of knives. Continuing would be nothing more than useless efforts. Then what is it afraid of? Zhang Taiju is still inside. What should I do? Yi Minyan was really anxious. This feeling of not knowing whether he was alive or dead was heart-wrenching. Jiang Yuan could tell that this girl was probably tempted. The branches are wood, and wood must be afraid of fire. How about we give it a try? Okay. Song Yi agreed immediately, mainly because there was no other way now. There was a lighter in his pocket. He pressed it directly, and then walked towards the branch. It moved a little, and it flinched a little. Zhang Kaiyang was a little excited. But the flames were too small, and had no lethality. Without anyone's instructions, he ran to the side, and found a larger branch. A few people quickly got some torches. At this time is life. I don't know how Zhang Taiju is doing now. There is no movement at all. And he is really anxious. After finally getting the torch lit, several people separated and each took one side. It can't be too hot. I saw him just now. Which proves that it's not very far. If it's too hot, Zhang Taiju will be injured. Start. Song Yi gave the order, and everyone ironed it together. Sure enough, those branches shrank and began to tremble crazily. Snapped. A big ball fell out of it, and fell directly to the ground. Zhang Taiju. Yi Mianmian hurried over to check the situation. None of them stopped because there was no order from Song Yi. Those branches began to swing wildly, and they could even hit the people next to them, as if they were specifically attacking. If this continues, they will also get hurt. Stop! Song Yi shouted, and everyone quickly removed their torches. Those branches are still swaying and dancing in various ways. How's it going? Zhang Taiyu? Song Yi came over, first felt his breath, and then slapped him twice on the face. You still have energy. Don't worry. These words were obviously addressed to Yi Mianmian. Jiang Yuan also came over and looked at Song Yi. Can you wake him up? Song Yi tried to pinch his penis, but there was no reaction at all. Now, take him back quickly. I can't tell. Okay. Kian looked at the tree over there, and was in a bad mood. He was so hot that he was scratching his teeth just now. Now, it's actually back to how it was at the beginning. It's really weird. It's like becoming a spirit. Let's leave quickly. Good. Everyone got busy. And Song Yi carried Zhang Taiju on his back. Halfway there, Jiang Yuan felt bad. Just leave the team and go under the stone next to it. We have to take the two children out. Otherwise, what will happen if we go back? After some explanation, both children nodded obediently, and she hurried to the plane. You can't delay other people's treatment because of yourself. This is a fatal thing. Hurry. Sister Yuan. Zhang Kaiyan called her, and then helped carry the two children up. They hurried to the base. It was already past 5 o'clock, and it was getting dark. There is a temporary health room here. When I saw that it was a plane pilot, I didn't dare to be careless. Everyone got busy quickly, and even two powerful doctors who had gone back to rest were called over. Jiang Yuan, take your two children back. We don't need so many people here. Fan Qing and Yi Mianmian also went back, while Zhang Kaiyang and I stayed behind. Let me stay too. I want to take care of him here. Yi Mianmian's voice was a little pleading. She was really worried. Mianmian, be obedient. If anything happens, Song Yi will tell us. Go back first. It's not that she is not allowed to stay. She has her own things to do tomorrow. Moreover, Song Yi and the others all belong to the same department, and they are also well known. Yi Mianmian being here is just the icing on the cake. Why not go back and rest? Sister Yuan, obey. These are all boys. It's inconvenient for you to stay. In the end, she followed Jiang Yuan back obediently. Chapter 397 Application for Investigation. After returning, she settled the two children first, and then went over to see Yi Mianmian. Sister Yuan, please persuade her to stop crying. Fan Qing was also helpless, and didn't know what to say. Mianmian, don't cry. This is a blessing, not a curse. It is a curse that cannot be avoided. After so much, don't you understand? Hearing this, Yi Mianmian raised his head and looked at her with an aggrieved look. Sister Yuan, I know, but I'm just very scared. What if he never comes back? What can I do? Let it be served cold. Mianmian, do you like Zhang Taiyu? Hearing this, Yi Mianmian was stunned for a moment. I didn't think about it. I just think he is different. Not so thoughtful. Okay. No need to say anything. I understand. Unexpectedly, such a beautiful woman as Yi Mianmian would actually fall. I have seen so many boys before, and there are many outstanding ones. In the end, it was really ironic that I was moved by innocence. Mianmian, please rest quickly. Don't think too much. Go over tomorrow to see the specific situation. You can't help much. Do you understand? Yi Mianmian nodded mechanically. She should be struggling with her own thoughts now. I used to go to work and work every day, and my days were non-standard and fulfilling. Now, the days are dull. So naturally I noticed the inconspicuous Zhang Taiju. Jiang Yuan hoped that she could figure it out on her own. This era is no longer the past. Emotions and all that are secondary. After she returned, she explained a few words to Qin Yu and then went to the space. Although the situation over there was strange, she couldn't ignore the space. Jiang Xingji has not been here recently, And her and Chin Yu's working hours are also different. When I came back in the evening, I was tired again and had not packed many things. Those grains, oils, rice and noodles are all exposed to the sun. So naturally it won't work. My parents had packed some of it before and used that electric tricycle to transport it back and forth. She couldn't handle the heavy things, so she could just pack the light ones. I also use an electric tricycle. I put the things in first, then ride over and carry them to the house to lay them out. She didn't do too much. She went over to pick some vegetables that had grown and put them in the kitchen before coming out. Chin Yu was already asleep. She went over to pick up Xianwan, and the two of them went to sleep in the space. In this way, they can be more spacious. The next morning, Yim Yin Yin was still absent-minded. She was on the noon shift, but she got up early in the morning and went directly to the clinic to see Zhang Taiju. Jian Yuan knew her, so she got up and followed her. The two children were sent to the space. If others asked, they were in the dormitory, so it didn't affect them at all. Meeting Song Yi head-on, the three of them hurried over. Brother Song, how is Zhang Taiju? It's okay. I woke up last night, and with the doctor accompanying me, we went back. I couldn't get through to the women's dormitory, so I didn't tell you. In fact, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning when he woke up. Within a few hours, it would be daylight, and there was no need to bother with it. Just wake up. It scared me to death. Are you going to see him? Yeah. Let's go take a look. Yim Yin Yin nodded without any rebuttal or any embarrassment. Then let's go to the dining room first and get him some food. Jian Yuan, come with me to the laboratory. Where are you going and what are you doing? Look for Jiang Yuan. Ah? He didn't particularly hate him. He was always on guard. Why did he suddenly want to find him? Before she could react, Song Yi picked her up and left. The rest of the people went to the restaurant together. Song Yi, let go of me, and why are you looking for him? I haven't spoken to Jiang Yuan in the past 2 days. He must not be looking for trouble. Yuban Lake is too weird. Professor Jiang must go and take a look at this time. Well, she has a villainous heart. It's a bit embarrassing for me to think of going there. Fortunately, Song Yi didn't say much, and the two of them quickly arrived at the laboratory. There are not many landmark buildings here. Just a row of temporary prefabricated houses. Jiang Yuan was quite surprised that these two people appeared together. This is what you are doing. He had just gone to work and hadn't had time to put on his coat yet. That's right. We went to Yuban Lake yesterday. Jiang Yuan didn't know what Yubanhu was, but he could tell that it was serious business. Let's talk about it first. After letting the two people in, an assistant immediately came over and poured hot water for them. Tell me slowly, what is Moonban Lake? Well, this is just a child without a mother. It's a long story. Jiang Yuan was still thinking about where to start. Song Yi was the first to speak. Yuban Lake is in the northeast of the base. The lake there has only swelled in the past 2 days. It was dry before. We went there yesterday, and the lake there was not frozen. Moreover, the grass next to it is all green, and the surrounding trees are blooming. Jiang Yuan looked at Song Yi with an expression of "Are you sure?" Besides that, there are some very strange trees over there that can actively attack others and wrap their prey in their own branches. Jiang Yuan nodded repeatedly. That was indeed the case. If so, that would be amazing. Yesterday, Comrade Zhang Taiju, who we went with, was attacked by that tree. When we rescued him, he was almost out of breath. He said that when he passed by, he smelled a strange fragrance. Then, he was attacked by those branches. In fact, he thought those branches were strange and reached out to touch them. I found that there seemed to be something inside, so I pushed in enough. As a result, tragedy happened. Professor Jiang, do you want to study it? Jiang Yuan had seen a lot of unusual things. Although he was surprised at the moment, he was okay. I understand. I will report this matter to the leader. I'll go over and have a look later. He was mainly interested in the ice-free lake and the early onset of spring there. If someone else said it, he might not believe it. But if Jiang Yuan said it, it would be another matter. After explaining the matter, the two of them were going to see Long Taiju. Watch what I do. Jiang Yuan's little move was discovered. And it wasn't too embarrassing. It's nothing. I just think you are a very sensible person. Song Yi also smiled and did not stop. In the future, you will discover more of my advantages. I said you were fat, and you started to breathe. It's really... The two of them were chatting and laughing. and it was rare to have such a relaxing moment. When they arrived at the health room, Zhang Taiju was eating because Yi Mian came to see him. I was so happy that I finished a bowl of porridge in one go. Chapter 398 The Weird Village. Eat slowly. Is there anyone who wants to grab it from you? Yi Mian scolded, and then saw Song Yi and Jiang Yuan. Brother Song. Sister Yuan. You are here. With that said, he stood up to say Hello. Well, come and see Comrade Zhang Taiju. How are you doing? Are you feeling better? Well, it's okay. Thank you everyone for yesterday. If it weren't for you, I would have left it there. It's sad to say that. But fortunately, he was lucky enough to have nothing to do. Taiju, what happened yesterday? Please tell us in detail. Just now. Song Yi gave Jiang Yuan a rough idea. She heard some of it, but it wasn't very specific. Now, seeing that Zhang Taiyu was in good spirits and had finished his meal, it was okay to talk about it. It's like this. After you guys boarded yesterday, I was sitting alone on the plane. Then I wanted to pee. There was nothing around me except a few trees behind me, so I wanted to go there. Therefore, Jingjing really saw it, and her judgment was not wrong at all, thanks to this child. Otherwise, they would still be searching aimlessly. When I got there and just finished salting it, I saw something unusual about those trees. Moreover, there is also a vague fragrance. I was curious and went over to take a look. The branches over there are crisscrossed and don't look like natural growth at all. I felt curious, so I took a second look. Afterwards, I always feel that the fragrance is inside. I just wanted to go up and take a look. But who knew? As soon as I pulled it away, those branches actually wrapped around my arm. I tried to get it open, but it was too late. That thing was extremely fast. It ran everywhere along my arm and even got into my mouth. I couldn't even speak. No wonder. In that situation, he didn't call for help. Moreover, I still have companions and the distance is not very far. Now that I think about it, everything can be explained. It's not that he doesn't want to shout. It's just that he can't shout. Those things are so soft that I can't touch them at all. Even if I kick them away, they will continue to stick to them. Then I was hung up. By the way, how did you know I was there? He was also quite curious about this matter. It's Jingjing. She saw you going there, so we went there to look for you. Yeah, thanks to the child this time. At first, we thought you fell into the ditch next to you. Who knew? He would actually be eaten by a tree, which was so scary. Mian, I made you worry. As Zhang Taiyu spoke, he actually laughed. Quite happily. Yi Mian rolled her eyes and was speechless. Song Yi, who had been listening beside him, also spoke now. What is that fragrance you mentioned about? Please tell me in detail. Yes. When we passed by, we didn't smell any fragrance. Zhang Kaiyan also felt that he didn't understand. It made no sense that only Zhang Taiju could smell it. I don't know. I just think the smell is light. But it's very fragrant and refreshing. And I can't help but want to go there. Everyone looked at Song Yi. He was well informed and didn't know if he had any ideas. The other party frowned and said it was not good. In the tropical rainforest, there are piranha flowers. Big ones. Just like a trumpet. It also has some fragrance to attract prey. When you pass by, it will catch you by surprise and kill you. Oh my god. This is scary. However, there are very few such things in the inland areas. It's still a tree, and there are several trees together, which is also very strange. Zhang Taiju is also a little scared now, and no longer dares to be curious. By the way, what do they eat people for? It's just a plant. Song Yi looked at him and explained patiently, plants also need nutrients. They have their own rules of life, and we can't interfere. Jiang Yuan suddenly remembered that she had indeed seen some similar documentaries before. Many of the plants and animals in the tropical rainforest are very dangerous. I remembered something. Do you still remember the family we lived in the village before? Those two old men? Yi Mian asked back, and Fan Qing nodded immediately. Yes, I still remember that the old lady couldn't hold the bowl steady. She said that she was old and should have gone to the back mountain long ago. At that time, the old man was still angry and refused to let her speak. Now think about it. There are no graves in the back mountain. So what is she doing there? At first, she thought it could be something like an ancestral grave there. But now, there is really nothing. Zhang Taiyu was also extremely shocked and stammered, "Isn't it used to feed trees?" Although I thought so in my heart, it was still surprising after I said it. Oh my god. These trees look like they have become spirits. The earthquake was so severe that the entire village was destroyed. But the branches of those few trees were not broken. It was terrible. Don't blame him for saying that. Thinking about it, it's really the case. So, there is a possibility that it is the people in that village. They all brought the dead to the tree. Right? Not only that, they have great faith in Mr. Tang. He even risked his life to save him. This would only happen in some particularly primitive villages, or places where the village chief has a special mission and everyone in the village knows it. When the young commander came over, there were indeed people who did not care. Just to save Mr. Tang. His explanation was reasonable. Speaking of this, Jiang Yuan also had a question. I never mentioned before that it was Wu Jiqing and his wife who were rescued by Mr. Tang and others when they arrived here. At that time, I felt very strange. Mo Qi and his group were armed with real guns and live ammunition. How could they be suppressed by the villagers so easily? Not only that, they also disarmed and locked up people. There were so many things going on at the time that I didn't think about it in detail. But now I think it's really unusual. Song Yi nodded and frowned when Jiang Yuan was so confused. Okay. Don't think so much. It's over there at Yuban Lake. Whether it is the lakeside or the village, there are too many secrets. Now, there are no people there. And we don't know about them. Let's wait until Professor Jiang and the others pass by to see what's going on. For now, that's all it can do. Comrade Song Yi, I knew you were here. Say Chow Chow. And Chow Chow will arrive. Jiang Yuan, what are you doing? Looking at his turbulent appearance, his face was full of excitement, which was very different from his usual elegant and easygoing nature. The higher-ups have approved it. Let's go over and take a look now. Song Yi just happened to fly us off and could also lead the way. Yuan, you are waiting for the news at home. Chapter 399. The insect emerges from the body. After finishing speaking, he looked up at Song Yi again. Comrade Song, do you have any questions? There is no problem. Of course. Song Yi is not that indifferent to right from wrong. Okay. You go back first and wait for me to come back. Jiang Yuan nodded, knowing that it was business. She had to go to the restaurant to work during the day. He didn't say anything more and watched the two people leave in a hurry. Sister Yuan, do you think they can succeed? What? It's over there at Yuban Lake. Fan Qing murmured, not knowing what to say. I don't know. But if it succeeds, maybe we will have spring here too. Spring. What a good word. If it really comes, this cold winter will be over. Once the earth warms up, crops can be grown, and life will become normal again. It feels wonderful just thinking about it. It's almost time. It's time for us to leave. Taiju, take good care of yourself. I'll see you later. Ah, are you leaving now? Zhang Taiju glanced at Yi Mianmian reluctantly, with a look of grievance on his face, like an angry little daughter-in-law. It's okay. I'll see you again tonight. After getting the promise, I immediately became happy again. Then you can agree that you must come see me. But don't let me go. Yi Mianmian rolled her eyes at him, said nothing, pulled Jiang Yuan and left. On the way, Kai Yang was going to his office, and the three of them headed to the restaurant. Mianmian, what's going on with Zhang Taiju? It's been a night, and this person probably has figured it out. I'm not sure, but I think it's okay. Well, there's something else she doesn't understand. Okay, if you can, let's get in touch and have a look. If you can find a good home, I will be relieved. It can be regarded as worthy of Grandma Ye's dying instructions. Sister Yuan, I don't think too much. I understand everything. I don't object to your relationship. But you must have your own bottom line, and know what you should do, and what you shouldn't do. Do you understand? Yi Mianmian nodded vigorously. She was very happy for Jiang Yuan's comfort. Most people are crazy to say this to you. At least, Jiang Yuan treats her as a younger sister. Sincerely. At noon, everyone is eating. The staff also came out with dinner plates, and they were the last ones to eat. At this time, the restaurant was also deserted. Jiang Yuan took her two children and sat with Yi Mianmian and Fan Qing. Qing Yi went to serve soup. Couscous. The strange quacking sound, although not very loud, feels like that of a duck. They turned around and looked over. and saw a woman holding her neck, as if in pain. Before she could react, squad leader Chung and another female comrade rushed over. They were preparing to come over to get food. They were busy today and came out late, so they happened to encounter this scene. What's going on? Are you stuck? The woman opposite had a bruised face and stared at her with a very painful look. Goose. Jiang Yuan couldn't sit still anymore and hurried over to see if she could help. Mom, look at the two children. Hey, I'm afraid that chaos will break out soon, and no one will care about these two children. If something happens again, it will be troublesome. Without saying a word, squad leader Chung walked directly around the woman's back. Cross your hands and hit your abdomen hard upwards. This was the Heimlich maneuver, which she had learned when she gave birth to her child. For a moment, squad leader Chung was also very anxious, mainly because the other party's condition had not improved. The veins on his neck became visible to the naked eye and even extended to his face. Those purple meridians. I don't know if they are tendons or blood vessels. All in all, it was very weird and reminded her of the evil sword fairy in the TV series. Wait a minute. Squad leader Chung. She doesn't seem to be stuck. Let her go quickly. Jiang Yuan just shouted. But the action over there has not stopped yet. Just for a moment, the woman actually spit out blood. Squad leader Chung was frightened and quickly let go, while another companion held the woman's body, because she had fallen down softly. Quick! Let her lie down. You too. Go to the health room and call someone. Jiang Yuan's voice was loud. At this time, she didn't know what to do. The two men who were named ran out very quickly. Yi Mianmian and Fan Qing were also nearby, helping to lay the person down. An older lady in the restaurant also brought a quilt. It was what they used to cover the vegetables, and it is now matted on the ground. This woman's condition was very bad. She had fainted and her body was still twitching. Especially the purple lines on the face are becoming more and more obvious, and they actually tend to go towards the head. Monitor Chung also looked confused, like a child who had done something wrong. What's going on? It seems like there's a virus. Fan Qing pointed at the meridians on her face, feeling a little scared. Don't talk nonsense. Wait until the doctor comes. At this time, it is still very important to stabilize people's hearts. Fan Qing subconsciously closed his mouth and hid behind Jiang Yuan. No one dared to step forward. Her previous experience told her that it was definitely not a good thing. What's wrong? Where is the patient? For people in white coats ran over, and the two behind them also brought a stretcher. Here it is. The doctor came, and everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The woman here is twitching more violently. Ah! A shrill cry was deafening, as if he had experienced something painful. Immediately, she opened her eyes suddenly, and the meridians rushed to the top of her head at a speed visible to the naked eye. No one knew what was going on, and the doctor had never seen anything like this. Out of professionalism, he hurried over to her, checked her eyeballs, and then shouted twice. Seeing that the woman didn't respond, he called the two people behind him to come over and take her away. Jiang Yuan did not leave, thinking to see if she could help. Mom, what is this? A medical staff screamed, and she saw a red bug coming out of the woman's head. Just a little bit, twisting like crazy. Follow this and pull away bit by bit. It actually looks like a thumb, and it's bloody red. Ah! The woman's screams were also getting louder and louder, and she sounded like she was in extreme pain. As the bug landed, the sound suddenly stopped. Everyone present was in a state of extreme shock. After the red bug landed on the ground, it did not die, but quickly crawled towards a medical staff in front of it. Even though he looks like a bug, he is not slow at all. Chapter 400, Human-Insect War. In a matter of seconds, he was at the man's feet. The red body looks quite scary. Everyone took a few steps back in fear. The nearest medical staff actually didn't give in. After coming over, he directly raised his foot and stepped on it. It's okay. It's just a bug. As he spoke, he smiled. Jiang Yuan was a little unbelievable. He is dead now? Ah. Sure enough, the next second, the man felt a little uncomfortable. He suddenly raised his feet to look, and saw that the red bug was not on the ground. There wasn't even a trace of death. Where have you gone? The rest of the people also started to get nervous. The doctor who ran over first actually squatted down, looked at the ground, and observed carefully. On your feet. With a shout, the medical staff suddenly fell to the ground. This time, everyone can see the details. The insect from before twisted its fat body and started to burrow up from the bottom of his feet. It's already halfway in. Otherwise this person wouldn't be so uncomfortable. Jiang Yuan couldn't believe it. She was still wearing shoes in the middle. This thing was really magical. Step aside. The doctor next to him started to get busy as he spoke. He put on disposable gloves and tried to pull out the bug. As if sensing his intention, the insect swooped in. The doctor was left standing there in embarrassment. The man's condition wasn't that good either. He began to twitch and his body was shaking. His chest was rising and falling violently, as if he had been electrocuted. Everyone didn't know what to do. The bug could enter and exit the human body at will. This is completely beyond the inherent cognition of human beings. And everything has become confusing. Oops. Jiang Yuan looked at that person and started to cover her neck. This was not a good sign. The woman just now was holding her neck and died later. Squad leader Chung shouted. And they all reacted. But there is nothing they can do now. The doctor also panicked and saw his colleague's veins exposed. Moreover, the top is still rushing upward. This is it. This spot should be the bug. Can you pick it out? At present, this is the best solution Jiang Yuan can think of. Scalpel and forceps. The doctor yelled that they brought such things when they came out for first aid. The people behind him were hurriedly looking for him. And their level of surprise was unimaginable. He took the scalpel and tweezers. But he couldn't do it because the man was shaking too much. Some people come over and hold him down. There was no expected effect. And the male doctor was stunned. No one came forward. Not even Jiang Yuan. She had witnessed the entire process of how the bug passed from one body to another just now. Now, no one dares to joke with their own lives. I'll come. Squad leader Chung took the lead and obviously had some ideological struggle. The person who came with her also stood up. It's too late. It was too late. The insect had already reached the top of the head. And this time it was faster than before. No one thought that this thought would kill a person. No. Get out of the way. Sure enough. The next second, red bugs emerged from the top of the head. This time, the body seems to be a bit bigger. And the color is darker. Almost cherries. Jiang Yuan was worried about her 2 children and hurriedly looked for Qinyu. Mom was also nervous and took them to hide in the kitchen. There was no danger for the time being. Soon, all the bugs came out. The man also twitched for the last time and became silent. The insect's fat body fell directly to the ground. He jerked upright, turned over, and then started looking for the target. The people in front of them dispersed like birds and beasts. The door of the restaurant was pushed open, and the dusty Jiang Yuan and Song Yi came in. There were 4 people following behind, probably wanting to eat. People like them who go on missions with no fixed time can cook for them at short notice when they come back. Song Yi. Jiang Yuan. Be careful of the insects on the ground. She was also scared when she saw the little red thing moving towards the door. Hearing this, Song Yi and the 2 also lowered their heads. The little insect was very fast, and had already walked half the distance. It can get into people's bodies. So don't let it touch you. When several people heard Jiang Yuan's words, they quickly took a few steps back. Song Yi took out the short knife immediately. Hong Chengzi felt the resistance from the person on the other side and moved faster. Song Yi flew out a stone and hit it accurately on its body. Such a small thing can still move. This accuracy is awesome. Before he could sigh, the insect twisted a few times and seemed to feel pain. But it didn't last for a few seconds, and it passed towards the original goal again. Song Yi took out the lighter from his pocket calmly. He lit a notebook in his hand and threw it down. When the insect encountered the fire, he was also afraid. He suddenly turned around and ran behind him. Seeing that it was scared, Jiang Yuan quickly took out his notebook, tear out a few pages from inside, and hand them to Song Yi. This time, he lit them separately and surrounded the bug. It ran everywhere in a hurry, but couldn't get out of the circle of fire. The last pile of paper was thrown directly on it. I saw the insect twisting wildly, as if it was about to jump out. The colleagues at the back also filled the fire with paper very discerningly. Keep that fire going. Finally, there was a small sound similar to an explosion. Let me go! This bug actually exploded. There was a hint of shock in Yi Mianyan's voice. The rest of the people finally had the courage to go forward. On the ground, besides ashes, there was a pool of red blood. Or it can't be said to be blood. Just insect mucus. Anyway, it's bloody red and looks quite scary. Song Yi, are you okay? Squad leader Chung immediately went over and stood beside him. There was some admiration in his eyes. Just now, if he hadn't been calm in the face of danger, this insect would probably still be running rampant. Song Yi's ability is obvious to everyone. A soldier like her likes strong men from the bottom of her heart. However, the man didn't even look at her and replied politely, "It's okay." He came towards Jiang Yuan with concern that couldn't be hidden in his eyes. "How's it going? Are you okay?" "I'm fine." These two people are gone. They were all caused by the red bug bursting out of their head. Chapter 401. Could it be a goo insect? Jiang Yuan quickly explained the situation at hand to him. But Jiang Yuan had already squatted down. Looking at the pool of blood, he frowned slightly. "Xiao Lu, take a sample." "Okay." Seeing them busy, Jiang Yuan felt relieved. The bug was really weird. She had to go and see the two children quickly. But she still felt very uneasy. Soon, it was taken care of over there. Jiang Yuan didn't let the people here take action. They followed the people who came over and cleaned up the place. By the way, the two dead people were also taken away together. "I'll go take a look first." "Don't worry. We'll talk about it tonight." "Okay. Song Yi is like this. At least he will explain it to you." Jiang Yuan started to go to the kitchen to get busy. Watching the two of them being so intimate, Squad Leader Chung felt a little uncomfortable. What's going on with this guy? Doesn't it mean it has nothing to do with him? At the restaurant, word spread quickly. Everyone was a little scared. And even when making dinner at night, they would ask a few specific questions. We also chatted here for a while, and were not allowed to say anything more. Such weird things make everyone scared in their hearts. If you are not allowed to speak, you will definitely not speak nonsense. The same goes for Jiang Yuan. Whenever she meets a curious person, she always smiles calmly and then shouts, "Next person." Curiosity killed the cat. Zhang Taiyu is a living example. Finally, when the group of people left, she breathed a sigh of relief. By chance, Song Yi also came over. She quickly packed him some food, and then went out with her dinner plate. The two of them were sitting at the table in the corner. Zhang Kaiyong, Fan Qing, and Yin Yin also came over. The main thing was that no one could be missing. Qin Yu was at a table in the back with her two children. "Brother Song, tell me quickly. What is going on over there?" Yes. I've been worried all afternoon." Yin Yin was very curious and looked at Song Yi with a good look. The man was not in a hurry. Peeled the eggs, got up and delivered them to the two children. Then he began to talk slowly. "It's not a big deal. Professor Jiang is currently studying the red bug. There is no conclusion yet on the specific situation. Well, to some extent, I'm a little disappointed. Brother Song, don't you think this thing looks particularly like the goo worm that I've heard of before?" Kaiyong started his analysis mysteriously. "Goo worm? What age has it been? And you still believe that?" Fan Qing sarcastically said. And then he felt something was wrong. "It cannot be. I heard before that that kind of thing is just a worm. And each kind of goo worm is different. But there are some weird things like controlling people's bodies." Such a scary thing to say. Yi Mianmian still couldn't accept it, and hoped to get Jiang Yuan's approval. "I'm not very clear about this. I had a college classmate whose family is from Guizhou. He once said that in some areas over there are still people who are poisonous. Therefore, they never give away their small old clothes. It is said that you can just take clothes. They will have your scent on them. I'll go. This is scary." Kaiyong had already begun to tremble, and even began to wonder if he had been right. But the bug today is really weird. It can find the next target by itself. Moreover, when it came out of the second person's body, it was obviously bigger. Moreover, it can actually pass through the sole of the shoe, which is strange. She saw what happened today with her own eyes. If someone else had reported it, she probably wouldn't believe it. It's indeed a bit unusual. But there are too many unusual things. It's better to be careful lately. Everyone nodded one after another. Although they were no longer together, they were still in awe of Song Yi. "By the way, what did you say when you came over today?" Song Yi quickly ate the rice in the bowl, knowing that Jiang Yuan would definitely ask. "It seems to be changing day by day. The grass is getting greener. It seems like it has grown a lot overnight. Professor Jiang didn't know how he got back, but he took some samples back. The temperature there is the same as outside, but I don't know if it's the humidity. To be honest, he didn't really understand those things, but I have told her exactly what I know." "Where are those trees? Have you gone and looked at them?" In comparison, Zhang Kaiyong was more curious about this. "Looking at it, it's still the same as before, cutting constantly, but I'm a little afraid of fire. Today, I almost dragged a little brother in the laboratory into it." "What? With so many people following, it actually blatantly wants to commit murder? Kaiyang Zhang was not calm anymore, and even stood up from his chair. Hurry up and sit down and listen to Brother Song. Fan Qing went up and pulled him down. His movements were very rough. Brother Song, tell me quickly, what is going on? It turned out that after today, Jiang Yuan wanted to take a sample. However, I couldn't get it off. If it is hurt, those branches will still swing randomly, and hitting people will be very painful. They think it doesn't work, so they want to use other methods. This little brother wanted to try again, but he was caught. Fortunately, everyone was nearby, and Sonny lit a fire immediately and saved the person. Kaiyang, don't get too excited. Plants have no thoughts, so they probably feel there is an opportunity to take advantage of them. Fortunately, there were no casualties, which is a blessing among misfortunes. That's true, but I have a really bad impression of those trees. He sighed, and the thought of getting nutrients through eating people made him feel mixed emotions. Jiang Yuan didn't say, "What kind of breed is it?" Jiang Yuan asked, still a little curious about this tree. No, he hasn't seen this either. He said he wanted to go back and check it out. Also, the tree over there will not be left behind. A report has been made and someone will go there to clean it up tomorrow. That's great. It saves you from harming others. Sister Mianyan, hurry up and tell Taiju to make him happy too. Yi Mianyan rolled her eyes at him and said nothing more. Everyone started packing their things and getting ready to go to the dormitory. Yi Mianyan also wanted to deliver food, so Fan Qing and Zhang Kaiyan accompanied her. Jiang Yuan went back with her 2 children. As soon as she separated from Song Yi, she met squad leader Cheng. Jiang Yuan, I want to talk to you. Forehead? Okay. You wait a moment. I will send the child back first. Well, you go ahead. Not knowing what to do, Jiang Yuan settled the 2 babies and went directly to her duty room. Chapter 402 Their Things. Here you go. Sit down. Squad leader Cheng had a nice tone and even poured her a glass of water. Jiang Yuan was not polite and sat down directly. Thank you. Then, there was endless silence. After about 5 minutes, squad leader Cheng finally couldn't hold it any longer. Jiang Yuan, you know, I confessed to Song Yi this afternoon, and he said he liked you. Yeah, I know about this. I didn't expect this person to be so direct. But she couldn't pretend to be stupid. That would be even more offensive. I didn't tell you last time because we were not together. Squad leader Cheng smiled sadly. But it didn't look like he was angry. You should have told me earlier. What? Jiang Yuan thought she heard wrongly and asked involuntarily. You should have told me earlier. I can think of this matter. Emotional matters cannot be forced. Song Yi is excellent. You should accept him. She didn't arrive. But Captain Cheng turned out to be such a transparent person, which made her like him a little bit. You just said that there is no way to force emotional matters. I just want to live well now, and don't want to talk about relationships. What she said was also sincere, making it impossible to make a mistake. Squad leader Cheng was acquainted with them as soon as they came in. He also knew each of them and their specific situation. Jiang Yuan, you are right. But Song Yi is a good person. You must not miss it. Thank you. I will think about it carefully. The 2 didn't talk for long before Jiang Yuan went back. Qin Yu was quite happy in the house. Daughter, your father said that the situation is stable now. There is a building over the living area, and it has been almost cleaned up. The places in front are all for the staff. He has already signed up and handed in our names. If the estimate is good, it won't be long before the house over there can be lived in. That's really good. Our family can be together. In fact, recently, she also knows that her mother has always missed her father. The 2 have been together for decades, and naturally they are not used to this sudden separation. Yes, I heard that there are 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. And there are also 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. I don't know what kind of house we can get. It's just that the hardware facilities there are not very good, and many things are not available. If it were taken out rashly, it would probably be hard to tell. Qin Yu was already enjoying what happened next, and only in a blink of an eye did she notice Jiang Yuan's expression. Daughter, what's going on? Why is squad leader Cheng looking for you? It's okay. Mom, don't worry. Qin Yu said and touched his head. You kid. Whatever happens is written on your face. It's been like this since you were a child. Is there anything else you can't talk to Mom about? Huh? Well, this matter is really hard to say. Mom, There's nothing wrong. Don't think too much about it. Just pack up and go to bed. Qinyu sighed and asked her beloved daughter Norumu, is this Xiao Song's business? You? How did you know? Jiang Yuan was caught off guard. Qinyu must have some great powers. Actually, we have all seen this. Xiao Song is a good kid. You can consider it. I saw it. When did my mother see it? She was inquiring about Jiang Yuan a few days ago. Did someone remind her? Mom, I don't think about that much right now. As long as we are all fine, I'll be satisfied. But Yuan, you should also think about yourself. You are only 30. Don't blame Mom for being busy. I see some things more clearly than you do. I know you were heartbroken by Xia Chaoyang. But Xiao Song is indeed different. Your father, and I hope you can start a new life. As for Xiao Nuan, the child is still young. And Xiao Song is also a good person. So it should be fine. Jiang Yuan nodded, not wanting to continue this topic. Mom, I will consider this matter carefully. Please don't worry about it. Saying that, it's time to go to space. There have been too many things going on recently, and she has never thought about how to get along with Song Yi. I used to think that it would be a matter of course, but I always felt that it was a little bit worse. If she had feelings for him, she was really not sure about this. The habit was real. Since Lushan Yayuan, the two of them have been together often. They have experienced so many things, so naturally they are different. But when it comes to love, the intimate kind, I always feel that it's not that interesting. She was in trouble herself. After thinking for a long time, she couldn't figure out the reason. Just stop thinking about it and go pack your things. This space needs to be tidied up a lot. After a few days, if we can really live together, we can clean up together. Dad is the main force and helps her a lot. Now even if I do a little bit every day, I can't do nothing. Dad also works very hard, and she knows that. Early the next morning, they happened to come over for dinner and met Song Yi. Why didn't you go out today? There are very few of them who know how to fly a plane. And with Zhang Taiju being sick, there are even fewer. Normally, I should be very busy. Let's go. We will go to Yuban Lake with Professor Jiang later to have a look. They're going to have a meeting for a while, so I'll come over and see you. Why? Didn't you sleep well? No. It's pretty good. In fact, I kept thinking about the two of them yesterday and didn't fall asleep until late at night. I didn't feel anything wrong before, but now I'm used to going to bed early and getting up early. But it's just not good. Well, it's okay. Just pay more attention. You are the backbone of the family. Jiang Yuan was successfully amused, and the atmosphere relaxed. When you get the results, remember to tell me. No problem. I'll tell you as soon as possible. Song Yi was also very happy. She didn't ask Jiang Yuan, but asked him to tell her. By the way, Mian, how is Zhang Taiju? This day, I really have endless worries. It's okay. I think I can go back in a day or two. The place where they are now is a temporary medical area. Generally, people who have nothing serious to do will be allowed to go back and be raised so as not to occupy public resources. Aw, that's good. After several people finished eating, they started a new day of work. Song Yi also followed Jiang Yuan to Yuban Lake, and she always felt a little strange. Seeing that she was distracted, Yi Mian couldn't help but say a few words of concern. Mian, do you think it's strange here? It's originally the Northwest base. I have been searching for people nearby for the past 2 days, but there is no one from other provinces, not even from other cities. Moreover, we have never met any big leaders or the like, which is a bit unreasonable. Chapter 403 The Secret of the Bud. That's true, but it's hard to talk about this kind of thing. Think about it. Search and rescue is very difficult now, and there are not many people alive. Ken is going to start from the nearest one, and the rest may not have had their turn yet. Jiang Yuan sighed. She had thought the same way before, but recently it felt more and more wrong. Having said that, I have never thought about it if it is nationwide. There can't be only a few people like this. I always feel that our place is just a branch and not one that is taken seriously. Sister Yuan, no matter what, our life is pretty good now. Leaving aside the food and drink, the humanistic environment is quite different from the one at Changming Village before. The rest days can be counted as a few days as long as they last. That's right. She doesn't worry about it anymore. Even if something goes wrong, you can still go into the space. Right. Moreover, Life is pretty stable now, so we should cherish it. In the past few days, Sonny has been busy going to Banyu Lake with Jiang Yuan. Research comes and goes, but in the end, there are no big results. And the red bug seemed to be a temporary outbreak. He never appeared again, which should be said to be a good thing. But Jiang Yuan always felt uneasy in her heart. On this day, Sonny came back very late and didn't even have time to eat dinner. He was given a bucket of instant noodles as a reward. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening, and he wanted to see Jiang Yuan. She was shocked when squad leader Chung came over to call for help, but they didn't care at all and told her to pay attention to her safety. At this time, many people will take a rest. After all, there are no entertainment projects. It's impossible for Sonny not to know that something must have happened if he came to see her in such a hurry. Jiang Yuan didn't dare to delay, so she put on her clothes and went out. The men's and women's dormitories are on both sides of this underground base, and there are many offices and laboratories in the middle. There is also a huge workshop type thing. They have never been in it and don't know what it does specifically. It's just that the place is relatively big, so I usually pass by it. In the middle, there is a place similar to a hall, extending in all directions. You can go anywhere. It was also the place where the two agreed to meet tonight. Sonny had arrived a long time ago, and when he saw Jiang Yuan, the corners of his mouth curled up. I have been busy these past 2 days, but I miss you very much. Sonny, what happened? Don't be nervous. Come here and sit down. There is a table here, and 2 chairs, which were previously used for registration. There will also be people on duty here during the day, but now Sonny has sent them away. Jiang Yuan didn't know why, but she sat down obediently. It's so late, so I won't disturb your sleep. She really wanted to roll her eyes. What was the use of worrying about this when everyone was already up? She was speechless. Let's get down to business. The child is still waiting for me. Okay. That's it. We've been going to Yuban Lake in the past 2 days. You know this, right? Yes. Did you find anything? It's almost spring there now, and it's a bit more like the last time we went. When we went there today, we found that a flower bone over there was about to bloom. There was a research institute, and I thought it was novel, so I used a cotton swab to fiddle with the buds. You know, what's in it? Sonny cast a serious look. Jiang Yuan was so angry. You should tell me quickly. What's the point of selling it? I'm not trying to show off. This is just too unbelievable. Inside the petals, there was actually a larva, which was all pink. We suspect that it is the same breed as the big one. What the HL? Jiang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. This was too scary. You mean, the bug is inside the bud? Right. Song Yi's answer was categorical. It was clear at first glance that it was not a joke. No one would joke about this kind of thing. Oh my God. Are you injured? When she said this, she was still a little nervous and looked up and down at the person in front of her. She didn't realize that she really cared about Song Yi. Don't worry. We're all fine. That bug was just a larvae, not big in size, and the flower bud was artificially destroyed. So the small thing was not that lethal. So we killed it. Not bad. Not bad. Jiang Yuan patted her chest. But, didn't you say that the flowers over there are about to bloom? That's not just a tree. If all were taken care of, there would probably be tens of thousands of bugs. Maybe more. She was a little scared when she thought about the brutal appearance that day. This place is not far from Yuban Lake. If the larvae have grown up, it may not be safe here either. Yes. So I will probably go there tomorrow to strangle those larvae. Jiang Yuan has already gone to file a report, and it will be out tomorrow. There is not enough manpower, and it is very likely that they will be transferred from other places. Real? If this is the case, then she should also go and have a look. It's not curiosity. I always feel that I can feel at ease only if I watch it disappear with my own eyes. It's true. It depends on the specific policies tomorrow. Song Yi didn't want her to go, but he didn't want Jiang Yuan to be unhappy. So he didn't say anything. Going out tomorrow is also voluntary. It depends on her choice. But why did that eldest sister suddenly get infected by an insect? Did she also escape from Yuban Lake? Or did she come into contact with that thing through some medium? I don't know this either. But that eldest sister works at a power supply place. There is electricity here, which is generated by burning coal. If this eldest sister works there, it proves that it is usually very warm there. So, The bug might have been on her already. It's just that she is often in a warm environment. So the bugs are awakened in advance. Just like Yuban Lake. Only when the flower buds bloom is the time for the insects to grow up. It won't work any earlier. Song Yi nodded. He and Jiang Yuan concluded the same thing. Oh my god! Does that mean that people who have come into contact with her will also be in this danger? In other words, people in the same place as her also have this bug. It just hasn't exploded yet. So we can't even doubt it now. Song Yi sighed. Jiang Yuan's guess was right. This is why I have to call you out. We have to be careful lately. We don't know if we have worms on our body as well. At the same time, always pay attention to other people around you. If something unexpected happens, you must get out of the way quickly. The bugs will only come out after they have eaten enough. And they are afraid that the people next to them will become their second hosts. Chapter 404, Burning the Trees by the Lake. Oh my god! She had seen it with her own eyes. And Song Yi was not an alarmist. Moreover, when coming out of the first host, the insect had undergone its first transformation and was no longer a frail larvae. The speed and destructive power are second to none. Okay, don't worry. I will pay more attention. And so will you. Go back and tell my dad and Kai Yong Zhang that nothing will happen to us now. Don't worry. I will explain everything. After the two of them finished talking, Song Yi asked her to go back, although he still wanted to stay a little longer. It was getting late and the weather was cold. He didn't want Jiang Yuan to feel uncomfortable. After returning home, she told everyone about this matter. Regardless of whether he slept or not, no one would complain about saving his life. Qin Yu also confessed again and again, not letting the two little ones go. Make sure everyone understands. And wash your hands. Be clean. And disinfect every day before it's over. Although I know that this may not be very effective. At least it will make me feel better. The next morning, someone actually came to mobilize. Speaking impassioned words. Because eating is more concentrated. I said it in the restaurant. Jiang Yuan signed up directly without saying anything. Let Yi Minyan follow the rest. And the rest of the people will stay here to avoid being overwhelmed. Fan Qing and Qin Yu had no objection, but told them to be careful. This time, 50 people passed by. They went there on foot, and the helicopter was only given to a few people at the head. Jiang Yuan was not among them, and Jiang Yuan came to find her. There are a lot of scientific researchers there, so she won't do anything special. It would be nice to follow everyone. So I declined. Unexpectedly, the pilot there was temporarily replaced. Zhang Taizhu, who had just recovered from a serious illness, went into battle, and Song Yi came to accompany her. This man really doesn't know what to say, and he puts everything into action. However, this is fine. Having him around makes me feel more at ease. The roads are relatively easy to walk. They are all mountain paths. It took them almost an hour to get there. Jiang Yuan was already prepared and brought a lot of wood. They were preparing for a fire attack, directly burning the buds and the trees together, considering that the living tree will be a little wet and difficult to plant. They got some dry firewood, and also took out a barrel of gasoline from the base, which are precious supplies. This bucket is quite a lot. Everyone, come here and help lay out the firewood. Remember, never let yourself touch this branch, especially the buds on it. Also, if you see this bud about to bloom, you must report it immediately and eliminate it first. At the same time, you absolutely cannot do it yourself. Do you understand? Understood. The group of people who followed had all heard about this red bud before. I also know why I came here today, and I sincerely agree to this advice. After all, everyone is here to work, and no one wants to die. Everyone was busy. Jiang Yuan was watching from the side. This time we really have to eradicate the root cause. Otherwise the situation will only get worse. No one knows whether the tree behind will still produce buds. This is the second time Jiang Yuan has looked at these things up close, and they are much larger than last time. The color is much lighter. No longer dark red. This is exactly the opposite of the color change of insects. One is bigger and deeper. The other is bigger and shallower. Moreover, the flower bones look a bit like peach blossoms. If it weren't for the bugs inside, the flowers would be very beautiful after they bloom. Soon, everyone set up the firewood, and the staff in the laboratory poured gasoline on it. Jiang Yuan also prepared firewood and was waiting to light the fire. After everything is ready, everyone was called to a position 20 or 30 meters away from the circle of trees, for fear of hurting innocent people. Jiang Yuan calmed down and threw the match down. At the same time, there were 6 people around, all lighting firewood at different locations. Then, quickly retreat. They had all seen the power of these trees and did not dare to get too close. Adding gasoline had a different effect, and the flame started instantly. After the firewood is burned, it becomes the trunk. And then, there are the buds on it. Sister Yuan, this is great. It will be over soon. Yi Minyan was very excited, and so were the people next to her. I always feel that if one big problem is eliminated, everyone's life will be better. Just when everyone was excited, there was a sudden crackling sound over there. It was that little sound, like something being fried suddenly blossomed. No, those buds have actually bloomed. Everyone, get back quickly, Jiang Yuan shouted, and everyone here jumped. He started running out, as if running for his life. Sonny came over and pulled Jiang Yuan up, and she quickly grabbed Yi Minyan. After running a distance of more than 20 meters, when I looked back, I always felt a soothing wind blowing on the back of my neck. Don't be afraid. Everyone quickly find some branches and light them. That thing is afraid of fire, so instead of running away, it is better to find a way to save itself. Many people carry lighters, and they don't care anymore. If there were suitable branches, I picked them up, and soon, one after another, the firewood started to burn. Looking at the fire in my hand, I felt a lot more relieved. He plucked up the courage and started to move back. It turns out that only part of the bud is opened. That was what he had to open himself. And those small ones were burned to death directly. The buds that fell out were not well protected either. There was a lot of firewood placed underneath, and they were basically all swallowed up by the flames below. The rest, individually, were either dead or injured. When Jiang Yuan saw this situation, he called on everyone to eradicate the problem. As soon as I got close, there started to crackle. I don't know if it was the explosion of sparks or the burning of the flower buds. Immediately, the tree over there actually started to swing. It also emitted waves of stench, and everyone covered their noses involuntarily. Jiang Yuan was not sure whether the smell was poisonous or not, but he couldn't step forward anyway. I am afraid that something will slip through the net. And now is the real dilemma. He looked at Songy and wanted to get an idea. The other party nodded and motioned for everyone to retreat to the east. There is a light wind here, and the smoke is moving towards the west. It's safe here and everyone will have no problems here. However, the stench in the air is really difficult to get rid of. It was like the carcass of a long-dead animal, rotting and smelly in the extreme heat. And I happened to be bumped into by you who was passing by. It was disgusting and terrifying. Jiang Yuan thought for a while and pretended to take something out of her backpack. Chapter 405 Lake and Insects. He took out a few packs of masks and asked Yi Minyan to help distribute them to everyone. Everyone was very grateful. And then they all looked at me to thank me. But they didn't say anything. The smell was so unpleasant that Jiang Yuan even felt a little nauseous. The crackling sound of explosions by the lake continued as Jiang Yuan led the people from the laboratory. The cat crouched forward little by little, wanting to see if there were any hidden bugs. Among the 50 people, 20 were guards there, specially sent to protect Professor Zhang's safety. Seeing this, he went over to help. The remaining people didn't know whether they should step forward. The crackling sound became louder and more harsh, and it even seemed like I heard the cry of a child. In the circle of trees by the lake, all the branches were swinging wildly, as if they were trying to shake off the fire. This reminded Jiang Yuan of the sacred tree they passed by. In other words, it is the sacred tree in the 1st and 6th grade of junior high school. I wonder if the trees here will take revenge. Then, they are all executioners. Faintly, it felt like there was wind around me. Ah! The person in front let out a scream. The people behind didn't know what was happening and quickly shouted, "What's wrong?" Jiang Yuan was a little scared, but she didn't dare to step forward. She was worried that insects had penetrated her body. In that case, it would be too dangerous. Before he could answer, there was a sudden surge of water, just like the tornado before. With a whirlpool, the water droplets in the lake are lifted up and fly high. Then, hit it on a nearby tree. Just now, it was just not so obvious. The man was splashed by water, and after passing through the water droplets of the tongue of fire, the temperature suddenly increased. When it hits the body, it feels like being burned. Look! What is that? The whirlpool in the lake was getting bigger and higher, which made Jiang Yuan feel a little incredible. Half Moon Lake is really weird. The next second, A huge wave of water hit and wiped out all the trees. Oops. Song Yi ran to the front, while Jiang Yuan and his companions all sat on the ground. The water is coming from all directions, and the impact is very strong, and it is very likely that it will bring the flower buds with it. At this time, sitting on the ground is very dangerous. Jiang Yuan also thought of it and ran over quickly. Get up quickly. Get up quickly. Jiang Yuan was there, but his glasses got wet. He took them off and wiped them with his sleeves. And right in front of him, there happened to be a pink larva. Jiang Yuan was so scared that her voice was a little out of tune. Jiang Yuan, get up quickly and retreat. When the other party realized it later, she was so anxious that she went crazy. I'll go. What's going on? When she arrived, the little bug didn't move. He twisted his body, turned his head, and went back. Song Yi also ran over and grabbed Jiang Yuan. How's it going? Is something okay? It's okay. Look at this bug. It actually ran back? If you don't want a host, is it because you feel that you haven't bloomed yet and want to find your own bud? She didn't understand deeply. Song Yi also saw it and was equally shocked. Look! These bugs are running back. I don't know who shouted, but I saw these insects that were beaten outside just now. They all hurried to the tree. The distance was not very far, but for the insects, it still took a while to crawl. These larvae are basically pink. The ones that climb faster are darker in color and should be more mature. The ones that climb slower are lighter in color and probably haven't grown for many days. However, they all ran towards the tree in unison. Professor Jiang, what's going on? Do you still want to grow it back? People from their laboratory came over and asked, but they also looked incomprehensible. I don't know. If that's the case, then this tree should be able to provide them with nutrients. However, the trees now have been burned to some extent. If you continue to go back, you can't say it has no effect. It is true that the effect is not great. Moreover, it stands to reason that these bugs cannot grow back. Then what should we do now? How about we just burn these bugs to death? Wait a minute. Jiang Yuan didn't dare to make a decision. A whirlwind suddenly arose and just wiped out all the surrounding trees. No one would believe this kind of thing if I told it. However, what is really happening is happening before our eyes. This half-moon lake is absolutely unusual. It seems that there is a mysterious force protecting the surrounding trees and insects. But this is something harmful to humans. Song Yi, what do you think? After a few days of contact, he also developed a certain amount of trust in this person. If we don't solve it, there will be endless trouble. Just a few words can make people breathless. Everyone knows the consequences, but they have no way to step forward. Who knows this feeling? Jiang Yuan suddenly thought of something and quickly took off her backpack. Song Yi knew that she might have an idea, so he went over to help block it. It is true that she wants to get something from the space. Soon, an ignition gun fell into his hand. I picked this up from a snack city before, but I was afraid it would be of use. Song Yi understood immediately and took it out of his backpack. Then aim at a small bug in front and light it directly. This ignition gun is used in restaurants. As soon as it is turned on, there will be a very strong flame, and it will be very long. The blue flame that can be seen by the naked eye is like a beam of light. With this, you don't have to get too close, and it's relatively safe. Song Yi had quick eyes and quick hands, and everyone around him came to help. The little bug didn't expect to be suddenly surrounded by scorching heat. It started to surge up and down, struggling in various ways. However, the tongue of fire followed him everywhere, making it impossible to hide or escape. With a bang sound, the little bug couldn't bear it and actually exploded. A pool of red liquid was left, and then a foul smell hit. It turns out that they all carried it with them. Jiang Yuan pressed the mask on her face. Obviously she could smell it. Song Yi looked at the insect and then at the swinging branches opposite, as if he was demonstrating with him. Look! Those bugs! Jiang Yuan's assistant shouted, and everyone looked over. Those bugs did not climb up the tree, but passed through the nearby trees and went into the lake. Just now I was looking at burning this single one and didn't pay attention to the situation of the insect swarm. Now I suddenly realized that, besides being shocked, I was still shocked. Jiang Yuan adjusted his glasses and followed Song Yi towards the tree. Jiang Yuan and others followed carefully. Oh my god! All those bugs got into the lake. The clear lake water is now covered with a layer of pink. No. This is the wrong amount. Chapter 406, Going Out Again. Song Yi stared at the insects in the lake with a surprised look on his face. It's really wrong. How could there be so many? Now what? Jiang Yuan obviously had no idea, and felt a little numb when looking at the scene in front of him. Go back first. It's not safe here. Song Yi started to give instructions without even looking at him. Jiang Yuan was also very scared. Those insects all gathered on the periphery of the lake, without going to the middle. If they attack in groups, the 50 of them will not be enough to watch. Now, I don't dare to speak too loudly, just for fear of startling those insects, who can be sure that they are not in a state of wartime readiness. She pulled Yi Mian because she was afraid that if something happened, she couldn't afford the consequences. The group of people began to walk back, different from before. This time it was bleak, and even the face was full of fear and fear. In order to avoid accidents, Song Yi asked everyone to go back. Although Jiang Yuan was the one who took the lead, his leadership temperament came out immediately. This matter can be big or small. You must report it as soon as you get back. No one knows when it will be launched. While not daring to act rashly, I could only report it to my superiors. After Jiang Yuan returned, she immediately went to the restaurant to find Qin Yu. The two children were very happy when they saw her, and immediately rushed over to her. Has Grandpa come over for dinner? No. Grandpa hasn't come here yet. Jingjing is older, knows more, and speaks in a very organized manner. Qin Yu also came out with a dinner plate and was stunned when she saw them. I thought it would take a day to serve you a meal. Mom, don't eat. Go and tell Master Chen that you need to ask for leave this afternoon. Go quickly. Qin Yu didn't know what happened, but there were so many people here talking, so it was hard for her to ask. Okay. Wait a moment. Jiang Yuan also started to pack things for the two children. When they came here every day, they would bring some books and toys. I didn't bring any snacks for fear of being noticed, but I still took the water. Yi Mian followed her. After finishing the work, Qin Yu also came over. Daughter, Master Chen has already agreed. What should we do now? Go back to the dormitory quickly. She thought about sending everyone into space in other hidden places. However, that is not very safe either. Several people began to rush to the dormitory. It was lunch break time now, so it was not too sudden. After returning, she briefly talked about what happened there, and then took her mother and two children to the space. Sister Yuan, what should we do next? It was agreed that this group of people would gather in front of the laboratory at 3 o'clock. It's already 2:20 now, and the time is not optimistic. Go to the living area and find my dad. Mian. From now on, you will follow me every step of the way. You must not be too far away. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Yi Mian was categorical. She also knew about today's situation. Jiang Yuan was worried about something strange, so she sent all her people to the space. She took Yi Mian to the living area. She had not come back since she gave her father clothes last time. Now, the living area has changed a lot. The first building has been finished. Some construction debris outside has also been cleared away, and there are still many stones piled together. Then, there are the red bricks, which are square and square. They walked all the way to the front, where there was a temporary duty room, which was also a prefabricated room. Jiang Xingji was inside, and immediately saw Jiang Yuan and rushed out to greet her. Daughter, Mian, why are you here? Did something happen? Sure enough, Dad also felt that something was unusual. Dad, it's a long story. Go and ask for leave quickly. This afternoon and tomorrow will be the same day. She thought, if possible, it would be solved in 2 days. If not, the group of bugs also started to fight back. Okay, you wait. Jiang Xingji had no doubts and hurried over to tell his colleagues. As long as they have people here, there are usually very few things going on. The 3 people left in a hurry and arrived behind a pile of bricks. Jiang Yuan sent Jiang Xingji to the space. The 2 of them were also anxious to go to the laboratory. When they arrived, it was already 2:53. Song Yi and Jiang Yuan were discussing something, and when they saw her, they came straight over. Jiang Yuan, please don't go later. It's too dangerous. It's okay. We don't do anything special. Among the 50 people last time, some were women. It was unreasonable for them to suddenly stop going. Jiang Yuan wanted to persuade her, but Song Yi knew her temperament and stopped her directly. Okay, you can go, but be sure to pay attention to safety. You know? Don't worry. Go get busy. Jiang Yuan was a little embarrassed to see the 2 people having such a tacit understanding. This time, they went through a small road. In addition to the previous 50 people, 50 more people were added, as well as some weapons. I walked in the past, but this time I walked very quickly, which meant I reached my destination in half an hour. Half Moon Lake seems to be more terrifying than before. Faintly, there was wind passing by, as if in a demonstration. Sister Yuan, don't be afraid. You'll be right in front of me later. Don't run around. Okay. Yi Mianyan nodded quickly. It would be safest to follow her. The people over there have already started to take action. This time, I brought a lot of gasoline. The trees that had been half-burnt were once again covered with dead branches and firewood. Their task is to find firewood nearby, preferably dry. Jiang Yuan thought that there were some dead branches in the deep ditch, so she led everyone there. Because of the huge number, and the fact that there is nothing left to burn nearby, the emergence of this deep trench is a complete help in times of need. Because it's directly below, it goes by very quickly. Song Yi knew Jiang Yuan's intention, and didn't say anything. Now, that's really the only place where there's enough firewood. However, this chasm is indeed very deep. Although there is a lot of firewood inside, it is not within reach. How about this? Let's find a few people to jump down and throw up the branches below. What do you think? One of them suggested it, and the others thought it was feasible. I took out the rope and prepared to go down part of the way. Wait a minute. I'm not sure if there's any danger down there, so let's not act rashly. Jiang Yuan frowned and looked at the situation below. She was the one who brought everyone here. However, there is no guarantee now that this place is safe. It should be fine. These are all fallen branches, and there won't be any insect buds. Chapter 407 Rescue People from Deep Ditch. Even though he said that, no one dared to bet. The speaker was a man. Seeing everyone react like this, I felt a little embarrassed for a moment. Ha! No. You guys only have so much courage. I really don't know how you survived. I'll give you a sample. With that said, he jumped directly. Why? Jiang Yuan didn't even react. Just when she was about to stop him, the man was already at the bottom. The rest of the people were also very nervous and looked at him with a good look. The man didn't even use a rope and jumped directly. When he landed, he was very nervous. Immediately, he became proud. Look, I said it's okay. Why are you so arrogant? You're a bunch of cowards. As he spoke, he picked up a branch under his feet and threw it up. How about it? Is this firewood dry? Then, there was hearty laughter. Jiang Yuan sighed. As long as everything is fine. No one wants to have an accident at this time. This is considered human nature. There is nothing to laugh at. Since there's nothing wrong, let's go down with a few people and help with it. The person who spoke was the captain of a guard team. She didn't know what the army here was called, but Jiang Yuan still followed her previous habit and called these people the guard team. Yes, someone immediately agreed, and then started to take the rope and put it on the person who was going down. Jiang Yuan and the others were not planning to go down, so they were just watching from the side and did not need help. The one below pinched his waist and looked proud. Just jump down and it's done. It's so troublesome to use it. It's really boring. The slightly teasing tone made everyone feel a little uncomfortable, but no one refuted anything. After all, people do have courage. It's just that I haven't been happy for 2 seconds yet. He became a little uncomfortable and began to unconsciously grab something on his body. It's like scratching an itch, but the expression is much sadder. Jiang Yuan didn't know what was going on, but she always felt that it was not good. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Hearing the movement, everyone looked over. The people who were busy with the rope just now were also scared and ran to the edge of the ditch. What's going on? Captain! Captain! As he spoke, he covered his neck. Exactly the same as the elder sister in the restaurant. Oops! There must be bugs. Jiang Yuan shouted, and everyone immediately backed away in fear. That captain was really unwilling. How could he abandon his teammates? He brought a rope over and threw it directly. Hurry. Catch it. I'll pull you up. He almost yelled. But the young man below couldn't control himself at all. Jiang Yuan looked at the veins on his neck, which were getting bigger and bigger. She was also anxious and couldn't do anything. He seemed to realize it and wanted to reach out to pull the rope. But it was too late. His body fell straight down, and then his eyes stared fixedly, looking extremely painful. What to do? What to do now? Someone had already collapsed next to her. A lesbian. Jiang Yuan has seen this kind of scene before, but now she is helpless. The people above seemed to have noticed the situation here, and someone came running over. It was Song Yi and Jiang Yuan who took the lead. She seemed to see hope. But what could they do? Song Yi arrived and jumped down without saying a word, followed by Jiang Yuan. The former landed firmly, while the latter fell. Jiang Yuan was a little worried. There were big trees and branches underneath, so walking was not smooth. In the current situation, jumping blindly is not a wise move in the first place. Song Yi, Jiang Yuan, be careful. The two people quickly walked up to the young man. And now the purple tendons had reached the front and back of the ears. Song Yi was also surprised when he saw the trend. Jiang Yuan, I'll hold him down, and you pull the bug out. Okay, brother. I'm sorry. At this time, you may die if you try. But if you don't try, there is absolutely no hope of survival. The people who ran over with him jumped down one after another and helped hold him down. Jiang Yuan was also very worried and started to walk forward to see the specific situation. The people behind had the same idea and moved forward. Before Jiang Yuan had time to disinfect, he picked up the scalpel and cut an incision on his face. Just in case. It's in a position where the bug hasn't arrived yet. But will soon. Everyone was staring there with a good look. A little closer. A little closer. Just when it's about to be revealed, the insect stopped suddenly, and the people below didn't know what was going on. They didn't dare to take a breath and stared at the situation in front of them. Suddenly, the insect seemed to realize something and began to retreat. Jiang Yuan didn't expect that this could happen. However, it is obvious that it cannot turn around and can only retreat. So, at the first moment, he used tweezers to block the road behind. That bug was also a tough one. I tried to attack it several times without success. Then, it stopped again, thought for a long time, and actually started walking forward again. When it came to the wound, Jiang Yuan deliberately did not deal with the blood stains. I blindly guessed that this thing was running around in the blood vessels, and it should like the smell of blood. Sure enough, when he got here, he hesitated for a few seconds and then tentatively got out. At first, it was just a small head, heavier in color than its body. Then, it started to come out bit by bit. After arriving halfway, I didn't know what happened, but I actually wanted to go back. It's too late, but it's soon. Jiang Yuan took the tweezers and pulled it quickly and accurately. However, this screwed-up bug actually refused to give in. After struggling desperately and exerting force on this side, with a sudden movement, the entire length was pulled out. Ah! The young man's miserable scream rang out, frightening the people above him to death. Thinking that she had failed, Jiang Yuan was even more worried, fearing that the bug would harm Song Yi and Jiang Yuan. Uh-huh. You can't escape this time. Xiao Zhao. Jiang Yuan turned around and was about to take this back as a specimen for study. It actually broke free. Not that he let go, but that bug actually broke into two pieces. I have to say that he has a temper. And he is also very irritable. Careful. Song Yi pulled Jiang Yuan for a moment, and took out the ignition gun Jiang Yuan gave him with his right hand. With a click sound, tongues of fire flew out, and the half of the insect's body was ignited, making a thunderous and explosive sound. Then, there was a pool of pink liquid that fell on the branch. Another section of the tree actually ran inside along the gap between the branches. So, this is how you can live. Chapter 408 Surrounded by Bugs. Moreover, this insect seems to be conscious. Knowing how to avoid risks, and how to judge the existing environment is like becoming a master. You guys come up quickly. It's dangerous. In fact, it goes without saying that everyone knows it. The half of the bug just now has run away, and may have crawled out of some crack. Who cannot be afraid? There is an example of disbelief in evil right in front of us. The people above also took action, holding the rope and throwing it down. Hurry. Jiang Yuan and Yi Mianmian also ran over to help. They brought quite a lot of rope today, so it was not difficult for them to get up. However, there is another patient, which is quite troublesome. The rope was thrown down, and the people below had just grabbed it, but they hadn't used any force yet. Jiang Yuan saw dots of red emerging from the pile of firewood that was dense just now. One by one, they were so densely packed that she broke into a cold sweat. Pointing downward, he shouted, "Hurry up! The bugs are coming!" As soon as she finished speaking, everyone below also looked down. Just this one glance made me pee in fear. What the hell is this? Mom! Run quickly! Don't get hit! These bugs can penetrate into the skin through objects, which is extremely terrifying. Song Yi also became nervous. pulled the collar of the back of Jiang Yuan's neck, and started running to the side. Ah! Help! Someone has already been tricked. Even someone who has already pulled a rope and climbed up 2 steps. At this moment, there was no resistance left, and everything fell down. The same goes for Song Yi, who also pulled Jiang Yuan. The opponent had never seen such a battle before, and he was dragged by the collar, making it difficult for him to move. Let me go, and I'll run away. Shut up. Song Yi roared so loudly that Jiang Yuan saw them reaching the edge. Pull up a rope next to it and run over. Yi Mianmian saw it, understood her intention, and came to save her. Song Yi, she shouted and threw the rope down. But there were insects under their feet, making it impossible to get up. Jiang Yuan was so distraught that she burst into tears. She didn't want to cry, but she couldn't control her tears. Song Yi saw her nervous look and smiled brightly. Turn on the ignition gun, and the flames start instantly. He fired back and forth around him, and it was indeed effective. Some of those bugs have already begun to escape. At the same time, part of it was burned, but he did not stay long and only served as a warning. Then, those bugs will crawl over one after another. Jiang Yuan suddenly thought of something and quickly took off her backpack. And soon 3 ignition guns appeared in her hands. Song Yi, continue. She threw it, and the other party was very strong and caught it immediately. He handed it to Jiang Yuan casually, and the other party was silently moved for a moment. There's more here! With that said, he threw down 2 more handfuls. Nowadays, everyone has 2 guns, and the old lady with 2 guns is nothing more than that. With the blessing of weapons, the 2 men let go and began to attack the insects under their feet indiscriminately. In some places, it even caught fire. Hurry up. Go this way. Jiang Yuan was already hiding on the edge of the ditch and began to guide them. As long as they could come over and pull them up with a rope, it would be safe. The 2 of them didn't dare to go too fast. They only took 1 step at a time to ensure safety. The surrounding area was basically on fire. In addition to branches, there are also some leaves and so on. Jiang Yuan, you go up first. You go first. I'll stop behind. Stop talking nonsense. Song Yi's attitude was very tough. When he got to the rope, he just let Jiang Yuan go up first. This time, you have to go first. Jiang Yuan didn't let him go either, leaving his hope to the other party. Stop arguing. The musket will run out of gas soon. Jiang Yuan was speechless. Was it because they had brain problems, or because they were of high moral character? Even now, he is still being humble. Hurry up. Song Yi pulled the rope and wrapped it around his arm. Song Yi, you must be careful. The people above began to exert force, and Jiang Yuan was quickly pulled up. It wasn't particularly deep to begin with. If the 2 of them hadn't been humble, they might have come up long ago. Jiang Yuan took another rope and asked Song Yi to come up quickly. When the 2 met in midair, Jiang Yuan was speechless. Since there are 2 ropes, what were these 2 people doing just now? Soon, the survivors escaped from the deep trench below. Song Yi, Jiang Yuan was really scared to death. And so was the other party. He went up and hugged her. She didn't push him away. She really felt like she was parting from life or death just now. His embrace was tight, as if he wanted to rub her into her bones. Immediately, Song Yi quickly let go. I'm not sure I'm clean. Stay away from me. Therefore, he was worried that there were bugs on his body. If it is brought up, it will be a disaster. Jiang Yuan was also prepared. She took a bottle of disinfectant and sprayed it. After making sure again and again that there was nothing wrong with both of them, they stopped. Except for the 2 of them. All the people who had gone down just now were gone. It's even scarier now, with red bugs of all sizes crawling all over my body. If you have trypophobia, you won't be able to see this. What should we do now? It's obvious that the bugs here have taken shape, coupled with the nutrients that were delivered to my door just now. It is even more powerful. If it is not dealt with in time, it will be more serious than what happened in Banyu Lake. It's burning. Go up and get all the gasoline. Song Yi gave the order, and everyone behind him started to get busy. The bugs here are the most urgent. Even worse than those over there. Maybe they will come and attack in the next second. Jiang Yuan looked at the scene in the ditch and was speechless. Unexpectedly, there are bumps every step of the way. When will this strange world end? Before, Mr. Tung tried every possible means to prevent everyone from coming here. Do you also know that there is something in this deep ditch? Now that there are no people left, the village has even more mysteries. Moreover, It is the kind that cannot be solved. Just as I was thinking about it, the people over there had already brought down the gasoline. Just being on the opposite side is okay, since they are all going to fall anyway. Another wave of people came over and sprinkled these evenly. After everything was ready, everyone stood separately. Are you ready? Light the fire. Songy gave an order, and everyone threw down the matches in their hands. The flames instantly soared, and the insects inside also began to scurry. We set fire separately, just not to let them have any room to come back. There was a crackling sound from underneath, which was the sound of insects exploding. The lowest level of the deep ditch is also very lively. Even more and more. Chapter 409, Poking a Nest of Worms. Songy, something is wrong. Are there too many bugs? Jiang Yuan's voice was trembling a little. If what came out just now was only part of it, there were actually many bugs underneath, all of which had not shown up. Now that it's been burned like this, all the insects underneath are out in force. If the number is large enough, it is possible to put out the fire, which is unknown. Yes, there are too many insects. Jiang Yuan's scalp was also numb, and the red flesh worms were surging crazily. Mr. Tung Eri said before that this place was an insurmountable chasm, but no one knew how deep it was. They had preconceptions, and when they saw so many dead branches inside, they felt that it was actually that deep. Could it be that there are bugs down here? Yin Yin was also very scared and started to swallow her saliva even as she spoke. The people below also started a commotion. Otherwise, let's run away. Yes, so many bugs can eat us. There were more and more echoes around him. You go first. I'll guard you. At the critical moment, Jiang Yuan made a decision, and everyone looked over. No, we have to go together. Professor Jiang, we won't leave you alone. The one who spoke was the captain of the guard team. In order to save people just now, everyone in the laboratory, except Jiang Yuan, had been wiped out. No, you run away quickly. No one can escape. Song Yi's words shocked everyone. There are so many bugs now, and they are moving so fast that everyone around us will suffer. No place is safe, and finding a way to kill these quickly is the top priority. When he said this, some people became anxious. They were all idle personnel. Although the guards were scared, they were still very organized and did not become disorganized or whisper to each other. What to do now? Jiang Yuan also ran out of ideas and started asking Song Yi. Zhang Taizhu. Yes. As soon as he was called, Comrade Tiezhu's voice was loud and clear. Call 2 people and go back immediately to get gasoline. The more the better. Yes. He didn't dare to delay. So he called 2 people and started running towards the flat land on the other side of the village. Now, time is life. According to the position just now, leave 1 person on each side. The rest is all about finding something to burn. And you have to be quick. Yes. Everyone got busy in an orderly manner. Jiang Yuan also held a position, and Yin Yin was next to her, 3 meters apart. She understood what Song Yi meant, which was to be ready to light a fire at all times. The insects swarmed from below, except for the dead ones, and the ones from above came over and suppressed the flames. If the air is isolated and there is no oxygen, the fire will naturally be unable to continue burning. The only way now is to wait for the bugs to be extinguished and then light them again. If you want to burn it quickly, you need to use flammable materials. It's best to wear clothes, the kind that are big and burn quickly. Zhang Taizhu went back to get gasoline. This was certainly a good choice, but it took too long, and he might not be able to make it back in time. The rest of the people ran to find branches and the like. It's not the best idea. That one burns too slowly, especially the thicker one. In addition, it is still a question of whether to do it or not. Moreover, there are no dead branches around. This method is useless. However, the insects below are already overwhelming. Jiang Yuan's mind was spinning, and she suddenly remembered something. So she pulled Yin Yin and ran away. Sister Yuan, what's wrong? Stop talking and follow me. The 2 of them ran all the way to the big trees. Song Yi and others saw it and were in no mood to stare. Yin Yin, you watch here. I'll go in. Okay. To be honest, Jiang Yuan would not be willing to come here if there were other obstructions. Yin Yin also knew that there was something strange here, so she didn't get too close to the tree, but just stood by to look out for her. After entering the space, Jiang Yuan also worked non-stop. When I was at Changming Village before, I picked up a lot of quilts and stuff, all in military green. It's actually all cotton inside. In addition to the new ones, there are also many old ones because Chinyu said that the cotton is still good and can be used to cover it when cultivating seedlings in the future. So she brought back a lot of them, and her parents stacked them neatly in front of the courtyard. At this moment, she couldn't care less. You can't hide in a space by yourself, and others won't care about it. It's not my holy mother. It's a trivial matter that this place fell. The speed of those bugs is really amazing, coupled with a huge number. If the rescue base fell, that would be the end. They would have no place to live in and would have to live in space. If the time is enough, it's okay. If not, then where should this family go? In addition, this is the nest of bugs. When you come out later, you are still in this place, and the danger is always there. Since you have the opportunity, why not take it for yourself? While saving others, it is also for yourself. There were probably more than a dozen beds taken, and Yi Mian understood immediately when she saw them. Sister Yuan, just say it was found last time. In a tree. Okay. The two of them didn't dare to say anything more and quickly got busy. I hugged the quilt and ran outside. My conversational skills were also right. The last time they came over, no one knew exactly what was on the tree. Only Jiang Yuan had seen it. When the time came, he was surprised and just said it was in the hollow of the tree above. That was fine. After all, this tree is too evil. Whatever happens is possible. Songy, she yelled, and the man turned around nervously, looked at the thing she was holding, and immediately ran over. As soon as I took a quick look, I knew it was in space. Although it is risky, it is the only way at present. Go and help. Jiang Yuan also reacted, and people were coming back one after another just now. I just happened to go over to help and move things over now. This batch of quilt was so timely, and the flames have basically been extinguished. Light it quickly and throw it away. The insect swarm that had just gained an advantage was now suppressed. They didn't dare to go too fast. They had to set the quilt on fire first, and then they could move when it was almost done. Otherwise, it will be easily extinguished. This kind of resource is rare and cannot be wasted. After all the quilts were thrown down, the situation ahead was still very bad. The ones over there have burned out, and the insects have a tendency to come back. What should I do? There is no quilt. Moreover, it was not completely covered just now. If Jiang Yuan goes to get it again, she won't be able to explain clearly. How to do. Duh. At the critical moment, the mechanical sound of the plane came overhead. Not just one, but three. Everyone instantly saw hope. Chapter 410 Reinforcements are coming. Here. Zhang Taiyu is here. Ugh. The people below began to cheer. Zhang Taiyu was now a triumphant hero. In addition to bringing back gasoline, he also invited reinforcements. Hearing the sound below, he even whistled for a while as a response. The atmosphere suddenly became different. Looking at the bugs, they had begun to cover them. The quilt had been burned, and there were even people crawling to the side. As long as they come up, they will be in danger. Get out of my way. Zhang Taiju shouted and immediately spread out like birds and beasts. I saw two helicopters starting to get busy, dripping with water. There was another one that stopped at the village opposite. Everyone, come over and take a look and help move things. Needless to say, there must be gasoline. Strange. What are they spreading? It's things like combustion accelerants and phosphorus powder. Jiang Yuan patiently helped Yi Mian answer his questions, and he himself breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Taiju not only brought gasoline, but also other things. This time, they were really saved. At this moment, the person who went to get the things came back. Sure enough, it was all gasoline, and there was quite a lot of it. Songy greeted the others and started to move too. The spraying over there is over, and everyone gets busy according to their original positions. At the same time, about 20 young men also ran over. Everyone was carrying firewood on their backs and panting. Professor Jiang, we are here to support you. Great. I came at just the right time. With firewood, gasoline, and combustion accelerants. No matter how awesome these bugs are, they can't make any splash. When the first batch was thrown down, it gave these little things a fatal blow. The sound of thunderclaps came and went. Immediately, there was a stench. This is the unique smell that comes out after the bugs explode. Jiang Yuan quickly tightened her mask. They were in a relatively forward position, and they had to be careful to prevent any fish from slipping out of the net. Naturally, they could not take it lightly. At the same time, it is also particularly important to protect yourself. Song-yi took a look and was pleased to see that she had a strong sense of prevention. The first wave of bugs has been wiped out, and the ones at the bottom will soon come up. They were so busy that it took 6 waves before it was completely over. It also took 3 hours, including the previous time. It was now 9 o'clock in the evening. The temperature was very low. The fire was blazing, and the stench spread far and wide. A radio station was brought over there, and people were sending firewood one after another. Brother Song and Professor Jiang. It should be okay. They can't be seen now. We are also out of gasoline and combustion accelerant. What are the next instructions? It was obvious that the guard captain regarded the two of them as leaders. Jiang Yuan glanced at Song-yi. He didn't know what to do. Let some of the people go back first, and we'll talk about the rest after this is over. Okay. Now that I have the order, it's easy to work. Jiang Yuan looked down and saw that the fire was still burning, but it was just the last one, and the bottom was red. In addition to the insect-exploded corpses, there were also live coals. Careful. Song-yi came over and gave her a hand, for fear of falling. It's okay. I'll just take a look. No wonder Mr. Tung said before that this was a deep ditch. And it was indeed deep enough. Yeah. I didn't expect that the insect would actually become its nest in the end. Now it seems that there are still 20 or 30 meters inside. Before, she thought the people in the village were making a fuss. If you build a single plank bridge on both sides, you can cross it. Now it seems that not developing is indeed the right thing to do. If someone really fell, they would be doomed, and the possibility of survival would be very slim. Apart from anything else, how is it possible for a person to jump from a building of more than 10 floors safely? Moreover, it is not easy to save people here. Song-yi suddenly looked at her with a smile on his face. Jiang Yuan, what did you just say? When she turned around, she looked at the man's hard yet soft face. What happened to me just now? You're nervous about me, aren't you? Well, under the emergency situation, she was really excited at that time. It's normal. You're going to die. Jiang Yuan frowned and said it with reason. Song-yi chuckled, his whole body exuding an aura of joy. I don't believe it. You must be reluctant to let me die. With that said, he took a step forward, really wanting to whisper something. Jiang Yuan strode over, looking furious. Song-yi, it's almost time now. Let Yuan Yuan go back too. It's so cold. Damn it. Good things were interrupted. Song-yi gave him a knife in the eye. Why are you looking at me like that? It's okay. It's okay. If that's the case, then I'll go back. Well, Zhang Taiju went to fly the plane. You guys go back together. This you refers to her, Yi Mianyan, and several other idle personnel. By the way, Yuan Yuan, where did you find so many quilts just now? I've wanted to ask for a long time, but never got the chance. It's right there at the big tree, Jiang Yuan said and pointed. There is actually a quilt there. Why didn't we notice it when we came here before? Jiang Yuan was a little skeptical. He really didn't see it. Moreover, Jiang Yuan took out so much at once. It's up there. We all saw it. There were so many people here last time. But you didn't notice? Jiang Yuan looked in disbelief, as if he was telling some big joke. For a while, it was hard to say. Okay, you should go back quickly. Professor Jiang probably didn't wear glasses last time. Although Song-yi was joking, he confirmed where the things were brought from. Jiang Yuan looked at Jiang Yuan with a puzzled look. Without saying anything, she pulled Yi Mianyan down. We really didn't see it, he argued unconvinced. And Song-yi sighed, shook his head, and patted his shoulder. Following closely, he also went down. A total of 6 people went back this time, including Comrade Zhang Taiju. Most people will walk back later. By the way, Song-yi, that tree is also unusual. Plan early. Don't leave it to last. Okay, let's go back and rest first. Jiang Yuan reminded him that tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. People from the research institute must be stationed here. Except for these few trees. The half-moon lake above is the scariest thing. The bug is now in the lake, and no one can get close to it. I don't know what will happen next. But I didn't expect that this place would be so uneventful. When she arrived at the base, she saw a lot of people gathered nearby, all of whom were ready to go. Sister Yuan, what are you doing? I don't know. I guess he's going there. Let's go back quickly. Good. Chapter 411, Running into an Old Story. Today's events have not happened yet. So Fan Qing and Kaiyang are naturally very anxious. Moreover, it's getting late. Go back and have a rest. It may not be like tomorrow. She found a deserted place and took Jiang Xingji out first. I didn't bother to explain it properly just now, so I just gave him a rough outline. After returning home, some people will inevitably ask whether we should unify our speaking skills in advance. After all, he asked for leave in the afternoon, but he never saw anyone, so he couldn't let it slip. Yi Mianmian was watching over her, and after she came out, the three of them left separately. Dad, remember what I told you? We will still gather here tomorrow. Good. Sister Yuan, Uncle won't go to work tomorrow. Well, go back first. This is not a place for talking, so naturally it is not suitable to stay for a long time. The two of them moved very quickly. After arriving at the dormitory, Jiang Yuan gave them some more instructions. Well, I know what to say. Don't worry. Fan Qing will definitely ask about this matter. Yi Mianmian had to answer, and he had to answer in very detail. Some things in the middle must be explained well. Otherwise things will easily go wrong. Over there, Jiang Yuan returned to the dormitory and entered the space directly. The two children have gone to bed, and the mother is waiting for her. Daughter, is your father back safely? Well, it's okay. Don't worry. Well, it's okay. Come over quickly and have something to eat. You're probably starving. Indeed, I haven't eaten yet. Qin Yu made some side dishes, all of which were vegetables grown in the space. When they came back just now, each of them got a pack of instant noodles. There is no need to worry about Yi Mianmian. Daughter, how are you today? Is everything going well? For Qin Yu, that insect was really terrifying. Just one can kill a person, let alone so many. Part of it has been eliminated, and some of it has been eliminated. I see that people have gathered outside. Mom, don't worry. We can't do this. Well, I'm also afraid that something will go wrong. It's only been a few days since the break, and I got such a bug. It's really... When Qin Yu complained, Jiang Yuan felt uncomfortable. Could it be said that the bugs this time are the same as the previous extreme heat? Extreme cold, heavy rain, blizzard, and storm. It is part of the apocalypse. But this time it appears in the form of an insect plague. Therefore, no one thinks that way. It's possible. Very possible. By the way, Mom, I've never seen that kind of bug before. You are farming at home and have seen a lot of things. Are there any similar ones? When I said this, my mother really remembered something. We don't have this type of bug in our house, but I heard a story before that is quite similar to this one. Jiang Yuan suddenly became interested and quickly asked her mother to tell her. This is still passed down from the older generation. It is said that at that time, there was a famine year everywhere. There was no harvest and many people froze to death. There was such a young man who wanted to go to the mountains to find something. However, the bark and grass roots nearby were all gone. In desperation, he could only bravely go to the mountains. Jiang Yuan grew up in a rural area, and there are mountains in her hometown. This deep mountain has always been a scary place. There are not only birds and animals inside, but also mountain ghosts and monsters, which are very evil. Local people simply don't go to the mountains. She still remembers one time when a cow in the village got lost. The whole village went to the mountains together. But at night, they had to go home. The mountains at night are the most terrifying. Qin Yu looked at Jiang Yuan and continued telling the story. There are quite a few things in this deep mountain. The man was very happy. Not only did he hunt a hare, he also found a squirrel's nest and got a lot of hazelnuts and pine cones. But he didn't pay attention to the time. And in a blink of an eye, it was night. Deep in the mountains, it was pitch black. Various sounds came and went, and the young man was very scared. Stumbling, I started walking back. But the mountain road was difficult to walk, and it was cold at night. He had no choice but to find a place to spend the night first. Jiang Yuan listened. Why does it feel like she is about to encounter a ghost? Mom, where are the bugs? Don't worry. Listen to me and continue to tell you. Jiang Yuan had no choice but to continue listening. Just when he was exhausted, he found a house in front of him. He was very excited and hurriedly knocked on the door. The owners of the house, a pair of sisters, received him very warmly. He also cooked a lot of delicious food for him. The young man hadn't had a full meal in a long time. Naturally, he devoured it voraciously. Later, he felt embarrassed, so he gave the hare he had caught to the two sisters. These two girls were not polite either. When he got up the next morning, he stewed the hare and put it into the young man's belly. He stayed here for 3 days, and every day he was given delicious food and hospitality. However, he still had his parents at home and wanted to go back and have a look. But these two sisters were very kind to him, and it would be rude to leave without saying anything. Then he went to the kitchen. For the past 2 days, others were cooking, and he was waiting to eat the ready-made food. I have never been to this kitchen before. However, this time it scared him. What's wrong? Jiang Yuan put down the dishes and chopsticks and waited for her mother's follow-up. He saw an extremely terrifying scene. There were bugs everywhere in the kitchen, including his food, which was all made of bugs. The two sisters heard the sound and quickly turned around to look. Seeing the young man like this also showed his true colors. Both of them are not normal people. They are like mountain ghosts. He also held a handful of insects in his hand and stuffed them directly. The young man, originally in good physical condition, couldn't move. I watched the two sisters forcefully press in. What happened next? Jiang Yuan swallowed, a little eager to know the follow-up and the consequences of eating this insect. Later, he didn't know how he escaped. After coming back, people went crazy. At that time, I was superstitious and said I had encountered something unclean. I found an old Taoist priest and performed a ritual ceremony for him. A red worm was actually picked out from his stomach, which looked very similar to the one in the restaurant. What happened next? Mom, please tell me. Later, the insect was burned by a Taoist priest, and the man recovered. However, he is still crazy and not like a normal person. At the same time, I didn't survive that winter, so I gave up everything. Jiang Yuan sighed. They seemed a bit similar, but they didn't seem to be similar at all. By the way, girl, I remember the story said that the bug can suck people's blood and essence. Chapter 412, then give it a try. I don't know about this. Mom, I've never heard of this story. However, it seems to be different. So don't think too much about it and go and rest quickly. Okay. Then after you finish your meal, you should take a nap as well. Shall we go to work tomorrow? Don't go now. Let's see what happens. Okay. Qin Yu did not question Jiang Yuan's decision at all. This space is considered a good place now. However, it only works if the daughter herself is present. They must know each other's whereabouts at all times. Otherwise it will be very troublesome. Jiang Yuan was also a little tired and went to wash up. I haven't taken a shower for a long time, and this time I felt comfortable. I put on clean pajamas and lay on the bed, thinking about today's events. When Song Yi encounters danger, she is very nervous. He even ignored Jiang Yuan next to him. It turned out that, unknowingly, this person had penetrated into every aspect of her life. She also entered her heart step by step, but she didn't realize it yet. She is not willing to start another relationship. There is Xiaonuan. There are parents. And now it is such an environment again. How could she think about such icing on the cake? But she was indeed a little attracted to Song Yi. Jiang Yuan felt a little irritated and simply stopped thinking about it. The more I don't want to think about it, the more I can't sleep. The whole person was in an extremely irritable state. Fortunately, the child was sleeping with his mother and would not be affected by her. The consequence of not falling asleep is that I wake up early the next morning with 2 big dark circles under my eyes. Qin Yu felt distressed, but she had no choice but to go out. Even Yi Mian was a little surprised. Did he not sleep all night? She didn't want to explain that it was normal to be afraid when something like this happened. At least, others won't suspect anything. Went to the restaurant to ask for leave for my mother. While they were having breakfast, Song Yi, Kaiyong and Zhang Taiyu all came. How's it going? What time did you come back yesterday? That's the bad thing about not living together. We don't know any news. I just came back, and I have to go later. Before she started to sigh, Song Yi told them their plan. Jiang Yuan, come with me later. The situation over there is not very good. We have seen how special that tree is, and we can go over and give you some advice. In fact, Song Yi thinks Jiang Yuan is a reliable person. Moreover, many opinions and so on are very reasonable. I can also give you some constructive suggestions anytime and anywhere. Okay, I have no problem. Not only will she go, but the others will also go together. The main focus is on people she has met and can give her some advice. They went to complete the mission together, and Jiang Xingyu was also in the space, so she no longer had any worries. However, I didn't take a plane today, so I had to walk. Although I was a little curious, I didn't say anything. Such an important means of transportation must be used wisely. Moreover, Song Yi might have come back specifically to find her. By the way, I didn't go last night. I don't know what happened. Taiju, please tell me. Okay. Zhang Taiyu was careless, and was pulled to the front by him. Fan Qing also said oh, and pestered Yi Mianmian to listen to it with her. Yi Mianmian was a little embarrassed. Jiang Yuan said, don't stay too far away from her. But, what should we do in this situation now? As soon as she cast a look for help, Fan Qing pushed her forward. Why are these people so weird? Jiang Yuan was confused and muttered casually. Song Yi smiled, very satisfied with Kai Yang's wink. Yuan? What's wrong? Jiang Yuan turned around and met Song Yi's smiling eyes. You didn't answer me yesterday? Ah. What? Oh my god. How can I feel so social at this moment? Why did Song Yi suddenly mention this? Now and then. There is no such atmosphere. What do you think? How do I know? Jiang Yuan deliberately pretended to be stupid and walked quickly. Song Yi went up and held her hand. Okay. Then let me ask you again. Do you want me? Oh my god. Why should I be so straightforward? Her heart can't bear it. The man's eyes were so hot that she couldn't resist. Song Yi. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's go to Yuban Lake first. Jiang Yuan. How long do you want to escape? Damn it. This guy got into the center of things. Why didn't this guy save any face for her? I just have such a shy temperament. I can't help it. Song Yi didn't expect to get such an answer, and he immediately laughed. Okay. Let me ask another question. Do you hate being with me? Jiang Yuan thought for a while, and shook her head. I don't hate it. If you don't hate it, then you like it. You can't say that. I just don't hate it. Song Yi didn't care, and pulled her forward directly. You said you don't hate it. So I'll just assume you like it. There's nothing wrong with it. Jiang Yuan was speechless. Why didn't she realize that this person was so arrogant before? Song Yi, you have to think about it carefully. I am divorced and have a daughter. I don't want to have any more children in the future. Moreover, my parents live with me, so I will put them first in everything. Hearing this, the other party stopped. Look at the person in front of you with a serious look. I know everything about you. Divorce is not your fault. Nor is it your shortcoming. I will also depend on you for the rest of the things. As long as you are happy. When it comes to this, Jiang Yuan is no longer shy. Song Yi. To tell you the truth, I don't know when these days will really pass. Everything was fine at first. But here comes this bug again. No one can say what will happen next. I don't want to discuss that much. We can be together. But don't have too many illusions about me. Okay? Jiang Yuan looked at him so sincerely that she couldn't help herself. She doesn't want to be tied down. And she doesn't want to promise anything. For fear that she can't do it. I am also afraid that my selfishness will hurt his heart. Okay. As long as you are willing to let me get close and not reject me. The rest is up to you. I know that there are too many things in your heart and there are many ties. But don't forget, we are the same kind of people. You can tell me everything you have, and let me help you share it. His words were not very clear. But Jiang Yuan can understand that they are all reborn people. And they all have their own secrets. Secrets that cannot be told to outsiders. In that case, let's give it a try. Mr. Song. Hearing this, Song Yi smiled from the bottom of his heart. You must be lucky to live up to your destiny. Miss Jiang. Chapter 413. The bugs are getting bigger. The two people walked forward happily. As if the front was not a dangerous place, but a happy road to the sky. When Zhang Kaiyang and others saw them holding hands, they kept winking. It's done. It's done. Fan Qing was so excited that he couldn't help but clapped his hands twice. Everyone has no objection to them being together. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at Yuban Lake. Now it is surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Giving a solemn look, Song Yi led a few people all the way inside without any hindrance. Jiang Yuan saw them and quickly came over to greet them. Battle Commander Xie. This is the Song Yi I told you. This is his partner. I have seen the situation there before. Okay. Then please tell us carefully about what's going on over there. They followed. Mainly Zhang Taiju telling his story. And the remaining few people just accompanying him. Song Yi communicated the rest of the matter. And Jiang Yuan did nothing. We mainly want to clean up those trees today. Now it seems that the best way is to attack with fire. Battalion Commander Xie explained his point of view, and then looked at everyone present. Discussing, of course, requires discussion. It's just a few trees. There's no need for us to be too nervous. If it doesn't work, just uproot it. It's such a headache. Zhang Taiju actually gritted his teeth. After being plotted by that tree before, he felt very unwilling. I have thought of thousands of ways to deal with that guy. It's not impossible. Jiang Yuan pondered patiently, as if uprooting this matter was also a good idea. If we dig out these trees and then set them on fire, wouldn't the effect be better? I think it will work. Battalion Commander Xie made up his mind immediately. He came here to fully cooperate with Jiang Yuan. They didn't do everything for me, and they were very polite when they spoke. They would even ask for his opinion. Although Zhang Tieju's idea is crude, if you think about it carefully, there are merits. The current situation is naturally incomparable to when it was well equipped. Therefore, if you follow this method, it is very reliable. The rest of the people had no objections. Battalion Commander Xie went to greet people and started taking action. There are more people coming here this time, and they all have certain combat experience, and their quality is first class. Jiang Yuan followed everyone, not knowing what to do. Yi Mianmian and Fan Qing followed her closely. They couldn't help her much anyway, so they told Song Yi to go up there and take a look. Okay, let's go together. Jiang Yuan also wanted to see if there was any movement above, and this was the right time. The group of people started to go up the mountain, and now they still have to go through the previous way. Although there is no danger in the deep ditch, there is no single plank bridge in the middle. I really don't have the mood and energy. Last time, the surrounding trees were burned to pieces. Only a few trunks remain, still strong. As soon as they arrived nearby, Song Yi reached out to stop them all. Just take a look here. Don't get too close. Just in case. Good. At this time, no one will go blindly. If you don't do it right, your life will be lost. Look, the situation in the water seems to be more serious. Should we take some measures? Jiang Yuan looked at the situation at the top and felt very heavy. Kaiyang, didn't you bring a drone here? My mobile phone still has power. Why don't you tie it up? Go over and take some videos. And let's take a look at the specific situation. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Jiang Yuan actually brought her mobile phone with her, and it still had electricity. What's wrong? Your mobile phone actually still has power. Sister Yuan, is this true? Of course. I used to contact customers all the time, and I have 3 mobile phones. There was a water and power outage later, and it was not easy for us to generate our own electricity. I thought at least we could use an alarm clock. I just charged this phone and turned it off. I don't know how much it still has. If she explained it this way, there should be no problem. Anyway, no one would suspect anything. It's reasonable. Moreover, the battery capacity of this mobile phone itself is large, and the standby time is long. After she turned off the phone, she still had power, which was normal. It's turned on, and there's still 61% power left, which is enough. Jiang Yuan was very happy. She deliberately chose one that was not full. Otherwise it would be too fake. Zhang Kaiyang quickly prepared the drone, strapped the phone to it, and adjusted the video recording interface in advance. There is no network now. Otherwise, we can still investigate at any time. The drone passed over and circled the lake. Can it go any lower? Let me try. Due to limited conditions, real-time monitoring is not possible now, which puts the technology to a special test. Kai Yang is also careful. If it falls on the water, it will be a huge loss. About 5 minutes later, the drone flew back with a trembling voice and landed smoothly on the ground. Everyone hurried over and took off the mobile phone on it. The scene inside once again refreshed everyone's understanding. I saw that the bugs in the lake were actually rolling, as if they were born in a nest, all up and down, and they were shaking constantly. Moreover, the color is much darker than before. Look! The scope has become wider. Before, there was a circle on the edge, but now it is almost to the center of the lake. Jiang Yuan was non-committal, but it seemed that there were more people than before. Not necessarily. Song Yi looked at the screen thoughtfully. You bugs are much darker. According to previous experience, they will only deepen in color as they grow larger and stronger. The reason for expanding inward may not be that there are too many, but that the volume has become larger. One sentence is like an enlightenment. Yeah. Why didn't I think of it? It should be like this. Yi Mianmian also echoed, and Jiang Yuan pushed up his glasses with a serious expression. This is not a good sign. Does it mean that the things inside are much more difficult to deal with than before? Well, that's true. Well, it seems that we have to face more and more difficulties. If it doesn't work, we have to implement the plan in advance. Jiang Yuan was also frightened. Those insects crawled very fast. If they were really anxious and came out of the lake, they would be in danger. Before, they were larvae that were about to bloom. But now that there are changes, it proves that the lake is good for them. How long has it been? It's so big. If you wait, the consequences will be disastrous. Chapter 414. The swarm of insects emerges from the lake. Jiang Yuan's words are not alarmist. Everyone can see through them. Yes, we can't be careless here. If not, let's start at the same time. Jiang Yuan is the main leader here, and he is also very good at speaking. Okay, I'll go down and ask. Let's start here. With that said, Kaiyang went down and asked Battalion Commander Xie to ask for help. Trees are already being dug over there, and the work is in full swing with sufficient personnel. Jiang Yuan, what are you going to do here? To be honest, I haven't thought about it yet. Song Yi, what do you think? Good guy. Jiang Yuan asked him, and he asked Song Yi, so it would be better for her to ask directly herself. Isn't it from pesticides? Yes, Professor Jiang. They brought a lot of pesticides over there. If that doesn't work, use airplanes to scatter it all into the lake. Jiang Yuan didn't know this news before, but now he heard it. He was very happy. There is such a thing. Our base really has a lot of treasures. Hurry up and take action. Jiang Yuan, please go over and rest for a while. When pesticides are sprayed here, it will probably be very aggressive. So wear a mask. Okay, I get it. Now, there is no need for these three girls. Jiang Yuan didn't want to be here anymore. If she could kill the bugs at once, the effect would definitely be great. How could it taste any better? She took the two girls down together to see what was going on at the big tree. Song Yi had already passed by first, and Yi Mianmian and Fan Qing came up, one on the left and the other on the right. Sister Yuan, are you and brother Song together? Please tell me quickly. Although it was meant to be teasing, Jiang Yuan still blushed a little. What are you two doing? Sister Yuan, tell us quickly. Brother Song was here just now, and I didn't even dare to ask. In fact, even if you don't tell me, I also know. I just saw you holding hands. Ha ha ha. Fan Qing is also very happy. And now she looks more like a little girl. We just decided to try it together. It's not that complicated. So don't worry. Okay. Hurry over and check on the progress of the work. Jiang Yuan immediately changed the topic, and she felt a little embarrassed. When we arrived right in front of us, the group of people seemed to be struggling. What's going on? She had met Battalion Commander Xie just now, so it was okay for her to ask. The soil is frozen, making it difficult to dig. Moreover, these trees are old and have intricate root systems. Can it be cut off? Jiang Yuan knew that it was basically impossible to dig out the whole beard and tail of such a big tree, or in such a short period of time. It is even more impossible. We also tried it, and the tree roots seemed to be soft, but they kept cutting. Even if it is chopped, it will follow the direction of the blade, without any movement and without stopping. Well, let's put it this way. It's just like the branches up there. Logically speaking, it really shouldn't be. Its root system has to go all the way into the soil and take root deeply in order to absorb nutrients. I can't understand. I really can't understand. These trees are inherently unusual and cannot be thought of according to normal thinking. Let's be careful now. I always feel like something is wrong. Song Yi came from the side, heard Jiang Yuan's words, and gave an explanation. There was a buzzing sound over there, and it was the helicopter starting to work. The people standing began to cast their eyes towards the mountain. What's that for? A person next to me asked, but they didn't explain. I just watched the medicinal powder being sprinkled down and didn't care about it. How about burning it directly? I think it's unlikely to be dug out, mainly because the roots are still there. Battalion Commander Xie did not make his own decision, but spoke out and wanted to ask everyone's opinion. Jiang Yuan also came down. The smell over there was so strong that they could all smell it here, and their heads were squeaking. Okay, if there's no problem, just burn it. As soon as he came, he caught up with the hot ones. Okay, then I'll have someone prepare it. After Battalion Commander Xie left, Jiang Yuan looked at Jiang Yuan with doubts in her heart. What kind of pesticide is this? Why does it smell so strong? I don't know. It said that a lot of things were added. And as soon as I threw it in, flowers bloomed inside. It's like hot water with explosive salt sprinkled in it. Jiang Yuan frowned, feeling a little uneasy. That being said, the effect should be very good. However, if it is too uncomfortable over there, will the insects rise up? After all, those bugs are different from ordinary ones and know how to avoid danger. Oops. Song Yi shouted and started running up. Jiang Yuan also realized that this was not a good thing. Jiang Yuan and others also hurriedly followed. For fear of delaying anything, the powder over there had been sprinkled. And when they ran over, it was already time to start the pot. Look! Those bugs are crawling up. The pink bug began to crawl towards the lake. Soon, it reached a certain scale. It's over. What to do now? Yi Mian was a little nervous and grabbed her arm. Quick! Get someone over here and light this place. Song Yi shouted. Now is not the time to talk nonsense. Fortunately, a lot of firewood has been laid out just now. And some people are still busy here. Hearing this, everyone took action. Over there. Get the firewood quickly. Jiang Yuan lost his usual calm demeanor and began to give orders loudly. Hurry. In a hurry. Song Yi was already lighting the fire. However, the firewood was still a bit difficult to ignite. It's better to use an ignition gun, but it's really slow to use matches. So you can only do it in a hurry. Jiang Yuan also discovered this problem. When she looked up, she saw the gasoline in the distance and instantly had an idea. Mian, Ching, hurry up and get gasoline with me. Okay. The two people said in unison and started running after her. Each person has a bucket of gasoline. Open the lid and pour it directly on the firewood. It shouldn't be too concentrated. There should be some everywhere. The rest of the people were putting out firewood, and they were lighting it around the tree. Song Yi, this won't work. If the insects don't come, our firewood will be gone after we burn it out. I know. As he spoke, he picked up a lit firewood and touched it directly. There was an immediate crackling sound in Zhou Enyi. It was the sound of insects exploding. And it had an effect. Now, everyone stands aside and waits for the bugs to come over before lighting a fire to avoid waste. Jiang Yuan shouted. Now the firewood has been spread out. A few more people came over to help pour gasoline. As long as everything is ready, it can be lit over there at any time. Chapter 415 The Escaping Bug. The bugs over there did not continue to move forward, and seemed to be confronting them. Battalion Commander Xie is also busy over there, and seemed to be almost ready. Ignition. His voice was so loud that it could be heard clearly on the mountain. The fire below slowly rose. Song Yi was still watching the insects above, afraid of any strange movement. Jiang Yuan. If this bug never moves, are we just going to wait like this? Comrade Song. If you have any good ideas, please feel free to tell me. Sure enough, after 2 days of contact, he could understand their intentions. Otherwise, let's burn these original trees first, then shorten the range inside a little bit. Now that all the living bugs have come up, the ones inside should be dead. If they didn't step forward, they must have foreseen the danger. But going back into the lake is also dangerous. We must hurry up while the medicine is still strong. Jiang Yuan nodded, thinking carefully about this possibility. I also think it's okay. Song Yi's method now is to win steadily. Those trees could bear flower buds before, which proves that they are not good trees. And it would be good to take care of them. Jiang Yuan also said the same. And Professor Jiang did not hesitate and directly started to ask people to follow what Song Yi just said. This firewood was originally placed next to those trees. If you want to burn a tree now, you need to collect the firewood to avoid waste. Jiang Yuan was very excited when she saw everyone proceeding in an orderly manner. It was about to be solved. Something's wrong. Look at these bugs. They seem a little restless. It was still there motionless just now, but now it's squirming back and forth, as if something happened. Everyone, come back quickly. Quickly. Song Yi's reaction was already very fast, but the insect still ran outside at lightning speed. The speed is much faster than before. Like running for your life. Everyone stepped back one after another, but in the end some were still a step behind. The bug burrowed directly into it, and then fell to the ground in pain. Quick! Save people quickly. However, it was too late. The people outside could not step forward at all, and were overtaken by the insects running towards them. Hurry up and light the fire. Song Yi shouted and kept moving his hands. No! They can still be saved! Jiang Yuan held his hand and prevented him from doing so. If you don't light a fire, no one will survive. After saying that, he threw him out directly. Jiang Yuan was a little stunned. He is just a researcher and has never experienced this kind of life and death. It is normal for him to not be able to understand this kind of thing clearly. However, it was too late to start the fire. Although some of those bugs have been burned to death, some of them have crawled out through the gaps. The flames outside have all started burning, but they still can't be stopped. Leave quickly. Now that there was no other way, Song Yi went straight over, took Jiang Yuan's hand, and ran away. The people behind also followed closely. There is no way. This thing is too scary. At least you have to protect yourself first. They all ran towards the side road. Jiang Yuan wanted to see where Yi Mianyan was and kept looking back. However, he discovered that the insects did not chase him, but ran down the mountain. Song Yi, look quickly. The bug is not here. Hearing this, Song Yi stopped, and the people behind him also stopped. It's really weird. What's going on with this insect? Could it be that they were going to attack Battalion Commander Xia and the others? Kiong put forward his own opinion. And obviously everyone had thought of it. Hurry. Let's go there quickly. Insects have to go through deep ditches to go that way. And they can't move that fast. Song Yi gave the order, and everyone started running down. While running, he also yelled to let the people below pay attention. Be careful. Song Yi said something and went forward. She knew that Jiang Yuan had space, so there was no problem. If you wait for her to come together, you may miss the best time to save the people below. Jiang Yuan would not be angry and asked him to go quickly. Yi Mianyan also caught up, and the two ran together. The people below are already over there. Moreover, the shouts from above were also heard. Just now, it was not like they had no results at all. At least half of the insects were burned to death, and half of them escaped. However, the base number is too large, and the rest can also pose a threat. The group of insects actually did not go into the ditch, but passed by. Those trees were nearby. I don't know if a big tree branch fell off because it was burned by the fire. It happened to be in the middle of a deep ditch, making it easier for them to pass. When Jiang Yuan arrived, Battalion Commander Xia and others were already far away from the center of the incident. After running back 30 or 50 meters, Song Yi was among them. How come? How come those bugs are so powerful that they actually have a single plank bridge? Yeah. What a coincidence. Jiang Yuan frowned, always feeling a little incredible. Yeah. So weird. Song Yi also felt that it was unreasonable, but there was no way to tell the specific situation now. Those insects came over and actually went to those trees. Crackling. Even if it is burned, it still goes forward and continues. Battalion Commander Xia, who had not come to their side at all and had long been prepared to die together, was stunned. It's not like these bugs are very smart and know how to avoid risks, so they just ran into the fire on their own. Isn't this a moth chasing a flame? Seeking death? Not only did Battalion Commander Xia not understand, but the rest of the people also had doubts. I know there must be something they want over there, or a place they want to go. Song Yi reminded Jiang Yuan that it made sense. Could it be that area that was surrounded and they wanted to go there and hide in it? In this way, you can avoid being burned by fire. Jiang Yuan analyzed. But it seems that something is wrong now. Sure enough, the next second, Yi Mianyan felt that it was not true. But the trees over there are already on fire. When in the lake, these bugs are very smart. Now, it's like losing your soul. This is indeed true. But who can understand the psychology of a bug? Could it be that that's their home base, and they're so anxious because they want to come over and protect it? Fan Qing put forward his own point of view. After all, those insects just climbed out of their defense line regardless of life and death. There must be something weird about that tree. It's really unreasonable. I'll go over and have a look. Song Yi. Jiang Yuan was a little worried and reached out to hold him. It's okay. I'll be careful. No. I'll go with you. Chapter 416 Bug Boss. No. It's too dangerous. There are bugs over there. If Jiang Yuan goes there, if something happens, he firmly disagrees. Don't worry. You forgot. I am very powerful, Jiang Yuan said and winked at him. And the other party immediately understood. Yes. She has room on her hands. I passed by to protect him. Okay. Let's go together then. Jiang Yuan told Yi Mianyan to wait for her here. and followed Song Yi to the trees. The bugs here are really strange. They are all going to the 3 trees in the middle in rows. Song Yi, look! They are all in that place. She was talking about the place where Zhang Taiyu was wrapped before. There might be a large space inside, which could be seen from the outside. The branches were crisscrossed, and now they were surrounded by insects. They were so densely packed that it made her feel sick. If these things don't come, the tree will be burned. If we are so nervous now, there must be something inside. Let's do this. After whispering to each other, the 2 quietly retreated. There was a plane next to it. Song Yi called Zhang Taiyu and Kaiyan on board and followed them up. After explaining to Battalion Commander Xie and Jian Yuan for a while, he came over. Jian Yuan and others came up with a lot of gasoline, and Zhang Taiju flew the plane. While hovering high in the sky, the 2 boys started pouring gasoline on the trees. Jian Yuan looked quite scary, but she was afraid that if she accidentally fell, she would be in trouble. Fortunately, both of them were very skilled, so the gasoline poured down. It has no impact at all. Logically speaking, it would knock down part of the bugs, but it didn't. It's like the bugs are stuck on it, so firm that they can't be removed. That's fine. I just caught them all in one go. A total of 6 barrels of gasoline were poured down. Zhang Taiju, find a place to stop. Receive. After finding a flat place to land, several people quickly came down. Battalion Commander Xie was almost ready. He lit a bundle of firewood and threw it directly. The ton of fire ignited instantly, and there was already gasoline. Brothers, work. Here. Battalion Commander Xie gave an order. The firewood that had been doused with gasoline was lit, and then thrown over there one bundle after another. There were crackling and popping sounds of insects. The stench also spread, and everyone covered their noses to see what was going on over there. After the bugs exploded, they fell down and landed on the ground in puddles, which soon turned red. For those who didn't know, they thought they were blood stains from a fight. Great! This time, we can clean up all the bugs. Jian Yuan was very happy. Unexpectedly, the man in the lake actually ran over on his own initiative, which saved a lot of trouble. Yes, thanks to Brother Song's help this time. Before Battalion Commander Xie finished his words of thanks, there was a sudden bang from there. Something happened. Song Yi hurriedly ran over, followed by the people behind him. It sounded like something heavy had fallen to the ground. Jian Yuan was very scared. If they didn't find someone there before, it would be troublesome. After all, the tree relies on the human body to absorb nutrients. Mom, what is that? Zhang Kaiyang shouted, and everyone was stunned. A huge insect actually fell down from the opposite side. It must be at least 2 meters long and as thick as a 200-pound fat man. Everyone was shocked. Is this the insect king? No. Run away quickly. The big insect actually crawled over tremblingly, faster than a human could run. The people here were also very nervous and scattered like animals. Jian Yuan also pulled Yi Mian and ran outside quickly. Here. It was Battalion Commander Xie who called her. When Jian Yuan turned around, she saw a row of guards already armed. Not only do they have something similar to a shield, they also have weapons in their hands. Well, there's only one target now, and it's still alive. Let it see how powerful humans are. After all, it is just a bug. Oh, forget it. With that size, just call it an animal. Quick! Mian. Jian Yuan didn't dare to delay, so she pulled her and ran behind the group of people. Song Yi also came over and stood beside her. The insect also ran over. Shoot! With an order, everyone got ready. The sound of Papa sounded. The bullet passed directly through it, but there was nothing that could be done about it. The insect's skin was relatively thin and could not withstand the impact. Mom, you are so tenacious. Yi Mian couldn't help but praise. The bug was hit by the bullet, but it didn't die. Instead, it rushed towards them, much faster than the previous speed. Increase the firepower. Battalion Commander Xie did not give in. Instead, he asked everyone to continue firing. The insect quickly turned into a sieve amid the ta-da sound. Then, he fell crookedly. There was a lot of dark red liquid left in its body, exuding a stench. The smell was so bad that Jian Yuan couldn't help but retch even though she was wearing a mask. Sister Yuan, vomit. Yi Mian couldn't help it anymore and vomited with her. Immediately afterwards, many people couldn't accept it anymore, started to retching, and ran to the side. Song Yi also felt uncomfortable, but did not vomit. So he came over to pat Jiang Yuan on the back. It's okay. Vomit. It really stinks. That feeling from above. See a battalion commander. Ask someone to get some soil and bury it. Okay. Let's go over there. Song Yi pulled her to the side, and Yi Mianmian and others followed. Zhang Taiju was very nervous, and brought his own water bottle over to give Yi Mianmian a drink. Sister Yuan, please take a bite too. It's okay. I have water in my bag. Jiang Yuan waved her hand. It would be better if it was further away. It feels like the air is circulating, and there is no longer that suffocating feeling. She took her thermos cup from the space, and borrowed it from her backpack. Drinking warm water will make you feel better. Song Yi also took a sip, and everyone felt like they were surviving a disaster. How could there be such a big bug? It scared me to death. If I didn't know, I thought it was a python. However, pythons are much longer than this. Yi Mianmian really couldn't understand how such a creature could exist. It's the first time I've seen it. It's so scary. Look at those bugs. Maybe they were planted by it, and came to protect their ancestors. Fan Qing murmured, feeling incredible. So, they came here just for this big bug. Before that, were the people sent here just to be eaten by insects instead of providing nutrients to the trees? Jiang Yuan's words caused an uproar, and everyone felt that it made sense. At the same time, I was also shocked. How could this happen? Chapter 417 Destroy the insects and eliminate traces. No. Otherwise, why didn't Taiju get eaten for so long last time? Zhang Kaiyang felt that it was not for feeding insects. After all, it took at least 2 hours before Zhang Taiyu was found after he disappeared. If he had eaten, he would have finished it long ago. Are you going to wait for him to die? Song Yi said something unexpectedly, and everyone felt like they had fallen into an ice cave. It makes sense. The ones we sent here before were all dead. Maybe it doesn't like to eat alive. By the way, Taiju, when you were pulled in last time, did you see this big one? Everyone cast their eyes over. Zhang Tai was still a little nervous, but he still answered honestly. No, I was unconscious at the time and had no idea what was inside. However, I thought about such a big thing next to me. Moreover, after staying with him for so long, even waiting for him to die, and then treating himself as a delicious dinner, he had unspeakable fear. But why do the people in the village do this? They should know that they are raising bugs. This place is really weird. Jiang Yuan sighed, feeling a chill down her spine. Over there, Battalion Commander Xia had already buried the big bug. A group of people came over in a mighty manner, feeling relieved. Oh my god! It's done over there! It smells too much. In fact, Battalion Commander Xia went over, poured gasoline again, burned it again, and then covered it with soil. They all looked at it here. Others were more cautious, but they didn't think comprehensively. Brother Song, I really want to trouble you this time. Please think about what I told you. Good. Song Yi responded lightly, and didn't say much. Battalion Commander Xie called on his brothers to clean the battlefield to see if anything had slipped through the net. Jiang Yuan also ran over, originally wanting him to study the reason why spring flowers bloomed here early. Unexpectedly, he was involved in a battle between insects. Yuan, how are you doing? It's okay. Everything has recovered. That's good. There's nothing to do now. I'll ask someone to take you back. We still need to wait a while here. You go back and rest first. Anyway, nothing happened. Just go back. Jiang Yuan nodded, just about to refuse his kindness. Song Yi took the words directly. I'll send them back. You go and do your work first. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan was stunned for a moment. Song Yi, why don't you let others go? You stay to help. This is recognition of his ability. It's okay. I'll go and come back quickly. There won't be any delay. Having said this, Jiang Yuan was too embarrassed to say anything more. Just stay. The three of us can go back by ourselves. It was probably just the 3 girls who were asked to go back, and the other men should be able to help. The people who came this time were all guards, and they probably wouldn't go back early. It's okay. There's still time. Don't let me worry. Okay. Jiang Yuan was speechless. This man was good at everything else, but he was quite strong. It can be regarded as a shortcoming. I will have to talk about him later. I thought I was walking back, but it turned out that Song Yi wanted to fly a plane. As expected, he had to leave quickly and come back quickly. She understood instantly. When they arrived at the place, Sonny didn't come down. He gave her a few words of advice before setting off again. Mian Mian, you and Qing Qing go to the restaurant to eat first, and I'll come back later. Yi Mian Mian understood that he probably wanted to get Jiang Xingji out. Not living together would be troublesome after all. Okay, Sister Yuan, let's go first. Fan Qing wanted to say something, but she pulled him away. Jiang Yuan found a deserted place and stepped into the space. My parents and 2 children were not idle, packing things there. A lot has been packed away, and not much is left. Daughter, you're back. What's going on outside? The 2 of them hurried over to talk to Jiang Yuan. Xiao Yuan was also happy and came over for a hug. Jiang Yuan's heart melted as she looked at the plump little dumpling in her arms. Xiao Yuan seems to have grown taller again. Did you eat well today? Yes, I ate a lot. Awesome. Jiang Yuan rubbed her daughter's little face, caught a glimpse of Jingjing next to her, and waved her over. The little girl came over cautiously and called her softly, Auntie. This child is pitiful. He is so young and must be longing for maternal love. Since you are following them, you still have to do a little bit of what you can do. Did Jingjing have a good meal? Yes. Sister Xianwan and I ate a lot. And we also helped Grandma set the bowls. So powerful. He is such a good boy. The little girl's expression relaxed, and she was smiling. Let the 2 of them go over to play. Jiang Yuan still has something to say to her parents. Things in Banyu Lake cannot be kept secret. Then, I still need some advice. It seems to be over now. But there are too many unknown things. The most terrifying thing is not knowing about the potential danger. Dad, you go out with me first. You can go back later, or go to work. But every time we eat, we have to wait for us in the restaurant for a while. Good. Also, when you are in danger, go to the spot in the middle of the men's and women's dormitories. I will go there to find you. I understand. My daughter, you must be careful. You have 2 children with you, waiting for tomorrow. I will ask about the house in the living area and see when it can be divided. Jiang Yuan nodded crazily. If it was really possible, that would be great. At that time, it will be so convenient for the family to be together at any time. After taking Jiang Xingji out, she returned to the dormitory. Mom has prepared food for her, so she can just deal with it in the space. When they came out, Yi Mianmian and Fan Qing came over. Let her go next door to chat for a while, as she is afraid of disturbing Qin Yu and the 2 children. Jiang Yuan followed directly without saying a word. Sister Yuan, please sit down quickly. I want to tell you something. What's wrong? Qing Qing. So mysterious? Fan Qing was hesitant to speak. After thinking for a long time, he finally said it. It was those bugs when we were at the lake. I saw a bug that seemed to have crashed directly onto a person, but I didn't see clearly that they were wearing the same clothes. What? If that's the case, it would be terrible. Fan Qing looked confused. Later, everyone ran to the side, and I didn't have time to see it. I'm not sure if it's a bug or a spark, but the color is almost the same. And I can't find that person either. Afterwards, everything was in chaos. Fan Qing looked remorseful and didn't know what to say. Originally, she didn't even want to tell the matter, and she struggled with it for a long time. Chapter 418 Seal. Jiang Yuan knocked on the table twice and frowned. This matter didn't sound like it would be easy to handle. Qing Qing, didn't you see that person clearly at all at that time? Or do you have any characteristics or impressions? Hearing this, Fan Qing shook his head. No, Sister Yuan. The main reason is that I couldn't tell whether it was a bug or a spark. It was too fast and I ran in a hurry. Seeing her anxious look, Jiang Yuan patted her hand. It's okay. Don't think too much. I'll tell them later. Maybe it's Xing Xingzi. Although they say this, these people all know that the situation is not very good. If they are really bugs, then they are all dangerous. Yes, don't worry. You see, the people who were invaded by insects before were all killed in an instant. I haven't heard anything yet, so it should be fine. Yi Mianmian also came to comfort her. But Jiang Yuan felt that it was not that simple. If nothing else, that insect is different from ordinary ones. After entering, you can come out immediately. But in this case, nothing will change. For example, in the restaurant before, when the bugs on the elder sister came out, they were completely bigger. A lot of blood and essence have been sucked in. If it comes out directly, it will only have the effect of killing people. It will not do any good to themselves. Perhaps the insect was hiding just to survive, which was unknown. You can't say too much to Fan Qing, for fear that she will think about it. We all need to be careful. What may happen next is uncertain. I also told my parents today that I always feel that this bug thing is not the end. Are there any other dangers later? No matter which one it is. It's not good. We all have to be careful. Can you understand? Well, don't worry. Sister Yuan, we all know what it means. Fan Qing also nodded. This matter had a great impact on her. Okay, don't worry too much. Just relax. When you look back, if there is really a problem, it's not too late to worry. Every day we live now is a day of making money. So don't be unhappy. She wanted to enlighten Fan Qing, but she didn't know what to say. After chatting for a few words, she went back. It's been a stressful day, and I didn't sleep well yesterday. So I need to catch up on some sleep. Send Mom and the others to space. And sleep in the dormitory. Apart from anything else. If someone comes again, there will be no rush. She no longer needs to be distracted and use her mind to perceive the situation outside. Qin Yu took her 2 children and cooked dinner in the space. When Jiang Yuan woke up, it was dark. She entered the space. And after eating, she took out the tablet and wanted to look up information about red bugs. I never thought about it that much before. Nor did I have time to do it. I just have some free time now. So I'll check it out. However, there was no relevant information at all, which made her sleepless and a little irritable. It seems like someone knocked on the door. Mom, let's get out quickly. Qin Yu was also very nervous. This dormitory was as big as a palm, and she was afraid that if someone discovered her, it would be troublesome. Monitor Chung? Jiang Yuan came over to open the door and saw squad leader Chung standing at the door. Songy asked me to come over and call you. And the 2 little girls next door are going down to the laboratory for a meeting. Okay, I understand. Thank you. You're welcome. This squad leader Chung is indeed a good girl. After knowing that Songy liked her, she didn't say any unpleasant words and did as she should. Are you going out again? Jiang Yuan started to get dressed. And after thinking about it, she decided to let her mother and 2 children into the space. Otherwise she would still be uneasy. Yin Yanyan and Fan Qing were also ready, the 3 of them together. When they arrived at the door, they saw Song Yi and Zhang Kaiyan waiting here. Yin Yanyan looked around but didn't say anything. Jiang Yuan saw it and didn't go to expose her. She should have gone to Zhang Taiju instead. But they don't live here, so this girl might have forgotten. However, she is still quite shy about the matter between the 2 of them. Let's go! Song Yi came over and wanted to hold hands. But Jiang Yuan refused directly. There were too many people, which was a bit embarrassing and had a bad influence. Jiang Yuan has been waiting here, rubbing his eyebrows, thinking about today's events. In other words, recent events have left him confused. This is somewhat contrary to what I have been exposed to before. As his worldview changed, his beliefs gradually collapsed. There is a room in the laboratory, similar to a conference room. There were already many people sitting inside, some of whom Jiang Yuan didn't recognize. There was no way to say hello to them. Fortunately, Jiang Yuan saw it and came directly to greet them to sit down. On the way, they had already told the 2 boys about Fan Qing's troubles. Even if we have to talk about this matter on some occasion later, it depends on how Song Yi arranges it. They were sitting in the back, and when they finally came out, they looked like people in their 50s, with a very strong aura. If your guess is correct, he should be an important leader here. I have never seen him before. Of course, due to the nature of their work, they don't need to see such people. None of Jiang Yuan's assistants followed him. Therefore, he is now reporting today's events to everyone. Jiang Yuan listened quietly. If there was anything missing, they still had to add it. The time was really too short, and there was no other way. This meeting was also held at short notice. This is what we have encountered in the past 2 days. Does anyone have anything to add? After asking around, no one said anything. Jiang Yuan didn't say anything. Okay, I guess I know. I still have to be more vigilant these days. That's it. Everyone has worked hard. This matter is a bit unbelievable. It's better not to go out and talk nonsense. Do you understand? Understood, she just said. What kind of meeting is this? It has no meaning at all. It turned out that it was just to silence everyone, and to mobilize people like this. It was really, since nothing happened, Everyone dispersed. But Song Yi was actually left behind. She glanced at him, and the other party shook his head. Jiang Yuan didn't know why he asked her to leave first. But it would be the same if he asked her tomorrow. So she didn't think much about it. Sister Yuan, are you really okay if you say we didn't tell that thing? There's nothing wrong with it. Don't think too much. Song Yi is still there. If anything happens, he will tell you. Don't worry. Fan Qing sighed, not worried that it was a lie. I'm afraid that because of this, something will go wrong later. And if we are implicated, it will be troublesome. Well, then I'll go talk to Jiang Yuan tomorrow and see what he has to say. Chapter 419, Moving to the living area. I feel better now that I have the assurance. Jiang Yuan and Professor Jiang are classmates, so it is easier to talk. Several people hurried back to rest. It was getting late, and it was very cold at night. Now that the bug problem has been solved and the danger has been removed, everyone still has to go to work as normal. During lunch, Jiang Xingji came over late on purpose, just to be with their mothers. Why are you so happy? Qin Yu asked without knowing what was going on. Of course I'm happy. The house over there is ready. You can go and have a look in advance. It won't be busy in the afternoon, so you can take your girls over and have a look. If possible, settle it early. Really? That would be great. After dinner, we can go there together. When Jiang Yuan arrived, she saw the old couple beaming with joy. When she heard the news, she was very excited. If so, it will be much more convenient in the future. However, this matter has not yet been announced to the outside world. But that's all for these 2 days. So don't be in a hurry. Yi Mianmian and Fan Qing also went together. Later, they planned to live together and have someone to take care of them. Because of Jiang Xingji's relationship, several people arrived at the living building with ease. This building has been finished, and the next 2 buildings are under construction. It only takes about a month. So that's about it. Jiang Xingji lamented that when they first came here, it was still like ruins. Now, it's completely different. Dad, let's go in and take a look. Okay. Jiang Xingji said low to his fellow guards and led everyone in. This first living building has 5 floors and is the simplest kind of staircase building. At that time, we considered it more comprehensively, and the overall structure was made relatively solid. The layout of the apartments on each floor is the same, with houses on both sides of the corridor. 16 rooms in total. Among them, 2 households have a structure of 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. 4 households have 1 bedroom and 1 living room. And the remaining 10 households have 1 bedroom and no living room. But the kitchen and bathroom are fully equipped. The weather is cold now. The bathroom cannot be used. The water in the kitchen is not turned on. And the fire in the house cannot be turned on. All domestic water and toilets are downstairs. In a public area. The restaurant is where you eat. And everything is in its original state. They first went to the 2-bedroom and 1 living room. The living room was very small and could only hold a table. It was more like a corridor. But the bedrooms are okay. Both are not small. There is no furniture inside. And anything you need needs to be obtained from the logistics department. Different things will be distributed according to different situations. Their personal belongings in the dormitory before can also be taken away. But those beds, tables and chairs, etc., cannot be taken away. Dad, I think we want this house. Now go over and tell them that we want a sunny side house. Houses can be registered in advance on a first-come, first-served basis. As long as there are enough family members, they can be selected. Okay, let's see. Which floor is more suitable for us? Let's go to the 3rd floor. It's too stale at first glance. And the 2nd floor will be a bit too. The 4th and 5th floors are too high. The 3rd floor is just right. What do you think? Jiang Yuan also asked Yi Mianmian and Fan Qing for their opinions. Everyone will definitely live on the 1st floor in the future. So you can refer to it. I think it's okay. That's right. The 3rd floor is just right. Sister Yuan, let's stay here. The 2 girls also yearn for a new life. Okay. I'll go down and ask Xiao Song to register later. Jiang Xingji's eyebrows were dancing with joy. He was in such a good mood that he even hummed a tune. Sister Yuan, that's great. From now on we can be the same as before. While Yi Mianmian was excited, she caught a glimpse of Jingjing on the side. This child is quiet and doesn't speak loudly. Obviously, she must be missing her parents. Now, everything is as it was before. Only Liang Kong and Xiaoling left them completely. Fan Qing also noticed it and did not continue. And everyone went downstairs. Daughter, the building manager said that we can move tomorrow. And I also told Xiao Song's situation. We can all live on the same floor. And it's all on the sunny side. Great. Let's go back tonight and pack up quickly. Jiang Yuan was also happy. But she had to go to the restaurant to work in the afternoon and couldn't go back immediately. In fact, there is nothing to pack. Just some small things. There were so many of them that they could only move them in 1 or 2 trips. This place is similar to that kind of apartment. The door is very strong. Jiang Yuan looked at it just now. The safety should be fine. Many things at the back can also be taken out from the space. Life seems to be really getting better. After dinner, Song Yi also came over. They had been busy for another day. He should be the most excited knowing that they can move in together. Jiang Yuan, I told you about Fan Qing. And they will investigate it. As he spoke, he habitually split the egg into 2 and gave it to the 2 children. Is it easy to investigate? After all, you can't tell. This is not something we need to worry about. But it is not easy. Oh, it's so troublesome. Jiang Yuan sighed, always wondering why this matter was so difficult to get over. Don't think so much. Even if it's true, there's only one. Thousands of them have been wiped out. So what kind of splash can it make? Song Yi saw her frown and quickly comforted her. That was all it could do now. And Jiang Yuan didn't say anything. Fan Qing was a little annoyed. If she had said it earlier, it would have been solved long ago. However, the top priority was to move. And everyone did not continue the topic. Instead, they happily discussed tomorrow's events. Moving is a private matter and cannot delay work time. They are among the first batch of people to come here and join the workforce. So they have priority in choosing a house. As long as the number of people is normal and meets the conditions, it's fine. Everyone can register tomorrow. There are no restrictions. In the evening, Qin Yu quickly packed her things. There's nothing special about it. They're all packed in woven bags. I just carry the thermos bottle by myself. And I have to sleep with my luggage. So I'll pack it up tomorrow morning. By the way, daughter, how will the child Jingjing sleep when the time comes? Should I follow your father and us? Or should I follow you? Qin Yu had been thinking about it for a long time and never said anything. The 2 children were asleep before she dared to ask, because she was afraid that Jingjing would hear it and feel uncomfortable. Mom, follow me. When 2 children are together, they are also companions. As your dad and I get older, you should also pay more attention to rest. Oh, it doesn't matter to us. It's just that this child's life is really miserable. I'm afraid it will be inconvenient for you to follow me. Qin Yu sighed for a moment, and Jiang Yuan took her hand. Mom, don't worry. It's okay. Chapter 420, The Red Worm Reappears. This kid has been following them for a while. Jiang Yuan was usually cautious, but Jiang Yuan looked distressed. He also tried his best to be nice to her. If Xiaonuan had it, she would have it too. Jingjing is also very sensible and takes special care of Xiaonuan. She eats half of her own food and leaves the other half. When Xiaonuan finished eating, he gave the remaining half to his sister. Jiang Yuan said it several times, but she was still like this, so she simply stopped talking. However, Xiaonuan will also be told to be nice to her sister. To be honest, she was quite happy to see this phenomenon. Later, if they are no longer here, it would be good to leave someone to accompany Xiaonuan. Now that it's agreed, I don't think about it anymore. It would take 2 trips to move everything inside their home, mainly for quilts and mattresses. You need to come back alone. When I go to work in the morning, I bring some brooms and rags with me. Mom said, I need to clean up first. When you move things over, they won't collect dust. She doesn't care about this kind of thing. Just listen to her. It's just that after dinner in the morning, time is tight. All I can do is clean. And I have to come back and continue working. Song Yi is coming over for dinner later now. And he can also be with Jiang Yuan. He has been at the base these 2 days, and seems to be very busy. Jiang Yuan wanted to ask him why he was left behind that day, but she never got the chance. Song Yi didn't take the initiative to talk to her, so he kept delaying. On this day, the busy work was over, and it was finally everyone's turn to eat. Several girls gathered together and happily talked about moving. Zhang Kaiyang suddenly stumbled over and looked at his nervous look. Fan Qing stood up quickly and asked quickly, What's going on? Are you running in such a hurry? Qing, something happened. Sister Yuan, come with me quickly. Such a tense atmosphere was definitely not a trivial matter. And Jiang Yuan had no time to ask in detail. He told his mother to watch the two children and ran out. At the entrance of the laboratory, there were actually many people gathered around. They finally reached the front, only to find that a person was already lying there. The rest of the people were around, as if they were looking for something. What's going on? The bug is here again, coming out of this man's body. I don't know where he is gone now. Take a look. Is it the one from that day? These words were obviously addressed to Fan Qing. But she didn't remember either. The attire is also different. And it is still wrapped tightly over there. How can you tell that? I don't know. I didn't see his face that day. They were all wrapped in scarves. Fan Qing was also anxious. But she really couldn't recognize it. There. Someone shouted something and pointed under that person's shoulder. Sure enough, a little red bug popped out. Kill it. As he said that, someone took off his shoes and walked over directly. Everyone knows about the red bugs. Even what happened at Yuban Lake is not allowed to be discussed. However, 2 people also died in the base. This kind of thing cannot be hidden at all. Be careful. Shoes can't stop it. Jiang Yuan was particularly scared. This was no joke. However, the man didn't care and just took the photo. Yo. Dead. Sure enough, there was no movement. And the others didn't dare to breathe. I just said it's not that evil. It's just a bug. Ha ha ha. Before he finished speaking, he was shocked. Because the bug he looked down upon had already emerged from the shoe. Oh my god. In a hurry, he threw away his shoes. With one bare foot, he stepped back. There was a person opposite him. And when he saw the shoes being thrown towards him, he was scared and ran away. That bug inside is a deadly thing. It really liked this kind of chaotic scene. So it jumped out and ran towards the crowd. It seems to be human instinct to stomp on such a big fleshy bug. The crowd scattered and Song Yi and Jiang Yuan rushed over. I found 2 fly swatters somewhere and hit them directly. The 2 of them refused to give in to each other. You hit each other, and I hit each other. It was a real fight. This fly swatter is transparent, so you can see the movements of the insects underneath. It also hurts after being hit several times. Both of them put in a lot of effort. And the insect struggled a few times. But there was no room to breathe. After a minute, I finally couldn't hold it any longer. Song Yi stood up and took out a musket from behind. Now we are just controlling the bugs. But if we want to completely eliminate them, we still need to burn some of them. Let it explode on its own before it's over. The base is full of people and must not be taken lightly. Seeing that he was ready, Jiang Yuan quickly moved out of the way. The insect was stunned and did not continue to attack people. It's strange to say that after being beaten like this, his skin didn't break or anything. If it explodes directly, it's over. Song Yi lit the fire directly, and the blue flames went straight towards its body. Although the insect did not burn, it was tossing and turning, seemingly in great pain. Jiang Yuan brought a notebook over, tore off the useless papers, and threw it on top of it, trying to make it burn. Everyone took a good look at the insect. After about 5 minutes, it finally couldn't hold it any longer and burst open. Jiang Yuan breathed a heavy sigh of relief. This is the end. Okay. Everyone, please disperse now. It's okay now. Someone came over to guide the crowd to leave. And it was Battalion Commander Xie. Seeing the things on the ground, I felt a bit sad. Our clearing task is still incomplete. Well, this seems to make the bugs a more serious opponent. Qing, do you have any impression of this person? Here we go again. Same problem. No. Everyone was wrapped up tightly that day and ran away immediately. I didn't see them clearly at all. As soon as she said this, everyone fell into silence. Since it's not certain, it could be someone else. The danger will not be eliminated, and it will be difficult to deal with. We had so many people pass by that day. There was no way to check this. If you wait for it to come out on its own, it will be too late. If the person who is infected by the insect is different from others, it will be easier to deal with. What Jiang Yuan said is nonsense. Everyone can think of it, but they can't do it at all. Jiang Yuan squatted on the ground and carefully observed the red liquid. Come here and take a sample. Yes, Professor Jiang. Several people left the laboratory that day, but none of them came back. And there weren't many left. Is he doing this because he wants to do some research? If possible, can we tell what is different? Jiang Yuan didn't dare to say anything and watched Jiang Yuan and his assistant collect samples. Chapter 421 Itchy Neck. Let's go, Song Yi reminded her from the side. And then she came back to her senses. Okay. The group of people was preparing to go back. But they still felt very depressed about the situation here. Brother Song, tell me what's going on over there. Didn't we eliminate all the bugs? How could something slip through the net? I was scared to death. Fan Qing kicked Kaiyong. Not feeling very happy. I guess not all the bugs were gone that day. They can lurk in flower buds or sneak into your body silently. If. Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense. And everyone looked at Fan Qing. What if there were a lot of insects that day? And they would burst out with the flames without being discovered. It quietly climbed onto people's bodies. Is it possible to lurk? Fan Qing was analyzing himself. And Yin Mian suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my god! If you say that, we are all in danger. That situation at that time may be really possible. What should we do?" She panicked and didn't know what to do. Jiang Yuan sighed. Anything is possible now. There is no need to scare herself. Don't worry so much for now. Let's just focus on the situation at hand. Yes. As for whether he has been tricked or not, we still need to investigate more. If you feel uncomfortable in any way, you must speak up in time. Good. Song Yi was relatively easy to talk to. And no one had any objections. Everyone started to get busy and went back to their posts. Jiang Yuan suddenly remembered that incident and quickly called him. What's wrong? You can't bear to leave me? After Song Yi finished speaking, he also laughed. Jiang Yuan rolled her eyes and said she was not used to it. Did they keep you there that day? Was there something going on? Seeing that there was no one around, Song Yi became bold and directly took Jiang Yuan's hand. Battalion Commander Xia and their leader recommended me. The one you saw that day. They want me to join them and serve the base. Then what do you think? Jiang Yuan asked in return. Seeing how busy he was recently, he should have agreed. I don't want to go. It's more troublesome to work there. And sometimes I have to go out to perform tasks. I don't want to leave you for too long. As he said that, he cast a sincere look. She really had to believe it. You can go if you want. Don't think about me. If you have a dream, chase it to avoid regrets later. After saying that, Song Yi suddenly smiled. My dream is to achieve enlightenment with you as soon as possible. And the rest is out of the question. Jiang Yuan was speechless. Should these words be so straightforward? Okay. I have to go help quickly, or I won't be able to have lunch for a while. Okay. I'll give it to you. Song Yi still had something to do, but he still sent her over before leaving. Everyone was busy, and no one discussed what happened just now. However, it did spread. The news came that the bugs had not been completely eliminated, and everyone in the dining room was discussing it. Qin Yu couldn't help but ask Jiang Yuan about the specific situation. Mom, don't think too much. This kind of thing is a blessing. Not a curse, but a curse that cannot be avoided. As long as we just be careful. It's okay. Thinking of what Fan Qing said before, she quickly added, if you feel uncomfortable in any way, you must tell me immediately. That bug came out very quickly. Even if it entered the body. As long as there is time, there is still hope. She told Qin Yu what happened in Xingou again, just for fear that she wouldn't take it seriously. After all the troops had left, they finished cleaning up and came over to eat. Jiang Xingji, Kaiyong, and Zhang Taiju all came. But Song Yi didn't come. When everyone is sitting together, it is inevitable to talk about what just happened. Jiang Yuan didn't want to hear it anymore, so she took the initiative to talk about moving. We have passed several houses today, and the speed is quite fast. What are our plans for this afternoon? The original plan was to finish it in the afternoon. But now, a new situation has arisen, and he has to ask. Let's stick to the original plan. Let's move in the afternoon. What about you? She turned around and asked Yu Mian and Fan Qing whether they were independent individuals, and she couldn't decide everything. We are also moving in the afternoon, so the plan remains unchanged. Right. In this case, don't waste time. Mian, wait a minute. Let me help you. Zhang Taiju looked honest and wanted to show off his boyfriend power. You don't have work today? It's okay. I can ask for leave. I'll tell you later and then go over to find you. Okay. Yi Mian did not refuse. And now she also has a good impression of Zhang Taiju. However, if they haven't let go yet, they are not officially together. Jiang Xingji followed him back, and his job was more flexible. Go back and take your own things first. and then come over and take Qin Yu and others' things. And that's it. Jiang Yuan and the others were not slow either. They had packed everything before, and took the miscellaneous things over on the first trip. On the second trip, I just picked up my luggage, and that was it. 2 little guys can also help and bring some small things. Jingjing also specially brought a thermos bottle. Jiang Yuan explained it again and again. But she must not break it. This is a very important thing. Fan Qing and Yi Mianmian were also planning to move twice. So they all went over first, and picked up some woven bags. In the living area, we also live together, both on the sunny side. Although the sun is not that good, it is much warmer than the shade. A few people moved very quickly. They got here, put their things down, and then went back. With Zhang Tieju's help, Yi Mianmian had already finished moving, but he still went back with him, helped Jiang Yuan and the others pack. She has a lot of family members and a lot of luggage. Fortunately, there are many of them. When he arrived at the door of the living room, Jiang Xingji went over and said hello to his fellow doorman. Let Jiang Yuan and the others get acquainted with the guard here. Those who come in and out from behind should not look up but look down. They must have a good relationship. Everyone knows that county officials are not as good as those currently in charge. These are my younger siblings and my eldest niece. We will all be a family from now on. You're welcome. There are only 2 doormen here. Apart from Jiang Xingji, the other one is a 60-year-old man. Everyone calls him Lao Ding. Jiang Yuan and others greeted him very politely. Uncle Ding, I see why you keep scratching your neck. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Kaiyang asked casually. He had always been a social figure and could build good relationships with everyone very quickly, as long as he wanted to. Oh, I don't know what's wrong, but my neck is really itchy. Chapter 422, Moving Acne. As he spoke, he touched his neck, which was already red. One by one, it's the kind of scratches that are very obvious. Now, the weather is still cold, so under normal circumstances, no one would expose their necks. Old Ding was really itchy and couldn't stand it anymore, so he exposed his neck. Jiang Yuan also took a look and didn't pay much attention. Hey, Uncle Ding, do you have acne? It seems like you have one. Kaiyang pointed at his neck with a mocking look on his face. As expected, Lao Ding laughed out loud. You kid. You are really good at talking. How can I still grow those things when I am already old? Ha ha ha. Obviously, he was respected. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but take a look. It was indeed something similar to acne. That's not right. Uncle Ding, can you let me take a look? Ah? Lao Ding was a little embarrassed. After all, the other person was a big girl. Staring at his neck felt a little embarrassing. Isn't this bad? Before he was mentally prepared, Jiang Yuan came directly over and even opened his collar. Lao Jiang, what's going on with your daughter? Jiang Xingji also felt that it was not very good and glanced at Jiang Yuan, feeling a little embarrassed. Daughter, please let go quickly. What do you look like? Jiang Yuan stretched out her hand to signal him not to speak. He knew who his daughter was, but this move was really too much. It's just a pimple. Can you still see any flowers? Uncle Ding, where have you been recently? Jiang Yuan's expression was serious and oppressive, and she swallowed old Ding's questioning voice alive. I haven't gone anywhere. I've just been on duty here and went back to sleep at night. Although she said this, Jiang Yuan's expression was always very suspicious. Eldest niece, what's wrong with me? He doesn't believe in himself anymore, and he hasn't done much recently. Your acne doesn't look normal. Master, life is at stake, so don't be careless. Ha ha ha. Lao Jiang, look at my eldest niece. Isn't she a bit unfounded? It's just a pimple. Ha ha ha. He himself was smiling there, but the people next to him had serious expressions on their faces, and they all put away their smiles. It's somewhat embarrassing. Taifan Yang, go to the laboratory and look for Jiang Yuan. If you see Song Yi, ask him to come over as well. Dad, you are on duty here and let Uncle Ding take a rest. There is a camp bed here, and they usually take a lunch break here. With that said, he helped Lao Ding sit down. He turned back and told Qin Yu and others to take their things back first. Everyone started to get busy, but Lao Ding was pounding in his heart. Eldest niece, what do you want to do with such a big battle? Please tell me what's going on with my acne. Jiang Yuan sighed, not knowing what to say, or whether this old man, who was older than her father, could withstand it. Just when she was struggling, Kai Yang came with Jiang Yuan. Yuan, what's wrong? Professor Jiang was very nervous. Seeing that Jiang Yuan was fine, his heart finally settled in his stomach. Didn't Song Yi come over? Jiang Yuan didn't answer the question, which made Jiang Yuan a little disappointed. Brother Song went to the garrison outside. Professor Jiang has already sent people to look for him. Don't worry. Okay. Yuan. What happened? Jiang Yuan didn't hide it either. With Jiang Yuan here, she felt confident. Look, I have a pimple on my neck. He looked at her suspiciously. Was he so anxious just to see a pimple? However, he didn't say anything, but observed. This acne is unreasonable. Yes, you see, ordinary acne has one head. When it matures, it will turn white. However, there is nothing in this one, and it is still moving inside. It's like, Jiang Yuan also saw it, and there was indeed movement inside. It's like there's a living thing inside. Red, like a small insect. He raised his head and met Jiang Yuan's eyes. The two people's ideas completely coincided with each other. Eldest niece, what are you talking about? How come there are bugs in my neck? Have you gone out to kill bugs every day recently and become obsessed with it? Everything looks like a bug. Ha ha ha. Obviously, Lao Ting has not realized the seriousness of the matter. Yuan, are you worried? When he heard that it might be insects, Kaiong couldn't sit still. Where is it? Let me take a look. As he said that, he came closer. There was indeed a small bulge on old Ding's neck. It was red and looked like an ordinary pimple. He was just about to say that these two people were making a fuss, when the pox actually moved. Mom, can you really move? With one movement, he jumped half a meter away. Sister Yuan, Professor Jiang, what's going on? No, it can't be those guys from Half Moon Lake. Right. Yes, he thought about this too. What are you talking about? You confused me. Lao Ding was a little anxious. These three people kept talking about bugs. This incident has caused panic among people recently. And of course, he is also scared. It is a thing that has killed many people. Uncle Ding, don't worry. The acne on your neck is indeed unusual. I was just worried that it would be that kind of bug. As you know, that thing is very lethal. And there is nothing we can do now. So, you better be careful. Old Ding swallowed a mouthful of saliva. A little scared. It shouldn't be. I haven't gone there either. I've been here in the living area all day. How is that possible? Not only he couldn't figure it out, but everyone else here couldn't figure it out either. Uncle Ding, don't worry. Everyone is just suspicious now. If not, then the relationship is better. If so, then we can intervene early and try not to let it cause greater losses. Jiang Yuan explained patiently, wearing glasses and speaking in a polite manner. He looks very cultured and persuasive. Then how do you tell if you are being raped now? In fact, these people were so nervous that they made him nervous too. Coincidentally, Song Yi and Battalion Commander Xie also came over. Jiang Yuan, what's wrong? She pointed at Lao Ding and told everyone about the acne on his neck. Song Yi didn't understand either and hurried over to check. Sure enough, it's moving. This thing is not simple. Professor Jiang, hurry up. Okay. Ask Kaiyong to go back and talk to his assistant and send him his tools. Old Ding was a little panicked and even wanted to run away. Chapter 423 grows from the body. Uncle Ding, don't move. We will ensure your safety. Don't worry. As expected, Lao Ding didn't move. It wasn't that he believed Song Yi, but that his hand was too strong. Song Yi looked at it with complicated emotions. If it was really a bug, the consequences would be disastrous. You recently? No. I haven't gone anywhere. I've asked 3 times in just a short while. Lao Ding was a little speechless. These people were indeed friends, and they all had the same idea. Jiang Yuan's assistant came with Kai Yang. Yi Mianmian and Fan Qing also came down. And they didn't have much to pack. Qin Yu didn't come down. But she still had 2 children. So she wasn't worried. This small duty room is already packed to the brim. Uncle Ding, for your safety, we need to get this thing out. It might hurt a little. So be mentally prepared. Song Yi had already told him about the danger just now. Uncle Ding was mentally prepared. He closed his eyes and his heart, and laid down directly on the bed. I don't have a problem. You guys are pretty accurate. Don't let me suffer. Seeing him so cooperative, these people were also very happy. The rest of the people, please step aside and let out the light. Song Yi directed, and asked Jiang Yuan and others to wait at the door. There were only him, Battalion Commander Xie, Jiang Yuan, his assistant, and Zhang Kaiyang in the room. Sister Yuan, why did you let us come out? We are really anxious. Mian Mian, we still don't know what's going on inside. Song Yi asked us to come out because he was afraid of danger. Fan Qing took over the words immediately. She understood the current situation. Yes, Sister Mian Mian. The place inside is too small to accommodate so many of us. So it's better to be outside. She understood that Yi Mian Mian didn't say anything. But she just felt uneasy. Jiang Xingji was already busy outside. Now that Lao Ding couldn't work, he had to support himself. Otherwise, there will be chaos here. Ah! There was a scream, and everyone tensed up. Jiang Yuan couldn't bear it anymore, and hurried to the door. Jiang Yuan was busy, with his back turned to her, so he couldn't see anything. She also didn't dare to stand too high for fear of blocking the light. Song Yi saw her, and opened the door directly, and came out. Then he saw Fan Qing and Yi Mian Mian behind him. With serious faces, Jiang Yuan, come here and help. Good. This was probably to satisfy her curiosity. And she found such a high-sounding reason. It was really hard for him. Inside, Jiang Yuan was sweating profusely. Uncle Ding's neck had been cut open. It's just that I haven't touched the bug yet. Maybe I feel that the temperature is wrong. And it squirms much more frequently. Jiang Yuan was also very worried. This thing was too small, and did not occupy a favorable form. Battalion Commander Xie and Song Yi were nearby, ready to hold Lao Ding down at any time. Ah! With a sharp cry, old Ding was about to sit up in pain. The two of them held down his legs and shoulders with quick eyes and hands. And Jiang Yuan didn't waste any time. He just inserted the pointed tweezers suddenly. So the pain is normal. It's strange that Lao Ding didn't respond. I saw that he was very fast. Saw the target accurately, and pulled out the thing directly. Jiang Yuan only saw that the sharp-nosed tweezers were bloody and scarlet. After Jiang Yuan pulled it out, he quickly took it to the side, and the assistant experimenter hurried over. I took a transparent glass bottle, and after the insect entered it, I quickly closed the lid. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Ding, it's okay. The assistant said that he was very nervous about today's matter. However, just as he breathed a sigh of relief, something happened again. The little red bug actually poked its head out of the glass bottle. Be careful. Jiang Yuan quickly stepped forward and knocked down the bottle. Song Yi also saw it, but no one dared to step forward. The assistant experimenter was stunned. The bottle was in his hand. He was only talking to Uncle Ding, and didn't pay attention to the situation here. The bottle rolled gurglingly under the bed, and the insect seemed to be frightened and crawled back in again. Song Yi helped Lao Ding get up quickly. It's not safe here now. Kaiyang, take him out. Good. Battalion Commander Xie directly moved the camp bed. And Jiang Yuan was also very discerning, and carried the quilt on top to the table. If it falls on the ground and the bugs come back, it will be too troublesome. The situation underneath is revealed. The bug is still in the glass bottle. Song Yi held an ignition gun in one hand, and a short knife in the other. Jiang Yuan looked at his focused look and prayed secretly in her heart, doing the most useless thing, and having no other choice. Just as he was getting ready, Jiang Yuan came over, holding a crowbar in his hand. This one is longer and can be passed in one go, which is much safer than a short knife. The other party understood his purpose, and just nodded. Jiang Yuan pursed his lips, thinking about the strength. Just when he was about to shoot, the bug started to appear again. Right now, he picked up the crowbar and hit him directly. The insect was caught off guard and was cut by the broken glass. And red liquid was already flowing out. Song Yi had quick eyes and quick hands, and was always ready to see the scene. He fired the ignition gun directly, and the blue flames flew over instantly. The insect twisted wildly, and then exploded unexpectedly. A small stench filled the air, and everyone covered their mouths. Scared me. The little assistant almost cried. She almost confessed here just now. It's okay. Let's clean up this place. When he went out, Lao Ding had already covered the wound with a handkerchief. Now, there is no more blood. How's it going? Sister Yuan? Yi Mian Mian hurriedly came up to him, and asked about the specific situation. It's okay. He's burned to death. Uncle Ding, please go to the health room to treat the wound. It's quite deep, so it's better not to get infected. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan also came over. Yes, uncle. I'll have someone take you there. Later. I would like to trouble you to go back and take notes. At this time, Uncle Ding reacted belatedly. Is it really that insect? Well, when did you meet someone? Uncle, please think about it carefully. Old Ding also had a look of suffering, but more of a shock. He didn't expect that he could encounter such a thing. Daughter, please go back quickly. Old Ding, please hurry to the bathroom. I'll watch over here. Jiang Xingji urged everyone, and everyone came back to their senses. Dad, since you are here, don't go in. We will disinfect them all later and see the specific situation. Chapter 424. The Logistics Department chooses things. I understand. Don't worry. Hurry up and see your mother. Okay. Jiang Xingji didn't want her to be here. This kind of thing had been found out, so he definitely had to avoid it. If it happens, it will be a disaster. Why don't you go and take a look? Song Yi also came with him. He didn't understand, so he asked. It's okay. Let them do their work. I'll take you up. Then, move the luggage over and pack up the new house. Brother Song, I brought your luggage for you. There are only some personal belongings left, which I haven't touched. Let's go there together. Good. Kai Yang is indeed quite good and has a sense of boundaries. Jiang Yuan also likes such a person. Now that everyone is living together again, it will be a lot easier to talk in the future. On the 3rd floor, their 2-bedroom house was located on the far east side. No. 0301. Next to it is No. 0302 of Songyi. Then No. 0303 of Yimyanyan. No. 0304 of Fan Qing and Kai Yang. And No. 0305 of Zhang Taizhu. He had gone to great lengths for Yimyanyan. When Jiang Yuan came back, Qin Yu had already packed the few luggage. To put it away means to put it together. There is nothing in this house. You need to choose furniture and other items yourself. In the afternoon, they all took leave. Now, working at the base is all about being busy. If something really happens, you can ask for leave. No one is paid. It's all based on personal wishes. However, depending on your attendance status, you can also enjoy different benefits later. Just like now, as the first batch of people who come here and work hard, they can choose a house in advance. There will definitely be other benefits later on. So don't worry. Yuan, how's it going over there? Mom, it's indeed that insect. It's quite scary. However, Jiang Yuan has taken care of it. Old Ding is fine, and the bug is dead. Qin Yu was really scared and couldn't help but feel a little worried. How could that insect be so powerful? If your father is with Lao Ding every day, will he be infected? Jiang Yuan really can't guarantee this. It's not contagious. It's a big bug, not like a bacteria. However, no one knows where this thing on Lao Ding came from. There is no guarantee whether Jiang Xingji has come into contact with the source of the insect. However, she didn't want Qin Yu to worry, so she wasn't going to talk about it. It's okay. Mom, don't worry. The bug on Old Ding's body grew on his skin and has now been pulled out. Later, if a vaccine can be developed, it will be twice the result with half the effort. Qin Yu nodded, indicating that she understood. Where's your dad? Why hasn't he come back? It's not like Lao Ding was sent to the health room. No one is watching at the door now. My dad stayed and was on duty there. What? Aren't there just bugs over there? Why are they still there? Qin Yu was really anxious and wanted to find someone. Jiang Yuan quickly hugged her. Mom, don't worry. I told my dad to be at the door now. It needs to be disinfected there. Don't worry. How can I rest assured? Qin Yu was naturally scared. Jiang Xingji was still outside. Mom, it's really not a problem. Don't worry. Look, it's getting late. Let's go to the logistics department to pick things up. We don't have anything in this house. If this happens, we won't have anywhere to stay at night. Qin Yu struggled mentally for a while, before reluctantly nodding in agreement. Your things are all in that room. I'll need a bigger bed when the time comes. It'll be more spacious for the three of you. Good. Mom was nagging. Obviously she had already prepared it. Always thinking about her. Jiang Yuan felt warm in her heart. Songyi also came back with something, and happened to be with them. This logistics department is located in a warehouse next to the underground dormitory where I used to live. The guard is an old man. As long as you get the check-in note, you can come over and choose things. Yi Mianmian and Fan Qing walked in front with her, and the boys walked behind. There are a lot of things in here, but they are all old. It's something left behind by the people who moved away before. Later, they came over and watched as they rescued a batch of people. Everything that can be used will be brought back. This warehouse is quite large, mainly for furniture and the like. There is a separate room for daily necessities, and so on. They have been here for a long time, and are now no longer eligible to receive daily necessities. Jiang Yuan chose 2 beds. One 1.8 meters, and one 1.5 meters. They are all iron frame beds that are new and not old. They are easier to assemble and lighter to pick up. Zhang Kaiyang saw it, and quickly came over to persuade her. Sister Yuan, you choose this kind of solid wood. It's strong. After a long time, it will not shake back and forth. This is indeed true. As a person who makes building materials, she naturally knows this situation. It's okay. Just take this. Yi Mian was a little confused as she followed her. Why? Sister Yuan, it's not like we have no choice now. If it's about humility or something, it probably isn't. Jiang Yuan kept telling her that it was the end of the world, so she should put away the most undesirable sympathy and everything else, only to make herself comfortable. Because I'm afraid of bugs. When this sensitive issue comes up, everyone starts to worry about it. Fan Qing did the same and looked at her. Sister Yuan, are you worried that the solid wood bed will attract insects? With this simple word from her, everyone else felt like they were falling into an ice cave. Normal solid wood furniture is also susceptible to insects. Now, none of them want what they were optimistic about before. They are looking for iron frames one after another. That is one option. Stay away from wood. Jiang Yuan didn't think much about it. There was that kind of plastic chest next to it. It was the kind with 6 large drawers. And she asked for it directly. There aren't that many clothes now. This is enough for them. There is also a simple children's wardrobe. Jiang Yuan also wants one for her parents. It looks like it is also made of plastic. In addition, you need a set of tables, chairs and benches, and you don't plan to put a sofa at home. This is very important. It can be used for eating, and the 2 children can also use it to write and draw. It is very useful. The rest of the people also chose a lot, but they are all commonly used, and there are not many opportunities for everyone. Always leave something behind for others to use later. Sister Yuan, do you think I can do this? Yi Mian chose a makeup table and makeup mirror. Her room was one room without a living room. This is a good place to put it. It can be used for eating or putting on makeup. She was originally a beauty blogger, although she doesn't wear makeup now. It's nice to take photos occasionally. Chapter 425 Dead Loop. After everyone made their selections, they started taking them home. Others don't care. They need to do it themselves. Put everything at the door and move it back bit by bit. No need to bother. There are many of them. The bigger ones are for boys to move, while the ones for girls are relatively lighter. If it can't be moved, 2 people can carry it together, which is very convenient. After a while, it was finished. The ones I chose were all canopy beds that needed to be assembled when I got home. Song Yi brought the electric hand drill over and prepared to work. The first one to do it was at Jiang Yuan's house. Everyone is here, so it's a good time to kill time. Fortunately, Jiang Xingji also came back. He also knew about moving things and wanted to come back to help. Uncle, can you do it if you're not over there? It's okay. The door has been sealed today, and all the workers have left. I just closed the door just because I was waiting for you. When Zhang Kaiyang heard this, he felt a little anxious. The construction of this base has been stopped, so it's probably not a big deal. Is it Uncle Ding's business? You should know everything by now. Right? Hearing this, Jiang Xingji nodded. Just now, I took a look and saw that the air pressure in the health room was also low. They are all afraid that something will go wrong again. And they are all watching from here. Liaoding said there was nothing wrong, but the wound hurt a little. Also, I haven't been anywhere recently. When I left, Battalion Commander Xie was asking questions. The work under Song Yi's hands did not stop, but he listened to everything everyone said. The situation now is quite confusing. Okay, why are there bugs growing in the body? By the way, Dad, you've been with Uncle Ding a lot lately. Was there ever a time when he was very abnormal? In other words, was there a day when he was different? Jiang Xingji recalled carefully that the 2 of them usually spent the morning and the afternoon together. We meet at noon to talk about the day's work. But we don't spend the whole day together. No. Old Ding is also a pitiful person. His whole family was gone. But he survived and was discovered by a drone sent by the base. When I came here, I kept it for several days. He said every day that if it weren't for the young people at the base, he would have frozen to death. I have always been very grateful and worked seriously. Moreover, he didn't know anyone here. Every day there was a duty room and a dormitory. 2 points in one line. Jiang Xingji said that there are no abnormalities or problems. However, this is also somewhat unreasonable. Uncle, what you mean is that Uncle Ding has no chance of encountering that insect. Now, when everyone mentions that insect, they will think of Half Moon Lake. At this moment, Fan Qing was also a little puzzled. Look, the bugs currently appearing in our base have never been to Yuban Lake. Does it mean that you don't only encounter bugs when you go there? Is there still a possibility of encountering it in other places? After she finished speaking, she looked at everyone's expressions one by one. Jiang Yuan was so suspicious before, but now she can't guarantee it. Yi Mianyan was a little scared and followed her words and asked, if this is really the case, does that mean that there may be many people around us who will have this problem? Could it be that bugs, like bacteria, have long been living on our bodies, waiting for the weather to warm up before they explode? One stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and Jiang Yuan looked at Song Yi in surprise. Before, this person said that it was in the tropical rainforest area. There are insects of this type that enter the human body and perform a series of hibernation. Absorb nutrients and absorb silently. When spring comes and the flowers bloom, and the time is right, they will come out of the body. This coincides with Yi Mianyan's guess. The other party also tightened the last screw, raised his head, and met her eyes. However, he doesn't know what's going on now. Kai Kaiong, come here and help me put this mat up. Okay. The bed in her room is a thick mattress. He couldn't move it alone. Hearing this, Jiang Xingji hurried over to help. The girls also wanted to step forward to help, but there were simply not enough people needed. After finishing it, Song Yi walked up to her. He said softly, let's go to the next house first. This reaction made him a little confused. The rest of the people have already started discussing. This thing is so unbelievable that you have to think carefully about what is going on. By the way, you still remember that when it was extremely hot, a lot of red blisters appeared. It was said that it was herpes zoster, but many people couldn't bear it and scratched themselves until their bodies were covered in blood. When Zhang Kaiyang said this, Jiang Yuan also remembered it. It seems that the internet was not disconnected at that time, and everyone was still communicating. There were also mungbean flies and long-legged mosquitoes at that time, and a lot of people seemed to have died because of this incident. At that time, people who were making trouble were in a panic. You said that, and I remembered it too. People who had such a disease at that time were extremely itchy and scratched themselves crazily. In the end, I couldn't hold on any longer, and some were scratched to death by myself. Just now, Uncle Ding was scratching in various ways and kept scratching. Yi Mianyan followed suit, feeling more and more that this matter was too similar. Jiang Yuan is also like falling into an ice cave. If it is really like that, it will be troublesome. Brother Song, what do you think about this? Kaiong couldn't help but ask. He always felt that Song Yi knew better. In this situation, he is probably the only one who can hold it. However, Song Yi shook his head. The bug is a little different. And you saw it when we got it out today. The color is very light. Pinkish. According to previous experience, the more powerful it should be, the better it should be, the bigger it should be, and the darker its color. Yes, it seems that this one just hasn't grown up. So its flexibility and other things are a little bit behind. Jiang Yuan also followed his train of thought, which meant that the bug was just a larvae. Does it mean that this thing has not come out yet? Sister Yuan accidentally saw it today, so she got it out in advance. If you wait for it to come out naturally, will the situation be even worse? Kaiong asked. And the others were also scared. If this is really the case, how lethal would a naturally mature insect be? What should we do? Are there still a lot of bugs around us? Fan Qing was a little anxious, always thinking that he had escaped. But in the end, he was still frightened. In this world, I really wish that if it entered an endless loop, nothing good would happen. Even if they escape this level, there is still the next level waiting. Chapter 426 Speculation on the Origin of Bugs. Seeing that everyone was silent, she was too embarrassed to say anything. The beds in several rooms were all made up. And Song Yi stopped. Yuan, don't worry. I'll go to the laboratory later and ask about Jiang Yuan's situation. I'll also ask Battalion Commander Xia by the way. The inspection and interrogation were not done by one person. He wanted to inquire about both. I'll go with you. Knowing that she was worried. Song Yi also wanted to be alone with Jiang Yuan for a while. So he agreed. You go back and change your clothes. I'll wait for you at the door. Okay. Jiang Yuan lowered her head. She had indeed gotten a lot of dust on her body when she moved things just now. No one has been to the warehouse for a long time. And it has accumulated a lot of dust. As soon as he entered the door, Qin Yu greeted him. And Jiang Xingji was drinking water at the table. Daughter, are you tired? I made some hot water. You can drink some too. The hot water had been dried in advance and was warm. Jiang Yuan picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp. Mom, Dad, please clean up. Song Yi and I are going out. You're still going out now. We're going to the restaurant for dinner later. Qin Yu felt that it was getting late, and she had developed the habit of not going out later. Well, go to the laboratory and ask Jiang Yuan to find out what's going on. When she heard that it was Laoding's matter, Qin Yu couldn't say anything. You can't let your children do business. It's a matter of life and death. By the way, daughter, I remember Laoding said before that their hometown was in a nearby village. When it was extremely hot, there were a lot of mosquitoes at night. I wonder if they were bitten at that time. Obviously, Jiang Xingji was also affected by Yi Mianyan's speech just now. Dad, I understand. I'll go take a look first before talking. You can go eat by yourselves later. You don't have to wait for me. Good. Jiang Yuan changed her clothes and went out. Qin Yu looked at her back with a complicated expression. Her father. What do you think of this child Xiao's song? As soon as Jiang Yuan came out, she saw Song Yi waiting for her at the door. The other party was standing at the entrance of the corridor. Saw her, and immediately came over. Give. What? Hand warmer. It's the kind that's small and needs to be plugged in. Jiang Yuan took it, and it was still warm. Why do you have this thing? It's always been there. I was just packing up my things and happened to see it. I mean, where did you get the electricity? The battery is on. Aw? Jiang Yuan was a little surprised. Turning this little thing over could indeed put the battery in it. This is too strange. There are many such things on the market, and they are all rechargeable. This is the first time I have encountered them when putting batteries in them. Knowing that she was doubtful, Song Yi didn't hide it. The principle is very simple. This was a must when we went on missions before. Well, if you put it that way, it does make sense. If you put a battery in this thing, it would be particularly convenient outdoors. Thanks. Jiang Yuan put this little thing in her hand and felt the temperature coming from it. Feeling good about it. Ouch. One of them didn't pay attention and happened to bump into Song Yi in front of him. What's wrong? Why don't you leave? When he raised his head, he met a pair of slightly aggrieved eyes. In the future, don't say thank you to me. It's weird. Okay. He is always like this. Because an ordinary sentence can break the defense. You are too glass-hearted. Jiang Yuan didn't want to be spoiled. So she directly fought back. But the other party refused to give up. Took her hand and continued to move forward. At this moment, he has already left the building door. It was so blatant that she felt a little embarrassed. Don't say it anyway. I don't want you to be polite to me. There was an indescribable coldness and alienation in Song Yi's words. There is still so much that cannot be refused. When they came over, Jiang Yuan was still busy. He waited outside for a short while before the man came out. Song Yi, Yuan, are you here? Well, seeing as you were busy, you didn't shout. How about it? Did you gain anything? Jiang Yuan is a top student and has many years of practical experience. So he is considered a relatively authoritative talent. No. After these bugs explode, the remaining mucus will hydrate later. We came earlier this time, but it still didn't work. It shouldn't be. I've never heard of this species. Why does it have the function of transforming into a corpse? This is too scary. Jiang Yuan thought of the corpse dissolving water shown on TV before, which could make the entire corpse disappear with just a little bit. However, those are all imaginary. How could they really exist? Maybe there is a special, undeveloped substance in it. You see, when they die, they burst into juice. This is different from ordinary bugs. Jiang Yuan explained for a while, always feeling that this species was different from what he usually encountered. There are so many things in the world that are unexplored. Even this insect has no records. However, it is definitely not a new species. You said that this thing has never been seen before. and it is very different from other similar things. Could it be a new species? The climate is so unstable right now. Or rather, mutated? Is this possible? Jian Yuan is a professional. Now he asked the two of them in turn for the purpose of discussion. I know they both have quick minds, so I'd like to hear some suggestions. Especially Songy, who is well informed and always has some different opinions. Sure enough, he fell into deep thought. You mean? Because of changes in temperature, environment, and other issues, animals have also changed to varying degrees? Jiang Yuan pushed up his glasses. Non-committal. Yes, animals are much more adaptable than humans. Just like when encountering danger, they will predict it in advance. It is also very possible to change as the environment changes in order to survive. Jiang Yuan has also heard of this matter. Moreover, she had read a lot of novels and movies before. Not only animals can mutate, but plants can mutate as well. This is instinctive, including human beings. Anyone who can survive has improved his own quality a lot. Probably not. Do you still remember the big bug in the tree? The two men nodded at the same time and looked at Song Yi seriously. That big bug couldn't have grown up in just 2 or 3 months. Therefore, these bugs must have existed in advance and are dangerous to a certain extent. Song Yi's words make sense, but I think it might have come from behind. Do you still remember that the bug in the restaurant will be bigger when it comes out of a human body? Perhaps. That bug is the kind that has ruined many people. Later, it became too big and could no longer appear openly. Over there. It happens to be a good hiding place. Chapter 427, Battalion Commander Xia's Pressure. Song Yi shook his head. Still disagreeing, do you still remember what the old lady said before? You mean the custom of sending the dead over? Jiang Yuan looked at the two people with some confusion. What happened to the old lady? Jiang Yuan then belatedly told him what happened before and everyone's guesses. In that case, that big bug existed at least from the beginning. But since the people in this village do this, they must know a lot of inside information. Then it's not too strange that they all died in the earthquake. It's not surprising. If you think about it, it's an earthquake after all. It was not a human factor. And after that incident, the entire village was razed to the ground. At that time, I saw blood coming out of those gaps. And there were people shouting for help, which was very scary. Later, Jiang Yuan felt uneasy every time she recalled this incident. The insignificance of human beings is infinitely magnified. The feeling that one step forward is life and one step slow is death is so real. Especially every time I see the child Jingjing. I will think of Xiaoling and Liang Kong. They were obviously people who came out together. But in the end, they were separated by yin and yang. Moreover, there are unknown dangers every day, which makes people even more uneasy. There are indeed many unusual places in that village. Unfortunately, time was running out, and we didn't get any information. Jiang Yuan nodded, thinking that she would be reborn when she arrived at Yuban Lake. Who knew? They all died. That was indeed a new life. The place where new life begins is not for them, but for those bugs. And that village was very united and very exclusive. It means not saying anything on the surface, but not letting you stay long either inside or outside the words. If you have a good attitude, you will be treated politely. If you have a bad attitude, their methods will be very powerful. At that time, Mochi's group had real guns and live ammunition, and they were all captured. If you were an ordinary person, you probably wouldn't know how you died. Having said that, let me briefly describe the abnormal behavior over there to Jiang Yuan. After hearing this, he was quite sad. It would be great if there were people over there. I think many of the mysteries can still be solved. Song Yi didn't think so. It was useless to say that now. After all, it was impossible. Okay, let's go to the health room and have a look. I don't know if Battalion Commander Xia has left yet. It was getting late, and Jiang Yuan didn't want to waste time. She asked politely. Jiang Yuan actually got off the donkey along the slope and wanted to follow. Song Yi rolled his eyes at him, somewhat unwillingly. However, not much was said. Lao Ding had fallen asleep. In the afternoon, Battalion Commander Xia stayed for a long time. Now, there are also dedicated people guarding it to prevent others from disturbing it. Several people went to Battalion Commander Xia's office to look for him. And sure enough, he was there. Sit down quickly. This man was very polite and poured tea for everyone himself. Do you want to ask about Lao Ding? Exactly. Song Yi spoke concisely, picked up the teacup, blew on it, and handed it to Jiang Yuan. She was still a little embarrassed, but no one looked at her at all. So she took it. Old Ding's injury is fine. The doctor said that the wound doesn't matter. It's just that the tweezer stirred inside for a while, which made it a little uncomfortable. But there was no real harm. Well, does the bug have any side effects? For this person, Jian Yuan was quite worried. It's really because this wound was caused by oneself. Although it is to save lives, one should still be concerned about it. Not yet. It's still under observation. The above also attaches great importance to this matter. I'm afraid that if this bug is difficult to deal with, it will cause a series of troubles to everyone in the future. Everyone understands what Battalion Commander Xie said. If the bugs are not completely solved, there will be endless troubles. By the way, Battalion Commander Xie, has Lao Ding done anything unusual recently? Song Yi asked very straightforwardly. Battalion Commander Xie knew that he was more concerned about this matter and watched it happen every time. And it's not a secret. When it's time to brainstorm, there's no hiding it. He didn't say much. Just the dormitory and duty room every day, and then going to the dining room. There is not much distance along the way, so naturally there is nothing special about it. When Jian Yuan heard this, she felt even more anxious. If that's the case, does that mean that he was lodged by insects before? It's just that it hasn't exploded yet, and the weather is getting warmer now. So, she didn't say the rest of the words, but everyone knew what they meant. Another situation is that the bug entered his body unknowingly. After all, this insect is so unusual that it can fit through a glass bottle. Jian Yuan looked melancholy. This matter had been bothering him for a long time. The last time I passed through the soles of my shoes, and now the glass can't stop it. My entire value has been washed away. We have no other way now. We can only take it one step at a time. No one knew what was going on, and Lao Ding couldn't find any useful information. Battalion Commander Xie is also very difficult to deal with. He was originally responsible for matters over Yuban Lake. Now the sequelae are happening on the base side, and he is also one of the top two. To be honest, during the meeting just now, someone asked whether it was because we did not clean up at Yuban Lake before. He rubbed his brows. Obviously, this incident had a big impact on him. This possibility is relatively small. The journey is too far. Most of them are larvae, and they don't have that strong combat effectiveness. By the way, bugs have appeared here before, so they are probably not a special case. In this case, Battalion Commander Xie, go and check the specific circumstances of all the current victims. See if there are any similarities, and make plans when the time comes. When Battalion Commander Xie heard this, he also became energetic. Yes, why did I forget this? One sentence is like an enlightenment. We don't want to stay any longer. Battalion Commander Xie still has something to do, so it would be disrespectful for us to clean up any more. Then let's go eat. No, you can go on your own. We still have instant noodles. Without waiting for Jian Yuan to answer, Song Yi refused directly. I don't know what this person is doing. She and Jian Yuan are just old classmates, and they still have a lot of friendship. Okay, Yuan, if there is any progress later, I will let you know. Okay. Jian Yuan didn't want to say anything more, and she didn't want to go to eat. There were so many things in the space. Chapter 428 Fear is spreading. Whatever you cook is better than eating at a restaurant. Moreover, there were so many people, so she thought of it as saving food for everyone. Why do you still have instant noodles? It's true. I didn't even eat the one I received before. Do you want to meet up for a candlelight instant noodles meal? Ha ha. What's your word? She found that Song Yi was quite cute sometimes. Do you want it? Of course not. Just keep your instant noodles for yourself. Why? Jiang Yuan glanced at him and saw that this grown man was so coquettish that he really couldn't stand it. Put it away. I'm telling you, you should keep a low profile. Instant noodles are a good thing now. So you can just tell Jiang Yuan. But you can't go around showing off to others. Yes. Now I have a pack of instant noodles. Just to show off. Okay. I won't show off. I'll leave it all to you. Forget it. I have a lot. Let's go. Sister will treat you to something delicious. Seeing her like this, Song Yi was in a good mood. It's just that this sister really doesn't dare to compliment her. Jiang Yuan did not eat alone. She made sour soup dumplings and brought out a bowl for him. While cooking, Song Yi was not idle and helped out. Now that we have a suitable house, we can rest outside, and time and the space can also stand still. However, eating is still in a space. There will be a lot of people living on this floor. Although there aren't many right now. But it is still necessary to be careful. I didn't expect your craftsmanship to be so good. Song Yi ate a dumpling and admired it sincerely. If you like to eat, I will often cook it for you in the future. Not to mention anything else. When I was at Changming village before, Song Yi helped put away the supplies at the back. There is nothing wrong with giving him some food. Moreover, the relationship between the two people is different now from before. Song Yi is relatively capable and has good skills. Even if he doesn't consider his feelings, she won't lose anything if we work together. Okay. Then I'll help you later. Jiang Yuan smiled and said nothing else. It's still warm when two people are together. Song Yi just felt that the time was too short. Even if he was with Jiang Yuan, he was happy even if he did nothing and just stayed quietly. After eating, Jiang Yuan hurried out. This is in Song Yi's room, and her parents are still waiting for her at home. After returning, there was inevitably another round of explanations. Now that everyone is living in this place, and it also involves the people in front of him, Jiang Yuan will naturally not hide it. Mom, Dad, we all need to be more careful if we encounter danger. Don't think too much. Just protect yourself and hide it. Jiang Xingji nodded. And this was his idea as well. Even if there is no morality, it doesn't matter so much. In this situation, I am thankful to be alive. Daughter, don't worry. We all know these things. Speaking of this, Jiang Yuan was particularly worried. Dad, it's mainly you. My mother and I and our two children are basically together. But if you are alone in the guard room, you must be extra careful. If you really encounter a problem, come to the restaurant quickly. Of course, Jiang Yuan will also come to find him. Don't worry. I know. Several people talked for a while and then went back to sleep. The two children were already asleep, and the 1.8-meter long bed was very comfortable for 3 people. Qin Yu changed into a coral velvet 4-piece suit, which was warm and comfortable. The weather is still cold now, and there are no heating facilities. I can only make the quilt thicker. In addition, it is much better to wear thermal underwear when sleeping. The next day, everyone went to work as usual. In the back kitchen, an older sister came over mysteriously. Yuan, I heard that something happened in the living area. Didn't you move here? If you have any gossip, please tell me. Looking at her, she didn't look very anxious. That little boy is her son. He usually plays with Xiaowan and the others, together with the 3 children. They all took better care of the little one. Sister Wu, I don't know very well. If you ask me, you might as well ask someone else. Sister Wu looked at her in surprise. No, your dad is not the guard over there. He should know about it. Didn't he tell you? Jiang Yuan shook her head. Everyone must have heard of this kind of thing. However, she doesn't want to be a communicator. Sister Wu looked at her belatedly, with a look of understanding on her face. Sister, just tell me. I promise not to tell anyone else. Sister Wu, it's not that I won't tell you. It's actually that I don't know what's going on. We can't talk nonsense. If there are really problems later and people spread rumors, it will be very troublesome. We all come from a civilized society, and we know that it is very troublesome to pursue this responsibility. At that time, if something sensitive happened, even if you post comments on your own online account, there will be dangers. The minor one is to be warned and your account will be deleted. Serious ones, including jail time. Sister Wu was annoyed and didn't say much, so the matter was over. However, it did not block everyone's discussion. There were quite a few people in the kitchen, so there wasn't much to say. We still discuss it when we sit together peeling potatoes. Qin Yu is also tight-lipped and doesn't know anything about anything. They had agreed before not to tell others casually to avoid causing panic. However, things developed in an unexpected direction. During the meal, people from different positions were discussing this matter. Even squad leader Chung came to ask her. For a time, people were panicked. Jiang Yuan laughed and pretended to be stupid. When Jiang Xingji came over to eat, he was immediately surrounded by everyone. It's a matter of life and death, and everyone wants to know some so-called inside information. Dad was also very speechless. With so many people watching, he didn't know what to do. Fortunately, Song Yi and Battalion Commander Xia appeared in time, and the siege was relieved. Everyone filled the meal and sat down to eat together. Battalion Commander Xia, look at the situation now. Wherever my dad goes, people will ask about him. If you don't control it well, things can easily go wrong. Jiang Yuan did not dare to be careless when it came to Jiang Xingji's safety. The one who has an official position now is Battalion Commander Xie. At the same time, he is also inextricably related to this matter. I understand what you mean, Comrade Jiang Yuan. Please don't worry. I will send 2 people over later to help Uncle. In addition, it can also protect his personal safety. Hearing this, she felt relieved. Thank you very much, Battalion Commander Xie. Chapter 429 Egg Carrier. You're welcome. You and Song-yi. We are our own people. Well, this guy. What he said is a bit embarrassing after all. However, since no one was here, she didn't refute. Otherwise, it is easy to there is no 300 taels of silver here. Song-yi looked at Jiang Yuan, knowing that she was anxious, and comforted her softly. It's okay. Don't think too much. Just go to, and from get off work normally. In the evening, I will come to pick you up. Song-yi's eyes were too hot, and she didn't want others to feel it. He nodded, ready to say something else and change the subject. On the other hand, Battalion Commander Xie looked at these 2 people and smiled knowingly. By the way, are there any new developments over there? No. Jiang Yuan hasn't been out for a day. He has been studying. However, nothing can be learned from the dead insects. Many substances have changed. No wonder I haven't seen him today. Although I have said before that after this bug turns into water, it will be different from before. But now we can only place our hope on their scientific researchers. Everyone didn't know what to do and always felt that the atmosphere was very depressing. After noon, Qin can go back with her 2 children. She is the one who gets up early in the morning and is responsible for breakfast. Just in time, I took my 2 children and went back to take a nap. Jiang Yuan, Yi Mianyan, Fan Qing, and a few others were responsible for the lunch and dinner meals. A few people took a rest here and then got busy. Song-yi, too, followed Battalion Commander Xie in and out, occasionally going to the laboratory to check on Jiang Yuan's progress. Everyone has their own life and work. They are busy but also very fulfilling. The next day, several lesbians came over to have breakfast and prepare lunch. Jiang Yuan felt something was unusual about Sister Wu and kept scratching her arm. Sister Wu, what's wrong with you? I don't know. It's quite irritating. I guess it's time to take a shower. Indeed, it's freezing here now. There was no way to take a shower, and there wasn't that much hot water. Many people don't wash. If it's a bit unbearable, just pour a basin of hot water and wipe it with a towel. And that's it. After a long time, it is normal for your body to feel itchy. However, it is usually on the body and behind. Itchy arms are still rare. With that said, Sister Wu directly pulled up her sleeves. A section of his arm was exposed, and it was red with marks from scratches. Jiang Yuan took a closer look and saw that there was obviously a red pimple in the reddest place. A bad premonition ran through his body. She quickly pulled Sister Wu over, looking nervous. Oh, Yuan, what are you doing? She was pulled unexpectedly and was a little angry. The red pimples cannot be seen clearly, but they are still moving inside. It's exactly the same as Uncle Ding's situation before. Sister Wu, how long have you been like this? What? You mean it's itchy? Yes. You have a pimple here. Look. Tell me quickly. How long has this been going on? It seems to have started last night, and it was particularly serious this morning. You see? This is all bloody. Sister Wu complained, suddenly realizing something was wrong. Yuan, tell me, is there something wrong with this? Jiang Yuan's expression was too horrified. She was indeed a little scared. Sister Wu, come with me. After saying that, he took her other hand and ran out without saying anything. While running, he shouted, Yan, Fan Qing, hurry up. Come with me. The 2 people didn't know what was going on, but they quickly put down what they were doing and ran out. Yuan, what's going on? Tell me quickly. Sister Wu stopped leading and took her arm away from her. It seems that it is not okay not to say it. Sister Wu, don't be afraid. Your current situation is the same as Lao Ding's. The situation in the guard room was widely spread. Everyone knows that the injured person is called Lao Ding. Sister Wu was shocked and looked at her in disbelief. You mean, the bug on my arm is also the same? She was scared and somewhat incoherent. Jiang Yuan knew that at this time, her mentality must not collapse. Fan Qing and Yu Nian came behind them and heard their conversation. They also realized the importance of the matter and did not speak, waiting for Jiang Yuan's instructions. Sister Wu, listen to me and follow me to the laboratory now. As long as you take out the bug, you still have a chance. You see? Hoarding survived. If the delay is too long and the bug grows, it will be irreversible. When she heard this, her eyes were full of fear. Yuan, you must save me. I don't want to die yet. He was probably so scared that he burst into tears. Sister Wu, then hurry up and follow me. There is no time to lose. As he said this, he wanted to pull her away quickly. Yuan, no, my legs are weak. Alas, the chain fell off at the critical moment. However, it would not work if the three of them were asked to carry it. Sister Wu is a little bit fat, probably weighing 150 pounds. Moreover, there is still a long way to go. No matter who they were carrying, the bugs on her arms could come out at any time. If you don't investigate anyone, you risk your own life. So it's not a crime. Sister Wu, take 3 deep breaths quickly. You can't leave. And we can't carry you. If you don't go and waste time, there's nothing I can do about it. Or do you want us to call the people from the laboratory? Yin Yin heard what Jiang Yuan meant. While helping others, he naturally took the lead in ensuring his own safety. This time is wasted. Sister Wu, you'd better fight for your own strength. Otherwise you will die later. Upon hearing this, Sister Wu also forced herself to cheer herself up. I struggled to move my legs. No matter how I said it, I started running. However, he was disobedient and fell several times. Jiang Yuan kept holding her other hand, stumbling and stumbling. But she finally arrived. Jiang Yuan. At this moment, I don't care about anything anymore. Time is life. Hearing Jiang Yuan's voice, Jiang Yuan also ran out quickly. Yuan, what's going on? He asked and went to help Sister Wu, who fell to the ground. Don't touch it. There are insect eggs on that arm. Her voice was loud and everyone tensed up, especially the assistant, who actually jumped a step back. When you react, quickly go get a knife or something. Go to the health room and call the doctor. Okay. Now! There are only 3 people left in the laboratory. Chapter 430, The Thin Line of Life and Death. If it gets busy later, I'm afraid there will be no one around. They are not professionals after all, and they can't find the numbers for many things. Mian, go find someone. Okay. Mian didn't hesitate and ran away. She is sharp-tongued and will definitely explain clearly. If Fan Qing stays, he can still help. Moreover, her major is also related to doing experiments. If you stay, you might be better than her. Everyone helped Sister Wu to the bed and let her rest first. Jiang Yuan took a hose and tied it to her arm, just to prevent the blood from continuing to circulate, hoping it would be effective. His assistant also came out with a knife and tweezers, ready at any time. Jiang Yuan stood aside, not knowing what to do, staring at the pimple for fear that it would burst out suddenly, which would cause trouble. Professor Jiang, help me. Professor Jiang. Before Yin brought the doctor over, a stranger came over. Jiang Yuan seemed to have some impression of this. She had seen it before while cooking, but he never said anything. So Jiang Yuan hurriedly greeted him. What's going on? Tell me slowly. Obviously, I am not very familiar with this person. Professor Jiang. No luck. We also encountered that bug, growing on my brother's leg. Please take a look quickly. Thinking about it, he knew that Jiang Yuan saved Hoarding. Where's your brother? Here it comes. Just after I asked, 3 people came over from behind. 2 healthy, supporting a short man. It turned out that the first person came over to report the news. Jiang Yuan also ran over to see the specific situation. Jiang Yuan also followed, and Fan Qing and the others were looking at Sister Wu. Look, the man said as he rolled up his brother's pants. A red scratch was exposed. Right in the center, there was a red bump. But this pimple was much larger. Obviously, this is much faster than that of Sister Wu. Hurry. Help him in first. Jiang Yuan did not dare to delay, and quickly let people in. Jiang Yuan also saw it. It was the insect eggs. Moreover, now there are actually 2 people, both of whom have become egg carriers. How is this going? He ran in and followed Sister Wu's method. Tie the legs first so they don't bleed. That's what the doctor said before. Jiang Yuan had just finished, and Yin came over with Dr. Lul. Seeing this situation, I also took a breath of air. This was the first time he had faced the insect eggs directly. Last time, Jiang Yuan had solved the problem with Lao Ding and sent it to him. Dr. Luo, what should we do now? Professor Jiang? To be honest, I'm not sure either. Look at him. He's already very big. It is possible to break out at any time. If it is not done well, it will cost a life. Jiang Yuan listened to the conversation between the two people and was afraid of being delayed. He quickly called Fan Qing over and whispered something. Fan Qing nodded and ran out immediately. You can't waste time. Otherwise, you will do the surgery and I will assist you. But, Dr. Luo was still a little hesitant. It was said that the insect was very dexterous and moved very fast. He didn't know what to do and was afraid there would be problems later. If people cannot be saved, medical trouble will easily occur. Doctor, please save my brother. Whatever you want. I can give it to you. The man was very anxious and wanted to kneel down for him. Don't be like this. Your brother's situation is particularly bad. I'm not sure. After all, I have never had this kind of surgery. It's okay. You just have to do your best and it'll be alright. I know. If nothing was done, he would surely die. Now, even if there is a glimmer of hope, we can't give up. This person is quite sensible. However, Dr. Luo still has concerns. However, since he is the highest ranking and most qualified doctor here, there is no way he can shirk it. Time waits for no one. Dr. Luo, let's get started. Jiang Yuan also began to urge him. Dr. Luo sighed and could only do this. Go back quickly and get everything you need for the surgery. Okay, teacher. Dr. Luo's assistant ran out, and he began to come over to observe the injured. Now the arrow is on the string and must be fired. Song and Battalion Commander Xia also ran over, probably quite anxious. Yuan, are you okay? It's okay. Needless to say, I also know what is going on. These two people are lying here. Song Yi followed and looked at the little man's leg. There was no blood now, and there was a bruise on it. The meridians of blood vessels are very obvious, and the insects are also a little anxious. Turning around. Quick! Put this away. Dr. Luo was afraid that the insect would suddenly emerge from his body. Without the supply of liquidity, it is a terrible thing in itself. The assistant didn't dare to be careless and untied Sister Wu's arms. My arms are a little numb. Her acne is still small and looks safe for now. Sure enough, after the blood circulation was restored, the bug became much calmer. It also began to stabilize slowly, and it was no longer so rampant. Please bear with me. I'm going to take it out for you now. Okay. With that said, he started to inject anesthetic. It might take a while for the strength of the medicine to kick in. However, Dr. Luo could not wait any longer. I took the scalpel directly and started preparing to remove the worms. The situation this time is much better than that of Lao Ding. Not to mention anything else. At least there is anesthesia. The equipment is complete, and the scalpels have been sterilized. Please leave a little bit. The little assistant brought a flashlight and dispersed the crowd. I saw Dr. Luo gently scratching the surface of the skin, and then began to observe. The insect seemed to be sensing something and suddenly stopped moving. Wait until his tweezers are ready to deliver a fatal blow. It suddenly ran away, and Dr. Luo did not hold it. Go straight up. Just like the two before. Jiang Yuan panicked. If it reached the top of her head, it would be over. Not only are the bugs out, but so are the people. Dr. Luo was also panicked and didn't know what to do. In the flash of lightning, Song Yi reached out and pinched his thigh. Because of the anesthetic, the man was probably very energetic and had no reaction. He used a lot of strength, and the insect tried twice, but it couldn't get over. Jiang Yuan. Fire. No. It will burn you to death if you use fire. The man from before jumped out immediately. Song Yi squinted coldly, his aura fully aroused. If you get out of the way, he still has a chance of survival. If we don't use fire, he won't survive for 10 minutes. The man was silent, but the little man heard it and started crying. I don't want to die. Brother, just let them burn. Woo. Actually, I have a good idea. Chapter 431 Alcohol Moxibustion. As soon as Jiang Yuan finished speaking, everyone looked over. Professor Jiang, please tell me what you want to do. I can do anything. The man was very excited. It was obvious that this little man should be a very important person to him. Jiang Yuan did not dare to waste time and quickly ordered his assistant to get the acupuncture tools. Dr. Luo, If possible, we can use acupuncture and add alcohol to the needles. After popping those earlier bugs, I discovered that the consistency dilutes whenever it comes in contact with alcohol. This was just 2 days ago, when his little assistant accidentally dropped the sterilized tweezers and found out. Because this person is not very old and has average qualifications, there are really no people in the laboratory now. So he was allowed to come into contact with such core things. Hearing this, Dr. Luo was also shocked. This matter is not accurate yet, so it is not disclosed to the outside world. Now, the situation is also special. Researchers like Jiang Yuan hate it when they speak carelessly. You mean alcohol speeds up the hydration process in bugs? Well, that's exactly it. Regardless of whether it works or not, you have to try it out quickly. Okay, let's give it a try. At this moment, Jiang Yuan also understood the intentions of these two people. After all, there is no record of this bug. In addition, it is so special. If certain substances in the body can really react with alcohol, it is also an important discovery. Everyone started to get busy in an orderly manner. It's better to tie the little man's legs first to stop the blood circulation. When it turned green, the insect became restless again. Jiang Yuan and Dr. Luo looked at each other and inserted the alcohol-stained needle directly. Dr. Luo's accuracy was very good, and he hit the spot right away. The insect was stunned for a few seconds, and then started to go crazy, as if it was greatly stimulated. What's wrong? Will this guy burrow directly into the bone? At this reminder, everyone's faces turned pale. Everyone has seen the impact of this insect. Moreover, the needle also started to shake. The man was fine. I don't know if it was because of the anesthetic, but he didn't react at all. Instead, he was drowsy. Scalpel! Dr. Luo shouted, and someone came over immediately. I saw him take the tool and cut directly on the patient's injury. This was to forcefully drive away the insects, and everyone around him saw his intention. If the bugs come out, the situation is probably not very good. With so many people, the danger is great. Song Yi scolded Battalion Commander Xie, who immediately understood and began to evacuate the crowd. Just let me stay and help. I promise not to say anything. Hurry up. I was not polite to Battalion Commander Xie and glared at him directly. The aura on his body is also very intimidating. The other party was immediately frightened, and there was really no other way. He sighed and went out. Even Sister Wu was carried to the room inside. Dr. Luo had already performed 2 more incisions. Jiang Yuan was not around, and did not know the specific situation. However, Jiang Yuan next to him had big beads of sweat on his head. It is enough to see that this is not a good thing. It must be very difficult. Hurry. Dr. Luo said one word, and Jiang Yuan took 3 needles, which were put together, all soaked in alcohol. He thrust in suddenly. Song Yi hurried to her and blocked the person behind. She turned her head so that she could see the whole process. That bug was on the verge of going crazy. The swing was very large, and Dr. Luo, Jiang Yuan, and his stopper were all waiting nearby with tweezers. Sure enough, the insect was anxious, and its tail accidentally swung out. The location happened to be the wound that was made by calculating the distance just now. 3 people and 2 tweezers were stretched out. Pull out the needle. Dr. Luo shouted that his assistant was not that fast, and was now free. He quickly reached out, and pulled out the 4 needles on it. Immediately afterwards, Dr. Luo gave a sudden tug, and the insect came out. It is already a big red insect. If left unchecked, it will probably emerge in 2 days. Throw it in the basin. Song Yi shouted quickly, and had just taken a foreign paint basin and placed it next to him. This thing is penetrating, so naturally it cannot be held in your hands. Even if there are tweezers in the middle, it won't work. Dr. Luo didn't dare to delay, so he threw everything in, including the tweezers. Song Yi took 2 steps forward. The insect was still writhing, and there were a few large drops of liquid on it. It probably came out of the pinhole, but it doesn't have much of an impact. He quickly activated the flamethrower, and blue flames instantly surrounded the red bugs. After flipping a few times, it suddenly exploded. Jiang Yuan had long been used to the strangeness, and quickly covered her nose. Dr. Luo and others didn't know about this. I smelled the stench, and quickly covered it up. The crisis was over, and the assistant opened the door. In fact, he wanted to disperse the smell, but unexpectedly the 2 people from before quickly came over. How's it going? How is my brother? It's okay. I'll just give him a simple bandage later. Dr. Luo's words are calm and very reassuring. But why did he close his eyes? The big man was still a little scared and asked quickly. It'll be fine once the anesthetic wears off. Don't worry. Yes. Yes. Look at my brain. Please. Please. Afterwards, he just nodded and bowed. There is no need for Dr. Luo to do the bandaging. Several people went over to see Sister Wu again. She was not anesthetized and had been listening inside. This kind of prefabricated house has particularly poor sound insulation. Sister Yuan, how's it going? Yi Mianyan hurried to her side. She and Fan Qing were accompanying Sister Wu, and the rest were men, so it was not convenient. In fact, I had already heard the noise outside and just wanted to make sure. It's solved. Now it's being bandaged. Sure enough, when she said this, Sister Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Professor Jiang, please save me. My child is too young to live without a mother. Everyone in the family is gone. If I go too, how will he survive? As he said this, he pulled Jiang Yuan's sleeves tightly, tears streaming down his face. Sister, don't worry. We will do our best. Yuan, come here and persuade her. Good. Jiang Yuan brought the person here, so he must be responsible. Sister Wu, don't be like this. Control your emotions. Otherwise, no one else can help you. The one on her body is obviously not that big and the color is not that dark. In terms of time, it will definitely be a little later. Ms. Wu. Right? The bug on your body won't attack so quickly. Can you cooperate with us to study it? Chapter 432 Sister Wu refuses to cooperate. Jiang Yuan pushed his eyes. He had just come over to ask Dr. Luo. If they study medicine, they will definitely have some ideas. What do you mean? Don't you help me get rid of the bugs? After saying that, Sister Wu looked around in panic. He went over and held Jiang Yuan's hand again. Her whole body was on the verge of collapse. Yuan, please save me and tell them that I need an operation. I can't do any damage to my child. I really don't dare. Seeing her like this, Jiang Yuan quickly went to comfort her. Logically speaking, Sister Wu is more suitable for research. If there is any major discovery, it may not be able to fundamentally solve the problem. But if she doesn't want to do it, the others can't force it. Okay. Don't worry. I'll tell them. Jiang Yuan comforted her and looked at Dr. Luo and Jiang Yuan with embarrassed expressions. Others don't know. But she still knows. If she died, it would be unbearable for her children to be alone. In addition, the external environment is still so difficult. She couldn't afford it. And she didn't dare to gamble. Those two people also understood that this kind of thing was voluntary. It is reasonable for people not to want to. Okay then. Get ready, and let's take out the bugs as soon as possible. Hearing this, she was relieved. The bugs on Sister Wu's body are a little less difficult. Jiang Yuan prepared an iron box before starting. The kind made of very thick cast iron welded together. It is different from ordinary iron packaging boxes. Seeing him putting this next to him, Song Yi frowned. Do you think this can keep that bug away? You always have to give it a try. Just in case. He smiled bitterly, feeling a little sad. I originally wanted to find another one made of other materials, so that I could put one inside the other. But I was afraid that it would take too long and something would go wrong. So, I just took this one and hope it works. With the experience just now, everyone's situation will be better. I didn't go to the health room. I just solved it directly in the laboratory. Dr. Luo was still the surgeon. According to the situation just now, he directly used a needle dipped in alcohol to control the insects. Last time, even after the needle was inserted, the insects were so noisy that they could not escape the control of the needle. It's not like there's no progress at all. They're afraid of alcohol. But it's a real thing. Without saying anything more, he started to get busy. Obviously, Sister Wu's situation is much better. After the insect was stung, it didn't make much fuss. It looked like it was exhausted. Dr. Luo didn't dare to delay. So he dug directly into the flesh and picked out the worms. When it was thrown into the iron box, the insect was already dying and could not move. You carry the patient in and bandage it. His teacher, Sister Wu's anesthetic is not worn off yet. And she has no reaction now. But she is still awake. Probably because she is too scared. The rest of the people gathered together. Could it be that it's really the effect of alcohol? Yi Mianyan asked confusedly. And the others didn't respond. Bring the alcohol. Jiang Yuan whispered. As if he was afraid of waking up a bug. Why? The The little assistant quickly went to the side and brought over half a bottle of medical alcohol. Professor. He was also very scared when he held it in his hand. Song-yi. Let's try it out. No problem. The man agreed, took the ignition gun in his hand, and got ready. This was because he was afraid of not succeeding and irritating the little thing. If the two of them cooperate, they will at least occupy one end. Jiang Yuan. Go to the back. Good. She didn't dare to delay. So she pulled Yi Mianyan and retreated to the wall. Only Song-yi, Jiang Yuan and Battalion Commander Xie were left there. From her position, she could completely see what was going on inside the basin. Jiang Yuan took a deep breath, then opened the alcohol bottle and poured it over the bug. The next second, the sound of sasha sounded. As expected, the insect came back to life, writhing restlessly, all kinds of ejaculation. But surrounded by alcohol, the small distance is definitely useless. Then, its body began to turn darker. It was as if it had been corroded by something, followed closely by a fishy smell. Jiang Yuan felt something was wrong and quickly called Song-yi. He didn't ask any questions and just clicked. The bug exploded almost immediately, and there was a lot of pink sticky substance, which drowned the black just now. In other words, it has been neutralized and cannot be seen anymore. But the bottom edge still feels that way. Professor Jiang, have you discovered anything? After making sure that there were no more questions, Battalion Commander Xie asked. Well, just now, the bug turned black. Did you see it? Saw it. Saw it. Everyone is watching. And naturally they will not miss this change. What did you think of? Now, Yi is also curious. I feel like they do react with alcohol. Moreover, it turned black, as if it were poisonous. So, could alcohol be the nemesis of these bugs? Jiang Yuan put forward his own opinion, and everyone was nervous. Whether it is or is not requires further verification. As for the poisonous situation, you should also be careful. There was obviously a pungent smell just now. I was worried that the smell was harmful to the human body, so I asked you to light it on fire. Speaking of which, I didn't forget to explain it to Song-yi. The other party also nodded indifferently. In this situation, everything is hard to say. Just now, I heard a rustling sound, as if something was corroded. But alcohol is not a disinfectant. Why is this? Jiang Yuan raised her own question. Generally speaking, this alcohol is a good thing. It can be disinfected and kill some bacteria. But they are all invisible and intangible. And small ones are fatal. For this kind of bug, or the human body, it is a good thing for cleaning. Even if there really is some substance on it that can react with alcohol. There are too many related things, such as liquor, or it may be a certain substance in alcohol. A lot of experiments must be carried out now. Otherwise no one can guarantee anything. This estimate needs further verification. We just don't have the experimental original body now. Jiang Yuan sighed. This insect is not so easy to catch. Today was considered an accident, and 2 carriers were eliminated. However, when there are bugs later, there may not be such an opportunity. By the way, have you noticed that this bug didn't get out? Chapter 433 Chapter 433 Temporary Rescue Team. In fact, no need for Yi Mianyan to say. Other people also discovered this problem. I think it may be because the bug itself was relatively weak when it came out. When it was struggling just now, there wasn't much movement, which was far worse than the previous one. Jiang Yuan explained to her that he was a rigorous person to begin with. This kind of thing cannot be done carelessly. Therefore, it is absolutely not possible to make a decision at once. Even under such insufficient conditions, the rest of the people also knew the specific situation and did not continue the topic. Okay, everyone, let's go back. If you encounter a similar situation in the future, you must notify us early. This time it was Jiang Yuan and the other 3 girls who discovered it in the most timely manner. I will tell the leader and give special praise. Well, actually, praise or something like that doesn't mean much. Battalion Commander Xie. It's okay. We're doing it for our own good. With this thing around, it is more or less a threat. So we should appeal to everyone quickly. I always feel that this matter is not unique. As soon as this was said, everyone fell silent. They are most aware of these potential harms. I have witnessed it so many times that it is impossible to ignore it. Jiang Yuan went in and took a look at Sister Wu. She was still asleep. So she left with Yi Mianyan and Fan Qing. Song-yi and Battalion Commander Xie should have something to discuss. Several people still have to go to the dining room, so they can't delay their work. When she came back, Chinyu left some food for her and looked concerned. Mom, it's still the same bug. You go there later. Take a few days off. And stay at home with the kids. When she said this, everyone who could understand knew what was going on. It's so unsafe outside now. Jiang Yuan must be worried. She still has to enter the space if she can. Yi Mianmian looked at her, didn't say anything, and continued to eat. In the afternoon, things weren't particularly good. The base had begun emergency combat readiness, and it was the first time she heard the sound of a loudspeaker. The content is pretty much as expected. It is to make everyone wary of acne, especially red acne. Now, it's official. In the evening, everyone who came over for dinner was discussing this matter without exception. It's a matter of life and death. No one dares to be careless. Sister Yuan, has this matter reached a point where it is beyond your control? Yi Mianmian came over nervously, with a fearful expression the whole time. Don't talk nonsense. This is not about rescuing 3 people. Old Ding, little man and sister Wu are all fine. But, I just heard them say that after getting the notice, several more people passed by, but I missed it at the health room. As she spoke, she looked at Jiang Yuan's expression. Now, I just can't figure out if any of them have this. What if she has it too? Really? Obviously. She also takes this matter very seriously. Really? I heard them say they have noses and eyes. Jiang Yuan took a breath. It seemed that everything before was just a fluke. Then it's probably more serious. The bugs are about to mature. If it is smaller, it does not have such tenacious vitality. As you can see. Yi Mianmian nodded. And at the same time, several people in the kitchen were eavesdropping. They always go out and know the people in the laboratory. So what they say is always more reliable. Just in time, Jiang Yuan and others came over, accompanied by Song Yi and Battalion Commander Xie. These 3 people also had sad faces. The difficulty of the matter is naturally self-evident. Yuan, how are you doing here? When Song Yi came over, he came directly to her side. Under special circumstances, they are all worried about each other. It's okay. You guys are hungry. I'll give you some food. In fact, the people in the restaurant didn't eat either. There are several other people, all of whom have relatively few positions. Now Jiang Xingji is no longer at work, and the place is completely controlled by Battalion Commander Xie's people. He was in the space, just in time to pack up the remaining things. Yi Mianmian and Fan Qing also brought their own meals. Eat with them and get some news. Yuan, you guys don't come to work tomorrow. We have set up a temporary rescue team. Go over and help. It was Jiang Yuan who spoke, and his thoughts were simple. It's also very dangerous in the dining room, and there's a lot of traffic. If you go there, do something simple. When the patient actually arrives, if he doesn't come forward, he will be safe in other houses. I can do it. Mian, Qing. What about you? She didn't want to make decisions for others, so she asked anyway. Sister Yuan, I'm coming with you. Me too. The 2 girls had no objections to this, and were willing to follow. Song Yi also agreed. Jiang Yuan told him about this before coming over. Are there many people in this situation? Otherwise, why would we send people over temporarily? Fortunately, it's all within a controllable range. If we pay more attention now, the situation will be much better later. Jiang Yuan sighed, his eyes a little tired. Song Yi sat opposite her and looked at Jiang Yuan with eyes full of flowers. It's okay. Don't worry. Everyone had discovered this before, but they didn't take it seriously. Now that it's been broadcast, everyone knows what's going on. And if there is a problem, they all come over. Yes, those who can survive to this day naturally cherish their lives. It didn't matter if I didn't know before. But now if there is any trouble, I will run to it. Even if you really have an acne, and it has nothing to do with bugs. You will go there and ask questions. When they went to work the next day, they encountered this problem. Jiang Yuan put a few people at the door. When people came over, he would greet them and check on the specific situation. It's quite relaxing and not dangerous. After all, when the bugs mature, those people won't be able to get through. Occasionally, there are about 10 people a day. I came here today and failed too. But the rest were fine. There was not enough space in the clinic. After a simple bandage, he was observed and allowed to go back to rest. Sister Wu and the others also went back. It's been a long time. but they still found nothing from the insects. All I know is that I am still a little afraid of alcohol. When we come back in the evening, the family can simply reunite. Jiang Yuan was also very tired, but she still chose to go to space first. I took a shower and thoroughly disinfected before I dared to touch the two children. Qin Yu was also very worried, with a sad look on her face. Yuan, look at it. Is it going to rain today? Chapter 434. The situation is serious. After listening to Jiang Xingyi's words, she quickly went to the window to check. It's indeed a bit dark, but with this temperature, it won't necessarily rain or snow. It seems like it's going to rain suddenly. It feels like it's been a long time coming. It was time for heavy rainstorms before, even though it had only been more than half a year. But I have experienced so many things in the meantime, and it feels like a long time has passed. Maybe it's a good thing. A spring rain and a warm weather. Even if it rains, there is no guarantee that it will be warm later. Qin Yu said something next to her, and Jiang Yuan listened. If it were true, it would be a lot better. Okay, go to bed quickly. My daughter will be busy tomorrow. Well, parents, you should go to bed quickly. After calling the two children, Jiang Yuan went back to the house. Jingjing is very obedient, teaching Xiaowan to take off her clothes and laying a quilt for her. Jiang Yuan took out 2 compressed milk tablets from the space and gave them to them. In the middle of the night, it started to rain. She was in a dazed sleep, but she still heard movement. When I got up the next day, I looked out the window and saw that the ground was already wet. The rain also stopped. It's not that big. It's really like Chunyu. However, this time it already belongs to the category of summer. She had a hunch that the weather might really get warmer. Daughter, please wear one more piece of clothing. It's going to be cold when it rains. Don't catch a cold. Qin Yu warned her, and she repeatedly agreed that it would be troublesome to be sick now. Add in the problem of bugs, and it becomes even more troublesome. She went to the dining room to eat first, and then she went to work. Qin Yu and Jiang Xingji didn't have to go to work, so they went back directly. There aren't many people living in the living area, so we're not allowed to move any more these 2 days. So it's quite leisurely. If it were a dormitory, it would be too dangerous. Yi Mianmian followed her and Fan Qing, and they went to the clinic. It rained today, and no one came over in the morning, so everyone was quite happy. If there are no patients, that means everything is fine. Bug acne is only an isolated case, and does not affect the overall condition. Jiang Yuan is also very busy. He said that although there are no research results on those bugs, 3 days passed like this, and people would come here sporadically. After the weather cleared up, it was indeed warm. At least it was above freezing. Jiang Yuan also told Song Yi that everything seemed to be over soon. When I was about to get off work that day, the sky became cloudy again. 1.5 thunders could even be heard. It's okay. Just go back first. If it doesn't rain too much tomorrow, then come back. If it rains heavily, stay and rest. The reason why Dr. Luo said this is because they are really not busy recently, and they can do it by themselves. Moreover, as my techniques become more and more proficient, my confidence becomes much higher. Okay, that's just right. If it rains, I'll take a day off. Song Yi also echoed that they were busy these days, and had no time to spend time alone with Jiang Yuan. You? Dr. Luo smiled and shook his head, also happy to see the result. Sure enough, it started to rain as soon as we got home. She brought back 2 portions of the restaurant's food to her parents. Today is spicy and sour cabbage and steamed flour rolls, which is a good meal, plus a bowl of white porridge for each person. As soon as we arrived, it started to rain outside. The faint sound of thunder is just like the feeling of spring on the ground. If it rains again this time, it will probably be warmer. Yeah, things will probably get better these days. Qin Yu and Jiang Xingji talked about each other, enjoying the future. Tell me, will it get hot again? Like last year? What are you talking about? Dad was a little impatient and rolled his eyes at Mom. I just said casually, why are you so anxious? Jiang Yuan saw this and hurried over to dissuade her. Now is not a good time to argue. After dinner, there was no entertainment, so we went back to sleep. Although the rain outside is thin, it is very dense. It's much stronger and bigger than last time. After coaxing the 2 children, she quickly went to bed. If it doesn't stop tomorrow, I'll go to the space and stay for a while. Click. In the middle of the night, Jiang Yuan was awakened by a thunder. She quickly sat up straight and looked out the window involuntarily. The two children also moved, but they did not open their eyes. She quickly went to the window to check. There was lightning in the distance, and she could see it clearly from here. Immediately afterwards, there was another roar. It seems that the rain is really heavy. There was nothing unusual outside, so she went back to sleep. Early the next morning, I was woken up by a burst of noise. The living area here is from the previous building, and the soundproofing and other such things are not good. She quickly got up, put on her clothes, and went out. Mom and Dad. What's going on? Obviously, the two of them had just gotten up. I don't know. I'll go out and take a look. Jiang Yuan was a little worried. Before she could say anything to stop him, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Yuan. It's me. Song Yi. Hearing his voice, Jiang Xingji hurried over and opened the door. Xiao Song. Come in and talk. What happened? She was also anxious and asked quickly. This small living room is still very crowded for a few of them. Jiang Yuan. Check quickly. There are insects suddenly appearing in a house down here. I just went down. It has been eliminated, but the people in her family are not in good condition. They are all covered with it and have now gone to the health room. I'm here to tell you. Check it out. It can't be disinfected. Wait at home and never go out. Song Yi didn't stop at all, just because he was afraid of wasting time. It seems that the situation over there is serious. I won't go there. Is that okay? Okay. Self-preservation is the most important thing. I'll leave first. With that said, he walked out the door. Qin Yu and Jiang Xingji were both a little nervous. Daughter, you are so awesome again. It's out yet. Could it be that it wasn't discovered before? It's impossible. Look at Lao Ding. It's so itchy. There's absolutely no way he didn't notice it. Dad is right. Everyone, as long as they fall into the trap, there will be a reaction in the early stage. Not all at once. Bugs? Not that fast either. This person was suddenly crawled out by insects, which proved that it was not just a day and a half. Maybe I hid it deliberately because I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to save him. If so, it would be terrible. If it is not eliminated, the people closest to you will be the first to suffer. Dad, we don't have many people living here, and the downstairs is only the first and second floors. Do you know anyone who doesn't? After all, he worked here before, so he should have some impression of it. I can't remember clearly. Apart from us, there must have been 6 families who came here. Chapter 435, How to Avoid Bugs. Speaking, Jiang Xingji shook his head. After Lao Ding's accident that day, I didn't go to work for long. They heard about things here, that many people did not move here according to the fixed time. Jiang Yuan also knew these things. It seems that it is impossible to get information from Dad. I'm going to wake up the 2 children. Dad and Mom, you also need to go back to the house and check. Make sure nothing goes wrong. And then let's clean up the whole house. Okay. Go quickly. My daughter. Qin Yu said and started to get busy. In addition, you also need to get some disinfectant and other things. Especially alcohol. I stocked up a lot at that time, and it comes in handy now. She had told her parents about this before, and they also knew the effects of alcohol. In addition, Jiang Yuan also brought out a bottle of liquor. After everything was tidied up for a while, Yi Mian came over. Such a strong smell of alcohol? Yeah. I don't know what the situation is now. Mian, you should go back and spray some. With that said, he gave her the bottle of liquor. Yi Mian knew that she had a lot of stock, and now was not the time to be polite. So she took it immediately. Jiang Yuan was fine and sent her parents and 2 children directly into space. Then, he went back with her. This one-room house is easier to clean, and the 2 of them can clean it very quickly. Just after cleaning up, Kai Yang and Fan Qing also opened the door. Sister Yuan, why are you here? Help Mian clean up. You have also heard about what happened downstairs. Check it out quickly. Don't have any problems. I heard it's on the 1st floor. I won't tell you, so I have to go over and help. Ching, if you don't go out today, check the inside of your home. Pay more attention to your own safety. And if you are unsure about something, ask Sister Yuan and the others. Don't worry. I'm fine. Just pay more attention. Good. The 2 of them were thinking about each other, which was a good feeling. Ching, there is still half a bottle of wine here, which my dad kept to warm himself up. Let's clean it up with you. She said this and made the source clear. This situation is better than letting people take the initiative to ask. Sister Yuan, it's too much trouble. How can I let you help me work? Fan Qing was a little embarrassed, but Yin 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 waved her hand and said it was no problem. After the two came in, they started to help. With 3 girls together, gossip was inevitable. Qing, did Kai Yang tell you which building and household it is in? I didn't say anything specific. Anyway, it's on the 1st floor. A family of 3. A couple and an old man. The old man died, and I don't know the rest. The 2 couples seem to have it on their bodies. So they sent Brother Song and the others to the clinic. They didn't know what the situation was like. It seems that there is no fixed news on this matter. Okay, let's clean it up quickly. I'll go over and take a look later. Sister Yuan, don't go. It's still raining. I can't help you much if I go there. If I get wet, I might catch a cold. So it's not worth it. Yes, Sister Yuan, don't go. We are all at home, and the situation must be better. Both girls know how to avoid risks. Of course she also knew, but she was a little worried about Song Yi. What if there is any danger? Sister Yuan, let's just wait. It will definitely be fine. Yin 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 saw her worry and quickly comforted her. Okay, forget it then. Song Yi is not stupid, and with his agility, he will definitely avoid risks. Once she has passed, he might have to take care of her, and then the gain will outweigh the loss. Jiang Yuan was still worried, but didn't say anything. From here, you can't see what's going on in the office. She simply went into the space. Jiang Xingji had almost packed everything. I am also very happy to see her back. Yuan, it's not peaceful outside now. If it doesn't work, don't go out again. Let's hide here for a few days before we talk. Hearing this, she nodded. I don't want my dad to worry, but I can't help but pay attention to the situation outside. Qingyu brought 2 small baskets over and asked her to take the children to pick vegetables. Now, many vegetables are ripe. They are the kind of people who can never finish their food. There are only 5 of them. Plus they will eat out a few times. The vegetables here are piled up and ripe. At night, Song Yi never came back. She was a little anxious and went out of the space. The door next door was always locked and showed no signs of being moved. She had no choice but to go to Yi Minyan's place to have a look. As soon as I opened the door, I heard movement underneath. Are you back? Yi Minyan asked quietly, obviously worried. Sure enough, Song Yi came back, along with Zhang Taiyu and Kai Yang. The 3 of them met the 2 of them when they arrived at the entrance of the corridor. Yuan, you guys haven't slept yet? He reached her in 2 or 3 steps. His eyes filled with heat. If you don't come back, we won't be worried. Let's go to my room and talk. Right in front of you is Zhang Taiju. He opened the door directly, and everyone went in. Song Yi has never been next to Jiang Yuan, and they all have a faint smell of disinfectant. It should be specially prepared for the staff when leaving there. This house is also a 1-bedroom house with limited space. Everyone could only sit on the bed. Fortunately, Zhang Taiju didn't care much about these things. Kaiyang returned and called Fan Qing over. Now is the group time, and everyone should come and listen. Yuan, the situation outside is very bad. And I don't know why, but many people have been infected. Moreover, it is a very powerful one. Today, many people died. When he said this, Jiang Yuan's scalp went numb. Where are those bugs? How are they doing now? Most of them were wiped out. What do you mean? Most of it? A not very good concept has penetrated deeply into people's hearts. Everyone here has seen the power of those bugs. If a few of them get away, the remaining people will be in danger. Hearing this, Song Yi sighed lightly. If those bugs fall into the puddle, they won't be able to use fire. You mean, because it's raining outside? These bugs are hiding directly in the water? Song Yi nodded, expressing his acquiescence. Kaiyang, what are you doing? Suddenly, Yi Minyan said something. The rest of the people were attracted. It's okay. It's been a long time since I took a shower. My back is a little scratchy and I can't reach it. So, he was trying every possible way to scratch the itch just now. However, everyone else in the room changed their colors. Why are you looking at me like that? I just haven't showered for a long time. And that's not the case. Chapter 436 2 Pimples on the Back. He looked indifferent, and even felt that these people were a little out of control. However, everyone looked at him with serious expressions on their faces. No, don't I still know what my situation is like? Don't look at me like that. I won't be itchy now. Zhang Kaiyang looked indifferent. His eyes were filled with innocence. Kyong. It's better to be careful about this kind of thing. Song Yi frowned, really not daring to take it seriously. Although it was because he hadn't taken a shower for a long time. He couldn't see it on his back. Okay, brother Song. Then I will take off my clothes, and you can take a look. Well, lesbians. Please avoid it. As he spoke, he also joked. Jiang Yuan turned around immediately after hearing what he said. Yi Mianmian did the same, and followed suit by doing the same thing. As for Fan Qing, that doesn't matter. There is nothing about him that others have not seen before. The rustling sound of undressing was particularly obvious in the quiet air. Kyong. You? Zhang Tieju's voice was obviously a little unacceptable. What's wrong? Is it too dirty, and you can't stand it anymore? There is nothing to dislike about a grown man. Really? Kyong was still a little speechless, and just wanted to put on his clothes. Don't move. Song Yi's voice was so loud that Jiang Yuan felt something was wrong. Now, I didn't care about that much anymore. So I turned around directly. Kyong froze on the spot, wearing half of his clothes. On my back, there were 2 red pimples. Just as he was about to say something, Song Yi reached out and interrupted. Then, a person silently stepped forward. The rest of the people began to hold their breath and concentrate, not daring to speak loudly. The situation is not good. Send him to the clinic immediately. Jiang Yuan also saw it. The pimple was very big, and she moved very quickly. The color is already very dark and could burst at any moment. No. Is that really what's behind me? Don't make such a joke with me. Although he said he didn't believe it, his body was honest, and even his expression changed. Kyong. Stop talking and put on your clothes quickly. Let's go to the health room. Fan Qing's tears had already flowed out, and she quickly helped him pack his things. This time, he believed it, but he couldn't accept it at all. Brother Song, I don't want to die. Dr. Luo can save me. Right? Well, don't be impatient. That insect looks like it's almost mature. So hurry up. Now you can just walk over by yourself. Zhang Taizhu has already run to report the news. The situation during the day is quite special, such as multiple acnes appearing on the body. There is someone on duty at the health room. Now that it has passed, it will not be in vain. In addition, I need to inform Jiang Yuan that he is also living in a temporary dormitory there, which is very convenient. Several people walked over there in a hurry. When passing by the door, Song Yi went over to say hello. Nowadays, the inspections are stricter, and all entrances and exits need to be checked at all levels. As soon as it was mentioned that it was an insect, they always got out of the way as soon as possible. They even arranged for 2 people to follow him, just in case something happened. There are not too many people here in the living area, but there are only about 1 guard over there in the dormitory. Sister Yuan, if I die, you must help me take care of Qingqing. What nonsense are you talking about? We have never experienced big storms. How could we die so easily? You're fine. It'll pass in a while. Cooperate well with the doctor, and you'll be fine. Hearing this, Fan Qing also came over to talk to him. If you die, I will find someone to marry tomorrow. So many people are fine. Why are they so clumsy? Seeing that his girlfriend was angry, he quickly begged for mercy. Okay. I won't say it anymore. Isn't it okay if I don't say it anymore? Let's go! Song Yi shouted from the front, and the door opened. Several people did not dare to delay and hurried out. There are now some street lights on the middle road to the laboratory. The distance is quite large, but there is no problem in seeing the road clearly. I just did it temporarily because I was afraid of getting into trouble at night. When we got there, Dr. Luo was waiting at the door. He had met Zhang Kyong and knew that he had a good relationship with Song Yi and others. Now that I have encountered this problem, I naturally need to pay more attention to it. Quick! Get in the house. Without saying a word, he came up and started doing it. Jiang Yuan also ran over with Zhang Taizhu and put on a white coat. Kyong, how's it going? Jiang Yuan was at the door, so she naturally talked to him. It's ready. Go and help. Good. Fan Qing was also scared, but for fear of delaying things, he asked Yi Mianmian to wait outside. She herself went in. Now I have 2 acnes, but I don't know the details. I took the ignition gun and was right next to me. Without delaying any light, I could take action in time at the critical moment. Zhang Kyong was lying on his stomach. Jiang Yuan and Dr. Luo each took a knife and signaled to each other before starting the operation. That insect is indeed very flexible, tossing and turning, as if rolling inside. Zhang Qiang was biting a stick, and the situation was not particularly good. Sure, let's go up. Unexpectedly, after using the alcohol injection just now, those two bugs actually looked like crazy. He broke free from the restraints and bravely went up. This is the distance from the back to the brain, which is not far. Moreover, when passing by the wound, Guyong actually skipped it, because on the back, there is no way to fix the rope and stop the blood circulation. This thing is really like becoming a spirit. Song Yi watched from the side and quickly picked up his dagger and made a slash above the insect's progress. Bear with me. As he spoke, he sprinkled the alcohol on the wound. Woo-woo. He opened his mouth and let out two indistinct screams, as if he was being tortured. Immediately afterwards, there was a second blow. This time it was alcohol poured by Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan felt extremely painful as she looked at it. This anesthetic is strong. Come up quickly. The bug has stopped moving. What should we do now? These two bugs are obviously much smarter. If there is alcohol in front of you, you will not pass. After a moment of pause, his head actually appeared. The color is already bright red. If he hadn't discovered it today, he would have been informed tomorrow morning at the latest. Look! It's coming out. As soon as Song Yi stretched out his hand, everyone held their breath and concentrated, not daring to speak loudly. The insect tested it twice to make sure it was nothing. But the whole thing actually came out. Both. The weirdest thing is that they actually started to crawl together, and it felt like they were about to join. Get out of the way! Song Yi shouted, and Jiang Yuan on the other side dodged directly. The two bugs were just bounced to the ground by him. Song Yi leaned on the bed with one hand and jumped over. The two assistants both held strong flashlights in their hands. After coming here, I kept facing those bugs. Song Yi quickly started the ignition gun and eliminated one of them. The other one, as if it had foreseen the danger, actually headed in the direction of the assistant. Chapter 437: The Connection Between Insects. Be careful. Song Yi was right opposite him and shouted quickly. The speed of the insect was extremely fast, and it was obviously no different from a mature one. The little assistant was also scared and quickly stepped back. Behind this was where Jiang Yuan was staying. She was always ready to take 2 steps forward and pull the person away, aiming at the bugs on the ground. He started the ignition gun. Blue flames spurted out, and the insect began to roll instantly. Song Yi has finished the battle and has come to reinforce. Fortunately, everything is settled. It's so dangerous. Thanks to you and Yuan just now. Jiang Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. There were too many accidents during the day. There is no staff member in their health room. Comrade Jiang Yuan. Thank you. The little assistant just now bowed to her 90 degrees. It's okay. Don't be like this. We should help each other. Even though he said this, the other party was still very grateful. His colleague died because a bug took advantage of him. Several people went over to check Kai Yang's condition. The anesthetic had not worn off yet, and he fell into a drowsy sleep. Then go back first. There are people guarding here, and it won't be a problem. Dr. Luo spoke, and the others had no objections. After all, they also have to take a break. Such high-intensity work is naturally tiring. Dr. Luo, can I stay with him here? Fan Qing didn't want to go back. He wanted to stay. Okay. Then you can stay inside. There happens to be an empty bed, so you can lie down for a while. Okay. Thank you, Doctor. Sister Yuan. Then you can go back. I'm troubling you today. She thanked her very sincerely. If it weren't for Jiang Yuan and Song Yi, Taiyang probably would have confessed today. Okay. If you have anything, just tell Dr. Luo. Well, don't worry. Sister Yuan, after experiencing so much, she has grown up long ago. Several people quickly disinfected and then went back. It's almost 11 o'clock now, and this delay will be in the middle of the night. Song Yi is fine. He won't be tired. He is just afraid that Jiang Yuan won't be able to keep an eye on him. On the way, he carefully held her hand. The two walked behind, and no one saw them. In other words, Zhang Taiju wanted to have some alone time with Yin Yin. Jiang Yuan did not refuse and held him back. The man was very happy and instantly felt that the whole world became brighter. When we got to the living area, we had to carry out a series of killings because the bugs were the problem. Everyone is very cooperative. This is also related to our own safety and cannot be taken lightly. Song Yi said Jiang Yuan to the door, but still said goodbye reluctantly. Tomorrow, Let's all go over and help. And we can also see how Kaiyang is doing. Okay. Then you go to bed early, and I'll come and call you tomorrow morning. Good. Just as Jian Yuan was about to close the door, Song Yi actually held it down again. Is there anything else? The other party pursed his lips, and his eyes were drawn. No. Go to sleep. After saying that, he let go of his hand. Jian Yuan was speechless. She didn't expect this person to have such an awkward temperament. I really need to go to bed quickly. I will probably be busy tomorrow. Early the next morning, she told Kaiyang about it. My parents were quite disappointed that they themselves also had this problem. Yuan, did this kid Kaiyang provoke these things over at Yuban Lake? No one can say for sure right now, but there is certainly a possibility of that. But many people have never been there and have similar symptoms. Moreover, there are 2 in him, and all those he encountered before are 1. Jian Yuan was also puzzled. What on earth is going on? Moreover, it was obvious that the bugs on his body were more powerful and faster. Is it because they are closer to adults? Or is there some other reason? I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. I'm just worried that you've been there too, as well as Nian and the others. It would be terrible if we really encountered him there. If you go in early, it's like hiding in a flower bud. Then your father, me, and our 2 children are all very dangerous. The more Qin you analyzed, the more scared he became. Yeah, if that's really the case, then we probably won't be safe. Zhang Kaiyang was also itchy at first, but he thought it was because he hadn't showered for a long time, and that delayed him. Dad, Mom, we have to learn a lesson. Well, don't worry, my daughter. You won't make fun of your own life. The weather has gotten a lot warmer in the past 2 days, and the rain is pouring down. It will probably be even warmer when it stops. You said, the sudden seriousness of the bugs. Could it be related to the temperature? After what Jiang Xingyi said, she really had some ideas. Moreover, Song Yi said before that bugs hide in puddles to avoid fire. However, when they went over just now, they didn't see any insects on the ground. What happened to Kaiyang happened so suddenly that I didn't even ask him properly. Wait, she had to find out quickly. Mom and Dad, while you are here, I will go out first. Go to the restaurant with them for dinner later, and then go to the health room. You have to be more careful. Take this. With that said, Qin Yu gave her a small bottle of alcohol spray. At a critical moment, it may really save lives. As soon as she went out, Song Yi came out too. Seeing Jian Yuan, she smiled knowingly. Let's go and wake them both up. Good. Once everyone is packed up, we'll start setting off. Song Yi, what happened to the bugs you mentioned yesterday hiding in the puddles? Hearing this, he didn't dare to delay and quickly explained. Those bugs will attack people at first, and then start to go outside. There were too many people yesterday, and many of them look like Kaiyang. I have quite a few pimples on my body. What? Not only Jiang Yuan, but Yin Yin was also surprised. I originally thought that Kaiyang's situation was special enough. Unexpectedly, this is not the first case. No wonder Dr. Luo and the others didn't talk about this matter yesterday. He also divided the work with Jian Yuan very naturally. So that's it. Well, that's it. One person even had 9 pimples on his body at the same time. Oh my god. How can we deal with it? At first, I wanted to deal with it one by one. But there seems to be some connection between those acnes. Something happened to one of them, and the rest started to get restless. They may even choose an extreme way to break away. Then doesn't this person have little hope? Jian Yuan looked at him, not daring to miss a single expression. Well, no. That bug also killed 2 other people. One of them is from the health room. Now you understand why the little assistant yesterday thanked you so much. Chapter 438 Intensifying. Listening to his words, Jian Yuan immediately grasped the key point. What you mean is that bugs on the same host body will have some kind of connection between them. As long as there is a problem with one of them, the rest of the bugs will realize the danger? Yes. That's why Jian Yuan and Dr. Luo did it at the same time yesterday. So that's it. It seems that too many things really happened yesterday. Song Yi, let's not go to dinner. Let's go see Kaiyang first. I always feel a little uncomfortable inside. Jian Yuan's eyes were dark, and she didn't look like she was joking. The other 3 people also had no objections. I had thought about going over to eat first and bringing breakfast to Fan Qing and the others. Now, it can be a bit like that. When I arrived at the health room, I found a long queue at the door. Why are there so many people? Jiang Yuan was a little confused. This was morning. Go over and have a look. After Song Yi finished speaking, he took the lead in passing, and Zhang Taiju followed closely. Jiang Yuan and Yi Mianmian each held an umbrella and did not dare to get too close to this group of people. If something like yesterday happened, everyone would be in danger. Doctor, you must save me. It was fine yesterday, but when I woke up early this morning, I found several pimples on my body. I don't want to die yet. Please help me. With that said, an older man knelt down. Dr. Luo quickly helped the person up and comforted him repeatedly. Don't worry. Everyone, come one by one. We will do our best to treat everyone. We also ask everyone to actively cooperate to reduce the waste of time and leave the hope of life to those behind. To say this is to target everyone. Jiang Yuan and Yi Mianmian looked at each other. And now she wanted to go over and help. Mianmian, why don't you go there first? Sister Yuan, I'm coming with you. Good. She wanted to advance and retreat together with Jiang Yuan. And Zhang Taiyu was still inside. The two closed their umbrellas and went directly into the house. I had work experience in the first 2 days, so I started to help everyone check the specific situation. For surgeries inside, only one person can enter at a time. But the waiting room outside can accommodate several more. They can also shorten the time by clarifying the situation in advance. Jiang Yuan went over, took the white coat over and started disinfecting it. Then I put it on, and it immediately felt like that. Don't worry. Everyone, come one by one. In fact, as soon as they moved the table, several people came over. It was naturally difficult for the two girls to convince those people because they were all doing it for a living. Stop arguing. Can you afford it if it affects the rescue of people inside? If it's not quiet, then don't register anyone. Jiang Yuan knew that human nature was like this. So she said this with a cold face. Sure enough, it immediately became quiet here. Comrade, we are not noisy. Please register us quickly. Good. She was trying to scare these people. So how could she do nothing? The goal has been achieved. So it is natural to get busy. After registering the basic information, it's time to look at the acne on the person's body. Take off your clothes. Take off your clothes. This isn't good. The other person was a man. Obviously a little embarrassed. Don't be shy. We need to check to see how many pimples you have on your body and what extent they have reached. Please cooperate. This is what doctors are like. There is no distinction between men and women. Although they only come to help temporarily, they still have to do their best. All right. The man was squirming, but he finally took off his clothes. Naked. After registering, you can wait nearby. After collecting information about 5 people, we stopped. There are too many people, and it's not good to be in the waiting area. Get out of the way. There was a sudden sound inside. It should be that the bugs came out and were not eliminated. Thinking of what happened to that person just now, she also took a breath, quickly stood up from the chair. The other 5 people were also scared. Doctor, will the bug escape? Yi Mianmian was behind, and Jiang Yuan had already picked up the musket and prepared it at the door inside. Normally nothing happens. Look, the doors are closed. As long as you don't get out of the door, there's no problem. This door is sprayed with alcohol several times a day to prevent this. However, Jiang Yuan did not dare to be careless. Song Yi was still inside and didn't go to see Kai Yang. He didn't know what the situation was. Suddenly, I felt that the whole thing had become particularly difficult, as if it had reached an uncontrollable point. It was noisy inside for a long time, and the sound gradually became quieter. Soon, there was a woman's wail. Why don't you save him? Why can others live? Obviously, this person is gone, and it should be the family members who are speaking. There were so many people just now, so I didn't pay attention to who was coming in. Please have your condolences. We have tried our best. There are too many bugs on his body, and there is nothing that can be done about it. It was Dr. Luo's voice, showing a hint of exhaustion. Sister Yuan, Yi Mianmian also felt a little uncomfortable, but she didn't sympathize with that person. She just felt that it was not good for this person to cause trouble. In other words, there are so many acnes that it may not be possible to save them. The shy man next to him asked directly. There are 5 of them on him, which is not a few. There is another one on the reproductive organs. So I was so resistant to the examination just now. Doctor, is that true? A woman in the back had the same problem. Jiang Yuan knew that if she didn't answer, people would be panicked. But the answer was the same. No matter how you put it, it's all thankless. While he was struggling, the door opened. Everyone focused their attention again. The two assistants came out first, holding the out-of-control female family member. You are just seeking wealth and murder. Murderers. Others can be saved. Why can't we? I'm going to sue you. And you will all die badly. This is indeed a bit of a breakdown. Stop arguing. There are too many bugs. And the doctor's energy is limited. Before, it was because I had an acne, so I could concentrate. You fart. Women naturally don't listen and are completely immersed in their own world. Song Yi heard Jiang Yuan's voice and ran out. Yuan, you didn't go back? No. Stay and help. Are you okay? Fine. Things are not good here. This guy is a little crazy. Song Yi pulled Jiang Yuan behind him, and she pulled Yi Minyan over. Fan Qing, who was in the room next to him, had been listening for a long time, and now he came out. Comrade, don't get excited. This kind of thing is not what we want to happen. Don't influence others to remove worms. What does it have to do with others? Today my man died, and you all have to be buried with him. As he spoke, he exposed his arms. Chapter 439, The Revenge of the Parasitic Patient. On it, there is a red pimple. Careful! As soon as Song Yi's voice rang out, the woman scratched the skin with her nails regardless. Oops! Jiang Yuan was right behind, and the alarm bell immediately sounded. There are people outside here. If the bugs escape, the consequences will be disastrous. Ha! Just wait. Everyone will die. As he said that, he hit his arm directly. As expected, the bug seemed to be stimulated and began to show its head. Oh my god! Bug! Run quickly! Among the crowd, someone shouted. Following the crowd outside, they began to run wildly around. Obviously, they were all scared to death. Song Yi hurriedly stepped forward, slashed the knife with one hand, and the woman fell to the ground. However, the bugs are also out. Jiang Yuan held the ignition gun and wanted to step forward, but she was pushed by someone, staggered, and almost fell down. Sister Yuan. At the critical moment, it was Yi Minyan who gave her a hand. The few waiting people inside wanted to go out, but the door was blocked and the situation was not optimistic. People have also come out of the temporary operating room inside. Now the waiting area is so crowded that it can hardly be crowded. There. One of them shouted, then turned the woman's body over. Sure enough, I saw bugs underneath, and they were already very dark in color. It seems that the excitement just now was not for her man. Another possibility is that you feel like you won't survive. That's why he's so crazy. Pa. Song Yi was very fast and started the ignition gun directly. The insect was afraid of fire and twisted around wildly. However, the flame followed him like a shadow and exploded within 30 seconds. Oh, it's so scary. The danger was over and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Take this eldest sister out. Dr. Luo gave an order, and the two people just started to take action. Many people who were queuing outside also came back, and they were all crowded at the door to see what was going on. Ah! A shrill wail sounded, and the heart that had just been put down started to rise again. What's wrong? Dr. Luo ran out first. He took care of these two young doctors, and they had a very deep relationship. However, one of them was already lying on the ground. Expression in pain. Teacher, save me. Teacher. He stretched out his arms, and his voice was frightened. When Jiang Yuan and others came over, the insect had already reached his neck. Shaoan. Dr. Luo hurried over and tried to hold it down with his bare hands. But the insect was faster. In just 2 seconds, it came out of his head. Shaoan. Dr. Luo's guard was a little broken, and he shouted sternly. Teacher, there are 2 more here. Everyone focused their attention again. It seems this woman has more than one bug on her body. What a scourge. Jiang Yuan. Follow me to find bugs. Yuan. Burn this person. Song Yi's voice was loud, and Jiang Yuan responded immediately. Both of them had muskets in their hands, which were given to them in the deep ditch before. Looking at the woman in front of her, she quickly acted. However, there was a moment of hesitation. Next to her, Dr. Luo directly took the ignition gun from her hand. For women, it's a squirt. Just now, she was just knocked unconscious. Being burned now, He woke up immediately and started rolling around crazily. When the people around saw it, they were very scared. While they couldn't bear it, they were also very afraid of being harmed. But, so what? I don't know if there are other bugs on her body. Judging from his actions just now, he harmed the masses and deserved to die. Although, this option of burning alive is cruel. She quickly withdrew her sympathy. 1 or 2 explosions sounded from the woman. It was suppressed by her own voice. But Jiang Yuan heard it very clearly. Then, there was a stench. It must have been an explosion of bugs. And sure enough, she still had them. Song Yi's choice was correct. Otherwise, there might be damage. Over there, a bug ran over, frightening the people around it. However, it fell into a puddle. Jiang Yuan watched it from the side, and did not dare to act rashly. The other one has been eliminated by Song Yi. What should we do now? Drain the water out? And you must not let anyone go. This method was something they had come up with before. Just bring a dry towel, and guide the water in the puddle into a container. As the amount of water decreases, the insects will also become aware of the crisis. Their chance will come when it starts looking for a new habitat. Very few bugs will choose to wait nearby. In fact, another good way is to add alcohol into it. However, that would be too wasteful. The remaining people did not dare to speak and hid far away. Before this was resolved, someone in the crowd shouted again, "Professor Jiang, save me! Save me! Doctor!" As he watched, the bugs on a person's body had begun to attack. Before they even got there, the bug rushed out. The speed is faster. What's going on? Is it mutated? Jiang Yuan didn't know why. And she didn't know what to do. For the rest, everyone is in danger. Quickly, see if there are any other pimples on his body. As long as one comes out, the rest will definitely come out immediately. I couldn't control it alone just now. And now there's another one. It's too tricky. Just in time, Battalion Commander Xie came from the side. They also come here to patrol during the day. There are so many people now. So they probably come here to maintain order because they are afraid of danger. Captain Xie, burn this man quickly. As soon as he came over, he was entrusted with important tasks by Song Yi. Although I didn't know what was going on, I didn't hesitate. Someone came from behind and poured gasoline on it. When a match was put down, the whole person ignited. However, he was already dead and did not twist like the woman. The insects over there are also at the last moment. Jiang Yuan didn't dare to blink. But Battalion Commander Xie happened to see it, poured a little gasoline in front of him, and lit it on fire. The insect struggled a few times and then confessed. This time, everyone was too scared to step forward. Only then did Jiang Yuan see that the queue was already so long. It should have appeared during this period of time. What happened? Could it be said that so many people have been tricked? Why did it suddenly erupt on a large scale? Is it really because of the temperature? But on a rainy day, the temperature was not as high as the previous 2 days. While she was wondering, Dr. Luo came over and returned the ignition gun to her. Okay, let's call the next person over. Yes, work must continue. Her eyes fell on the shy man, and he was next. However, that man was a little timid. I won't take it anymore. Chapter 440 Death of Kaiyang Zhang. After saying that, he actually started to run away. Stop him. Battalion Commander Xie gave the order, and someone immediately came up and carried him over like a chicken. Let me go! Let me go! It's not okay if I don't take it anymore. As he said that, he actually started to bounce his legs. People outside also looked scared. There is no way. This is the situation now. If you're worried about failure, give up on catching bugs. When the day comes, things will become even more troublesome. This person is no longer worried. But the insect will continue to look for a second host. By then, this base will be in chaos. Therefore, a shy man must not be let go. Listen, if you have problems now, don't have any illusions. If the bug breaks out, not only will he die, but others will be affected. Battalion Commander Xie also knew the stakes. But that was the situation. There were even people whispering, if I go back, I can live for a few days. If I take it directly, I may lose my life. Then, he ran away privately. There aren't many staff here, so naturally they can't stop him. Moreover, many of them are behind them. So even if they chase them, it will be too late. What should we do now? Jiang Yuan looked at Song Yi, who had a cold face and shook his head. It's over, and there probably won't be any good results. She was worried. But there was no good solution. If you want to take it, come here first and leave the rest alone. The sooner it's done, the sooner it's safe. Yes, there is still a group of people who are ready to continue. Especially for people whose acne is still small and the number of acne is small. They can naturally survive. And the chance of success is very high. Dr. Luo, come and take a look. The situation in Kaiyang is particularly bad. Fan Qing stumbled over, and Song Yi ran over to see what was going on. Jiang Yuan and Yi Mianmian followed closely behind. What's going on? He suddenly became in pain. You see, Kaiyang was on the bed. His eyes widened and his expression extremely painful. There was nothing unusual about the injuries on his body. But his hands were clutching his neck. As if he had experienced something sad. This scene reminded her of the elder sister she met in the restaurant for the first time. At that time, I thought I was choking on something. And it was very similar to his situation. Kaiyang. Song Yi went over and took off all his clothes, including his lower body. However, there was no wound at all. The other party seemed to have difficulty breathing. And there was a gurgling sound coming from his throat. Open the ocean. Open the ocean. Fan Qing burst into tears and couldn't step forward. Now he is surrounded by Jiang Yuan, Song Yi, Dr. Luo and Battalion Commander Xie. Jiang Yuan and Yi Mianmian were supporting her behind. They were also very anxious. But there was no way. And there was no way to go forward. It's strange. Everything is fine. There's not a single insect mark on my body. What exactly is going on? Battalion Commander Xie muttered something, which was also very confusing. Hearing what he said, the rest of the people also started thinking fast. Where could it be? This is exactly like being controlled by insects. Song Yi, look inside your hair. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan had a bold idea in her mind. Right. The men in front of her were all excited and began to pull her hair apart, trying to take a look at it. Not on the body. The inside of the hair is the most easily overlooked. Moreover, his hair is not too short. If you hide, you won't be able to see it at all. Here. Dr. Luo's voice was very excited. And everyone came over. Jiang Yuan handed Fan Qing to Yi Mianmian and moved over herself. A black and purple scar. Winding up. Not very fast. Quick. Scalpel. Jiang Yuan was a little worried. If the knife was really used in this position, it might not be a good thing. Sure enough, I got the thing. But there was nothing I could do about it. Jiang Yuan took the needle and was about to plunge it in. But the insect started drawing circles. It's like having your own thoughts. What's going on? Song Yi was beside him. And he was extremely anxious. Use fire. After saying that, he took out the ignition gun and came out. But the bug suddenly shot upwards. And within a second, it burst out. Everyone is in disbelief. Is this gone? Ching ching. Kaiyang let out a roar and then lowered his head. Although it is not very clear, everyone can hear that it is called Fan Qing. Fan Qing's body also shook suddenly. And then he ran over regardless. Kaiyang. How are you? She lay on top of him and began to wipe the blood from the corners of his mouth. Get out of my way. Song Yi was the first to react, looking at the scene in front of him. He had no time to feel sad. On the contrary, that insect is more terrifying. And, at this time, the culprit was actually lying on his head. Looking around at the situation, Fan Qing also saw it and was really anxious. He directly took off the hairpin from his head and clamped it towards the bug. I don't know if he was unprepared or what. It actually clamped the thing in one fell swoop. Ching ching. Be careful. Jiang Yuan's heart was in her throat. She was so close. If she could break away, she became the next and most suitable host. Fan Qing gritted his teeth, threw the bug directly to the ground, and began to take off his shoes, one hand at a time, beating wildly, every now and then. And at the same time, he shouted loudly. The insect was obviously trapped. Although it was twisting, it was slowly losing its grip. Her movements became faster and faster, more and more vindictive. With a bang sound, the big bug exploded instantly. A stench hit her, and Jiang Yuan knew it was over. Fan Qing didn't even realize it, so he continued to pat. Ching ching. Don't be like this. He's already dead. As he said that, he helped the person up. No one wants to see this situation now. Jiang Yuan looked at Fan Qing and found it quite outrageous that he didn't get in and actually kill the insect. However, this person has already come to Kaiyang's side. She still didn't believe that he died like this. Kyong. Go to sleep. Sleep when you are tired. Let me take you home. Didn't you say that if you decorate the place well, we can live there when we get married? With that said, I tidied him up before taking him away. Battalion Commander Sia wanted to stop him, but Song stopped him. Xing. Let me do it. With such a big figure like Kyong, she would definitely not be able to get it back on her own. No need, brother Song. I'll carry him. Kyong has carried me on his back so many times. This last time, let me carry him back. Her voice was calm and unusually determined.